Then, he dreamt that he had caught a golden lion, cut off his heart and flesh, and cooked a thick soup of tiger bone to make a golden lion's head. The meat was fragrant, and he was just happy. However, it was thrown on the ground, disturbing people's dreams. "You lazy toad, you don't do anything, just want to wait to eat," Qin Sheng said with a faint smile. "Hurry up, braised lion's head and tiger bone soup, will you do it?" Long Wei's nose puckered, and he really smelled a very strong smell of blood. He looked up at two huge things the size of hills. Golden dragon lion? Red flame roaring sky tiger? Long Wei was a little dizzy and howled, "The dream has come true." He didn't expect that the ingredients that only exist in the dream would appear in front of him as soon as he woke up. It was so cool. Bang! Qin Sheng beat Long Wei hard and said, "Are you dead?" "It's so loud. This is the treasure house of the underground black market. There are definitely heavy soldiers outside. Do you want to attract people in if you shout and jump again? Don't look at your small body now. The strength has fallen to the state of Tonghun. I tell you that there are all human warriors in Tonghun. They are 2 big realms higher than you." Qin Sheng gave a smile. Long Wei felt the pain of the melon seeds, muttering, "It's not that you let me so much dragon blood." However, Long Wei didn't continue to entangle, quacked twice, and then jumped to the head of Golden Dragon Lion. There is a rune bone on the head of Golden Dragon Lion. Although the Golden Dragon Lion has died, the rune bone between its eyebrows is still glittering and emitting rune light. It can be seen at a glance that it's not an ordinary thing. "Qin Sheng, come and help me. Dig out the rune bone. The big one will shrink." Long Wei said, "Concentration is the essence, not shrinking, we simply cannot eat." Hearing this, Qin Sheng stamped hard and turned it into a shadow. It was so fast that he came to the head of the Golden Dragon Lion. Although the Golden Dragon Lion had died, Qin Sheng was so close to him that he still felt his residual power, which was very hideous. Offended, Qin Sheng took a deep breath, turned his hand and took out a talisman sword, which fell to the head of the Golden Dragon Lion. Clang and clang. The fire was shining everywhere, and a group of rune lights broke out between the brows of the Golden Dragon and Lion. It was a terrible huge anti-earthquake. Qin Sheng, like a broken kite, flew backward and fell heavily on the stone wall of the temple, directly breaking into a human-shaped deep pit. Qin Sheng's face was in a state of embarrassment. He came out of the deep pit of the human form and threw up a face of ash. He said, "This Golden Dragon Lion is too terrible. Even if it dies, it's not something I can shake." The 7th level demon, which is the powerful human connected with the 6 robbers, can resist the terrible existence. I don't believe it. I can't even clean up a dead monster. Qin Sheng is furious. He also wants to make up for the lack of time. Qin Sheng took a sip of Golden Dragon's blood, and his sword energy suddenly soared. This time, he didn't be so reckless. He carefully cut it open, and a layer of yellow spring fire was smeared on Fu Zhen. Hiss. Once the yellow spring fire comes out, it can finally suppress this dead Golden Dragon Lion. Soon, a piece of palm size, just like a piece of gold, fell on Qin Sheng's palm. Qin Sheng felt that the level and quality of his rune were better than those he had bought in the underground black market before. When the rune bone was dug out, the body of the Golden Dragon Lion quickly shrank to about 3 meters long. With the first experience, it will be easier for Qin Sheng to kill the red roaring tiger. A piece of rune bone, which was burning faintly, fell into Qin Sheng's hand. After that, Qin Sheng was very sharp, skinned, boned and cut the Golden Dragon Lion and red flame roaring tiger. Finally, Qin Sheng chopped the flesh of the Golden Dragon Lion into minced meat and twisted it into meatballs. Bang! Qin Sheng turned his hand, took out the dragon fire tripod, filled it with water, and then threw the tail of the red roaring tiger under the dragon fire tripod. The tail of the red flame-roaring tiger ignited the fire. Even if it died, it could still be ignited for many years. If it's refined by a soul man and forged into a high-level talisman, it's definitely a big weapon. As expected, the red roaring tiger's animal fire is very fierce, and soon it will boil the oil and water. Qin Sheng throws tiger bones into Jiulong Liwating and cooks them into soup. Finally, he throws lion's head, which is cut from the heart of golden dragon lion, into the pot and covers it. Alright? At this time, Longwei's mouth has been drooling, and his hands and feet are shaking with hunger. Qin Sheng squinted and said, "Wait a second, it's not enough. You have to endure enough time to give full play to its nutrition." Is that so? Longwei was born in a noble family. To be honest, if it was 10,000 years ago, he could not see these lower-level monsters at all. Moreover, he was a descendant of Zulong and had a group of attendants to serve his daily life and food. Qin Sheng's voice turned, and a strange color appeared on his face. He said, "But I have a way to eat it soon." "What's the way?" "Come on, don't tease me." Longwei squints at Tao. "Add a drop of dragon blood to the fire, I promise there will be some right away, and the taste will improve a lot," Qin Sheng said with a smile. Longwei jumped up, covered his hand, and said, "Special, you want to make an idea?" No, I said, "Longwei, you and I are in the same boat. How can you think of me so?" Qin Sheng looks disappointed, takes out a jade bottle from the bosom, drops a drop of golden dragon blood. Boom! The fire of the beast suddenly leaped up 3 zhongs, and the hot temperature rolled the whole treasure house. The Jiulong Lihua tripod is also a mysterious treasure. It can withstand the burning of animal fire. Moreover, it drips a drop of dragon blood and the temperature soars 10 times. It is only blackened and there is no sign of burning. After dozens of breaths, Qin Sheng takes away the tail of the red roaring tiger. He has refined it with refined blood and is not afraid of its flame. Besides, Qin Sheng has refined a wisp of yellow spring fire, which can be easily suppressed. It's on. Qin Sheng opened the lid of the pot, and the fragrance was fragrant. It was the strong fragrance of tiger bone soup. After just smelling it, he immediately felt that the fatigue was gone. The golden red braised lion's head, the size of his fist, was shining. Even the immortal above 9 days seemed to be unsteady. Phew! Longwei darts past, picks up a piece of hot braised lion's head, quacks, and swallows it. It's hot. Longwei was very hot, but he was still devouring. It's delicious. Longwei even has a pair of squint eyes that are wet. 10,000 years later, this is his first bite of meat. Qin Sheng's eating style is not as ugly as Longwei's. He takes out the dishes and chopsticks from the ring, takes 2 braised lion heads, takes a bite, the rich juice drips down, the taste of playing teeth, dissolves in the mouth, turns into the purest yuanli, and spreads it to the 4 limbs. Qin Sheng felt as if he was bathed in a hot spring, constantly washing his body and increasing his strength. You can have some, too. Qin Sheng opens his mouth and shines golden runes. These runes will be integrated into Qin Sheng's body. If you eat them for a long time, you can even refine them into runes. This is the heart and soul of the golden dragon lion. Even a golden dragon lion doesn't have much. It's worth a lot. As soon as Qin Sheng took a bite, he may have eaten 1,000,000 yuan crystals, or even millions of yuan crystals. Really? Lu Yuan's face is shy, and she opens her red lips and small mouth. When Qin Sheng doesn't pay attention, she secretly swallows a mouthful of saliva. Qin Sheng didn't talk nonsense. He handed Lu Ruyan a bowl of braised lion's head. Lu Yuan did not refuse. After taking a bite, she suddenly showed a surprise on her beautiful face. She had never eaten such delicious braised lion's head, as if she was in a warm ocean. Quack quack, Qin Sheng, you are good at cooking. You are only a little weaker than Ben Zun. Long Wei quacks, and a large number of golden runes appear. Go away. Some of them eat, but they don't. Qin Sheng slaps and flies. Shuaihu looked at the headless corpse in the middle of the hall with a gloomy face. He said in a deep voice, "Waste, Master Pei is dead, you are still in the dark. Just a bunch of rubbish." Shuaihu's face was full of evil spirit and said, "It's really a matter of raising tigers. I've cultivated Lu Ruyan for so many years, but I turned around and killed my own legitimate son. I'm so angry." Shua Black Tiger roared up to the sky, and the whole man was violent and frightening. "Order down, block the underground black market, I want to make a mosquito can't leave here. Check all possible places. Even if I dig 3 feet, I will find out the inner ghost. Black Tiger Way, follow me." Shuaihu, with all the Haihui, is absolutely unsafe in the underground black market. Maybe it has been exposed. Now go to the treasure house and collect all the treasures recovered in this period. In particular, the bodies of the 2 monsters. But there are runes and blood essence, flesh and blood, all valuable things. Bang! Qin Sheng threw the tableware on the ground. He was too full. His whole body was glittering and shining. The 7 orifices even emitted the light of talisman. The flowing light overflowed the color and the infinite blood slowly accumulated. Every muscle, every cell, has absorbed a lot of goblin blood, the strength has been precipitated, and the rune skin on the body is more solid. This tiger bone soup and braised lion's head are just tonics. Qin Sheng's belly is round and full of power. For the first time, he felt satisfied. Long Wei lies directly on the ground, 4 feet to the sky, big belly like pregnant women in October, the rune blooms, a pair of squint blurred. Air. Even Lu Yuehan burps and pours out a mouthful of fragrance. She doesn't eat many braised lion heads and drinks 7 or 8 bowls of tiger bone soup. She felt that this meal was the best he had in his life. Long Wei feels that Fan Qi attacks his heart and gradually digests the blood gas of golden dragon lion and red flame roaring sky tiger. His breath has broken through from Tonghunjing to Tongshenjing, and then recovered to the point of Tongjiaiji when he was just born. Rumbling. Qin Sheng seemed to hear thunder, but he sat up and said with astonishment, "Who is going to take the robbery?" In the magic dragon wasteland and in the sky of the underground black market, a large area of dark clouds formed rapidly. It was dark and oppressive, as if there was a mountain rain coming and the wind was blowing all over the building. Click. A purple lightning bolt fell, and the 5-level array was buzzing, but it could not be stopped. The lightning directly fell on Long Wei. Long Wei screamed loudly, his body was stiff, and the thunderclap was loud. "I'm going. I just fell from Tongming. Now I'm going back to Tongming. I'm going to take another robbery?" Long Wei pointed to the sky, Squint despised, but smoke came out of his mouth. Qin Sheng's face changed a little. He obviously felt that the storm and thunder disaster of Long Wei was much worse than the old dean of Yunwei and Luyun University. Boom. In response to Long Wei, there was another purple electricity with arms thick and thin. It was divided into 2 parts, half of which fell on Qin Sheng. Qin Sheng was unprepared. He was originally bright with silver amulets, and was instantly blacked out. "God damn it, what's the matter with me?" Qin Sheng is confused. It's obviously the storm and thunder of his little brother Long Wei. How can he split him again? Long Wei laughs, slaps Qin Sheng on the shoulder, and says, "If you are lucky, if you are difficult, my good brother." Qin Sheng opens his mouth and spits out purple lightning, which is so much more powerful than Yunyue's. Even if his body has been as strong as the sky, plus he just ate braised lion's head, drank tiger bone soup and precipitated his body, but he almost can't bear it. He will die young. Get out of my way. You've got me in trouble. Sweep the broom and rob me. Qin Sheng remembered that he had made a soul contract with Long Wei, and he was so close to Long Wei that he could take the general storm and thunder. Don't, brother, can you bear me to bear it alone? Long Wei is indeed a toad. He depends on Qin Sheng's arms, and doesn't leave even if he is fat. The third purple lightning in the three people's astonished eyes, when the head split down, this time it was as thick as a bucket. Dying. Don't leave me. Long Wei holds Qin Sheng in his arms. The purple light soars to the sky, covering the whole treasure house. Lu Ruyan turns into a first-class green smoke, far away from here. For a long time, the purple light disappeared, and the looting cloud over the underground black market disappeared completely. There is a big pit in the treasure house, which is burning black and smoking. One person lies on the pit all the time, unable to move. Poof. Qin Sheng was the first to wake up, spit out several large mouthfuls of black blood. Yuan Li vibrated, the scorched black on the skin all peeled off, revealing the crystal flesh. It's a triple thunderstorm. Qin Sheng's heart was still palpitating. At the critical moment, he looked up and took a sip of golden dragon blood to protect his internal organs. After this quenching, Qin Sheng felt that all the tonic he had just eaten had been digested, so he had no weakness after the disaster. Gua gua. The four-legged dragon Wei made a few strange noises. All the burnt black skin peeled off, revealing the green and crystal skin, which is in accordance with the light flow color, especially the purple ring after ring is more gorgeous. I am a dragon descendant and have great fortune. Such a small robbery is just my stepping stone. It's nothing. Long Wei's power is so great that he stands up with his hands in his hands. Bang! Qin Sheng rewarded Long Wei with a stick and said, "Don't be so shameless." Just now, who is so shameless? Cling to me and don't give up. Long Wei squinted and didn't answer. Are you full? Qin Sheng suddenly asked. Long Wei waved his hand and said, "It's okay. If you're full, you can start to work. Give Shuaihu a pot." Don't worry. I've made up a little. It's not easy to deal with these minions. Long Wei claps his chest fiercely, and a pair of squint eyes radiate the light of self-confidence. Smell words, Qin Sheng nodded, his face showed a cruel color. Since the layout killed Zui Hang, Qin Sheng's grudge with the underground black market can be said to be endless. Only when one side falls down can it be concluded. Boom. At this time, the gate of the treasure house was opened. Shuaihu walked in, faintly exuding the terror that would suffocate all the warriors in the spirit realm. A group of black tiger guards follow like stars in the sky. Well? Why is it so fragrant? Shua black tiger eyebrows a condensation, the face more doubt. This is the fragrance left over from braised lion's head and tiger bone soup. It lasts a long time. Someone? Zuohihu saw a stranger in the treasure house. This is the treasure house of the underground black market. It stores the harvest of the underground black market these days. Yuanjing and Fuqi will be emptied and transported away every once in a while. These are not very valuable, because expensive runes and pills will be emptied once a month. Just emptied last month, only the bodies of 2 big monsters are left. They are still stored here, waiting for Shuaihu's order. The treasure house is heavily guarded, and this is the core of the 4-level array of the whole underground black market. Only when you control the jade talisman can you enter here. Otherwise, even the strong people who have survived multiple thunderstorms will give an alarm once they get close. Although Shuaihu is full of shock and disbelief, it is an iron fact. It's you, Lu Ruyan. Shuaihu's face quickly darkened, and his eyes were full of murderous intent. He had blocked the whole underground black market. He wanted to pull out Lu Yuehan, but he never thought that Lu Yuehan appeared in the treasure house. Are you Qin Sheng? Zuohihu saw Qin Sheng's portrait and recognized him at a glance. Lu Ruyan, you are so brave. I picked you up and betrayed me. Shuaihu is furious, and the terror is like a mountain, rolling towards Qin Sheng and Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan's body was trembling and her face was full of fear. Shuaihu was a strong man who had 3 disasters. The overwhelming terror made her shiver and gasp. She clenched Bei's teeth, ran Mei Gong crazily, and the golden dragon blood on her face immediately sent out a golden rune light, resisting Shuaihu's awesome breath. Well, don't be so noble. You never treat me as a human being. In front of you, I'm just a piece of goods. If you say abandon, abandon. Lu Yuan said in a cold voice, don't think I don't know. I was killed at that time, which seems to have something to do with your Zhou family. Besides, I also want to protect myself. Lu Yuan is thoughtful. My God, Qin Sheng, I've spelled with you. You've even brought my dragon blood to pick up girls. Long Wei quacks and spews. Do you know how expensive dragon blood is? Long Wei is coming to fight Qin Sheng. Qin Sheng smiled awkwardly, then said in a deep voice, without Lu Yuan leading the way, we can't eat braised lion's head or tiger bone soup. Qin Sheng patted Long Wei on the shoulder and said, I said Lao Wei, you are also more than 10,000 years old, and you are not dead. How can you be so mean? You have a problem with a little girl. I'm still underage, you die. Long Wei is furious. He just woke up after 10,000 years of coma. Strictly speaking, he is a minor. Looking at some bones on the ground, and the remaining meat fragrance, the body suddenly trembled, and the face was so gloomy that it could drip water. Have you eaten the golden lion and the red roaring tiger? Shuaihu will spit blood on the spot. Those 2 are 7-level demons. They are invaluable. In recent days, he has been dealing with Shui Hong's affairs. He can't be distracted to deal with the bodies of these 2 7-level monsters. This kind of good thing can be used as medicine in addition to blood and meat. Shuaihu has contacted Wang Du's most powerful 4-product alchemist to trade for a 5-product pill, but is it all eaten up by Qin Sheng and a toad? Just a pile of bone dregs that have been gnawed clean? Shuaihu's attack broke out and he was furious. He said, 11, take them all away. 11 /. Wearing black armor, flowing the light of talisman, and carrying a black saber. Take command. As soon as the voice falls, the 11th day approaches Qin Sheng. Qin Sheng glanced at 11, and his face moved slightly. The number of 11 was stronger than 12. From the fluctuation of Yuan force, it was also stronger than 12. Close the door, let Long Wei go. Qin Sheng shouted and pushed Long Wei out. Good. Long Wei understood and didn't refuse. Although Qin Sheng was very black-hearted, he let off 50 drops of dragon blood and wasted it, but he also took him to eat and drink spicy food, and helped him carry half of the storm and thunder, and didn't plan to work hard. Long Wei stretched out and his bones crackled. He pointed to the 11th approaching him. He squinted and said, hello, minion who doesn't even have a name. Listen, the person who killed you is Long Wei, dragon of dragon, way of power. Smell speech, 11 facial expression is gloomy and cold, 2 eyes are like poisonous snake. A toad with a dry tongue, I can trample you to death with 1 foot. However, the strong man who has been through a disaster has some temper. He doesn't put the toad called Long Wei in his eyes at all. Long Wei's divine light is restrained and the rune light is dim, and the 3rd eye between his eyebrows is not exposed, so it looks like a real toad. Of course, Long Wei can spit out people's words, which also causes Shuaihu's doubts. However, he once heard that there is a large area of Walingguo in the magic dragon wasteland, which can be transformed into a human form after being eaten by high-level monsters. Low-level monsters can spit out words when they eat them. Therefore, this toad is no big deal. At best, it is a second-order or third-order monster. 11 raised his foot, and the horrible Yuan power rolled up and turned into a giant foot, which was shining with the light of rune, just like a hill, with the breath of terror, stepping on the top of Longwei's head. As a life-saving situation strongman who has survived the storm and thunder, although he is just a follower of Shuaihu, he has the pride of being a life-saving situation strongman. When dealing with a toad, he doesn't care to do anything at all. He just steps on it to death. Double dragons out to sea. Longwei raised his fists high, and the purple circle on his body suddenly lit up, turning into a shadow, and facing the giant feet falling from the sky. The fat may shake the tree. 11 One face disdain, increased strength, 1 foot step down. Click. The clear and crisp voice resounds, especially harsh in the dead underground black market treasure house. The disdain on 11 faces solidified, and then he shrieked and covered his feet. Me. My feet. 11 A face huge pain, fly backward, heavily hit the wall of the treasure house, rune light up. Poof. He vomited blood on the 11th day and died. The whole treasure house is silent. Longwei, who is standing in the air, is speechless for a while. What's the matter? Did you die suddenly on the 11th day? I didn't see it clearly. Is this a second kill? A group of black tiger guards, behind Shuaihu, communicate with each other. Their faces are full of astonishment. Xian is indeed the weakest one among all the black tiger guards on the scene, but after all, he is also a real-life past strongman. How could he be killed by a toad in one stroke? Shuaihu's eyes were also startled and angry. He looked at the toad, whose face was thumping, and whose eyes were squinting, and whose face was livid. Are ants trying to fight with the dragon? Longwei clapped his hands, spat at the corpse of the 11th, and sneered, let's go together, I'm in a hurry. Longwei is a descendant of a wisp of ancestral dragon blood. Although it is not clear about the concentration of its ancestral dragon blood, it is also a powerful demon. It has only slept for thousands of years and lost its accomplishments. With Longwei's talent, it's easy to cross a big realm and fight against it. Even when you are alive or dead, it's not impossible to cross 2 big realms. Black Tiger Guard, set up the array. Shuaihu burst out. He couldn't see through Longwei. He just called the 2 dragons go to sea. He looked ordinary without a trace of yuan force fluctuation. He was so powerful. Shuaihu can climb to this position, absolutely not stupid, know a lot of races, even he can't be underestimated. Boom. The remaining 10 black tiger guards are arrayed one after another, turning into a huge sword, like the dragon power. All dead. Shuaihu also started. He took out a bone knife in his hand. It was covered with runes. It wasn't carved by the Master of Soul, but it was naturally made into runes. The terror of the 3 robbers filled the air, as if the end came. Qin Sheng stamped his foot and flew to the sky. He held a jade talisman in his hand, and Yuanli poured in. 5-level array, activate. Boom. The violent vibration of the whole underground black market. Ouch. A dragon roars up to the sky, the mountain collapses, and the ground is cracked. A hot dragon climbs out of the ground. The tail of the dragon makes a strong roll. The wind and the clouds destroy the sky and the earth, sweeping towards the black tiger guards. Bang bang bang. The big array arranged by the black tiger guards is easily destroyed, and the hot flame rolls over all the black tiger guards. Ah, Lord help. This is an enhanced ice and fire Liangyi array, which can easily suppress the strong below the 3 robbers. This group of black tiger guards is only 1 robber, and the strongest is only 2 robbers. How can they withstand the attack of Yanlong? Even a small number of black tiger guards who had been through the 2 robberies only resisted the attack a little bit. They were burned to ashes and died. Why? Shuaihu's face changed greatly. 5 levels array. How can there be a 5-level array? Qin Sheng slowly approached Shuaihu and said indifferently, Shuiheng has been waiting for you on the Huangquan road. It should not be far away. You should also go on the road. No, I won't. Shuaihu growls angrily. He wants to explode himself and lead Qin Sheng to his death. However, Qin Sheng has already set up a 5-level array, with Yan Long and Ice Dragon bodyguards, and Long Wei, a senior fighter. Shuaihu can only accept the fate of the fall even if he has more cards. Bang! In the end, Yan Long's paw smashed Shuaihu's head. Shuaihu, pawn. Lu Yuyan hid in the corner, and looked at Qin Sheng with astonishment and bravery. He looked at Qin Sheng with complicated eyes. He was just a young king, coming out of the high-level imperial dynasty. He could set up a 5-level array with his bare hands, set up a vast network, and put the most powerful force in the underground black market in one pot. This is the strength of the array. Even though Shuaihu is 3 realms higher than Qin Sheng, he has survived the triple storm and thunder. In front of the 5-level array, at best, he is just a trapped beast, and the end of his death has been doomed. Congratulations to Lord Qin. Lu Yuhan finally stooped to salute. Qin Sheng nodded quietly and said, There are other forces in the underground black market? Yes. Lu Yuhan said. In addition to Shuaihu, there are some other big families in the city, but they are a group of mobs. I am sure to clean up the mess for adults. Lu Yuhan volunteered. Qin Sheng took a deep look at Lu Ruyan and decided to give Lu Ruyan the responsibility for the underground black market. Anyway, in his current situation, he didn't have enough time and energy to manage such a big underground black market. Well, I'll take care of the underground black market later. I hope you don't let me down. Qin Sheng said with a smile. Smell speech, Lu Yuyan's delicate body gently trembles, swear to be sure to do well underground black market. The next night, for the underground black market, is definitely a sleepless night. Lu Ruyan is a little skilled. He didn't let Qin Sheng and Long Wei do it, but he cleaned the rest of Shuaihu's life. The underground black market is a piece of fat. Many powerful people watched. Qin Sheng controlled the underground black market completely after he put out the thunderclap. Air. Long Wei, holding a pot of blood essence of a big demon, drank all the blood essence and lost his strabismus. He had been drinking for a day and a night, and his cultivation had gone from 1 disaster to 3 disasters. It's worthy of being a descendant with ancestral dragon blood, who can improve his accomplishments in such a short time. With the existence of the underground black market, Qin Sheng no longer lacks the metacrystals, leaving more than 100 million. And the daily income is more than 1 million yuan jing, which is the hen that can produce yuan jing. Qin Sheng and Long Wei did not stay in the underground black market for a long time. On the 3rd morning, they returned to Luyun College, because tomorrow is the test for the high-profile college. Luyun College, Inner Court. Guaguagua. Long Wei is hanging a piece of dogtail grass, and a pair of squint eyes wantonly look at the students of Luyun College coming and going, and bask in the sun. Well? Someone's waiting for me? A golden chariot stops in front of the gate of the other courtyard. Around the chariot, there are several fierce Yuanli wave warriors. The chariot seems to be made of gold. It's crystal clear and carved with cool shapes, which makes people think it's not ordinary. Perhaps I noticed Qin Sheng was approaching. A boy in a tuxedo beside the golden chariot shouted, "Who is that?" The boy is very handsome, wearing a feather crown, holding a volume of scripture in his hand, sending out the breath of the volume, but the words are very sharp, with a sense of superiority. Hearing this, Qin Sheng's pupils slightly contracted, and a trace of displeasure flashed between his eyebrows. He said in a deep voice, "Who are you?" Is it that way to park the chariot in front of my house? The boy stared at Qin Sheng and shouted, "You are Qin Sheng? It's a big face to ask my young master to wait for a long time." The boy put up the scriptures and stood up with his hands in his hands. His eyebrows were full of disdain. His eyes wandered on Qin Sheng. It seemed that he felt that there was only the fluctuation of the yuan power that connected the soul, and his eyes were even more disdainful. As soon as Qin Sheng heard this, he immediately felt funny and a nameless fire rose in his heart. However, in Qin Sheng's opinion, the golden chariot should be a kind of talisman, and it must be the genius of some great power. Qin Sheng took a deep breath, suppressed the nameless fire in his heart, and said, "Who is your young master? What can I do for you?" The door is also a guest. Although the boy's attitude is not good, it can be said that he is very bad and domineering. The boy laughed loudly, as if hearing the biggest joke in the world, and said, "With your spiritual cultivation, I didn't have the right to know the reputation of my young master, but I will tell you if you ever saved my wife." "Young lady?" Qin Sheng frowned. "Xiaobingning is my young master's fiancée. In a few years, my young master will marry with Xiaobingning and become a divine couple, envying others." The boy said that the dragon is flying and the phoenix is dancing, with pride in his words. "Remember, my young master's name is Xu Hengyi. In the future, he will exist like a thunderbolt in the Tianyuan continent." The boy laughed and said, "Remember this famous name. When you are old, you have seen Xu Hengyi, and it will become your biggest bragging capital." "Xiaobingning's fiancé, Xu Hengyi?" Qin Sheng's face slightly changed, but in his heart there was a storm. A few days ago, he had heard that Uncle Tang had said that Xiaobingning had a fiancé who was married by the fingers and the belly, and he was a Xu genius who was one of the top 10 royal families in Dian dynasty. "Xu Hengyi came to me?" Qin Sheng's eyes are as deep as the stars in the sky. "Xia Chen just left, so Xu Heng came to see me, and when he saw me coming, he didn't get out of the chariot. It's not good for him to show that he came." At this time, the schoolboy turned his hand and took out an amethyst card, in a stiff tone, and said, "There are 10 million yuan crystals in this amethyst card, which should be used as a diagnosis for the treatment of the young lady. You have to put it away. There are 10 million yuan jing in it. In such a small place as Dian City, there is such a rich existence that you can fight for a lifetime less." The boy's words are very harsh. He still reads scriptures, ancient books, and tongue every day. Smell speech, Qin Sheng a wrinkly, take the purple crystal card in the hand, see also did not have a look, throw on the ground. "What do you mean?" The boy raised his eyebrows and asked the quality on the spot. "Are you going against the master's wishes?" The Yuanli of the boy's body is actually a powerful person who can understand life. It's worthy of being a royal family from Dian dynasty. Just a boy is a strong man in the realm of life. Qin Sheng was amused and said, "Iji? Is Xu Hengyi the emperor?" Bold. The boy wants to be violent, and the yuan power of his body bursts out with strong wind. Like a tornado, he can't open his eyes. "If you don't agree with each other, you want to start. Xu Hengyi's boy is too strong. Slow." There was a sound coming from the golden chariot. It was sonorous and powerful, just like the impact of high-level talismans. It shook people's hearts and carried the majesty of array. Without seeing the real face, Qin Sheng could feel that Xu Hengyi in the golden chariot was absolutely a terrible existence. "What can I do for you, young master?" The boy on the spot on the convergence of the horrible Yuanli breath, approached the golden chariot, respectfully asked. "Not enough? Enjoy 20 million yuan of crystal." Wen Yen, the boy did not have any objection, respectfully replied. "Here's another amethyst card with a face value of 10 million yuan, plus the 10 million yuan amethyst card you threw on the ground, a total of 20 million yuan." The boy sneered, "Thank you, young master. 20 million yuan is enough for you to fight all your life, not necessarily. Qin Sheng laughed and said, what are you? A good word is a child, but a bad word is a servant. Just a servant, dare to act in front of me? Qin Sheng sneers, turns his hand and takes out a stack of amethyst cards, which are all bright in front of the book boy. I have more Zijing cards than 10 million yuan. It's so shabby and funny. I have more than 100 million here. You can't earn so much in your 10-life struggle. Qin Sheng is not like Dazzle Rich, but this Shuhenji boy is too arrogant, even in front of him, it is death. Shuhenji's boy looks at a stack of amethyst cards. Each one is a large amount of amethyst cards, one of 10 million yuan crystals. No way. It's just a small alchemist who can't shit. How can he have so many metacrystals? The boy's face is full of unbelief, but those purple crystal cards are real. The boy felt the pain of his face, and he was hit by a wood louse. Qin Sheng is right. More than 100 million yuan Jing can't earn even if he struggles for 10 years. After all, no matter how fierce he is just a boy of Shuhengi. Qin Sheng didn't pay any more attention to these two idiots. He went straight to another hospital. The boy blushed, trying to refute, but could not say a word. Wait a minute. At this time a voice full of majesty came out of the golden chariot again. Qin Sheng looked back at the golden chariot, his eyes narrowed into a straight line, and asked, what else can I do? Boom. The door of the golden chariot is opened. The golden light is not ordinary light, but rune light. It's very bright and can't be opened. Buzzing. Qin Sheng's two yellow spring fire cages covered his eyes, flickering faintly, and soon adapted to the light of the golden chariot. It's really a good car. Just in the static state, there will be such fluctuations. If it's a fighting form, it's absolutely earth-shaking. Qin Sheng was a little envious. These second-generation ancestors were born with gold keys. They could have anything they wanted. Qin Sheng is very clear that a golden chariot like Shuhengi can't be bought even if it has enough yuan jing. Soon, the golden light disappeared, and a tall young man appeared in front of Qin Sheng. The young man has long black hair and wears a gold crown. On the top of the gold crown, there is a shadow of gold and black. It's obviously a terrible talisman. Is this Shuhenji? Qin Sheng's eyes were as bright as electricity, and he watched the rival carefully. She is Xia Bingning's fiancée. She is the son of the Shu family of the top 10 royal families. She is handsome and dignified. Her eyebrows are full of heroism. Her sword eyebrows are starry. Her handsome face is full of the indifference of the emperor. This kind of genius, put aside the identity of love enemy, Shuhengi is totally worthy of Xia Bingning. It's a perfect match. But Qin Sheng just can't stand Shuhengi. At first glance, he is disgusted. At second glance, he is disgusted. At third glance, he wants to start. It's worthy of being the Qing of Shendanzong. As an alchemist, there is no lack of yuan jing. Shuhengi's voice is full of indifference, which can't be seen through is happiness or anger. Qin Sheng frowned, and there was a flash of disgust on his face. Xia Bingning was married to him. If he was lucky, he might be the son of his mother 10 months later. Now I come to Shuhengi, who is called Xia Bingning's fiancé, and say that I will marry Xia Bingning in a few years. Qin Sheng can't bear this. What about the fiancé? What's the age? He's married by the fingers. Qin Sheng made up his mind to teach the so-called fiancé a lesson and let him back. If you have something to say, my time is precious. It's not for talking nonsense to you. Qin Sheng's words are not very friendly. Hello, how to speak? You are facing the future king of Dian dynasty. The schoolboy couldn't help it. He shouted. Shu dynasty. Xu Heng, an indifferent look at the boy, backed down. That is called Shu Dynasty schoolboy, dare not have any reaction, and fence retreat, dare not say more. There are few people in the world with the unique appearance of ice condensation. I think that few young people are not moved by this great fire dynasty. Xu Heng said indifferently, as if he was talking about a trivial matter. When Qin Sheng heard the words, he nodded and said with a smile, and then? Xu Heng looks at Bingning, as if he is going to shoot a real light, penetrating Qin Sheng, and says, you have a life-saving grace for Bingning, but I advise you to take back your careful thinking. Everyone is a man, and I know what's going on in your mind. Bingning, the proud girl of heaven, you not worthy. Xu Heng's words gradually became cold, and his whole body faintly sent out horrible breath fluctuations. The temperature of the whole Luyun College seemed to have dropped a lot. Though the toad wants to eat swan meat after all. Xu Heng didn't give Qin Sheng any face, but in his face, he secretly satirized Qin Sheng as a toad. Wisdom will disappear in front of Bingning, otherwise. Or what? Qin Sheng's eyes gradually cooled down, and he didn't care about Xu Heng's horrible breath. Xu Heng Igui is the son of Lingxiao Holy Palace. He has been through multiple storms for a long time. However, no one knows what Xu Heng is doing now. Some people say that Xu Heng has already passed the 6 thunderstorms, others say that Xu Heng has already passed the 9 thunderstorms, and even some rumors say that Xu Heng has achieved the god's mansion and can become king. That is now standing in front of Qin Sheng, maybe a young king. Qin Sheng directly interrupts Xu Heng's words, which makes him very upset. Xu Heng looked at Qin Sheng and did not feel displeased. He had an intuition. He felt that this Woodlouse had some subtle relationship with Xiao Bingning. And from the message that Xia Chen had summoned, Xiao Bingning had spent the night in the Qin Sheng's other hospital. Who is Xiao Bingning? The legitimate daughter of the 10 royal families in Dian dynasty. Although the Xia family has begun to fall down in recent years, there are 3 nails in the rotten boat, let alone the royal family. In addition, it has a peerless appearance in summer. It is also an excellent woman, no matter in stature, temperament or appearance. If he had not been suffering from a serious disease, even Xiao's family would not have any ability to cure him. In recent years, Xu Heng would never be so indifferent to Xiao Bingning, or even alienate him. Now the serious illness is actually from Dian City, let alone Dian City. Even in Beichen country, Xu Heng has never heard of it, and can even say it bluntly. This Beichen country is just a remote town that can no longer be remote. Such a small town of Woodlouse has cured Xiao Bingning's serious illness? That's something that 5 alchemists, even the legendary 7 alchemists, have never done. What makes Xu Heng's heart prick most is that he had heard about Xiao Bingning and Qin Sheng before he came. Treat a disease to cure a disease, return lone man and widowed woman, spend a night in the room? Xiao Bingning is Xu Heng's fiancé. If this kind of news is sent back to Dian dynasty, it will definitely damage his reputation. Xu Heng is a perfectionist. His eyes can't hold a grain of sand, let alone a thorn. Therefore, he drove the golden chariot and came from the Dian dynasty to meet the youngest guest of the so-called Shendanzong. Buzz. Xu Heng's 2 pupils and 1 coagulation seemed to emit a brilliant light. The golden crown on his head also burst out a rune. The terrible breath, like viscous liquid, enveloped the whole Luyun College in an instant. Who is playing wild in Luyun College? Cloudyu, the old dean, looked up at the golden rune rising like the speed of light, and his face was very dignified. Although it was far away, he still felt this terrible sense of oppression. Cloud Haze also looked up, a touch of astonishment appeared on her beautiful face, then she became heavy and said, "It's not very good. It's like another hospital for the chief student." Who did Qin Sheng provoke? Cloudland's heart murmured. A few days ago, Qin Sheng met Xiaochuan, who came from the family of Xia. Although he was 50 years old, he still belonged to the elite level of the young generation. Is Shachuan going back to punish Qin Sheng? Cloud Lan cannot help but say. Hearing this, Yunyue shook his head and said, Shachuan is also a strong man in Shinfu. He will not be so shameless to compete with a young man who knows the spirit. Besides, he punished Qin Sheng that day. Let me have a look. The college test is very near. It will start tomorrow. Xiao Bingming has followed Xia Chun back to the Dian dynasty. There are only 2 students in the whole Luoyuan College, Qin Sheng and Han Mengchen, who can match Meitong Tianjing. Therefore, Yunlan absolutely doesn't want Qin Sheng to be attacked. I'll go with you. The old Dean Yunyu said after a moment's meditation. Good. The breath of terror is full of the whole chief courtyard. Shu Heng lives in a high place and shines with great brilliance. He is like a young king coming out of the wasteland. He is destined to become a king in the future. Shu Heng raised his eyebrows and glanced at Qin Sheng indifferently. Qin Sheng felt the pressure on his body. However, it's a good thing that Qin Sheng can carry it. He can also carry the terror of the peerless powerful in Shinfu. What's more, Shu Hengyi, who hasn't been through the 9 heavy storms and thunderstorms before, can carry it. Ha ha, I really don't know if I'm fat enough to sit on the spot and watch the world. As soon as Shu Heng opened his speech, his words were full of coldness and arrogance. Do you really think that if you are only a 9th-level guest of Shindan sect, you will float away, thinking that you are the best in the world and have no enemies? Ridiculous. Shu Heng's eyes are indifferent and his voice is not loud, but it rings through the city of Dian. All the strong people can't help but look up and look at the direction of Xianglian College, because they feel that horrible atmosphere. Is Luoyuan College bad these days? Just sent away a strong man in the state of God's mansion, now another strong man has come to pass through multiple storms and thunderstorms? It's said that the court examination is very important near the court examination. The place of examination seems to be at the site of the previous dynasty, which attracted many strong people from the Baichen state or even the Dian dynasty. Then how can I go to Luoyuan College and be wild? It's not Qin Sheng. He's too fast. It's easy to break after a hard time. Many of them are hidden in all parts of Dian City. The powerful people from all sides can't help but talk about it in private. As soon as Qin Sheng's sword eyebrows were raised, his frozen face suddenly eased, showing a joking smile and saying, Are you sick? This Shu Hengyi is sick. He drives a golden chariot specially, and brings a group of followers who can easily sweep the whole Dian city to his other hospital. He is going to swear sovereignty, show his power and step under his feet. He also ridiculed the frog at the bottom of the well of Qin Sheng. Qin Sheng refined the inheritance and memory of the emperor. His experience is more than 1,000,000 times that of Shu Heng. Now, he is ridiculed by others. What the hell is this? Originally, Qin Sheng had some guilt for Shu Hengyi. After all, other people were Xia Bingming's fiancé. Although Shu Hengyi gradually alienated Xia Bingming over the years, the number of times they met was not more than 10. After all, Qin Sheng is still green in front of this incredible Shu Hengyi, a little guilty. However, now Shu Hengyi humiliates himself like this, first Yuanjing, then warning and threat. Who is Qin Sheng? Just now, the underground black market is in full swing, and we have tamed the 10,000-year-old monster Long Wei with ancestral dragon blood. How can I bear it? Can bear, which can't bear, the enemy of love is extremely jealous. If Shu Hengyi was a peerless expert in Shinfu, Qin Sheng might be afraid of it. But now, from the fluctuation of his yuan power, he can survive 6 times. Qin Sheng licked his mouth and passed it on to Long Wei, saying, Long Wei, is this sun powerful? This is a fat sheep. Do you want to kill it? Long Wei is full and sleeps on Qin Sheng's shoulder. There is no response to Shu Hengyi's so-called strong breath, so we can see how terrible his body is. What, fat sheep? Long Wei immediately turned over, and a pair of squint glanced at him. I'll do it first. Long Wei squints at Xu Hingyi, who can't survive, with a bad intention. Bold. The schoolboy Xu Chao snapped, his eyes shot out, and said, "Who and your guts dare you to humiliate the young master? Do you know where the master is holy? But the young king, who will be king in the future, I think you have eaten leopard gall and lost your heart." Xu Chao's face is full of murderous ideas, which makes the whole atmosphere depressed. You are kind-hearted, young master. You offered to give this son the medicine fee, but you didn't know how to do it. In turn, you mocked the young master. Xu Chao gnashed his teeth, hoping to swallow Qin Sheng. At last, he asked himself, "Please allow me to punish this son." Xu Hingyi's face is still cold and aloof. He looks like he is above the others. It seems that he doesn't feel much about Qin Sheng scolding for his illness. In fact, it's also normal. Like Xu Hingyi, who has been a genius for 6 disasters, is just in his early 20s, and he's accumulating strength to prepare for the future in the near future. He can overcome the 3 thunderstorm disasters under the surplus at one go and achieve the God's mansion at one stroke. It's easy and amazing. This is the essence of genius, which can fight across the great realm, and can't judge its real combat power from its superficial cultivation. Smell speech, Xu Hingyi indifferent nod, Wei, accurate, palm its mouth, waist its leg. When Xu Chao heard this, he was overjoyed. He had been unhappy with Qin Sheng for a long time. Is make impertinent remarks to a woodlouse in a remote mountain area. He saw himself as a great figure from the big Yan dynasty. He did not respect 3, but even 9, even he was still rude. He was a Xu Heng's book boy, but he was also an inner genius of Ling Zhao's student. Otherwise, he could get over a heavy storm. Like Xu dynasty, even in Dian dynasty, other people are respectful to themselves, not like Qin Sheng, who really regard themselves as a servant. Slow. At this time, Yunlan, who was dressed better than snow, finally arrived. She saw Xu Heng's exclusive golden chariot from a long distance, as well as the inner courtyard students of Lingxiao Holy Courtyard who are also Xu Chao and Yunlan. Xu Chao looks back at Yunlan and his face changes. He says, "Yunlan, it's you. I almost forgot that this junior college is your family's property." Xu Chao has a high face and a sense of superiority. For Xu Chao, Yunlan, a beautiful female student, is excellent even in Lingxiao Holy Academy. So, Xu dynasty once pursued Yunlan, but Yunlan didn't see it. Now seeing Yunlan come here to beg for love, it's natural to set up a small force. Maybe Yunlan can be convinced of himself, and then be pressed by himself. Is it not a woodlouse? Xu Chao's eyes are full of disdain. There is a sense of possessiveness in the bottom of his eyes. Don't get ahead of yourself in this matter. The students in your college have insulted the young master. When Xu Chao approached Yunlan, he found that Yunlan had disappeared for half a year, and his voice had become more refined and prosperous. The young master just let me hold his mouth and discard his legs. He should be grateful. Smell speech, cloud land, pretty face a coagulate, toward Xu Heng 1, Shirley Wei, see Xu Xiuchang. Xu Heng turned back and looked at Yunlan a little. Instead of answering, he said to the schoolboy, "Do it." Xu Xiuchang, is there any misunderstanding? Cloud Haze is in a hurry. What is Xu Hengyi's character and how to behave? Everyone is in Lingxiao Holy Palace. She is also very clear. And she also knows that Xu Hengyi is Xia Bingning's fiancé. As soon as they came to Luyun College, they were all fighting for the sake of Summer Bingning. There is no misunderstanding. At this time, Qin Sheng jumped out and said in a loud voice, "This goods is sick, and the sick are not light." For a moment, everyone was silent and stared at Qin Sheng. Are you a sword double? Have you ever felt dull pain in your double waist recently? If you use Yuan Li, it will become tingling? Qin Sheng crackled and said, "Young man, I think you have kidney deficiency, and it's not light." Kidney deficiency? Yunlan is also scared. Looking at Shuhenji, he is handsome and bright. His eyes are shining. His eyebrows are full and bright. His whole body is full of strong blood. How can he have kidney deficiency? You want to die? Shu Heng's indifferent face was finally a little more angry, and he shouted, "Cut him off." In any case, under the watchful eyes of the people act recklessly and blindly, he was mad at. Which was also mad by the Shu Chao. He never thought of it. He even laughed at the woodlouse. This is the most painful thing for men. If it is passed back to Lingxiao Holy Palace, 3 people become tigers, who knows what it will become? Especially those of the Lingxiao Holy House, who have some grudge with the Shu Heng, are expected to sneer at Shu Heng's own table, and then combine with Xiao Ling Ning to leave the other side, and spend the night with Qin Sheng's woodlouse orphan and widow. The reason is Shu Heng's kidney deficiency. Boom. Shu Chao's horrible Yuan Li burst out. He was hunting in a gorgeous robe. His hand stretched out, and his palm suddenly grew longer. He appeared on Qin Sheng's head like lightning. The palm is crystal clear, just like a jade hand, glittering with substantial runes. This is a manifestation of Fu skin. Close the door, let Long Wei go. In the face of Shu dynasty's fierce attack, Qin Sheng's face was still calm, without the panic that others imagined. Quack. Long Wei, whose strength has been restored to Tongmingjing, has no fear on his face, and even a pair of squint eyes are shining with excitement. He soars in the air, raises his hands high and drinks. Double dragons out to sea. A pair of toads 2 palms, light and soft, to face the horrible jade hand falling from the sky. Snap. The jade hand was stopped, and then a bone burst out. The sharp broken bone pierced the Fu skin, revealing the ferocious white bone, and the blood dropped rapidly. "On my hand!" Shu Chao yelled. He took back his jade hand and covered it with a cry. A pair of eagles locked the toad that was not noticeable on Qin Sheng's shoulder. That is. Shu Chao's face was ugly. Is it a toad? Standing up on Qin Sheng's shoulder like a human being, Long Wei stood with his hands on his back. His squint shot out a light of disdain and said, "Hey, I am a dragon, not a toad. How could you say something?" At this time, both Shu dynasty and Yunlan are shocked. Those who can spit out are all the 7 or 8 level monsters, maybe even the inborn ones, with more support from the demon family behind them. Shuhenji was also surprised. However, his eyes twinkled, as if he saw through Long Wei. He said indifferently, "It's just a toad that ate the fruit of Walingguo. It hurt you unexpectedly." Wen Yen, Shu Chao's heart is hanging down. If it's a big demon, with his current strength, it's like giving away the head. "Kill them all, I will plunder for you." Shu Hengyi actually wanted to plunder the array for the schoolboy himself, which made Shu Chao overjoyed. Shu Chao is just a schoolboy, but he has grown up with Shu Hengyi since he was a child, and the 2 people have established a great relationship. Although Shu dynasty is only a servant, it is not an ordinary servant. Otherwise, it will not be accepted into Lingxiao Holy Academy. With Shu Hengyi as his plunder array, Shu dynasty never had any scruples. What is the raid for? Long Wei squints and sneers, "If we want to go together, I'm in a hurry." Yunlan and Yunyue stare at each other. When is it? Shu Hengyi, who connects the 6 robbers, will pull down his face and kill you. He is still shouting. Khan, in fact, the good thing is to shout, the bad thing is to shout, that is to shout, without knowing what to do. What kind of owner really has, what kind of pet? Arrogant and domineering, you can't move your hand without moving your mouth. Isn't that the style of Qin Sheng all the way? Suddenly, Yunlan didn't worry about Qin Sheng. Because, once Cloud Lan also despised Qin Sheng, such as Qin Sheng, under the black hand, pitfall, more ruthless than anyone, when to suffer. Toad, I will step on you first. Xu Zhaoqi's body trembled. Yuan Li erupted, just like the eruption of a volcano. He used his martial arts. Star Catcher. Xu Dynasty used the martial arts of saint level. Just after being beaten through, the jade hand with broken bones recovered, and the white rune on the palm turned to gold, with the rune of stars. It's the advanced martial arts of Lingxiao Holy Academy. If you don't make enough contributions, let alone the inner academy students, even the core students may not be able to exchange it. Now the Xu Dynasty can practice this holy level martial arts, and it's also the best of the holy level. Boom. The martial arts of the top level of the holy rank are blooming. They are very fierce and terrible. Even the sun seems to be covered, dark and dark, just like the night. You can imagine how terrible it is. Take your head first. Xu Dynasty didn't take Long Wei and Qin Sheng seriously. He looked back at Yunlan, who had a dignified face. His face was full of superiority. It seems to be saying, look, although I was only a schoolboy, I was definitely not an ordinary schoolboy. In the future, waiting for Xu Heng to become a scholar, he would also spread his fame in the Dian Emperor dynasty and even the whole Tianyuan mainland. What kind of martial arts? Long Wei Pu, squint despise, even spit a thick sputum, look at me, Kong Long regrets. Long Wei is roaring, the whole person, no, the whole toad's appearance has changed, his purple circle is shining, his fingerprints are changing, and the whole person exudes the ancient and holy atmosphere. Behind Long Wei, the shadow of a golden dragon rises, with indifference and horror in his eyes, locking Xu Chao in a moment. Pa! The golden dragon's virtual shadow swept by, the dragon wagged its tail, and Xu flew backwards, bumped into the golden chariot. The golden chariot was shining with gold. He bounced Xu away, and his bones cracked. I don't know how many of them were broken. Poof. Xu Chao spits blood in a large mouth. He is wasted, his bones are broken, and even the sea of Yuanli is shaken. When the two dragons go out to sea, they will regret it. Long Wei stood up with his hands down, pretending to be an expert from outside the world. The devil-like pretending forced him to say, what weak chicken thing? It's so weak and arrogant. Bah! Long Wei spits a thick sputum again, draws a wonderful arc and sticks it on the book boy's face. Xu Chao, who has a habit of cleanliness, has always been spotless. Now he is stuck on his face by a thick, sticky, yellow sputum. There is some salty smell coming from his nostrils, which makes him nauseous. Xu Chao's bones were all interrupted by Long Wei's so-called strong dragon regrets. Now he can't even lift a finger, so he can only glare at Long Wei. What are you? Long Wei squint mocks. Bah! A thick sputum and a wonderful arc, just like a blink, fell into Xu Dynasty's face, covering his face. Even Xu Hengyi's breath has no effect. Xu Chao felt that he was going to suffocate. How arrogant he was in Lingxiao Holy Palace, where he was able to communicate with others. He also survived a heavy storm and thunder. He was so humiliated by a toad in this shit place. In addition, he has a serious habit of cleanliness. After staring at Long Wei for a few times, he was so angry that he fainted. Xu Dynasty. Xu Heng shouts Xu Chao and finds that Xu Chao is hurt too much. He turns his hand and throws a bottle of pills to another servant for treatment. Congratulations. Xu Heng turned around and looked at Qin Sheng and the toad named Long Wei. There was a sharp look on his imposing face, and he said, "You've really pissed me off." Xu Heng Yigui is the legitimate son of the royal family. He is destined to become the king's peerless genius. He was born with the golden key, never suffered any twists and turns, and even if he was in the capital of Dian dynasty, he had never fought with a group of royal families, and Ho families, and never suffered such a big loss. 3 days ago, on the bulletin board, he received a message from Xia Chun that Xia Bingning had an affair with a minion named Qin Sheng. This made him go to Dian City thousands of miles away. He wanted to teach the toad who was sitting in the well and watching the sky without knowing his life. Originally, Xu Heng didn't care to do it by himself. Genius has the arrogance of genius. Not everyone deserves to do it by himself. What's more, even if you let your own children do it, it's the biggest face. In Xu Heng's view, there seems to be absolutely no intersection between Qin Sheng and his own background, which is billions of miles away. Long Wei, do you have regrets about the strong dragon but pass on the secret method? Qin Sheng asked with a smile. Long Wei squinted at Qin Sheng, a little more satisfied on his face, and said, that must be, do you want to learn? Qin Sheng said with a smile, I must want to learn. Exchange Kunping fist. Go away. Now his schoolboy has been abandoned. He lost so simply. This man and beast are talking freely. It seems that they don't pay attention to him at all. Enough. Xu Heng suddenly drinks, just like the thunderbolt. His eyes emit electric light and lock Qin Sheng. He is ignored. He doesn't put himself in his eyes. As soon as Xu Heng started, he raised his hand, and the power of terror suddenly filled the air. Even Yunyue and Yunlan wanted to avoid it. At this time, there was a terrible sound of air breaking in the distance. Yuanwei's came. He stood between Qin Sheng and Shuhenji as if in a blink. I don't care who you are. Get out of the way, or you'll see it as a fight against the Shu family. Xu Heng frowned and looked up at the flying Yuan Huaza. Obviously, Xu Heng does not know Yuan Huaza at all. Yuan Huaza looks back at Qin Sheng and asks, Qin Sheng, are you okay? Qin Sheng looks at the Yuanweis, who comes here. He is moved. He doesn't notice Yuanweis, but he also comes to save himself. Qin Sheng grinned and pointed to Xu Chao, who was lying on the ground bleeding. He said, we are not the ones who have something. Yuan Huaza said with a wry smile, you're really a master who can't stay idle. Smell speech, Qin Sheng shrugs, Wei, the trouble is not us, some people inexplicably break into my other hospital, scold, like a beast, do not know how to respect people. Who are you scolding, brute? Xu Heng's anger cannot be stopped. He has never been so humiliated since he was born. Shuhenji. Yuan Huaza frowned and said, today's matter, even if a misunderstanding, who is right and who is wrong, it doesn't matter. Who are you? Do you know who I am? Xu Heng's handsome face is a little more angry, get out of the way, I can feel that you are the strong one who can pass 9 robbers, but in the same realm, you are not necessarily my opponent. There should also be a bottom line to be an outsider. If you go out of your way, you will be killed in minutes. Xu Heng won indifference Wei, the voice has the icy and piercing murderous meaning. Xu Hengyi is so strong that he doesn't seem to see Yuan Huaza in his eyes. You can't touch him. Yuan Huaza frowns. He has 9 robberies. In the future, he wants to achieve the existence of Shenfu. Now he is warned by Xu Hengyi. However, the genius of the royal family like Xu Hengyi has the possibility to fight across a large realm. Therefore, even though he has gone through 3 times of storm and thunder more than Xu Hengyi, he still doesn't look down upon him. Qin Sheng is a guest appointed by Qiu Qingyi himself, and a member of Shendanzong. Yuanyue said with good words. Bullshit. Xu Heng is angry and sneers, what about Qiu Qingyi? How about Shendanzong? It's just a 9-level guest. Even if I cut it, I'll cut it in vain. What can Shendanzong do for me? What can you do to me? There is no doubt that Xu Heng's son is arrogant and cold, and he is forced to act in front of the public. Ha ha, isn't it? It turns out that my Shendanzong is so unbearable that he can't get into the eyes of Xu's legitimate son. At this time, there was a hearty laugh in the sky, and two figures came from the distance. It was a handsome man, dressed in a red robe, with a faint wave of fire between his eyebrows. He was only close to him, but his breath escaped. The whole heaven and earth seemed to boil. The temperature surged by more than 10 degrees, just like a stove. Beside the handsome man, stood a clever woman. Qin Sheng looked at it and found that it was Han Mingchen, Lord Yuanchen. Yuan Huaza even saluted the man in the red robe who came to him. Yuanchen's eyebrows were ablaze with different fire marks. He looked at Yuan Huaza and smiled mildly. He said, "Elder Yuan, you don't need to be polite." As soon as Xu Heng saw Yuanchen, his face changed on the spot. This Yuanchen is the inheritor of Shendan sect. He has a very high position. He also studied in Qiuqing, who is better than the blue. Now he has achieved the Shinfu. Whether it's talent or strength, it seems that Xu Hengyi is under pressure. Some time ago, Xu Hengyi had a conflict with this Yuanchen, because he found a treasure in a secret place, and Xu Hengyi suffered a small loss at the beginning. Yuanchen's red robe has no wind and self-discipline, and the sky is full of martial arts, with endless indifference in his voice. He looked at Xu Hengyi from a distance, and his face was full of sarcasm. He said quietly, "Xu Hengyi, your son of the royal family, is a little gifted. He has survived several storms. But it's no skill to show off your authority here. You're not so arrogant and domineering in the emperor." Yuan Chen's voice is full of disdain. There are so many saints and daughters of Dian Emperor. They are just like Christian carp crossing the river. The genius of leaping over the dragon's gate is great. Xu Hengyi is absolutely arrogant in the imperial capital, and he will become king in the future. He has the ability to leap over the dragon's gate. However, after all, they are not the top group. After all, some of them are more evil, or some of them are older than him. The former son of God is more rebellious than him. It can be said without hesitation that in the imperial capital of Dian dynasty, there are many people who can make Xu Heng eat shriveled, but those people can't come to Dian City where the birds don't shit at all. Among them, this new year is one of the things that can make Xu Heng eat shriveled. As soon as Yuanchen's voice came out, the atmosphere in the other courtyard seemed to solidify on the spot. Two young kings from Dian dynasty are fighting against each other. This is Mars hitting the earth. It's true that Xu Heng's face was iron green when he was a little frozen. He did eat shriveled food in front of Yuanchen. But he is the legitimate son of the royal family. The terrible existence of the king to be granted in the future is now exposed by Yuanchen in public. Xu Heng gave a cold snort, with endless coldness in his voice, and said in a deep voice, "The first day, this son was vicious and tangled up with my fiancée. Now he indulged a toad to commit murder. It's impossible for the whole family to give up. Someone's farting." Qin Sheng laughed loudly. "Are you sure Bingning is your wife? Where were you when she was seriously ill? She despaired, and went away to die. Where are you? She was bullied, helpless, where are you?" Qin Sheng's approach step by step, each step, the breath has soared some, and finally climbed to the peak of the sky. This is the zenith of heaven that the body can reach. After Dabu, the breakthrough of body refining by gods and demons, and the refining of flesh body by wind and thunder robbery, it actually climbed to the extreme. Xu Heng's eyebrows are ugly. He has given up Xiaobingning. He has been looking on coldly for his experiences over the years. A woman just died, and the most beautiful woman, finally, is also a red skeleton. The most important thing is to help their cultivation, never stop their own king. You want to die? Xu Hengyi is said to be in pain by Qin Sheng. He becomes angry with embarrassment. The horrible Yuanli bursts out. If he wants to start, he opens his mouth and spits out a sword. Buzzing. The golden blade is spit out, flashing the dazzling rune, the air is cut, even the earth is crushed and turned into powder. Can you spit out the blade with your mouth open? Everyone is frightened. What kind of martial arts is it? This sword is too fast, as if time has stopped, blinking to Qin Sheng's body. Shu Hengji, dare you? The first day was furious. He raised his hand and held out a big one. It was not big, but it was as fast and terrible. He grabbed the golden blade in one hand and then twisted it hard. Click. The golden blade is crushed, but like the crushed glass, it explodes in all directions, and goes faster than before. Yuanchen, the man I want to kill, you can't help it. Shu Hengji laughs wildly. His realm of spirit is beyond the realm of heaven and soul and reaches the realm of life and soul. The realm of spirit is divided into the realm of earth, the realm of heaven and the realm of life. And the life-soul environment is divided into life-soul 1 star to life-soul 9 stars. Among them, the level of life-soul 9 stars is the highest. It's very difficult to reach the heaven-soul state. Even many strong people who have gone through the storm and thunder just stay in the earth-soul state. Through the 9 robberies, it's amazing that the spirit state can reach the heaven-soul state. And this Shu Hengji is really too evil. He is only in his early 20s, a few years older than Qin Sheng. He has not only completed the double cultivation of sword and martial arts, but also gone through the 6 times of storm and thunder. Even in the realm of spirit, he can surpass the realm of heaven and soul and reach the 1 star of life and soul. Although it's just a star of life and soul, it's a big gap. The gap between the realm of spirit and spirit is greater than that between martial arts, sword and physical cultivation. A broken blade, into nothingness, contains a spirit attack. The material attack is easy to resist, but the spirit attack has no way. Pooh. All this happened so suddenly that even the first day didn't expect that Shu Hengji would be so shameless to deal with a warrior who was just communicating with the soul, just like an ant. He even exerted the strongest attack, and in the case of stealing attack, he would attack with the spirit at last. Yuanchen shakes his head in his heart. He knows that it's too late. If he is near, he may be able to help Qin Sheng resist the attack. But even if he is far away, his real strength is much stronger than that of Shu Hengji, but he can't reach it. Qin Sheng is going to die. If there is no soul armor, he will surely die. Yuanchen often competes with a group of Tianzi Jiazi of Dian Emperor. He is very clear about their strength. Although Shu Hengji's strength is not the highest, it is absolutely not bad. Even if he is a double cultivation of sword and martial arts, his spiritual cultivation is definitely far superior to that of Qin Sheng. The blade of nothingness, with the smell of heat and destruction, directly fell into Qin Sheng's eyebrow. Qin Sheng's body was stiff as if he had been struck by thunder. Boom! Qin Sheng's mind was furious. A huge sea of souls seemed to set off a strong wind and waves. The waves were 3,000 feet high, and the blade of nothingness pierced through the sky. Since Qin Sheng's spirit was promoted to the heaven soul state, it has condensed into a crystal of God crystal, which has the power of soul. The God crystal in the heaven soul environment is not solid and very fragile. It doesn't even have room protection, let alone one. Even one fist can crush the God crystal of Qin Sheng. Qin Sheng and the soul of the Sea of God crystal is based on their own template, like a miniature version of Qin Sheng. Qin Sheng's Shenjing is wearing a piece of armor. It's dark and shiny. The blade of nothingness stabs on its armor. It's the soul armor. It has a white mark. It can't shake Qin Sheng's Shenjing at all. Qin Sheng. Yunlan is shouting. She didn't expect that things would happen to this extent. Qin Sheng, who has no soul armor, will surely die. Soul armor is a very high-level existence. Even the lowest soul armor is worth more than 50 million yuan crystals, and it will take decades, even hundreds of years, to produce one. It can also be produced in batches. Even if it's 5 pattern, it's very difficult to refine soul armor. It takes a lot of efforts of master so. Therefore, most of the soul armor is passed down through inheritance. It is impossible to sell soul armor without destroying a family. Even the lowest level of soul armor is a rare commodity in the Dian dynasty, and it's impossible to have it if it's not a prince like legitimate son. Even the prince's legitimate son of Dian dynasty can own it, and the legitimate sons of other forces do not necessarily have it. You can imagine how rare the soul armor exists. This is just a remote town in the middle of a big Yan dynasty. How can a woodlouse genius born from this bird's ship place have a soul armor? Xu Heng's face, Lung Sen, looked at the Yuan Chen, who could not rest. He was very happy in his heart. He finally choked himself to death. He laughed and said, "A woodlouse in the district, even if it is a 9th-grade guest from your god Danzong. I can compensate you for the loss of Shen Danzong." Xu Heng said with a smile, "It seems that Qin Sheng's life and death are not in his eyes at all. A woodlouse act recklessly and blindly, and think I dare not kill him? It's a joke." In the Dian dynasty, it was hard to avoid fighting among the major forces. As long as the legitimate son is not dead and some of his subordinates are dead, it's only a matter of compensation. It's not a big problem. It's absolutely impossible for several major forces to revenge each other in death. This is some of the hidden rules of the Dian dynasty. All the major forces are tacit. Yuan Chen is furious. He came to Dian City mainly for 2 purposes. First, take good care of the little younger martial sister that you just received. Second, we should try our best to win over Qin Sheng. We should even put down our faces and become brothers with Qin Sheng. In Xiao Qingyi's original words, if Qin Sheng is willing to be your brother, it's the blessing of your first few years of cultivation. It's definitely a big chance. As a former son of God, how could he not be a little arrogant? Now his master even let himself kneel and lick. Yes, it's this word, which is not exaggerated at all. Xiao Qingyi even asked Yuanchen to kneel and lick Qin Sheng. Especially, my Yuanchen has achieved the God's mansion, and then I will go to make contributions, accumulate achievements, and wait for the enfeoffment of Emperor Yin. Actually, let oneself kneel to lick a martial artist of the soul state, is this special to be kidding? Yuanchen questioned Xiao Qingyi on the spot, and then was severely repaired by Xiao Qingyi. Xiao Qingyi had never repaired him, but this time he was badly repaired. Finally, Yuanchen comes to Dian City with resentment. He also wants to see what the holy place of Qin Sheng is, which even his master adores so much. However, I just arrived. Seeing Qin Sheng being bullied by Xu Hengyi, I was ready to yell at Xu Hengyi with indignation, and then came to kneel and lick Qin Sheng. Although Yuanchen is not convinced, his life is hard to disobey. But now it's screwed up. Qin Sheng can't have soul armor. Even if he didn't die, he became an idiot. How can I explain to you like master? Yuanchen gazes at Xu Hengyi angrily, which is the death gaze, the fury of Shenfu state, destroying the sky and destroying the earth, and the threat of terror, making the sky seem to sink. Xu Hengyi, do you want to be shameful? The gorgeous red robe of Yuanchen was ignited, and the fire between his eyebrows was burning. He was dying to suppress it. He wanted to shoot out the fire and burn Xu Hengyi to ashes. Yuanchen is a higher realm than Xu Hengyi. It's not impossible to kill him. Xu Heng, with a sword and eyebrow, said indifferently, "What's the matter? Do you want to kill me? But you have to think clearly, kill me, you can't live." Xu Hengyi is very confident. He thinks that as long as Yuanchen is not crazy, he can't kill him. Isn't it just a 9-level guest? I'll recommend 7 or 8 to you later. Xu Hengyi said indifferently. Yuanchen is mad. This time, he's eaten shriveled. Kill Xu Hengyi? At the moment when he was just furious, he had this idea, but in a flash, he couldn't kill the legitimate son of a royal family for Qin Sheng. Killing people cannot overdo it, but in the end, as Xu Hengyi said, he will lose his life for it, and even cause the Shen Danzong and Xu family to fight against the two big inflamed emperors. After anger is calm. Yuanqin grimly smiled and said, I dare not kill you, but it's easy to teach you a lesson, break your hands and feet, get swollen nose and bruised face. Dare you? Hearing this, Xu Heng's face sank. He was not Yuanqin's opponent. Yuanqin had to teach himself a lesson. He couldn't resist it. What can I dare not to do? The sound of the first day is approaching Xu Hengyi. Well, wait a minute. Suddenly, Qin Sheng's voice was stunned again. You're not dead? Xu Hengyi looks back and finds that Qin Sheng looks at himself as if he were an idiot. Impossible. My divine spirit attacks, even the powerful people who have passed through the storm and thunder can't resist. Xu Heng's face was full of shock. You are only in the state of soul. Even the soul of war hasn't been melted. What can you use to resist my soul attack? Qin Sheng sneers, idiot, I can't think of such a simple problem. I have soul armor, ha ha ha. Qin Sheng has soul armor? Several hot eyes turned into consternation. Soul armor is a precious treasure, even in the family of princes and emperors. It can only be possessed by the most outstanding disciples. If the talent and potential are not very large, the given soul armor even has defects. It has been attacked and damaged by the spirit, repaired, and given to the younger disciples. How can you have a soul armor? It's impossible. You are a woodlouse, a frog in a small place. How can you have a gem soul? Xu Heng's state of mind collapsed, or even completely exploded. In his opinion, Qin Sheng's cultivation is low and his family background is even more quagmire. What can he compare with himself? Even Xu Hengyi has just received a soul armor from his family, so he knows how precious it is. Now Qin Sheng, even in front of the public, ridiculed himself as an idiot, told himself to have soul armor. This gap between the former and the latter makes Xu Hengyi extremely unbalanced. The first day is also a lung, followed by a touch of ecstasy. Lang said, Brother Qin Sheng, you are worthy of the words of the master. Among the people, the dragon and the phoenix have a soul armor. Long Wei murmured in a low voice, the soul of the dragon and the phoenix is not recovered from the underground black market. Bang! Qin Sheng slapped Long Wei away, and Long Wei quacked with pain, saying, Speak well. Yes, Qin Sheng's soul armor was retrieved from the underground black market. There are only 2 soul armor in the whole underground black market, and one of them is broken, the only one is intact and taken away by Qin Sheng without hesitation. Joking, there is soul armor. Qin Sheng must have put it on for himself for the first time. Qin Sheng has many enemies, and he is the most clear. Especially in the face of more and more fierce opponents, Qin Sheng is very clear about his current short board, which is the spirit realm. For those who go through multiple storms and thunder, it is relatively low, just barely reaching the spirit realm. Looking at Yuanqin, Qin Sheng smiled and said, Brother Yuanqin killed me. I'm just lucky. I found a soul armor in the magic dragon wasteland occasionally. Hearing this, Yuanqin's face changed a little. It's soul armor. Did you find it? And I was still careless. Ha ha, Brother Qin Sheng is funny. Yuanmo also wants to pick up a soul armor. Yuanqin said with a smile. Xu Heng's face is very embarrassed. He looks like a dog. But he is a soul armor. Did he find it? Even his soul armor has gone through thousands of hardships and accumulated a lot of family merits, so that he can get the gift of the patriarch. Qin Sheng turned his hand, and there was another green soul armor that was only the size of his thumb and was crystal clear and illusory. Recently, the magic dragon wasteland revived. Many sites have been unsealed. Too many treasures have been spurted out. I have an extra soul armor here. Please give it to Brother Yuan-Chen. Qin Sheng said with a smile. Yuan-Chen is a genius in Shinfu. Although his combat effectiveness is not as strong as Qiu Qingyi, he is still a terrible existence. He has come all the way to show himself. How can Qin Sheng be ignorant of his worldly wisdom? No matter how stingy you are, you should show it well. Besides, Qin Sheng has revealed that he has a soul armor. If he doesn't hold Yuan-Chen's thigh tightly, he may cause greed of other terrible forces and commit murders and surrenders. At the first hearing of the new year, there was a flash of ecstasy on his face. He was at a site some time ago. His soul armor was destroyed. He came back from 9 deaths. He was worried about how to add a soul armor. In the way of cultivation, the most consumed is Yuan Jing. Even for Yuan-Chen, 50 million Yuan Jing and 50,000 Yuan stones are not small numbers. After all, Yuan-Chen has not yet become a king, no fiefdoms, the speed of making money cannot be compared with Qin Sheng. This isn't that great? Yuan-Chen's eyes are eager, but his words are very embarrassed. Qin Sheng turned serious and said, Brother Yuan-Chen, what are you talking about? Qin Sheng is still not my own man. We are all God Dan's own. We must share our blessings. Besides, it's just a soul armor. I haven't put it in my eyes. Black sheep, Long Wei lies on the ground quacking. Bang! Qin Sheng gave Long Wei another slap. Xu Heng's face was hard to see. He couldn't say a word when he saw Qin Sheng. People are more dead than people. This Woodlouse even owns a soul armor. Wear one for yourself, and now send one for Yuan-Chen? Where is this Woodlouse? It's a local tyrant. Yuan Hui's also said with a smile, you don't have to be embarrassed, Lord Yuan-Chen. Qin Sheng's little friend is a generous person. It's no surprise to send you a soul armor. Take it. Qin Sheng thrust the soul armor into the stupefied Yuan-Chen. Yuan-Chen looks at the soul armor in his hand. It's very dreamy. Some of them are not true. This is a valuable soul armor. Even if it has some flaws, it needs to be repaired. It's also worth 40 million yuan of crystal, converted into 40,000 yuan of stone. Really? Yuan-Chen, the genius of Shinfu, secretly swallowed a mouthful of saliva, moistened his dry throat, and seriously asked, aren't you kidding? Qin Sheng chuckled and said, no matter how stupid I am, I won't make fun of a strong man in Shinfu. Those who are strong in Shinfu are 3 higher than Qin Sheng. Even if Qin Sheng has the means to fight against the sky, it is impossible to fight against it. One slap will be crushed. Take it, Lord Yuan-Chen. Yuan Hui's once again advised, I once received the precious gift from Qin Sheng's little friend, whose value is no less than your soul armor. It's more precious than soul armor. Qin Sheng suddenly said, looking at Xu Hengyi with a gloomy face, he said, Elder Brother Yuan-Chen, if you feel that you don't have merit and don't accept salary, and you're sorry for my gift, then you can beat him up as a reward. Qin Sheng points to Xu Hengyi, his eyes are as deep as stars, and his mouth is pulled up in a very joking arc. Smell speech, Xu Hengyi's face is gloomy to the extreme, he did not expect that things happened to this extent. Is Qin Sheng crazy? Unexpectedly, he took out a soul armor with a value of more than 50 million yuan to reward himself. Xu Heng's face is very unnatural. He wants to escape, because he is not Yuan-Chen's opponent at all. Yuan-Chen is not the first time for Xu Heng to fight. Every time when the battle comes down, Xu Heng is one of the losers. At the first hearing, he was also happy and said with a smile, since Brother Qin Sheng regards me as a brother, I will not be hypocritical. I will take this soul armor. You are right. Qin Sheng is not a thing in the pool. He is not as simple as he thought. He made me kneel and lick him, for my sake. In Yuanshan's heart, he sighed, Master still treats me as a son. I guess he also gets a lot of benefits from Qin Sheng, right? Yuanshan said in his heart, I just came here for a while, and even sent me the soul armor. If I don't want to face, put down the dignity of Shenfu, or even kneel down to lick Qin Sheng according to the master's words, what kind of chance will I get? Qiu Qingyi was very clear about Qin Sheng's potential and talent, and was fooled by Qin Sheng. He had the guidance of the most powerful person behind him, and came from the depths of the magic dragon wasteland. My dear, the magic dragon wasteland is not as simple as it used to be. It's definitely not as simple as it seems to outsiders. How could the peerless strong man come out of the demon dragon wasteland be immortal? It may even be beyond the terrible existence of the cave. What's more, Qiu Qingyi saw Qin Sheng's demeanor after being a high man. Therefore, according to Qiu Qingyi, it is absolutely right to let his apprentice kneel and lick Qin Sheng. Ha ha, brother Yuanshan, you are welcome. Qin Sheng laughed and pointed to Xu Hengyi, who was a little bit delicate on his face. I've seen this grandson's eyesight for a long time. Please take care of it and teach him a lesson. You don't have to kill him. After all, it's also a smelly stone, so you don't have to be coquettish. You just need to hit him crying and yelling at his mother. Qin Sheng said with a smile, I'm not too deceiving, ha ha. Longwei whispered again, he is the prince's son. You can't beat him to cry for his father and his mother. Too shameful. I will destroy you on behalf of Zulong. Bang! Qin Sheng slapped the disorderly dragon Wei again. Thank you for your new year. Qin Sheng said with a smile, which was full of banter. Yuanshan nodded, clapped his chest, and said, ha ha, don't worry, brother Qin Sheng, make sure to beat him and cry for his father and mother. As soon as the voice came out, the Yuanshan rose to the sky, and the horrible Yuan power waves broke out, shooting towards Xu Hengyi, who was about to leave. Yuanshan, how dare you beat me? Xu Heng looked at Yuanshan incredulously, and the horrible fluctuation of Yuanli made him vomit blood. This is the terrible pressure of the Shenfu realm. As a powerful man of Shenfu realm, Yuanshan is more talented than Xu Heng, and can even fight across a large realm. Legend has it that the first day just completed the Shenfu, can fight against the old monsters in the cave and never die. It can be imagined that this new year is so terrible. Xu Hengyi is only a man with 6 robberies. He feels as if he is trapped in the earth and hard to move. He opens his mouth and spits out a golden sword blade, covering the multiplying and dazzling runes. Between the lightning and flint, he stabs the Yuanshan. The first day stands in the sky. The red robe makes a sound of hunting. With a fierce wave of sleeves, the sleeves are as hard as iron on the spot. They are covered with a fire. They are so hot that they take off Xu Hengyi's blade. Chasm. The blade was smashed by Yuanshan's slap. Small skills of carving insects. Yuanshan sneered and said, is this the capital of your arrogant boa? No wonder you don't dance very much in the capital. If you didn't fight several times, I would have wanted to beat you up for a long time. Xu Hengyi was spitting blood. He didn't expect that the Yuanshan would be so violent. He smashed his blade with a slap. Pa! A handprint quickly enlarges in Xu Hengyi's eyes, and then in a hot eye, it is mercilessly drawn on his face. Xu Hengyi was directly pumped away, spitting blood in the mid-air. A lot of blood was spilled into the air, and then he hit the golden chariot heavily. Boom! The golden chariot is shaking wildly, and the dazzling runes are flying in the sky. It's a 6-pattern rune, no wonder it's so dazzling. Cough. Xu Hengyi's golden crown was swept away, and a sharp palm print appeared on his handsome face. The burning pain made him angry. Yuanshan, you dared to hit me in the face. Xu Heng felt that his chest was burning with rage, and he was about to explode. From his birth to now, he has fought with the legitimate sons of many emperors and generals, each winning or losing, but he has never been beaten in front of the public like he is today. Xu Hengji stroked the red and swollen face, and his body trembled faintly. Though he didn't want to believe it, he was reminded of the burning pain on his face and the pain from his back hitting the golden chariot. He's not dreaming, but he's really being slapped. Rumble. The sky is covered with dark clouds. It's raining heavily, and there's a terrible thunder pouring down. Xu Heng is shining like a horrible young king. He draws his sword. It's an ancient sword. It's simple and dignified. Countless runes are interwoven. Yuanchen smiled quietly and said, "Have you drawn your sword? It's said that your swordsmanship is better than martial arts. However, I advise you not to light your sword. You are not my opponent." Xu Heng stares at Yuanchen. His whole body radiates a sharp light like a sword blade, and the horrible sword will blossom. In the end, Xu Heng didn't continue to do it, and he even confessed. Yuanchen is right. He is not his opponent at all. If we continue to fight, we can only be completely suppressed, and we will only lose face even more. Qin Sheng raised his eyebrows and saw Xu Heng's eyes deeply. He was moved in his heart. Xu Heng was worthy of being the legitimate son of the royal family. He was beaten in front of the public, but he could swallow this evil spirit. Brother Qin Sheng, that's it. After all, he is the legitimate son of the royal family. If you slap him, it will be a lesson. Yuanchen looks back at Qin Sheng and asks for his opinion. Qin Sheng shrugged and said, "It doesn't matter. Yuanchen is right." Although Qin Sheng is very unhappy with Xu Heng, his identity is too high. If he is in a hurry, he will jump from the wall. That's not good. Hearing this, Xu Heng stared at Qin Sheng maliciously and said, "Qin Sheng, today's disgrace, I will return it 10,000 times later. I advise you to kneel down now and kowtow to me. Otherwise, do you think Yuanchen can protect you all your life?" Xu Heng's words are strict and do not cover up his killing intention. As soon as Qin Sheng's sword eyebrows coagulate, Xu Heng is right. The strength gap between him and Xu Heng is too big. Moreover, as Xu Heng's identity and background, it's really easy for him to kill Qin Sheng. There are at least 100 ways. When Xu Heng saw Qin Sheng didn't respond, he felt confident on the spot. He said with a grim smile, "You have a family, too. If you can run a monk, you can't run a temple, Yuanchen. As soon as you go, I'll let people kill your 9 clans. If you are wise, you will." Before Xu Hengji finished speaking, his pupils suddenly contracted, because he saw a fist rolled by lightning. It was too fast, and he was suppressed by Yuanchen again. His body was like a mire, and his reaction speed was 100 times slower. He wants to avoid, but the fist is too fast. With the awesome rune light, smash it on his face. Bang! Xu Heng's face was hit askew, and he crashed into the hard wheels of the golden chariot. The golden chariot is a high-level talisman. Its wheels are all made of noble metal. How hard it is! Even the experts in the Shenfu area can hardly defeat it with one stroke. Xu Heng felt a headache, his forehead was smashed, and the blood flowed all over the place. His blood glimmered with the light of runes. This is the power of blood. It shows that the blood of his ancestors once existed in the world of terror. However, in the generation of Xu Heng, the power of blood has been very weak, and not every drop of blood contains the power of blood. Yuanmai, Zhanhuan and bloodline can all be inherited, especially bloodline. If you have bloodline power, it will become very terrible. There are many kinds of blood power. For example, some powerful people have the blood of gods and demons, with 3 heads and 6 arms. Their descendants will inherit the power of their blood, with 3 heads and 6 arms. For another example, some families against heaven have the horror of rebirth of blood in their ancestors, which is almost the same as the immortal body. As long as there is a drop of blood left after being killed, they can be reborn in nirvana. This immortal phoenix is terrible, but this kind of blood is very rare, and it's very difficult to reproduce. All kinds of blood power are similar to the natural supernatural power inherited by the beast, but the natural supernatural power of the beast is more terrible. Xu Heng felt dizzy and full of stars. He wiped his forehead and had blood in his hand. He was furious. He had a thin vein of his ancestors. In the near future, he would go home to receive the baptism of his family. He had a chance to awaken his blood. It can be said that every drop of his blood is precious and incomparable, and there can be no waste, because it will affect his blood awakening. Qin Sheng, wait for me. When I return to the family, let the family send out the strong, and I will surely kill the 9 of you. Xu Heng is about to split his campus. His face is full of murderous intentions. He has no sympathy. Even if Yuanqin is present, he doesn't have any scruples. He has 10 million hearts. Yuanqin is absolutely afraid to kill him. Unless, Yuanqin himself will not die. Yuanqin is also covered. He just imprisoned Xu Heng. Unexpectedly, Qin Sheng took advantage of the chaos and beat Xu Heng directly. After all, Xu Heng is also the king's son of heaven. Qin Sheng humiliated him in front of the public. No one can stand it. Is it? Qin Sheng's eyes narrowed into a straight line, and he felt that his scale was touched. Xu Heng was too arrogant to threaten Qin Sheng for the first time. Since that's the case, I'll kill you first. Long Wei, fight in the dead. It's mine if you die. Qin Sheng greets Long Wei and jumps to Xu Heng. Pa. Qin Sheng slaps Xu Heng away. At this time, Xu Heng is still suppressed by Yuanqin, and many of his treasures can't be used, so he is beaten by Qin Sheng. Bah! Long Wei Quack shouted, spitting out a thick sputum and fell on Xu Heng's face. Isn't it a disciple of a small family, and dare to call yourself a king? What kind of king are you? Long Wei's words are sharp with endless disdain. King, that's the king of people. Long Wei once saw the king when he was young. That's the king of 9 heavens and 10 lands, powerful and boundless. It's not polite to say that even the powerful people in the cave have no qualification to be minions in front of the king. Qin Sheng and Long Wei fight to the flesh and beat Xu Heng to death. Although they are cherished with treasure, their vital organs and other important parts are well protected, that is, their faces and limbs suffer. The whole Luyun College is still. Yunlan and Yinhua stare at each other. Even Yuanqin looks unbelievable. Lan, Qin Sheng's beating people like this won't bring any terrible consequences? Yinhua secretly swallowed a mouthful of saliva to moisten his dry throat. Xu Heng is the son of the royal family and the son of Lingxiao Holy Palace. He was beaten by Qin Sheng and a toad? Speaking out, it will definitely frighten a large group of people. If it is passed back to the Dian dynasty, it is estimated that there will be a huge wave. Because it's so explosive, the minion who connects the soul, the son of Lingxiao Holy Palace, the son of heaven who will be the king in the future. The first day also frowned. At the same time, he exclaimed that Qin Sheng was too fierce. He was just arrogant. The young people of all the big families in the Dian dynasty fought with each other, and some of them would be beaten if they lost, but he had never been as miserable as Xu Heng. This violent fight lasted for a whole time. Yuanqin even wanted to take back his prestige, because he was afraid of a real accident. He was afraid that Qin Sheng accidentally killed Xu Heng, which really caused a disaster. Bang! Kuanping boxing. Qin Sheng's Kuanping boxing has a horrible breath. It's a fist technique from 9 days and 10 places. It's big-headed and very scary. Its power is extraordinary. He cocked Xu Heng's nose with one punch. Double dragons out to sea. The strong dragon regrets. Longwei's goods are very sharp. He is even fiercer than Qin Sheng when he is in the dark. His fist is as hard as Fu Jin, and he is also specialized in face fighting. Occasionally, he feels sick. Xu Hengji spits out a big spit arrow, wakes up and turns yellow. He feels sick to the extreme. Qin Sheng twisted Xu Hengyi's neck with his hands like a pair of iron tongs, which made him gasp for breath, blushed, and said, "You are just like this, you want to kill my 9 families? Something shameless to face." Qin Sheng's other hand slapped Xu Hengji's face. His face soon swelled like a pig's head. There is no handsome martial arts, sword eyebrow star. I'll say you have kidney deficiency. Look, you can't bear to fight. Qin Sheng squints at it. Xu Heng is so angry that he wants to explode himself. If Yuanqin doesn't suppress him, how can he be beaten by a soul-communicating minion? Qin Sheng picks up the advantage and sells himself. Longwei also leaned over and quacked, "I also think this son has kidney deficiency, and it's estimated that there is no less harm to women. If you don't break his 3rd leg, it will be considered a good thing for the whole world. There is no limit to merit. Let you mock us toads and break your 3rd leg, so that you can't eat swan meat." When Xu Heng heard that the toad, Longwei, had abandoned his crotch, he felt chilly and finally knew he was afraid. "No, no." Xu Heng whines, "For mercy." Longwei's eyes slanted close, showing a bad smile, and said, "Do you know how to be afraid now?" "Qin Sheng, what are you going to do with him?" Longwei asked. Qin Sheng looked at Xu Hengyi coldly and said indifferently, "Force your soul blood and swear not to hurt one hair of our people." Woo-woo. Xu Heng was so shocked that Qin Sheng let him force out the soul blood. Once soul blood is controlled by Qin Sheng, it is the same as controlling life and death. No? Qin Sheng's face was cold. He gave Longwei a look. Longwei squinted at the world and understood. 2 dragons go to sea. Kong Long regrets. The dragon sings proudly. Longwei gets up in the dark. It's called ruthless. He beats Xu Heng and cries for his father and mother. He's pissed off. Qin Sheng's hand flashed out. He pinched Xu Hengyi's neck with one hand, just like holding a chicken, and his eyes flashed with horror, saying, "If you don't force out the soul blood, I will directly cut you. Let's kill you." Xu Hengyi is from the royal family of Dian dynasty. How high is his status? Qin Sheng's fight with him is to beat the stone with an egg. Therefore, in order to seek self-protection, we must get Xu Hengyi's soul blood. As long as he gets Xu Hengyi's soul blood, he will throw a mousetrap, at least not dare to move himself for a short time, not to move his own people. This is a very simple truth. Although the truth is simple, no one dares to pay for it like Qin Sheng. This is undoubtedly one of the top 10 royal families in Dian dynasty, or even the first 3 legitimate sons of the royal family. Qin Sheng's eyes were deep and cold. He did not hide his murderous intention. A sword grass came out of his hand. For a moment, Xu Hengyi was covered by the horrible killing sword. Xu Hengyi felt like a horrible killing sword from purgatory. He held his face, and a cold spread from his spine to his 4 limbs. At this moment, a breath of death welled up in his heart. This madman. Xu Hengyi finally began to fear. He didn't expect that there was such a madman in this small place where the bird didn't shit. Give him 10 million yuan, don't. On the other hand, there are more yuan jing in Neji than Xu Hengyi. Even when he opens his mouth, he sends out a soul armor to let Yuanqin beat himself. Frighten him with his royal family background. In turn, it's a fight and kick with a toad. Although Xu Heng didn't admit it in his heart, even though today's first day is not here, the toad beside Qin Sheng is so powerful that he can't bear it. Don't fight, I'm willing to give my soul blood. Xu Hengji can't bear it after all. The barefoot is not afraid to wear shoes. Xu Hengyi is really afraid that Qin Sheng will kill himself if he is mad. Then he will die in a wrong way. I will be king after all. I still have a lot of great achievements to do. Xu Heng constantly comforts himself in his heart, there's no reason to give up my future life for a woman. When I get back to my family, I will invite my ancestors to clean up this pair of men and women. Xu Hengyi forces out the soul blood, the soul light is dazzling, and there is a mysterious rune. Soul blood is very precious and important. Even Xu Hengyi forced out soul blood, his face was pale, as if his body had been hollowed out. Go away. Qin Sheng received Xu Hengyi's soul blood and directly received it into his own sea of spirits. His soul blood was struggling. However, when the fire broke out, he had no temper. Xu Hengyi is very weak. He quietly returns to the golden chariot. After seeing Qin Sheng, he is full of resentment. Boom. The golden chariot rises and shines brilliantly on the whole Luyun College. Hey, next time I'll be a man with my tail in my hand. Longwei squints at the golden chariot and yells, don't blame me for not reminding you to stay away from my sister-in-law, otherwise, Smell speech, Xu Heng a poof, finally as cannot help, spit out a big blood. He is threatening to teach Qin Sheng, who can cure Xia Bingning's serious illness, a lesson. Now he is not only beaten, but also warned by his pet. What a shame. Xu Hengyi never stayed for long, driving the golden chariot and running away. The golden chariot is golden, just like the dazzling sun in the sky. Qin Sheng and Long Wei are both very jealous. What a nice car. Long Wei looks up at the golden chariot disappearing into the sky. Qin Sheng, you are still too young. This sun will report to you. It's also a disaster to keep it. Long Wei's saliva flew all over the place, and he stood up with his hands down. He even preached to Qin Sheng and said, it's too late. Otherwise, let's go kill it to overcome the future trouble. The voice of Long Wei is full of demagogues. Bang! Qin Sheng slapped Long Wei away and said with a smile, do you really think you are invincible if you want to go? Don't look down on the bottom. Long Wei comes from 9 days and 10 places. There is a blood vein of Zulong in his body. Although it is too thin to know how much, it's normal for his eyes to grow on his forehead and look down on countless continents. Long Wei is crystal clear and full of grievances. However, he dares to be angry. Who calls him Qin Sheng's follower? Thank you very much, brother Yuanchen. Qin Sheng looks back and thanks Yuanchen. Yuanchen nodded, and his mouth was slightly twitching. Qin Sheng was so fierce that he even forced out the blood of Xu Hengyi. If the strange old man who had not been born for 100 years knew it, he would be furious. Xu Jiagui is one of the top 10 royal families in Dian dynasty. It has an unimaginable background and is terrible. As Yuanchen knows, Xu Jiagui has never suffered such a big loss in recent years, especially its own son, who will open up territory in the future and win the title of Xu Hengyi. Yuanchen takes a deep breath. He can imagine how big waves will be aroused if today's event is passed back to the Great Fire Dynasty. Yuanchen smiles awkwardly. He suddenly feels that the soul armor he just received is a little hot. However, in the end, the first day didn't say anything. Anyway, it was a big thing that was carried on by Shizhuan Qiuqingyi. He also strictly abided by the Shizhuan church and came to look after Qin Sheng. As for what would happen when he returned to Dian, he didn't need to worry about it. Qin Sheng, what are your plans for the future? Yuanchen asked suddenly. Qin Sheng glanced at Yuanchen and said with a smile, if you have any plans, the soldiers will come to cover the water. Then Xu Heng will not give me a hand in a short time. If you let me carry this time, you will have no fear. If Xu Hengyi really wants to die and bring back the strong family members, my soldiers are not good at it. Qin Sheng patted Long Wei on the shoulder heavily, showing a friendly smile. Dong. Dong. At this time a loud and ancient bell sounded, full of the feeling of the vicissitudes. When the bell rang into his ears, Qin Sheng suddenly felt the cells all over his body boiling, and a strong sense of war rose. It's the big fire clock. A pair of phoenix eyes of cloud and haze with dust-free and spotless clothes shot a startling light. The hospital test is about to start. Big fire, wild bell? Hearing this, Qin Sheng was puzzled. Ha ha, big fire, that's a big weapon handed down from the War of Annihilation. With a smile on his face, Yuanchen explained, that's the Zhenghua talisman of Dian Emperor. You can have a look at it when you come to the capital of the Emperor in the future. Qin Sheng's face was slightly coagulated when he heard it. It was only a court test of the affiliated country. Even the Zhenghua talisman of Dian Emperor was sounded. It can be imagined that this court test even paid some attention to Dian Emperor. The bells are loud and clear, which spread throughout the whole Dian dynasty and its dozens of affiliated countries, and even across half of the Magic Dragon Wasteland. Rumbling. In the depth of the Magic Dragon Wasteland, some monsters with terror breath look up and look at the distance, which is the direction of the Dian Emperor, and their eyes are showing instinct. Many sights have been buried. They are also glittering and shining with horror. They are obviously activated by the ancient and loud bell sound of the big fire clock. The bell rings, Qin Sheng. I'll go back to prepare for it and lead the students to gather in the holy courtyard day by day. Yuan Huazi said hello and left. Smell the words, Qin Sheng nods. Qin Sheng, Han Mengchen, you come with me. Cloud Haze hailed, then drifted away. Qin Sheng and Han Mengchen look at each other, and then they follow closely. Soon, Qin and Sheng arrived at the place where they were baptized by Long Qi. Cloud Lan and Cloud Yu look at the last one left in the dragon pool. They have mixed feelings for a while. At that time, how brilliant their Luyun College was. It's a pity that they have many Long Qi, but these years are getting worse and worse. Qin Zhongtian led Luyun College to the peak. Only a few of them can become the first university of Beichen country. Now Qin Zhongtian disappeared and was locked up in Dian Dynasty, and Luyun College also slowly declined. Once upon a time, the old dean of Yunyue was also frustrated. He was old and didn't want to take care of Luyun College anymore. After this trial, Luyun College will become history. However, Yunyu looks at Qin Sheng standing next to the dragon pool. He is very handsome, even though he is not smooth enough. He is arrogant and domineering. A lot of things, let alone an ordinary martial artist in the state of soul, even the state of heaven and even the state of life are bound to die. After all, Qin Sheng was unable to resist. He beat up a bunch of princes' legitimate sons who seemed to be terrifying. He cried for his father and his mother. Yunyue is very clear that Qin Sheng, the son of Qin Zhongtian, will become the hope of Luyun College. If we can make a great success in this college test and fight for several dragon pools for Luyun College, then Luyun College will regain its glory 10 years ago. Thinking of this, Yunyue's body trembled faintly. Rumbling. Yunlan's jade-like hands are shining with a crystal light. Although she hasn't become a robber, she is on the verge of being a robber. Once she is a robber with her talent, she is at least the cultivation of 3 robbers. Yunlan's fingerprints are changing, and the blooming rune light shoots into the dragon pool. The dragon pool vibrated violently, and it was full of bloody light. It was full of strong dragon qi. This talisman is interesting. I can feel the real dragon's breath. Long Wei squinted at the dragon pool and couldn't help saying. This dragon pool has a great beginning. It contains a breath of real dragon? Qin Sheng's face moved slightly. He had thought about the dragon pool, but he didn't think it was so deep. In the end, Long Qi becomes smaller rapidly under the eyes of many eyes, and becomes a blood-colored vessel, crystal clear, covered with the reproduction of runes, which is not a common thing at a glance. Qin Sheng, Long Qi will be given to you. If you encircle and kill Long Qi in the college test, then our Luyun College will become history. Yunlan asked. Qin Sheng took over Long Qi and nodded. He knew the responsibility on his shoulders and said confidently, "Don't worry, we will have more Long Qi after the college test." The magic dragon wasteland is an endless mountain. It is no longer lonely here. Instead, it is the towering trees, the continuous mountains, and the dense vitality. Some places are covered with frightening prohibitions. Boom! A golden chariot comes. The golden light, accompanied by the terrible pressure, makes the monsters under the mountain tremble. Bang bang! The golden chariot landed on the mountain. Several low-level monsters could not escape. They were oppressed by terror and turned into blood fog. Even the spirit of the beast did not escape. When Xu Hingyi came out of the golden chariot, his face had been cleaned up. His skin was crystal clear and his runes were blooming. He had not left Luyun College just now. Qin Sheng, I want you to die. Xu Hing's handsome face is distorted, roaring up to the sky, turning into a sound wave of terror through the thread of 6 robberies, sweeping the 100,000 Ming mountains, shaking the ground, flying sand and stones, and a large area of ancient trees has been blown down. Boom! Without Yuanshan's suppression, Xu Hengji's horrible breath suddenly exploded, even the sky was dark, accompanied by the terrible thunder. Xu Hingyi is a strong man who can pass 6 robberies, and he is also a double cultivation of sword and martial arts. His strength can span a large realm, and can rival the ordinary strong man in Shinfu. This kind of monstrous genius is rare even in Dian Dynasty, especially when he is almost the same age. In his early 20s, he was very young. He had already gone through 6 kinds of storms and thunderstorms. He was also a double cultivation of sword and martial arts. Among his peers, he had absolutely proud capital. Yuan Chen, today's disgrace, I will return 100 times later. Xu Hingyi is roaring. This is 100,000 Ming Mountain. Except for some low-level monsters, there are no human warriors. Even if there is, Xu Heng is not afraid of it, just holding it to exhale. In Xu Hengyi's mind, Qin Sheng is the culprit naturally, and the first day is the accomplice. Both of them are so annoying that he hates them to the core. Young master, that's not because I was a few years older than young master, I dare to be so arrogant. The schoolboy standing by could not help but hate. Xu Chao also recovered. It seems that he took expensive pills to repair his body. Xu Hengyi's face is so gloomy that he can drip water. Today's experience in Luyun University, once it was handed back to the Emperor Dian, he really wanted to find a mouse hole to drill in, which is too humiliating. I dare not go back to Dian and fart at random. Xu Heng bit his teeth and said, now it's not a face problem. I need to get back the soul blood as soon as possible. Otherwise, I will be suppressed by Qin Sheng all my life. Wen Yan, Shu Dynasty also nodded his head. What's his identity? He is the son of the first 3 royal families of Dian Dynasty. How can he let the soul blood be pinched by Qin Sheng? It's not a matter of face, it's a matter of life. Dong. At this time a distant and ancient bell came. Xu Heng looked up, his face suddenly showed a touch of surprise, and said with a grim smile, this is the big burning clock. The hospital test is about to start. Can someone from Lingxiao Xingyuan take part in this court test? Xu Heng's eyes are very deep. Wait a moment, young master. I'll take out the transmitter and check it. Xu turns his hand and takes out a transmitter. The communicators of Xu Dynasty are very exquisite, depicting the reproduction and exquisite runes, and very small. The transmitter, which is more advanced than the transmitter, can only transmit messages, and this transmitter can even transmit images and voice, and even some expensive transmitters can be connected, even if they are thousands of miles apart. They can also transmit and talk instantaneously. What Xu Chao has in his hand is an expensive transmitter, which can be worth tens of millions of yuan jing. It's just an entry-level transmitter. Some expensive transmitters can even be embedded in the transmission array to transmit people away. It's extremely against the weather. It's extremely expensive. Even the powerful people in Shenfu can't afford it. Xu Chao's infusion of soul power and rapid internet query, he logged into the official website of the 3 courtyards of Dian Emperor, and inquired all kinds of information of this trial. Soon, Shu dynasty immediately cut off the internet and used the transmitter to access the internet, which was extremely soul-consuming. As far as he had only soul power, he could only access the internet for dozens of breaths at most. After a long time, the soul power would be exhausted. No way. This transmitter is only at the entry level. It will consume a lot of soul power to use. Xu Chao's face was white, as if his body had been hollowed out. However, his face showed a smile and said, "Young master, I found it." Because of the recovery of the magic dragon wasteland, this court trial was quite a big one. Xu Chao said, "The students from the 3 holy halls of Dian Emperor sent out the test team." When Xu Heng heard the words, he immediately showed a smile. "The leader of Lingxiao Holy Palace is Yesun," Xu Chao said. "Yesun?" Xu Heng's eyebrows are fixed. It seems that he hasn't heard of this person. Yesun comes from a small family in the capital of China. He has some abilities. This year, he is the chief student of the outer courtyard. Xu Chao introduced. "Well, I'll give you the treasure. You and Yi Sen will go to the hospital together to take part in the court test. They will abolish Qin Sheng and force him to return my soul blood." Xu Hengyi throws a ring containing many treasures, all of which are very precious. Xu Chao took over Neji, his face showed a fierce color, clapped his chest and assured, "Please rest assured, young master, just now I just despised the enemy, this time I can join hands with Yesun, plus the treasures given by the young master. I am willing to make a vote, and I will bring back the soul and blood of the young master safely. Go." With a wave of his hand, Xu Heng leaves at once. Waiting for Xu Chao to leave, Xu Heng thought a move, a fine champagne color transmitter in his hand. This transmitter is golden, runes bloom, looking like a work of art. This transmitter is definitely more advanced and expensive than Xu Chao's. Xu Hengyi infuses soul power. Not long ago, a black figure appeared in front of him. This is the impression made by the interweaving of runes. The black armor, with 2 battle axes on its back and a shining bald head, is full of violence between the eyebrows. Although it is only through the interweaving of runes of the transmitter, it still exudes a sense of terror. "Brother Xu, you want me?" asked the bald man with a smile. Xu Heng nodded and said, "Qilian, this time, you are the leader of Dian Holy Academy?" Qilian comes from a marquis of Dian dynasty. His ancestors used to be the royal branch of Dian dynasty. However, over the years, his blood became thinner and thinner, so he was given the surname of Qi and became a marquis. "Yes, what's the matter?" asked the Red Lian doubtfully. "When you get to the secret place of the hospital, I want you to help me to abandon a guy named Qin Sheng and bring him to me." Puff Qi. Qin Sheng suddenly puffed. He was wondering who was thinking about himself so much. Was it Xiaobingning? Xiaobingning is also very normal in thinking about herself. "I'm so powerful and handsome. I haven't exercised my waist less in recent years." I guess she was also impressed that night. Would she linger? Qin Sheng is daydreaming. In his mind, Xiaobingning's peerless and provocative figure, combined with her outgoing temperament, is the only one who can subdue her. However, no matter how Qin Sheng recalled, the impression of that night was very vague in his mind. He only remembered that he was pushed backward, and then. Not then. Especially, such a beautiful day, why can't I remember it? Qin Sheng heaved to the sky and sighed, I really want a brick to knock myself out. Qin Sheng's face was thumping. Hearing Long Wei's hair was creepy, he wished he could have a mouthful of thick phlegm on his face and let him wake up. Everyone gathered. Yunlan took Qin Sheng and others to the Magic Dragon Wasteland from Luyun College. Yunlan and others are silent, very silent. This time the court test is very important, so, Yunlan's face is very dignified. You all listen. This time, unlike in the past, as far as I know, you will break into a sight. Yunlan takes Qin Sheng and others to fly in the sky. This time, except for Han Mengchen, who has reached the state of Tong Tian, even Qin Sheng's cultivation is still in the state of Tong Hun and has no ability to fly in the air. Smell speech, everybody's facial expression is dignified rise, especially Tingyan, his strength is weakest. Your Excellency, the site may be in danger of life? Finally, Tingyan asked. Cloud Haze Fengmu Microcoagulation said, yes, in previous years, Luyun College also had casualties. The most tragic one, not only lost a dragon pool, 5 people took part in the court test, but also died. As soon as Tingyan heard this, his face suddenly turned ugly and a little white. Hey, boy, you can't die if you have Weiya here. Long Wei squinted and said, if you offer 2 or 3 gene of dragon blood, I will not only protect you from death, but also help you get out of poverty and become rich. Long Wei was able to spit out people's words. At the beginning, several people were shocked by Tingyan. However, Long Wei boasted that he was a divine beast, and all the way around, he always fooled Tingyan. Tingyan suddenly looked bitter and said, Lord Wei, dragon blood is so precious. Even a drop is valuable. You want to break me? No dragon blood? Long Wei squints and despises, it doesn't matter. Follow me. There must be the legitimate son of Marquis Wang in this court. If I can't see him, I will rob him. Then you can help me collect the money. When it's done, share it with you. Long Wei is bragging desperately. I don't know if it's because he has been sleeping for thousands of years. There are so many bullshit. Even if he robbed the prince's legitimate son, he could say such a rebellious thing. Bang! Qin Sheng gave him a slap. He was so powerful that his squint turned white. Can you tell me the truth when you open your eyes? Qin Sheng said with a smile, as long as people don't provoke me, I won't be a blackhand. I have a way to steal. Understand? I warn you, don't do anything about it later. It will affect Qin Sheng's reputation. Qin Sheng twisted Long Wei and warned. Or can you afford to scare them away? The wasteland is steaming and full of vitality. Today's Magic Dragon Wasteland is not the previously depressed No Man's Land. Under the leadership of President Yunlan, Qin Sheng and his group of 5 people, together with a toad claiming to have ancestral dragon blood, came to a dry lake. The entrance of Dali Imperial site, which was held in the court trial, is here. Qin Sheng's eyes twinkled and his face was thoughtful. Some time ago, Qin Sheng killed the eunuch and Ruhai here. Huolinger and Shang Wangsu are missing. It is estimated that in 9 out of 10 they died. Originally, this is a huge lake with a water depth of nearly 3,000 meters. Even the martial artists who pass through the soul are difficult to enter. Now the water of the whole lake has been evaporated, which is absolutely man-made. A large amount of water was evaporated to reveal the true appearance of the original site. It's a big deal. Such a huge lake is steaming dry. Qin Sheng was a little scared. At least it's the hand of the powerful in Shenfu? On the site, there was already a large group of people waiting. At a glance, there are thousands of people. Generally speaking, for a college with a long pool, only 5 colleges can be sent to participate in the college test, while for Liaolong College, the highest college in Beichengguo, 30 colleges can be sent to participate in the college test. However, for the 5 students participating in the college test, the chief student must take a dragon pool. Even Beichin University, the highest institution in Beichin country, can't be so crazy. All the dragon pools are sacrificed at one breath. If you are not afraid of 10,000, just in case, you are afraid of some monstrous geniuses that will not make a sound in the college test, just like the rising of stars, which will bring the Beichin College to the end of a pot, then it is not the school that will be killed. In history, such extreme events have never occurred. So, like the 3 palaces of Dian Emperor, they only take 1 or 2 dragon pawns. With the head of Yunlan, who is dressed in more clothes than snow, and Qin Sheng's 5 people and 1 toad approaching quickly, many martial artists look back. In particular, when they saw Yunlan and Han Mengchen, 2 big and small goddesses, their eyes were burning. As long as it's a beautiful woman, no matter where you go, people will pay attention, especially like Yunlan and Han Mengchen. Even if you look at the whole Dian imperial dynasty, it's rare. Oh, isn't this Liyun College? At this moment, an untimely voice called out. Ilong College, what's the big brand? Late, so that everyone is waiting for you? It was an old man who opened his mouth. Qin Sheng took a look and felt familiar. Smell speech, cloud, land, pretty face a congeal, delicate get a mess of eyebrows flash across a touch of displeasure, Wei, Ling Dean, afraid that you early arrived? It turns out that the old man who speaks badly is the dean of Lingyun College. He stares at Yunlan, and his whole body is going to show the horrible fluctuation of Yuanli. However, the fluctuation of yuan power may be a little stressful for ordinary students in Tonghunjing or even ordinary martial artists in Tongshanjing. It's just that Yunlan is the daughter of heaven from Lingxiao Holy Palace. Although there is still a long way to go, she has been accumulating energy. Once she crosses the robberies, she will have 3 robberies. How can such a cloud haze be afraid of an old guy who is just passing through a disaster? You. The old man looks fierce and wants to get angry, but he finds that there are terrible waves nearby. Who is Qin Sheng? The wave of terror, with the smell of thunder, turned out to be a strong man who has survived the double storms and thunderstorms. He is a middle-aged man. His brows are full of violence. He is not angry and self-confident. He is not a good man at a glance. Behind him, followed by a group of handsome men and women, heroic force, wherever they went, there was a heated discussion. As soon as Qin Sheng listened, he raised his eyebrows, looked at the middle-aged man who was not good at coming, and saw several familiar figures. It's Maro and Ling Kuan. It turned out to be from the School of Light. Qin Sheng's eyes narrowed into a straight line and looked at them with indifferent eyes. A few days ago, this Moro set up a Hongmen banquet, which was not well-intentioned. Ling Dongfeng wanted to borrow Ling Kuan's hand to find the venue. And that Mo Luo saw Xia Bingning to start lusting. If not Qin Sheng found enough in time, the consequences would be unimaginable. At that time, Xia Bingning's seal was about to burst out, and the situation was in great crisis. Qin Sheng Kai did not go to Xinguang College to get justice. Now I dare to let the dean of Xinguang College come here, and it seems to be threatening. It's not like apologizing for the night. You are President Su Tian? In front of Qin Sheng, the head of Yunlan, dressed in snow, stood in front of him. His face was like ice and snow. At one time, the temperature of the whole site seems to have dropped several degrees. Su Tian is very cold and arrogant, just glanced at Yunlan indifferently. Are you Yunlan? Su Tian said in a deep voice, let's hand over Qin Sheng. The chief of our hospital has some Tianjiao. We have a banquet to entertain you, but we have no reason to beat Tianjiao. It can't be so easy. The cloud haze listens to, immediately angry Jiao body shivers. Those who are powerful in life-saving situation are so shameless that they confuse right with wrong. That night, I think you know better than me, tear your face, it's not good for you and me. Although Cloudland's accomplishments are far less than that of Su Tian, the dean of Xinguang College, her momentum is no less than that of the other side. It's really a great joke. It's a grand feast. No matter it's Lingquan or Moro, they are very brazen. President Yunlan has been communicating for several days. What they didn't expect is that they didn't get a satisfactory justice. Instead, they were bitten back and asked Luyun College to hand over Qin Sheng. This special is really deceiving. Su Tian looks at the angry cloud haze, and his eyes swim in his delicate body. There is a strong sense of possessiveness in his pupils. However, he is also a greasy old man, and he disappears in a flash. However, it was caught by the keen cloud haze. Cloudland's jade face appears a color of disgust. Yunlan, I think you are also a sensible person. Su Tian said meaningfully, I advise you to give up the minion named Qin Sheng. I can let Mo Luo and others keep the only dragon pool left in your Luyun College. You also know the strength of our Xinguang College. Even if you look at dozens of colleges in the whole Beichengguo, they are also among the top 3. Su Tian looks proud. Don't be too busy rejecting it, it's an opportunity you can't ask for. Aren't you Qin Sheng relying on a bronze talisman? You won't be so naive. You can keep Dragon Pool with a bronze rune in the court test, right? Su Tian said a lot, tiger mouth, in fact, has been peeping at Cloudland's attractive figure. Yan Lanyu's face was full of disgust. She was thinking of shouting, but Qin Sheng came to him first. How many dragon pawns did you Xinguang College take this time? Qin Sheng squinted and walked forward recklessly, ignoring the fluctuation of Alexander's yuan power for those who are in the spirit realm. Hearing this, Su Tian frowned. You are Qin Sheng? Qin Sheng smiled and nodded. Bold yellow-mouthed child. Su Tianbang has a drink, and the horrible breath comes out from his body, covering Qin Sheng. Not on your knees yet? Qin Sheng's eyebrows glowed with gold. It was Longwei's real blood. It had a great effect. It was easy to resist the terror of the 2 robbers. What's wrong with you? Qin Sheng sneers, Xinguang College, do I think everyone is so dirty? How dare you dare to be brave in front of the public? Who gave you the guts? Qin Sheng's voice is very loud and contains Yuan Li, which everyone hears. Shua. Everyone is waiting for the opening of the final site, but now they hear a fight and look this way. You. Su Tianyi stared, with the threat of indifference. He didn't expect Qin Sheng to be so strong. If he didn't agree with him, he would treat him like this. Xinguang College is powerful. It has 5 dragon pawns. But looking at the whole college of dozens of affiliated countries of Dian dynasty, it is nothing at all. What are you? Qin Sheng didn't give him any face, and the golden runes on his eyebrows were blooming, just like a young king coming out of the wasteland. He was handsome and talented. Let your students clean their necks. The hospital test is not an expert. Casualties are inevitable. Qin Sheng's voice was cold, and he didn't hide his killing intention. Su Tianmeng, he wanted to do it on the spot, and cut Qin Sheng off. Boom. The terrifying elemental force fluctuates close, just like a monstrous inborn monster approaching. Or golden talismans of terror, or sharp waves of green rising, or thunder like purple lightning. It's the people of the 3 palaces. Some experienced martial artists recognized it at a glance and gave out a wow. They had thought that this time, because of the recovery of the magic dragon wasteland, the imperial court of Kowloon, from Dian, might come to participate in the court test and compete with the students of Wanyuan. However, none of the students and tutors of the Peerless part thought that all the 3 holy halls of the Dian Emperor had come to attend. It's something that hasn't happened in years. Some people are shocked, even some people want to try. It's a rare opportunity for the students of the 3 holy academies to compete with them in the court test. Even if they fail in the sight, they will become the bragging capital of most of them in the future. However, more students are dignified and worried. The 3 holy halls of Dian royal dynasty are all the 9 holy halls with 9 dragon pawns. The students who can be admitted to the 3 holy halls, even the lowest level students in the outer halls, have 1 in a million talents. What's more, the students who are chosen to take part in the college test are the dragon of the dragon. They, the students of low-level colleges, are competing with them? The people of the 3 palaces, coming out of the chariot, have extraordinary men's spirit and women's step-by-step growth of lotus. Their temperament is out of the world. At first sight, they feel that they are not the existence of things in the pool. The teachers of Dian Holy Courtyard and Lingxiao Holy Courtyard came out day by day and said hello to each other. Let's join hands to open the sight. Yuan Huazi said with a smile. Yuan Huazi talks and laughs, and his whole body is concealed with the force of the terrible thunder. Although he has tried his best to restrain himself, he is after all a strong terrorist who has survived the 9 heavy thunderstorms. The terrible weather situation sweeping the whole field during his talk and laugh makes everyone on the scene scared. Su Tian of Xinguang College changed his face. He was a martial artist who had 2 robbers. His perception was sharper than that of the students present. He felt the horror of Yuan Huazi even more. Is this the teacher from the sanctuary? Su Tianqin set off a stormy wave. It's said that his name is Yuan Huazi. Like Qin Sheng, he is also a 9-level guest Qing from Shendanzong. It's said that Yuan Huazi, on behalf of the leader of the Holy Courtyard day by day, participated in this court test. I didn't expect that the rumor was true. Qin Sheng and Yuan Huazi are the 9th-level guest Qing of Shendanzong. With this level of relationship, it is no longer an opportunity to fight Qin Sheng for their own disciples. Thinking of this, Su Tian takes back the idea of fighting. Yuan Huazi is a terror expert who has gone through the 9 heavy thunderstorms. It is impossible to fight with him. There are 9 kinds of thunderstorms in Tongmingjing. The strength gap between them is very large. Even, it can be said without hesitation that the gap between every robber in Tongmingjing is just like that between Tongshanjing and Tongyijiwu. Su Tiangui, as the dean of Wulong College, has already gone through 2 disasters. Even if he looks at the whole Beichen country, he is a good master. However, to Yuan Huazi, who comes from the sun-chasing holy palace, it's not pleasant to say that all the ants are under the storm and thunder, while Su Tian is just a big ant. It's not worth mentioning. Su Tian, with a group of elite students of Xinguang College, is far away from here. He has given up fighting and doesn't want to attract the attention of Yuan Huazi at this time. Among the other chariots, there are a large number of Tianzi Jiazi coming out of the 3 holy palaces. They are all accomplishments of the heaven. They are full of blood, eyes like electricity. They are very frightening and glittering, just like the sun on the sky. As soon as Qianjiao of the 3 holy palaces came out, some so-called geniuses of Beichen state and even other affiliated countries were suddenly dim. After all, it's the genius from Kowloon Holy College. The general existence of Wanlixuan is far superior to the students of these junior colleges in appearance, conversation, temperament and breath. So close to Tianjiao, the 3 holy places, some of the students who wanted to try, suddenly had no bottom in their hearts and sweat on their forehead. Ha ha, Brother Yuan, please talk. A middle-aged man in gold armor said with a loud smile that the voice even contains a terrible thunder, just like a purple crystal thunder with the power of terror exploding on the sky, which makes people scared. The golden armor is full of runes. It's not ordinary at first sight. The middle-aged people have sharp edges and corners. Even the eyebrows are golden. The eyebrows will be slightly cracked, as if they are dormant in some terrible existence. Qin Sheng looked up at the middle-aged man with gold armor. His heart beat inexplicably. The memory in his mind was beating. He knew that he had practiced a secret method. Once he reached the extreme, he would be able to cultivate a third eye like Long Wei. It's also a very rare secret method in 9 days and 10 places. Few people can succeed in it. Vertical eyes are divided into real eyes and false eyes, but even false eyes can be terrifying. At the same time, a woman in a purple robe also walked out of the golden chariot. She looked very young, icy, and beautiful, just like a fairy coming out of the picture, but her eyes were very sharp. Even though they were far apart, Qin Sheng still felt the cold terror. It's another strong man who has survived the 9 storms. It seems that the 3 holy halls are suffocating. They are only the tutors of the outer courtyard. They are all the strong ones who have passed the 9 heavy storms and thunder. There has been an old saying that in the Dian dynasty, there are many warriors in the sky like dogs, and those who are strong in the life-saving environment are walking all over the street. How can the good stay here? Qin Sheng's pupils suddenly contracted, and he saw an acquaintance. Shu dynasty changed his armor, his face was indifferent, his eyebrows were full of self-confidence. At this time, he had a hint of scholar's servant atmosphere. If you say that he was from a royal lineage, some people would believe it. It's obvious that Shu dynasty also found Qin Sheng. His eyes were angry, and he confronted Qin Sheng far away. He put his hands in front of his neck and made an action of cutting his throat. He didn't hide his killing intention at all. I'll wait. Qin Sheng's lips moved and made a speech. The two fight against each other. Obviously, once they enter the ruins of Dali dynasty, there will be a fight between you and me. The 3 mentors of the 3 holy places all stood up in the air. They took the ring and offered sacrifices. The so-called sacrifice is actually some relics of the previous dynasty, or cups, or weapons, or even a piece of iron. All these offerings give off the ancient flavor. The runes are all peeled off. There is not a bit of horrible yuan force fluctuation, even rust. It looks like something that has just been dug out for a long time. Why do you know the iron piece so well? Qin Sheng's eyes are covered with a layer of yellow spring fire. He can see far away and hide his breath without anyone's attention. He is very low-key. In fact, Long Wei's real blood can achieve this effect. It's just that Long Wei is on Qin Sheng's shoulder. If he can see Qin Sheng wasting his real blood, he will definitely fight with him. As like as 2 peas of Qin Yuanzhong, the iron strip found by the Hidden Dragon Gang and the iron ore is exactly the same. Before that, what did the iron piece of the iron piece come from? I know now. I didn't expect it to be from the imperial court. Qin Sheng set off waves in his heart. Qin Sheng didn't show his face and didn't take out the mysterious iron piece in the ring. The noble women in purple robe are reciting the scriptures. This language is so strange that no one can understand it. Even if Qin Sheng refined the inheritance and memory of the emperor of the 10,000 robbers, he could not tell which language it was. However, one thing is certain, this should have a great relationship with the great separation of the imperial dynasty, which collapsed 10,000 years ago. At the same time, Yuan Huaza and another middle-aged man wearing a golden armor also sacrificed the French seal, chanting words in his mouth, and the terrifying Yuan force poured out like a raging tide. Rumble. The heaven and the earth throbbed, and the Yuan power of the whole magic dragon wasteland seemed to be stirred, and there was a strong wind. In the end, in the eyes of countless blazing, a huge gateway is gathered by the great Yuan power. The portal is very simple, which depicts a large number of runes. Even the language of runes is not the same as today's language, which is the rune printed in ancient language. There is a dazzling light in the middle of the gate, and a desolate and cold breath comes to our face. Even some students close to the gate can vaguely see the conditions inside the site. This is the gateway to the ruins of Dali dynasty. As soon as this door comes out, it will cause countless chilling sounds. In the war of annihilation of the world, the sky was destroyed and the earth was destroyed. Even such a huge thing as Dali Emperor was buried for 10,000 years. Now 10,000 years have passed. What happened in those years that could make this kind of emperor fall? This is the doubts of all the students, including Qin Sheng. The door has been built. Can't we enter the door quickly? Yuan Huazi cheered leisurely, as thunderous as a ear, listen to the orders of the holy courtyard day by day, and go to the site. If anyone can perform well, he will be rewarded after returning. Tianjiao of the Xingyuan is spirited. In the face of the ruins of Dali dynasty, which has been buried for thousands of years, he is the first to break into the fierce tiger with no fear. Buzzing. The portal sends out the great light, which drowns the heavens' arrogant people in the sun-chasing holy courtyard. Then, the Tianzi Jiazi of Dian holy courtyard followed, and then it was Lingxiao holy courtyard. Xu Chao glanced at Qin Sheng's place coldly, with endless killing intention in his eyes, and plunged into the door, disappearing into the sight of countless people. The door is very stable, thousands of students, orderly access, Xinguang College, Haiyan College, Lingyun College have also entered. Finally, it's Luyun College. Qin Sheng looks at the distant cloud haze and steps into the door. Wow. Qin Sheng felt covered by a cold light, unable to open his eyes, and then felt the sky turning and falling all the time. I don't know how long it has been falling. With a bang, Qin Sheng feels like a falling meteorite, falling heavily and setting off endless yellow sand. Qin Sheng's whole body is glittering and shining. He grins. This fall is not light. Here is it? Qin Sheng finally opened his eyes and found that there was a vast sand sea, which was so vast that he could not see the end of it at a glance. The hot waves came with yellow sand, which made Qin Sheng feel very dreamy, as if he was in a foreign land. This is an ancient battlefield, covered with endless yellow sand, which exudes an ancient and bleak atmosphere. In the west of the yellow sand, there is a slow sun landing. Smoke in the desert is straight, and the river falls in yen. Qin Sheng frowned, and found that Long Wei was standing on a yellow sand slope, standing with his hand in his hand, and a pair of squint eyes were looking at the setting sun in the west. His face was filled with a kind of lonely master's breath. Bang! Qin Sheng stepped out step by step, Zidian roared, blowing sandstorm, and rewarded Long Wei with a brick. Your sister, hit me on the head again. The dragon power rises violently, pulls up the sleeve, the eyebrow center's vertical eye will crack faintly, as if it is going to fight with Qin. Qin Sheng smiled angrily and said, You are a toad. You are a master all day. Toad your sister, the blood of Zulong is in my body. I'll fight you. It's obvious that this is an unfair fight between Long Wei and Qin Sheng. Long Wei has a contract with Qin Sheng, and it can't be Qin Sheng's opponent at all. Long Wei only gets beaten. Don't make any noise. Qin Sheng suddenly became serious and said, We need to find other colleges in Luyun College as soon as possible. I feel that this place is not as simple as it seems. Yellow sand all over the sky, as the sun gradually set, a cold and gloomy atmosphere spread. Ouch! Suddenly, Qin Sheng and Long Wei both heard the whine of an unknown creature, with a gloomy horror. Qin Sheng, in particular, felt a bad feeling. Hula! The night gradually falls, the wind blows, the sand flies, and a stone tablet is exposed on a lush slope. What is it? Qin Sheng's heart moved, and he quickly approached. At a glance, his heart suddenly thumped. Yellow sand battlefield? Qin Sheng frowned, a little dignified, between his eyebrows, and said, "This place should be an ancient battlefield." "An ancient battlefield, which has been buried for 10,000 years, is not haunted?" Long Wei whispered. Qin Sheng slapped Long Wei and said with a smile, "You goods, don't make the lower kingdom the emperor." 10,000 years ago, the great separation from the emperor was very powerful. Let alone the Shenfu realm. Even the old monsters in the Dongtian realm walked all over the street. Qin Sheng's face was slightly coagulated, and he dared not offend with respect in his words. During this period, he read many ancient books about Dali Emperor. 10,000 years later, some of the deeds and even history of Dali Emperor have been very broken. Qin Sheng can only capture some information, and then use the experience of the emperor to reason. At that time, the so-called war against the world was absolutely not as simple as it was imagined. It was about the level of immortals besides people, gods, demons. At first, Qin Sheng didn't believe that the level of immortality existed, even in 9 days and 10 places, which hasn't appeared in tens of millions of years. Now, how can immortality appear in the lower world of the Heaven and Yuan dynasty? However, Qin Sheng thought of the corpse chaser who was designed by Ling Dongfeng some time ago and who was working with the hidden dragon gang to kill himself. The strength of the corpse chaser was definitely beyond the horrible existence of the god's mansion. Judging from the dialogue between the two, Chu Qiao is the descendant of Dali dynasty. Thinking of this, Qin Sheng felt that this time of hospital test, this time of water is more and more deep, absolutely not as simple as he thought. When the last ray of sunshine disappeared, the night fell completely. "Ah, help!" At this time, the shrill scream sounded, especially in the open and vast yellow sand battlefield. Who is calling for help? As soon as Qin Sheng's sword eyebrows coagulated, he quickly looked at the past along the sound of asking for help. His eyes were ignited with strange fire, and he looked very far away. Someone is approaching quickly. Qin Sheng saw several young fighters in black armor in the distance. They ran away in panic. The sand rolled up behind them. The terrible sandstorm was bloody red. The bloody sandstorm turned out to be a huge skeleton, ferocious and terrifying. It quickly devoured the last black man who escaped. "Oh no!" The black armor man was howling. His face was full of despair, but no matter how he struggled, he was finally engulfed by the bloody sandstorm. He seemed to be crazily bitten, competing for food, clicking with a blood color, and the wailing stopped abruptly. Seeing this scene, the remaining 2 men in black armor should all come from the same college, otherwise, they will not wear uniform and customized armor. Soon, another man with black armor was swallowed and turned into a blood flower in the sandstorm. Seeing this scene, the dignified color on Qin Sheng's face became more and more dignified. There is something terrifying hidden in the dust storm. Qin Sheng frowned, then looked at Long Wei and asked, "What's hidden in the sandstorm?" "You have a third eye, don't you? Open it and have a look. Go hunting without danger." A pair of slanting eyes despised Long Wei, and he shook his head without hesitation and refused, saying, "Do you think my third eye is opened casually? There is a price to pay, and it is not small." "Then you opened your third eye to me last time?" Qin Sheng asked. "Isn't that to live?" Long Wei said angrily. "No way, right? Don't make me order you." Qin Shenghua said with a deep smile. Long Wei made a contract with Qin Sheng. As his follower, Long Wei could not resist Qin Sheng's order at all. "Don't have something to say?" Long Wei came running. "You don't need to open your eyes to know that the goods are being chased by a group of Sha animals." "Shazu?" Qin Sheng's mind quickly searches for the inheritance and memory of the emperor, and his face suddenly looks ugly. Yes, that kind of animal of the Sha nationality is not very powerful. It's just a group of ground mice that can eat the sand even when they are hungry. Long Wei explained, the Sha people are very difficult to deal with, just like locusts. Let's go. Although the Sha people are not very strong, they can't bear the strong in the Shenfu area when they are killed all over the world. Long Wei squints at the last man in the distance who escapes from the black armor. He looks at the dead as if he were stared at by the Sha people. He's dead. Hurry up, it's not from Luyun College. Don't try to be a hero. Long Wei stood up with his hands down and preached. Qin Sheng nodded. As he was about to leave in a low-key way, his face suddenly changed and he said, "No, he seems to find us." Black Armor Man escapes crazily. He is the chief student of Black Rock College. He just broke into the battlefield of Huangsha. He was originally separated from other students of Black Rock College, but the distance is not far at all, and soon gathered together. At the beginning, the Black Armor Man was very excited. He was able to find all the students in such a short period of time in the past incomparable Yellow Sand ancient battlefield, which is undoubtedly a great joy. If he met the chief of other colleges who were single, he immediately set up a group to attack. Maybe he could easily win 1 or even 2 dragon pawns. However, he had not been excited for a long time before the sandstorm started. He is the martial artist of Tongshenging. The other 4 students who took part in the test are all the top of Tonghenjing. They have melted the soul of war. They don't pay attention to the natural disaster of sandstorm at all. In particular, he is a powerful man who can fly in the sky and hide in the earth. What's more, he can only overcome a wave of sandstorm. To be the chief of Haiyan College, Heijia Man is not a fool. Even if he is not afraid of sandstorm, he doesn't want to be a living target. Under his leadership, he found a lust temple, intending to avoid sandstorm and go out to find other college people. However, it is in that seemingly ordinary and shabby earth temple that a group of terrifying sand beasts climb out of the yellow sand ground and catch the only female student of Black Rock College. They are all torn apart and devour clean. Those sand beasts, strange in shape, are extremely ferocious. When the Black Armor Man wanted to explode, he was devoured by another student. Although the strength of the 2 students who were first devoured is not very good, only the peak of Tonghenjing, but it's too terrible. What makes the Black Armor Man despair is that he can only kill a sand beast with his full strength. The strong bloody smell makes the sand beast boil, and constantly climb out of the ground and rush to them. In less than 10 days, under the earth temple, more than 100 sand animals crawled out. The man in black armor was completely desperate. He could not afford to go to the same door and flee. Dying? The Black Armor Man's face was as dusty as dirt. The last one of his classmates died behind him. He was so divided that he could not leave a whole body. These sand beasts, as if they had not eaten flesh and blood for many years, did not waste any part. At the moment of desperation, he saw Qin Sheng in the distance, just like a drowning man grasping the last straw. He even vomited his own blood essence, performed a blood sacrifice, and fled madly. He seems to be Qin Sheng. The Black Armor Man had some hope in his heart. Qin Sheng's gathering in the 6th courtyard of Xinguang College showed his terrifying strength, though it seemed that he only relied on bronze phubbing. He has bronze talisman, maybe he can help me. The man of black armor approaches Qin Sheng crazily, even if dead, also pull you to take a back together. Black Armor Man also has no good intention, however, he has already despaired. A despairing person does some harm to others and does not benefit oneself, is not at all accidental. Chatter. However, the speed of the sand people is too fast. By virtue of the sandstorm, they are even more powerful. Even if the Black Armor Man sacrificed his own blood essence, he was quickly caught up. A dry hand flashed out like lightning, accompanied by a stench, as thick and thin as steel, making people creepy. The dried hand was too fast, and caught the Black Armor Man's foot with a bloodbath. Black Armor Man's face changes dramatically. He is also cruel enough, unexpectedly, poof hiss, a knife cut his thigh. Rumble. Blood gushes all over the place. The man with black armor is the strong one in the sky. Even if he has no leg, he can fly in the sky. Bang. Finally, he fell in front of Qin Sheng and broke his leg. His face was very pale. You are the chief of Black Rock College? Qin Sheng's face was a little unhappy, because he found that they were surrounded by a group of sand people, and the sandstorm swept them. The man in black armor nodded and said in a deep voice, "These sand beasts are very powerful. Their strength is beyond the realm of Tonghun. What are you still doing?" In his words, the black armor man said with an imperative tone, "Sacrifice bronze talisman, or you will be buried with me." Black Armor Man is very weak, even if he broke a leg, found himself poisoned. Shit, you don't have a good heart. Long Wei jumped at his feet in anger and roared. The Black Beetle Man did not have a trace of regret at all. He said, "A toad that can speak?" Qin Sheng was very angry. He approached the Black Armor Man, put out his hand, and said, "We will kill the Sha people, but first, hand over the dragon pool." "You're a dead man anyway." Qin Sheng's voice was cold, and he looked down at the chief of Haiyan College. This Black Armor Man didn't have a good heart. He wanted to take Qin Sheng to be buried with him. In that case, Qin Sheng was not polite. As soon as the voice fell, the Black Armor Man was frightened. He didn't expect Qin Sheng to tear his face if he didn't agree. "Dare you?" The Black Armor Man is still trying to be brave and try to scare Qin Sheng. "I'm the chief of Haiyan College. How dare you treat me like this? Wait for me." This arrogant, like an idiot, from Sanlong College, the chief student of Haiyan College, seems to have failed to distinguish the situation at hand. Before he finishes, his pupils suddenly contract, a fist like a meteorite quickly enlarges in his pupils, and he wants to avoid. However, he found that his limbs were weak, and the Sha people even contained a strong poison. He was poisoned. Bang! Black Armor Man in a fist, handsome face is hit slant, click a sound, face bone is broken, fast red, swollen, mead blood drops on the cold yellow sand. "I've been patient with you for a long time. I'm not a toad, but a descendant of an ancestral dragon." Long Wei stepped on the head of a man with black armor, just like a falling meteorite. It's powerful and frightening. Black Armor Man's mouth is just like the spring water, the blood gushes out of the milieu, the viscera are all shattered, the vitality is passing quickly. Long Wei snatched the ring of the Black Armor Man and kicked him far away. Hula. The man with black armor has not yet fallen over the yellow sand, and a gust of wind rolled over the mat, blowing a terrible dust storm, and the man with black armor was swallowed up. The sight of the great departure from the imperial dynasty is also amazing. There are even the sun and the moon, as well as the difference between day and night. Qin Sheng doubted that Dali dynasty was not in the plain of Tianyuan, but in an interlayer between Tianyuan and other continents, which became a secret place. On the other hand, it was brilliant even before the emperor's reign. The secret place 10,000 years ago can still run day and night. What a powerful soul master can arrange it. The moon is like blood, the moonlight is dark red, which makes people feel gloomy and horrible. Ah, let go of me, you brutes. The chief of Haiyan College, who was swallowed up by the sandstorm, roared desperately. He was the warrior in the sky after all, and his strength was much stronger than that of his peers. However, in the face of the terror of the Sand Clan, he could only resist the time of interest. After a few breaths, the bones crack, the sound of blood and flesh separation comes out, a smell of blood comes, and the chief voice of Black Rock College stops suddenly. Qin Sheng looked at the blood fog in the distance, coldly, looked on coldly, without a trace of guilt on his face. This is from the chief of Haiyan College. He is superior and has no good intentions. He even orders Qin Sheng. If he is good-natured, Qin Sheng will not be so ruthless and send him to the blood plate of the Sha people. In addition, to participate in the hospital trial, each other is a competitor, either you die or I die. Qin Sheng takes the ring from Long Wei, turns his hand, and a bloody vessel appears in the palm. The first dragon pond. As soon as Qin Sheng's eyes brightened, he had just entered the ruins of the great departure from the imperial dynasty, and even had no time to join Han Mengchen, Yi Xian and other people, so he could easily get a dragon pool. In addition to its original dragon pool, Luyun College has 2 dragon pools. That is to say, even if you quit the college test now, Luyun College is also a Erlang college. This time it was a small test, and its edge gradually emerged. Qin Sheng is holding his fists tightly. This court test is very important for him. He must be favored by the 3 holy courts. Because only in this way, rising in the 3 holy courts, can we have the chance to save our father from the prison of Dian Emperor. Boom. The sandstorm swept wildly, flying sand and stones, with inexplicable pressure, surrounded Long Wei and Qin Sheng. Qin Sheng's face slightly coagulated, and looked at the sky blocking the sun. There was also the terrible dust storm of lightning. He turned his hand and offered a rune sword. Fu Jian is as thin as a cicada's wing. It's a real 5-grain Fu Jian. Now Qin Sheng is the boss behind the scenes of the underground world. There are a lot of Yuan Jing's income every day. Can you say that Qin Sheng's financial resources are no less than those of the princes and generals of the northern Qin kingdom? Even richer than those who have not graduated from the 3 holy halls. Chatter. A gloomy voice came out in the center of the dust storm, with inexplicable chill, just like 2 pieces of metal rubbing, very harsh. Qin Sheng put a layer of yellow spring fire on his eyes and saw a big figure come out slowly. Qin Sheng's pupils suddenly contracted. This is the Sha nationality? Walking alone with 2 feet and a big body, wearing a broken armor, I don't know how many years ago. The ragged body is covered with long and rough hair, just like a giant old book monster who can walk upright. He looks like a small leader of the Sha nationality. His eyes are red, and there is a trace of blood on the corner of his mouth. He stares at Qin Sheng. Human, I feel you are more delicious than what you just had. The Sha people's eyes wandered around Qin Sheng's body wantonly, watching Qin Sheng's scalp numb. Qin Sheng looked back at Long Wei and said, "You are right. These Sha people look like disgusting mice." Man. Are you insulting me? The language of the Sha nationality is very old. Qin Sheng actually sounds a little laborious. However, the general meaning is known. Shua. Qin Sheng is too lazy to waste time with these Sha people. His purpose of participating in the hospital test is very clear. In addition to seeing if he can get some chance in the ruins of the great departure from the imperial dynasty, the biggest goal is to have as many dragon ponds as possible. The number of dragon pool is the key factor to judge the result of this test. Qin Sheng's legs stomped, and the crazy sand was lifted like a wave. His feet were twined with purple electricity, and the wind was blowing. The speed was as fast as lightning in front of the small head of the Sha nationality. The small head of the Sha nationality was startled. It didn't feel how strong the Yuan force fluctuations were, but it could feel that the blood gas of Qin Sheng was much stronger than that of the black armor man. Generally speaking, the richer the blood gas contained in human body, the more delicious it is to eat. As a small leader of the Sha people, he has not tried the taste of human beings for nearly 500 years. The ruins of Dali dynasty have been severely forbidden for a long time. Although there are occasionally strong intruders in these years, they can't eat much human flesh with their strength. Chong. In the dark night, the dazzling sword light, like the light of the day, rose to the sky, illuminating a large area of the world. At the same time, Qin Sheng's eyes changed, and a sword grass came out of his palm, carrying the horrible sword meaning of killing. The horror of the killing sword covers the small leader of the Sha nationality. His hair stands up like iron nails. His mouth quickly chants its ancient mantra. The crazy sand is used crazily and interweaves into a huge shield. The shield is very large, with golden sand flowing, and the light of runes interwoven. Qin Sheng looked at the shield made of yellow sand with contempt in his eyes. The 5-pattern talisman sword in his hand was cut down severely, and the fierce and frightening sword spirit gathered into a hanging river. It's 3,000 feet down the river. It's suspected that the Milky Way is falling into 9 days. Good sword. Long Wei stands with his hand in his hand. His young face shows an old man dressed up on purpose. Looking at Qin Sheng's sword, he recites poems. This flattery is pooh. Just like the light of the sky river, with the smell of killing, the sharp point suddenly appeared, and it was easy to split the amazing yellow sand shield into two, and then swept through the frightened eyes of the small leader of the Sha nationality. The small leader of the Sha nationality was split into 2 parts by a sword, without any blood flowing. With a bang, he turned into a pile of yellow sand, with a golden crystal suspended in the air. The sandstorm has stopped. The rest of the sandstorms can't believe that their leaders can't withstand the sword of mankind. What kind of god is this human being? Is it so horrible? Qin Sheng's sword eyebrow slightly coagulated and said, the strength of the leader of the Sha nationality is probably equal to the human warrior above the middle period of Tongshenging. In addition, in the desert, with the support of environmental forces, the real combat power is probably equal to the human warrior at the peak of Tongshenging. Just now, the chief of Haiyan College was just at the beginning of Tongshenging. How could he be the opponent of the leader of the Sha nationality? However, Qin Sheng was not the same. His physical cultivation had reached the state of Tong Tian, and even the invincible existence in the state of Tong Tian. The sword just seems simple, but it's integrated with the sword meaning of killing, and the terror power of the 5-pattern rune sword. The leader of the Sha nationality, who cuts through the top of the sky, is really no different from chopping melons and vegetables. Qin Sheng grabs the crystal stone with yellow sand flowing in one hand, which seals the animal soul of the Sha people. The Sha people are weird enough. They were killed. Unlike other monsters, they turned into yellow sand. Qin Sheng looks at the animal core of the Sha nationality. He knows that the animal soul of the Sha nationality is sealed inside. There are 2 runes on the core of the beast. It's obvious that this is a spirit of war with 2 lines. Generally speaking, it is already a very good soul of war for an ordinary soul state warrior, and the soul of the Sha nationality is also a property of the earth. Most of the world has mud. If Qin Sheng smelt the soul of the war, it would be of great benefit to the promotion of his force. Smelting the soul of war is not simple, and it is very important. Qin Sheng will not melt the soul of the Sha people so easily. What's more, the battle spirit of the Sha nationality is just a 2-grain battle spirit, which even Zhao Qingsong can't match. In the future, Qin Sheng will go to the Dian dynasty to rescue his father himself, and he has a relationship with Xia Bingning. In a word, Qin Sheng buttoned a big green hat on the head of Xu Hingyi, and the grudges between him and the Xu family were settled, even to the extent of immortality. In a word, for Qin Sheng, Dian dynasty was just like a dragon pond and a tiger cave. So, how can a 2-stripes animal nucleus meet Qin Sheng's requirements? Here you are. Qin Sheng threw the core to Long Wei. Long Wei takes over this animal core and breaks it when it clicks. The spirit of the Sha people roars to escape, but how can it escape? Long Wei snorted coldly, melting the soul of war directly into the most pure soul power. Air. Long Wei burps a burp. The soul power of the two lines war spirit is equivalent to the full soul power of half the Heaven Soul Realm warriors. Long Wei, the toad, not only likes to eat the flesh and blood of high-level monsters to enhance its strength, but also can chew the core. And it's still easy to bite. Boom. The rest of the Sha people saw their leader killed in such a short time, and even the soul of war was melted into the most pure soul power. The Sha people, who were originally hidden in the dust storm, roared wildly, their eyes were red with blood, and they spread their sky to Qin Sheng and Long Wei. Sonorous. At a glance, Qin Sheng saw that the overwhelming Sha people rolled over like a black cloud, but there was not a little retreat on his face, but he was a little excited. The sword light is surging. With the fierce sword spirit, 5 steps kill 1 Sha nationality, 10 steps kill 10 Sha nationality. The sword light of his right hand soared to the sky, and the prisoner dragon hand of his left hand was also a dazzling rune. Qin Sheng, like a dragon descendant, broke into a sheepfold. The minions of the Sha nationality have the lowest strength, which can also be compared to the human warriors in the beautiful soul state. Moreover, through the main ground of the desert, the ordinary warriors in the soul state cannot be antagonistic alone, or even 2 human warriors in the soul state can pick up a Sha nationality. Just like a hanging tianhe, sweeping across the past, breathtaking, just like a wild grass in the desert getting enough water, growing crazily, and finally becoming a large oasis. Pooh. A large number of sand groups have turned into a pile of yellow sand, which has killed a large area. Not every Sha clan can agglomerate into animal core after death. Some weak Sha clan can't agglomerate into soul of war after death, disappear, turn into a pile of yellow sand, and the form and spirit will be destroyed. Qin Sheng's body has become a fu-fu. Even in Tong Tian realm, Qin Sheng's body is invincible, not to mention the Sha's minions, whose strength is comparable to those of human warriors in Tonghan realm. In addition, the body has planted sword seeds. With the support of abundant soul power, even if there is no sword technique, the slaughter can be easily completed. Double dragons out to sea. The sea is boundless. The strong dragon regrets. Long Wei stands in the air, holding the handprint of reproduction and antiquity. The dazzling rune light emerges, just like the sun in the night. It's full of strength. It's a big part of death. Long Wei has eaten the blood essence of many big demons, and his cultivation has reached the goal of 3 robberies. However, with the progeny of Zulong in his mouth, it is difficult to find an opponent in Tongming. What boundless sea, 2 dragons go out to sea, the strong dragon has regrets. It's all about the decoration words of Long Wei's goods, to show their background and status. With his strength, let alone the terrorist attack of ancient France, it's just to blow a voice with the power of terror thunder, which can also crush a large area. Bang! 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 Although the Sha nationality seems to have an absolute advantage in quantity, it is definitely a slaughtering meow. No matter Qin Sheng or Long Wei, they can easily kill and clean the Sha nationality. Soon, the sandstorm disappeared, revealing a round of bloody moon in the sky. All the Sha people are dead, including those who want to escape from the deep yellow sand, are killed by Long Wei. Buzzing. The sandstorm disappeared, the sky was clear again, and a large number of animal cores were suspended in the air. Although the runic light of the animal cores was dim, at best, they could only barely shine as weak as fireflies on the dark night. However, Qin Sheng and Long Wei, 2 evil geniuses, are really terrible. With the momentum of sweeping thousands of troops, they killed all the sand people who surrounded them. At a glance, they are like a large group of fireflies living together, which is very dreamy. These animal cores are all one-stripe animal cores, and the ones sealed inside are all one-stripe war spirits. With a wave of Qin Sheng's hand, he rolled all the animal cores of the mat and counted them casually. There were thousands of animal cores. There are thousands of animal cores on the underground black market. That is to say, a slaughterhouse brought over 10 million yuan crystal income to Qin Sheng. 10 million yuan jing. Qin Sheng smacked his mouth and his eyes shone with excitement. Even for a powerful person with a life-saving environment, 10 million yuan crystal is not a small amount. I'll take the animal nucleus first and keep it in mind. Then I'll go to the Emperor.Dian to buy you delicious food. Qin Sheng looks at the dragon power like a little complaining woman. Speaking truth, this time, Long Wei did a lot of work. Watching Qin Sheng take away all the animal cores, his face first showed a dark resentment. In fact, he was very scolded. However, Qin Sheng took him to the Dian dynasty. Well, Qin Sheng also mentioned the Dian dynasty many times. I don't know how many times it's better than the Dian city where birds don't shit. Although Qin Sheng looks like a pit, he is more ruthless than anyone else. Long Wei glanced at Qin Sheng with a pair of squint eyes, but the stewed lion's head and tiger bone soup I took with me last time, tut, it's really delicious. That's what you said. Long Wei laughed and said, don't fool me then. Qin Sheng warns Long Wei, don't look at me with a squint, look at the person with a dark face. The squint of the toad is not good at all. This group of Sha people chased the people of that Black Rock College, as if they were going out to fight. What did they do to make the group of Sha people like the rats so angry? Qin Sheng's eyebrows set and said indifferently. That's for 2 reasons. Long Wei stood up with his hands down, and pretended to be a peerless expert. If it's a dragon descendant, it contains rich dragon blood. It's okay to wear a dragon crown with a dragon horn on the head and a dragon scale on the body. But now, it's standing in front of Qin Sheng. Especially, it's a green pimple with several purple circles around it. How can you think of a shabby toad? Although Qin Sheng wanted to scold in his heart, he still had patience to listen to Long Wei's opinion. First of all, this group of human beings without eyes broke into the territory of this group of sand people, by mistake. Qin Sheng nodded his head, which is reliable. In the end, these Sha people are also monsters. They have a strong sense of territory. Whoever dares to break in is undoubtedly a great challenge to them. Second, they moved things they shouldn't have. Long Wei finally said. When Qin Sheng heard this, his pupils suddenly contracted and he thought of some terrible things. This is the site of Dali dynasty, which has been buried for more than 10,000 years. It is estimated that some treasures are enshrined in the nest of the Sha people. There should be some treasures in the old nest of the Sha people. Qin Sheng's eyes twinkled and said, 9 out of 10 are the students of Black Rock College. They are greedy and touch some treasures. Otherwise, they can't come out to kill them. Long Wei hears the words, squints a lot, drools all over the place, urges, then what are you waiting for, to copy the old nest of the Sha people? To copy the nest of the Sha people, only the guy who doesn't know the height of the world, Long Wei, dare to speak up. If heard by others, he will definitely laugh and fall off. Just now, they just killed a small group of Sha people. It is estimated that there are many powerful Sha people in the real nest of Sha people. Although Sha people live in groups, no one knows whether there are other Sha people near their old nest. Done. Qin Sheng waves fiercely, seeking wealth and danger. This place is far away from the emperor, burying unknown treasures. It's impossible for the Sha people not to collect a few. One man, one toad, can do it. Long Wei takes the lead and looks for the old nest of the Sha people. The Dragon Wei's nose is up. One sniff here and another sniff there. In the distance, he found a very weathered stone pillar. He even put up a leg and peed at the pillar. This action can't be made by the descendants of the noble dragon nationality. Qin Sheng doesn't think the dragon power is like the dragon nationality at all. At this moment, even the toad doesn't look like a dog. I said, Long Wei, although there is no one here for 10 li, it's not so easy to urinate. Qin Sheng frowned and said, "By the way, do you say you are of dragon origin and are you mixed with Tiango?" When Long Wei heard this, his body trembled, and his urine was interrupted. He was very uncomfortable, and his urine was endless. "Qin Sheng, I'll fight with you." Long Wei growls, "My ancestor is a Zulong, not a mongrel." Qin Sheng's purple lightning was flying, his feet were full of fierce rune light, he dodged the attack, and looked up and said, "Come on, Tiango is not a low-level monster, it's said that it's a pet of the gods. The roar of the heavenly dog can shatter the star river. The powerful heavenly dog can even become a god." Of course, this is also a legend. Even the Emperor of the 10,000 robbers is also a hearsay, which has not been confirmed. Bah! Long Wei spits out a big mouthful of thick phlegm and nearly throws it on Qin Sheng's face. "It's disgusting. How about Tiango? My father slapped a lot of Tiango to death. I'll tell you, my nose is more sensitive than a dog." Long Wei's cheeky thief is thick and boastful again. Qin Sheng squints at it. Tiango is a pet of the gods. Powerful Tiango can even become a god. How sensitive his nose is. Long Wei is so shameless. He always puts gold on his face and boasts too much about himself. However, in the next moment, Qin Sheng will stay. Because he saw a large area of yellow sand in the distance, there was an ancient temple. This is the nest of the Sha people? Qin Sheng looked at Long Wei by accident and wondered, how could it be an ancient temple? The ancient temple in the mountain cannot be entered casually, let alone the ancient temple in the huge tomb of the emperor. There must be a sacrifice in the ancient temple. Long Wei's eyes are bright. Hearing this, Qin Sheng's face was also excited, saying, "There are sacrifices that can make the Sha people sacrifice for thousands of years. The yellow sand is all over the sky. It's surprisingly calm here. There's no sandstorm everywhere. The ancient temple is on a pile of loess, which is not very big. Looking at the past far away, it's very broken, standing on these 10 huge stone pillars, supporting the whole ancient temple. Just, through thousands of years, vicissitudes of life, time can kill everything. This ancient temple used to be brilliant, but 10,000 years later, it has wiped out everything. A dozen pillars supporting the whole temple have collapsed, most of them, leaving only 3 stone pillars that are extremely weathered." Qin Sheng leads Long Wei to approach slowly. Hearing this, Long Wei also stood up with a negative hand. On his young face, he purposely showed a look that was far away from his age. On his face, he pointed to the mountains and rivers. He said, "Thousands of years ago, even the gods will grow old. The most powerful deity, Shu Yuan, is only tens of thousands of years. If it fails to break through the last step, it will eventually turn into a pile of loess, like this temple." Long Wei knows more than the emperor. In 9 days and 10 places, the Emperor of Kaleidoscope is a first-class, great man and a pyramid-like existence. However, the Emperor is not the top group after all, especially for the deepest forbidden area in 9 days and 10 places. At that time it was because a so-called royal family came out of the deepest forbidden area of 9 days and 10 places. Under the instigation of a group of people, they would be imprisoned if they didn't agree with each other. What is the last step beyond that? Qin Sheng asked as soon as his sword eyebrows coagulated. Long Wei squinted at Qin Sheng and said, "It's a chance, young man. You're just a dreg of soul state, thinking of the last step of breaking away from 9 days and 10 places?" Long Wei seizes the opportunity and pours Qin into cold water. Qin Sheng is really too evil. He is a dragon descendant. He has the blood of Zulong in his body. He has been sleeping for thousands of years. If he wants to do something great, he will rise up like a star in 9 days and 10 places, blinding all people's dogs. However, especially, Long Wei feels that he is too unlucky to meet Qin Sheng. He is not old enough to grow up, and Mao doesn't even grow up. He is so rebellious, and rubs him on the ground. Finally, in order to survive, he was forced to establish a follower contract. The descendants of the grand ancestors and dragons fell to become a small continent of the lower world, even the little brother of the indigenous people who couldn't even be called a name or a shit place. If this is handed back to 9 days and 10 places, the villagers in Zulong village would be laughed off. Longwei feels that he's eaten shriveled. Whenever he has a chance, he mocks Qin Sheng and vents his frustration. Otherwise, if he holds it for a long time, he may suffer from internal injury. Bang! However, in response to Longwei's slap, he crossed an arc, ran into the ancient temple and took a bite of ash. If you want to say it, don't try to force me. Qin Sheng was very strong. Although he was 2 lower levels than Longwei, he was not afraid of Longwei. With the divine soul contract in hand, Qin Sheng eats the dragon power. Bah! Bah! Longwei spits out a mouthful of sand, his nose is swollen, his face is blue, and his eyes are squint at Qin Sheng. But when he sees Qin Sheng's strong approach, it's like a frustrated ball. Who told him to make a spiritual contract? He is destined to have a grandson for 100 years. Qin Sheng also walked into the ancient temple, feeling even colder. In the desert area, the temperature difference between day and night is great. It may be as hot as a stove at noon and as cold as ice at night. There's still some blood left. Qin Sheng's nose is not as sensitive as Longwei's or Tiango's, but as an alchemist, he is absolutely sensitive to the smell of blood. In particular, Qin Sheng still has the fire of the yellow spring. How sharp is the spirit? The temple is very dilapidated. It used to be very big, but now it's down to the end at a glance. In addition to the 3 severely weathered stone pillars supporting the whole ruined ancient temple, there are also several stone statues on both sides. These stone statues are the size of ordinary people. There are powerful human beings and powerful monsters. They all hold a fire pot in their hands. At the end of the ancient temple, there is a clay figurine, which should be the god worshipped by Dali Emperor. Qin Sheng calmed down his breath, stopped making public, and dared not be arrogant. Looking at the clay figurines who could not see their faces clearly, he said, "The ancient temple has been destroyed, even the emperor has been destroyed for thousands of years. It is estimated that the gods it worships have also fallen." According to the inheritance and memory of the emperor, Qin Sheng knew that there were gods in the world. However, there can be no gods in Tianyuan continent. Only in 9 days and 10 places can there be gods. It's lucky that Emperor Wudi of the 10,000 robberies has met the gods. Of course, it's just a glimpse from afar, but he hasn't really touched them. Even in 9 days and 10 places, the gods are also the top powers. It's really difficult to meet with each other in the background and strength of the emperor. The gods will establish religion in countless aspects and continents, and be worshipped by countless human beings and even monsters. The more believers, the greater the power of faith the gods will receive, and the more powerful the gods will naturally become. Obviously, the great departure from the emperor also believed in a god, and Qin Sheng's clay figure was the embodiment of a god. It's said that the gods incarnate in hundreds of millions, and commit themselves to countless great religions or large-scale, even large courtyards. As long as we sacrifice precious things, even living beings, the gods will show up and help the believers. Smell speech, Longwei, a pair of slanting eyes not from Si Qin Sheng, more 2 eyes. Wei, you also know those magic stick routine? Longwei, a descendant with ancestral dragon blood, is really nervous. He is not afraid of heaven and earth. He even speaks rudely in front of the clay man. The spirit is universal to all living beings, inclusive of believers. From Longwei's mouth, it becomes a staff. Don't look at me like that. Longwei was very arrogant. My brother's background is deep. When I was young, I saw several gods. They bowed to me and flattered me, which is not as terrible as you think. Is it? Qin Sheng showed a smile and seemed a little incredulous. Don't believe it. Long Wei stared and said, I'm so big. I advise you to cancel the follower spirit contract, or in 100 years. My God, the clay man's eyes move. Qin Sheng shouted. Fuck, my mother. Long Wei escapes and hides in Qin Sheng's back, shivering. After 10 rest, Long Wei dared to look out his head and squint at the clay figurine. The clay figurine is like an old monk who has been a monk for thousands of years. Let alone the golden body runes have been destroyed, and even the 5 senses have been weathered into a group. How can the eyes still move? At this moment, don't make any noise, except for the occasional wind, nothing happened. Qin Sheng, what are you scaring me to do? Long Wei scolds Qin Sheng for being immoral. He was almost scared to pee. There is no doubt that this ancient temple is dedicated to a deity, even the first one is a hypocrite, that is, a demigod. Even if it's a demigod incarnation can make Long Wei fart with one look. Long Wei has been sleeping for thousands of years, and finally wakes up. He is thinking about how to climb to the sky step by step and find the secret of the War of Annihilation, his parents, relatives, and friends, etc. Qin Sheng looked down on his face and said, You don't look down on the gods. You also say that a group of gods flatter you. Do you want to be shameless? Even if it's the Emperor of the 10,000 robbers, the one who has the talent of alchemy for 9 days and 10 places, can only visit the gods from afar. This dragon power is too shameless, not just a toad with a dragon vein, but also crazy to stick gold on his face. To show the spirit, or even to show the power, you need to sacrifice a lot of treasures, not to scold a few words to make the spirit appear. How can a god incarnate into a million, and be scolded by a humble person like an ant? If so, the gods don't need to practice. They are too busy to show up. Qin Sheng said, Long Wei, don't say I teach you. If you have nothing to do, you should think more about cultivation. Don't pretend to be forced all day. You will be hit by thunder. If Long Wei wants to vomit blood, he has been holding it for 10,000 years. Does he show his profound inheritance? By the way, we can also crack down on Qin Sheng's goods. What I didn't expect was Qin Sheng's goods. It seems that I don't need to know less about them, or even know more about some fields than myself. My Long Wei is also the divine martial art of Tianzong. Qin Sheng is more evil than me, just like the old monster who lived thousands of years ago. Long Wei was hit, he whispered a few words, a pair of squint to show some doubt. I said Long Wei, you are not the old monster 10,000 years ago. You took away the body of Qin Sheng's unlucky egg, right? Otherwise, how can you understand so much if you are an aborigine who doesn't shit and has no face value and background? Long Wei suddenly asked tentatively and said his doubts. Poof. Qin Sheng glanced at Long Wei and said, You are the old monster 10,000 years ago. Your family are all the old monsters 10,000 years ago. It's okay to read less the field history of those storytellers, where there are so many lost and reborn. It's only in novels. It's better than taking away the body of Qin Sheng. Let's see what we have. The ancient temple is very quiet. It seems that all the Sha people have disappeared. They have been chatting and farting here for such a long time, and even a subordinate of the Sha people has not appeared. In front of the statue, there is a stone table. It is also because of the vicissitudes of life, the weathering is very serious, and even one of the legs of the table is broken, leaving only 3 legs. There are 3 items on the broken stone table. Qin Sheng's eyes are hot. I think those are the offerings that the emperor used to sacrifice. These sacrifices have not been moved, except for some human fingerprints on the table, and nothing has been lost. Those fingerprints must have been left by the students of Haiyan College. That's why they shocked the Sha people. The sacrifice was placed in order, Qin Sheng and Long Wei were close. A dish of unknown fruit. The first thing to see is a large plate of fruit on the left. It's not an ordinary fruit that can be used to sacrifice to the gods. The magic dragon wasteland 10,000 years ago was extremely prosperous, and many fruits against the sky were born. Among them, there are some fruits, even those who are strong in the cave must be jealous. However, the vicissitudes of thousands of years are enough to wipe out everything. The original vitality is dense. The bright fruit of runes has long withered, and the nutrition and water quality have long passed away completely. Qin Sheng's eyes were covered with dazzling fire. He wanted to see if there were any remaining prohibitions on the altar. After a while, Qin Sheng was sure that there was no danger. He reached for the fruits that had been sacrificed to the gods thousands of years ago. Qin Sheng just picked up a dried fruit and turned it into powder in an instant. The wind blew gently and dissipated in the air. Seeing this, Qin Sheng's face slightly coagulated and said with a wry smile, "It's completely weathered indeed." At first, Qin Sheng had some expectations. He hoped that these fruits could go against the sky and fall into a deep sleep like Long Wei, waiting for his coming to wake up. Unfortunately, the reality is too cruel. Qin Sheng continuously picked up 7 or 8 lingua, all of them turned into powder. When Qin Sheng was about to move his eyes away, he found a seed lying on the plate. He immediately picked it up and stared at the seed 10,000 years ago. What seed is this? Qin Sheng was curious and quickly searched the inheritance and memory of the emperor. The seeds are only the size of fingernails. The whole body is black and plain, just like ordinary seeds. Qin Sheng covers his eyes with different fire, but he doesn't see any runes. At this time, Long Wei put his head together and looked at the seed in Qin Sheng's hand with a pair of squint eyes, which were almost falling. Is this the rune seed? Long Wei's voice was very loud, accompanied by incomparable shock. Qin Sheng listened, and then a surging memory came out. It's really the seed of talisman. The so-called rune seed is to wait for germination, flowering and fruit, and then a rune will be born. As long as an ordinary warrior eats the spirit fruit of this talisman, he can have a life talisman in his body. There are also high and low runes. If a high-level rune can be accompanied, its combat effectiveness will soar many times. The difference between this life rune and other ordinary runes is that this life rune will increase with the strength of the warrior. Even higher level runes can nourish the physical body of the warrior and improve talent and potential. Therefore, in 9 days and 10 places, some powerful royal families will let the babies who were just born not long ago eat the spirit fruit of Fuqi, and some of their legitimate sons and daughters who are against the sky will directly give the artifact to gods. How could the achievements of the disciples of the later generations of the powerful royal family be low if they had the artifact to nourish the body? It's said that the nourishment needed for rune seeds is not simple. Generally, find some fertile yuanmai soil, and severely find the soil where the beast once lived, such as the nest of immortal nirvana. Qin Sheng squinted and looked at Long Wei. He said, "Long Wei, you are called a descendant of Zulong. You are a dragon, and you are also a noble family." When Long Wei heard this, his face was thumping. He wanted the most face. When he saw Qin Sheng finally admit that he was a dragon, he straightened up his chest, coughed a few times, and said, "That's natural." Qin Sheng, with a smile, with inexplicable meaning, patted Long Wei on the shoulder. Long Wei squints at Qin Sheng and says, "I said, why are you laughing so cheap? You were born before nirvana?" Qin Sheng asked with a smile. Long Wei shook his head and said, "I'm not an adult. I'm still a long time away from nirvana." "Why?" Long Wei squinted and asked, "Do you really want to give me another idea? If I say that I have an ancient method, it can make you nirvana ahead of time and achieve great accomplishments." Qin Sheng said. Hearing this, Long Wei's eyes are bright. He is now helpless. Although he has ancestral dragon blood, he has degenerated from a dragon-born, handsome god laying into a three-eyed ice toad because he has been sleeping for thousands of years. Although the three-eyed ice toad, if it can open the third vertical eye of the eyebrow, even the false eye also contains the power of terror. However, how could dragon power bear such a lack of food? Just after his birth, he was crushed by Qin Sheng and lost his freedom for 100 years. If Qin Sheng is in a bad mood, he will sell him to the old monsters in the cave, or even sacrifice to the gods in exchange for benefits. Who is Longwei going to cry with? As long as Longwei is able to nirvana, he can even send a message to 9 days and 10 places that he is still alive by special means, and let the people come to him. At that time, what spirit contract, for the gods, or even demigods, is not difficult at all. Kiki Longwei is a man like a dog. He coughs gently to cover up his inner excitement. He says, "You have this ancient method? What price shall I pay? I don't want to do things that hurt the origin." Longwei said seriously. Qin Sheng, with a smile on his face, said, "No, no, 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 I'm a brother. I've experienced hardships. How can I make you sacrifice your origin to nirvana? As long as you put some dragon blood out, I will arrange the array for you to practice medicine. 90% of you will surely advance your nirvana by 1,000 years. 100 years of snake demons and dragons. Although there is dragon blood in this dragon power, it will take thousands of years for it to become an adult dragon. The lifespan of the dragon nationality is very long. A 1,000-year-old dragon is not a high-level dragon nationality. There are some powerful high-level dragon families. It will take thousands of years just to break an egg. I wipe. I'll tell you why you laugh so cheap. It turned out that you were fighting my dragon blood idea again. Longwei jumps away and covers his chest with his hands, warning Qin Sheng not to get close to him. Qin Sheng continued to bewitch, "You are also a dragon descendant. Why are you so mean? Isn't it a little dragon blood? After bleeding, it's a big deal to mend it for you. And I want to make you nirvana. I'm also good. Take the leftovers of your nirvana and plant my rune seeds." Qin Sheng said, "If you plant 1 or 2 artifact, do you think I can treat you badly? Brother, you give dragon blood, I give ancient dharma. You nirvana, I take the leftover materials of nirvana of the dragon nationality and pour the seeds of runes. The rune tree thrives and produces artifacts. You are descended from the ancestral dragon. Can the rune tree cultivated with your nibbana leftover materials be simple? Maybe there will be a lot of artifact, and then we will arm our teeth with artifact. It's just a artifact, even 1. Throw 1. Longwei's eyes are bright. What Qin Sheng said is very beautiful. He almost believed it. Let me think about it. In the end, Longwei still refused. Longshui is small, but it's not big enough to eat more blood tonic meat. However, it's most afraid that Qin Sheng's goods are unreliable and hurt his origin. Good. Don't worry about it. Qin Sheng didn't force Longwei, and this kind of tree is not a matter of 1 day and 1 night. Unless he really killed Longwei, it's unlikely to plant the rune overnight. Qin Sheng took the seeds of the talisman into the ring and turned his eyes to the 2 remaining offerings on the altar. A piece of jade talisman, a pillar of incense? Qin Sheng picked up these 2 things. The shape of the jade talisman is very strange, very irregular, and it has portrayed countless reproduction talismans. However, after thousands of years of weathering, it has been severely corroded and damaged, and it cannot see the characteristics of the jade talisman at all. At this time, Longwei leaned over his head and said, "This is a talisman. Take charge of the talisman. To be clear, hold the talisman and you can control the magic soldiers within the range of the talisman. There are many levels of talismans, such as some powerful talismans that can mobilize the god's mansion, or even the peerless powerful in the cave. Xiao Bingning once mentioned his identity background, saying that his father was the commander of the Tiger Talisman in Dian Dynasty. Qin Sheng didn't know how powerful the commander of Hufu was, but he was definitely not weak. The talisman of Dali is definitely much more powerful than the so-called Hufu of Xiao Bingning's father. After all, Dali was so powerful. Qin Sheng holds the palm talisman in his hand, and there is a feeling of holding hundreds of millions of military power on the spot. He infuses Yuanli, clicks and breaks into pieces. What about the most powerful military power? Thousands of years of vicissitudes, after all, still cannot reach the time. Qin Sheng didn't have any accidents. This talisman has been abandoned. Finally, Qin Sheng's eyes fell on the last sacrifice. This is a column of high fragrance, which has been ignited for half, and the length of the remaining arm is half. Daoxiang is also seriously weathered. It's dark and can't be seen for a long time. Daoxiang was placed in the middle, which was obviously the most valuable sacrifice. Qin Sheng searched for the inheritance and memory of the emperor. It's black and fragrant. I guess it's useless. Long Wei shook his head. Qin Sheng said, not necessarily, some of the incense is condensed with the blood essence or even soul blood of the big demon. Once ignited, the sky will be destroyed and the earth will be destroyed, and even the gods will be summoned. Long Wei curled his mouth and said, is it so magical? This high fragrance should be made of 3 kinds of natural big demons, or try to ignite it now to see what's going on. Qin Sheng takes out a flint and wants to light the 3-color incense. Daoxiang is also divided into many levels. The more colors, the higher the level. It is said that there are some 10-color incense, which are refined from 10 different kinds of sacred animals. Once ignited, can summon the gods. Good. Long Wei said excitedly. Maybe we can summon the spirit that was worshipped by the emperor. If the spirit is revealed, let him give me the treasure of transforming the spirit and get rid of the toad skin bag. Qin Shengjian said with a smile, ha ha, don't think about it. Daoxiang has been burned for half of the time, and the imperial dynasty has been destroyed. What can you prove? It proved that the god was no longer divine and could not protect the emperor. At this time, a strong yuan force fluctuations, without any concealment, quickly close. Someone is approaching. Qin Sheng looked up, his eyes melted the fire, and saw a distant place outside the ancient temple. Outside the ancient temple, there was a violent sandstorm. Are you sure you are not mistaken? There is an ancient temple in front of you? A majestic voice sounded. This is a young man wearing a silver and white war armor. The runes flow on the surface of the armor, which is very dazzling. At first sight, it is known that this is a valuable rune. Back to the chief officer, it's absolutely true. I saw an ancient temple here from afar. People from Haiyan College have broken into it. The speaker is a student from another college in Xinguang City. The student looked at the chief of Xinguang College, who was close to him. He did not dare to look at him directly. He was a little nervous under his eyes. It's said that the chief talent of Moro is peerless, and he has reached the state of the universe since he was young. The student couldn't help exclaiming. Moro, are you really going to rescue the people of Black Rock College? In the crowd, another person is arrogant and domineering, and his eyebrows are full of pride. The yuan power of his body is no less than that of Moro. Moro nodded lightly and said, we have formed an alliance with the 5 academies. Now, in case of any difficulty in Haiyan College, we will just stand by and watch it. If it's spread out, isn't it to hit ourselves in the face? Who will form an alliance with us in the future? Ling Kuan, with a cold face and some impatience, said, hurry up, don't waste any more time, leaving the imperial treasure house waiting for us to open. This is the site of Dali dynasty, which has been buried for thousands of years. Judging from the traces, few people intruded in this 10,000 years. That is to say, many of the famous treasures of the dynasty are still here. Well. Moro nodded, and his eyes were hot. He sighed in his heart, it's a pity that we haven't found Qin Sheng's mouse. A few days ago, at the party of the 6th house, he lost his face. Although the leaders of Xinguang College tried their best to cover up, there were still some rumors. The chief of Wulong College was beaten up by a scum of Yilong College. In fact, Mo Luo was beaten so violently by Qin Sheng that day, and then he used the secret method to devour his own blood, so he just managed to escape from Xingtian. Later, his father knew that he was furious and spent a lot of treasure, so he managed to cure Mo Luo in a few days without any disease. Soon, Mo Luo took back his idea of seeking revenge from Qin Sheng. After all, revenge can be avenged at any time. It's estimated that there will be only one chance in one's life to break into the imperial dynasty and explore treasures. The ancient temple is in front. Look, that's the ancient temple. Mo Luo, Ling Qin, Ling Dongfeng and other people looked at the ancient temple under the Lus slope, and their faces were full of rapid bursts of excitement. There are many talismans in the ancient temple of Dali dynasty, which has been buried for thousands of years. In the worst case, some sacrifices will be left, too. The voice left by countless people at the scene, the sacrifice left by the great emperor and temple 10,000 years ago, even one leg hair is bigger than some of today's treasures, right? Enter the temple. Moro took the lead and took a step forward. His long red hair wandered wantonly. He broke into the ancient temple first. The smile on his handsome face suddenly solidified, because he found that the ancient temple had already been filled with people and was still an old acquaintance. Ling Qin, Ling Dongfeng and others followed closely, followed by other elite students from 3 cities and 4 hospitals. Qin Sheng, you should die. Moro's face was horrified. He had just been thinking about Qin Sheng. He wished he had to kill Qin Sheng himself. He had a bad breath from the previous days. It's really a narrow path for enemies. The ruins of Dali dynasty are so huge. If they don't have communication cards and good luck, they can gather together in such a short time. Even so, they lost contact with the people of Black Rock College. Qin Sheng was also stunned. He didn't expect that the people near the ancient temple were Moro and Ling Qin. Mo Luo Gue is the legitimate son of the lord of Xinguang City, and Ling Qin is the second successor of such a big Ling family. They wanted to kill Qin at the Hongmen banquet the other day. In particular, Moro even used the soul medicine to enchant Xiaobingning. If Qin Sheng didn't arrive in time, he would have succeeded. In the ancient temple, the atmosphere was very depressing, and the 2 sides were at each other's throats. And the people of Black Rock College? Moro's red hair was faintly shining. Looking from a distance, it seemed like a fire. He licked his tongue and looked around. He did not find the people of Black Rock College. Ling Qin's eyes seemed to grow on her forehead. She was very arrogant and sharp. She said, "What you are holding is a sacrifice. You are such a lowly scum, you are not qualified to win the sacrifice." Ling Qin's eyes twinkled with the sting of Yin. He shot out his killing intention and reached out his hand, saying, "Come here on your knees if you are wise, and present his sacrifice. I can consider leaving you a whole body." The purpose of killing is to diffuse in the ancient temple. There are so many people in the 4 courtyards. No one's accomplishments are lower than that of Tonghunjing. Especially their chief is all genius of Tongshenjing. Although the chief of some low-level colleges is to improve their accomplishments with the help of external forces, they are, after all, a real master of the universe. Tut-tut, it's good to have a large number of people and a large number of people. Every word has its own momentum. Qin Sheng glanced at Mo Luo and Ling Qin lightly, and Ling Dongfeng, who wanted to try after them, with cold and murderous eyes. Gua gua. Longwei squinted and looked up at the crowd. He said, Qin Sheng, are these minions your enemies? How can I feel so much weaker than Shuang'ai? Shuhenji is the son of the top 10 royal families in Dian dynasty. He is destined to become the god's mansion and the terrible existence of the king in World War I. But even so, Qin Sheng was pressed on the ground to rub. Of course, most of the credit should be attributed to Longwei. They are my enemies, too? Qin Sheng sneered and said, these guys don't have eyes. They play with your sister-in-law. I've broken some legs. Shit, my sister-in-law dares to play? Hello, I want to ask you, how do you want to die? To die horizontally or vertically? All of them were confused. They watched Qin Sheng sing with a toad. A toad that can speak? It's not a big inborn demon, is it? Absolutely not. How could there be such an ugly inborn monster? They were whispering and looking at Longwei one after another. Longwei was staring at them. He held up his chest. It was very ugly. Shut up. Moro stepped out one step, his long red hair wandered wantonly, as if he had been ignited by the fire. In front of the public, Qin Sheng exposed him. He had a hot face. He wished he could do it right away, but the nightmare of the other day existed, which made him unforgettable all his life. In Xinguang City, Moro has always been the top of the world's arrogant son. He has never eaten anything except Ling-Kuan, let alone was almost beheaded. Today, I met Qin Sheng again. The broken leg bone had already healed. Now it should hurt. It's a hell of a thing. Cheap bone, it's cheap bone. It's so hard to talk when you die. Ling-Kuan's temper is much hotter than Moro's. On that day, when he set up a big battle, he was defeated and begged Qin Sheng for mercy in full view of the public. He has never experienced such humiliation in his life. He didn't have the compassion of Moro. He turned his hand and threw a ball. Boom. The ball will soar at the sight of the wind, click, click and shine, and still can't open its eyes. When the light of the talisman disappears, a puppet of the talisman who radiates terror waves appears in the shocked eyes of all the people. This is actually a bronze rune soldier, whose combat power is similar to that of the human warrior of the United States. The bronze rune soldier looks like a dog, black and all, and very ferocious, which makes people dare not look at it directly. Last time I put it in your bronze talisman's hand, this time I must have beheaded you. Ling-Kuan can no longer press nigh, pointing to the bronze rune soldiers like black dogs, to suppress Qin Sheng. Qin Sheng looks up at the approaching black dog fubbing. His eyes are cold. He turns his hand and throws out his only remaining bronze fubbing lion dragon. The black dog fights the lion dragon, and the two bronze talismans are fighting fiercely. Although the lion dragon was damaged and some runes were peeled off, the core runes were not damaged. The lion dragon was the father of Qin Sheng. It was bought back in the Dian dynasty and the products were absolutely guaranteed. Therefore, although the two are bronze runes of the same rank, the lion dragon can still occupy a little bit of the upper hand. Moro, why are you still in a daze? Didn't your father also give a fubbing? Ling-Kuan drinks a lot. Moro pondered, and finally offered a bronze talisman from the Neji. This is a bronze talisman in the shape of a black leopard, with a cold light of blood. Under the command of Moro, his talisman also roared to Qin Sheng. Facing the bronze fubbing, Qin Sheng's clean face didn't show any confusion. He pushed Longwei out. Close the door, let Longwei go. Qin Sheng shouted. Longwei is very reluctant to look down on these minions. He mutters and swears in a low voice. There is a long distance between Moro and Ling-Kuan. In addition, two other bronze runes are fighting. They are noisy at the scene. The mantis arm is the chariot. There is a slight disdain on the face of Moro's handsome god, Lang. His bronze phubbing was bought by his father in the Dian dynasty, which is very expensive. If it wasn't for his last serious injury, he almost died, and couldn't be used to protect himself. Just a toad, trying to resist my panther? What a joke. Hearing this, Longwei was so angry that he jumped. At first, he couldn't see the group of minions, and the local minions wanted to challenge the dragon. But looking at Molo's face and mouth, he called him Toad to stop the car. Especially, can bear which cannot bear. Two dragons go to sea. Kong Long regrets. Longwei's whole body glows like the sun at noon, which makes people can't open their eyes. He slaps the black leopard bronze talisman's head with a click, and the head is directly exploded. One kick falls on the foot of the bronze amulet soldier of the black leopard. With another click, large pieces of the amulet are peeling off. Rumble. The heaven and earth are shaking, the dust is filled, 3 bronze talismans are fighting fiercely, the wind is blowing, and the power of terror is like a storm, rolling around. The ancient temple is like being in an ark with big waves, shaking in the wind and waves, as if it would be destroyed by the power of terror at any time. However, the ancient temple is still peaceful, just like a temple hiding in a busy market. It is unmoved, and there is no rune blooming to protect the temple. Qin Sheng took a deep look at the vague clay figure enshrined in the temple, and thought that the clay figure was absolutely not as simple as he thought. An ancient temple, which has been weathered out of shape, has not been impacted by one brick or one tile in the fierce battle of several bronze phubbing soldiers. From this perspective, the ancient temple is absolutely a big secret. Qin Sheng takes back his eyes. At the same time, he puts the 3-color incense into the ring. Qin Sheng always has a feeling that as long as he ignites the tricolor incense, there will be unexpected surprises. Click. The black leopard bronze talisman was easily removed by Longwei and turned into a pile of scrap iron. Moro spits out a mouthful of old blood. It's a bronze rune soldier, whose strength is equal to that of a human warrior. How can he be torn into a heap of scrap iron by an ugly toad in 3 or 5 times? That's a valuable bronze talisman. Even the Lord of Xinguang City doesn't have many. A group of minions. Longwei stands with his hands down, with endless disdain in his words. Qin Sheng's face was serious, and he flew to Longwei's side and said, I have to solve it quickly. I always feel that the clay figurine is alive and has been observing our every move. Hearing this, Longwitten felt creepy and said, Don't scare me. I hope my intuition is wrong. Qin Sheng shrugs. The clay figurines are the incarnation of the gods worshipped by the emperor. They have big secrets. Qin Sheng stepped out, his body was covered with purple electricity, his eyes were covered with purple electricity, he rolled the air, and turned into a white fog, which appeared in front of Molo like a ghost. Moro was still in love with his bronze talisman. Before he covered the heat, he became a pile of scrap iron. After the hospital test, how could he explain to his father? Qin Sheng, you. Moro was very frightened. He knew Qin Sheng's terror. Now without the bronze phubbing around, he had no courage to fight Qin Sheng. He counseled and wanted to escape, but how could Qin Sheng let him go? This son of Molo is very vicious. He even started to deal with his girlfriend. If Qin Sheng didn't find out in time, this grandson would have done it. Pa. Qin Sheng slaps it, and the rune lights up. To a dazzling degree, Mo Luo is desperate. He offers a defensive rune to resist Qin Sheng's terrible attack. Click. The talisman was shaken and flew, showing cracks. The palm was covered with a thick layer of purple electricity, which was heavily printed on Moro's face. Handsome face twisted, sharp broken bones pierced the skin, blood gurgling out, and burned by the horror of purple electricity. With just one slap, Moro was totally different and badly hurt. Two dragons go to sea. Long Wei also moved, did not leave his hand, and he made a double fist to fight Ling Kuan, who was stunned. Poof! Ling Kuan's defensive talisman was destroyed. The terrible power was released and turned into a mass of meat mud. Long Wei's own strength is equivalent to 3 disasters, and with the talent of the dragon people, even if Ling Kuan has the same accomplishments, he can't be his opponent. Ling Kuan is dead, and both the body and the spirit are gone. In Beiqin Kingdom, the second successor of the Ling family of the Ho family, his brother, Ling Feng, is going to develop a strange fire in Shendanzong, become a disciple of inheritance, and he is also a genius of Tongshenjing. Ling Kuan's talent is very high, and he is not old at all. He is only in his early 20s. He will go to the Dian Emperor after the court test. He will choose one of the 3 courts, the Kowloon Holy House, to continue his practice. It's a pity that everything came so fast that no one expected it to be ugly. The ordinary toad was so terrible that it pulled up and destroyed everything. Ling Kuan was crushed into a mass of meat mud before even the soul of war could be sacrificed. Those who died could not die again. Not to mention Nirvana pill, even the 9 dead reincarnation pill cannot let Kuan rise from the dead here. Is Ling Kuan dead? The Ling family is going to be furious, and the Beiqin Kingdom is going to change. In the other 4 colleges in the distance, the elite students who took part in the college examination were horrified, and their faces were full of unbelievable colors. They stared at the despised Long Wei. They were speechless for a while, and after a long time, they held back a few words. Ling Kuan is dead. Originally, Mara was furious and wanted to sacrifice the biggest token. His face was full of blood and he was very embarrassed. However, when he saw that Ling Kuan was directly killed, he could not die anymore. Even Deluo Jingxian could not save his life here. Suddenly, a cold spread from his spine to 4 limbs and bones. Moro felt cold and shivered. He didn't have the will to continue fighting. He threw a violet ray. The 3 talismans of amethyst thunder are interwoven. It turns out that it is an amethyst thunder with 3 stripes. It can blow up a warrior who can live in the life environment. Moro is worthy of being the legitimate son of the Lord of Xinguang City. In addition to bronze rune soldiers, there is also a red crystal thunder with 3 lines. Such a rich hand is not necessarily possessed by even the king family of Beiqin. Mo Luo wants to activate Zhijingliai and break it for himself, but Qin Sheng appears behind him like a ghost. The white Fuwen is shining brightly, and the prisoner dragon's hand is reaching the extreme. He immediately pinches Mo Luo's neck. Air. Qin Sheng's prison dragon hand was as terrible as a pair of iron tongs, and Malo felt suffocated. At the same time, a flash of light and lightning cut through it. With a sharp sword spirit, Malo's arm was cut off with a puff. Triple violet ray rolling, landing, not activated. Woo-woo. Malo felt that he was about to suffocate and made a whine. His face turned red and he seemed to be in great pain. He sent a message to Qin Sheng and said, "Qin Sheng, don't kill me, I can make amends. I can even ask my father to give you the whole city of light." Malo seems to have also investigated Qin Sheng's details, knowing that Qin Sheng likes to rip off. Anyway, Xinguang City will be inherited by him in the future. In order to survive now, it's not a big deal to compensate Qin Sheng. Although Xinguang City is very expensive, even looking at the whole Beiqin country is the second largest city. However, if the life is gone, what's the use of Xinguang City? As long as you can leave the ruins of Dali dynasty alive, then let your father do it. I don't believe it. When Malo died, he had a very good plan. Qin Sheng's face was very cold, and said, "You think I'm greedy for money? When you see Yuan Jing, your eyes will open? Isn't it?" Mo Luo is a little confused, but he dare not question Qin Sheng. "Sorry to disappoint you." Qin Sheng suddenly grinned, his voice with a bit of banter and a bit of killing intention. Click. The prison dragon's hand tightly twisted, and Moro's eyes were round, and his eyes were about to roll out. Then his eyes quickly dimmed, and the breath of life gradually died out. Chief of Xinguang College, Moro died. Bang! Qin Sheng threw Molo on the yellow sand at will, just like throwing garbage. In the ancient temple, there was a dead silence. If we say Long Wei, even though it seems to be just a toad, but after all, it can spit out people's words, and its strength is absolutely not as simple as it seems. To take a step back, this dragon power is a monster. But Qin Sheng was not the same. Everyone was human. He was so cruel that he broke Molo's neck. That Moro is the legitimate son of the Lord of Xinguang City. He has the chief student of Longqi Xinguang College. Such arrogance was so understated that Qin Sheng beheaded him. On the surface, Qin Sheng is just a student who has not melted even the war spirit. He is so powerful and cruel. Moreover, Qin Sheng did not rely on the bronze phubbing to compete with Mo Luo. That is to say, Qin Sheng's own strength is so strong that he can even be compared to the master of Maitong Mingjing. Chief. Qin Sheng, you executioner. You and I are both students of Brother College. How can we kill two top-level elite students of Xinguang College? The rest of the elite students of Xinguang College, full of indignation, criticized Qin Sheng loudly, as if Qin Sheng had done something heinous. Qin Sheng's face was cold, his eyebrows were cold, and his sword of killing spread to the whole ancient temple like water lines, making people feel shivering, like falling into an ice house. Qin Sheng picked up the 3 lines of purple crystal thunder underground, looked at the people in the far courtyard, and said, "It's your people who are in front of us. If it wasn't for me and Long Wei Tianzong Shenwu, what would be the end of waiting for us? Would you have no points in your heart?" All of them are still. They dare not talk about it. Leave Longqi, I can let you live, otherwise. Qin Sheng's words are imperative, accompanied by a sense of terror and killing. In the end, the leaders of the other 3 hospitals threw out the dragon pool. Because Qin Sheng and Long Wei are so horrible. In addition, Qin Sheng controls the bronze phubbing. They are doomed to be just a group of mobs without 2 main characters, Mo Luo and Ling Kuan. In this way, Qin Sheng won the 5 dragon pool, that is to say, even if the college test is finished immediately, his Luyun College will be promoted to Liulong College. The ancient temple was calm again, and Qin Sheng lit the 3 colors of incense. Fortunately, after thousands of years of vicissitudes, tricolor incense is still ignited by the different fire of Qin Sheng. Plumes of tricolor smoke rise into the sky. Woo woo woo. The heaven and earth vibrate, as if there is something to climb out under the yellow sand. I'll wipe it, won't it be so bad? Long Wei jumps to Qin Sheng's shoulder, and the vertical eye in the center of his eyebrow will crack to see the dark place. What's the matter? Qin Sheng asked with a frown. It's said that tricolor incense can not only make gods appear, but also provoke some powerful ghosts. Curling 3 colors of fireworks in the dark, endless yellow sand battlefield, with the wind spread to a very far away place. Incense can worship gods, but also can attract ghosts, especially ghosts. Long Wei's squint seemed to penetrate the night, looking at the distance, as if to see some shadows shaking. You don't have such a crow's mouth, do you? Qin Sheng's eyes are also covered with a layer of yellow spring fire. Even if it's a common fire, you can see some ghosts in the night. What's more, Qin Sheng smelt a yellow spring fire on the road of Yellow Spring. Far away, the students of the 4th Academy have not disappeared in the sky. Although they are shrouded in the dark, Qin Sheng can still look up to them with his eyes covered by the yellow spring fire. In the vicinity of the students of the 4th Academy, it seems that something is shaking and the yellow sand is all over the sky. Soon, the 3-color incense is half burnt. There seems to be something crawling out of the yellow sand. Pooh. Finally, a group of black figures climbed out and reaped the lives of the students of the Fourth Academy. What the hell? The students of the Fourth Academy shouted one after another, and their fear spread like a plague. A big black hand came out of the yellow sand at a very slow speed, but with a sense of terror, it imprisoned the students of the four academies. The big black hand swept by and crushed the students of the four academies. Poop poop. In less than 10 minutes, 90% of the students of the Fourth Academy who took part in the examination died. The rest of them fled madly. Some of them even went back to the ancient temple and even killed Qin Sheng. Qin Sheng, it's going to destroy the tricolor fragrance. Longwei's eyebrows are split, and he can see through a lot of things, with a quick and transparent light. Three-color fragrance attracts those heroes 10,000 years ago. The spirit of 10,000 years ago? Qin Sheng frowned. He didn't practice to be a golden eye, but saw some ghosts crawling out of the yellow sand and reaping the lives of the students. Longwei's look was very dignified, and he said in a hurry, "It should be the soldiers who were thousands of years away from the emperor. They died of hatred. It is estimated that they died of injustice. After thousands of years of resentment accumulation, they have become evil spirits. It's about to extinguish the tricolor incense. If a group of complaining spirits come here, even as a dragon descendant, I will be sucked dry." As soon as Qin Sheng heard this, his scalp suddenly became numb. He didn't expect that when he ignited the tricolor incense, he would lead to the evil spirits 10,000 years ago. It was just incredible. Tricolor incense was destroyed, but it was too late. Some people noticed the movement of the ancient temple. The students of the Fourth Academy, including Ling Dongfeng, were all dead. Their blood was sucked up and turned into a pile of fragile corpses. They were submerged by sandstorms, and stayed here forever. At this time, Qin Sheng didn't pity the students who had already died, because he felt creepy and the fire was beating violently. As the resentment spirit approached, Qin Sheng finally saw the soldiers who had been dead for thousands of years. They are full of rotten flesh, black and shining black runes. They are very prolific. Even Qin Sheng can't see the meaning of the runes. They are very large in number. There are thousands of them. Some of them walk on foot, some of them ride monsters that turn into evil spirits. In the dark area, the leader of the evil spirit rides a black dragon, which is different from the ordinary evil spirit. The leader of the evil spirit seems to be frozen all over, especially the light blue halo twinkling in his eyebrow and looking very evil. The leader of the resentment spirit wears a feather crown. The feather has already withered. The breath of terror is very terrible. He stops in front of the ancient temple and doesn't come near anymore. However, Qin Sheng still felt the horrible breath of these evil spirits, and his whole body was coagulated with blood, which made it difficult to activate even the Xingjie Yuan Mai. Qin Sheng's Xingjie Yuan Mai, however, is a very big token, which can span one or even two realms. However, Qin Sheng, now faced with such a group of evil spirits, and even counseled him. It was cold and bone-piercing, hard to move. Qin Sheng felt that his breath would freeze, and he didn't dare to gasp. Longwei, they don't seem to dare to approach the ancient temple. Qin Sheng sends a message to Longwei. Longwei had been behind Qin Sheng for a long time. He was afraid of these evil spirits. Longwei asked during the whole body's breath and didn't dare to move. The evil spirit liked to devour the blood gas most. He was a dragon descendant, and the blood gas was far stronger than the human warrior. The evil spirit liked to devour this kind of fragrant cake most. It seems that Qin Sheng killed me. Longwei sent a voice to complain, "Who let you ignite the 3 colors of incense at random? Now it's time to provoke evil spirits who should not be provoked." Hearing this, Qin Sheng frowned and said, "Now is not the time to complain to each other. We should solve it first." This group of evil spirits is really terrible. Fortunately, there seems to be something here that the evil spirits are afraid to approach. Qin Sheng looks back at the ancient temple. It has been in a state of decline for a long time. All the sacrificial platforms were robbed by Qin Sheng and Long Wei, leaving only the clay figurines. Is it because the ancient temple is protected by clay figures that evil spirits dare not come near? Qin Sheng had such a thought in his mind. After 2 hours, more and more evil spirits surrounded the ancient temple. Qin Sheng once tried to throw the 3-grain purple crystal thunder into the evil spirit army, set off a fire, and killed several low-level evil spirit minions. It's like throwing a small stone in a huge lake, only a little water can be raised, and then peace can be restored again. I wipe, Qin Sheng, you are crazy. Long Wei was shocked. He didn't expect Qin Sheng to bomb the evil spirit with sieging thunder. When the evil spirits are in a hurry, they are forced to attack and kill all over the world. What can you resist? Long Wei is usually brave. Now he meets an evil spirit and even counsels him. Qin Sheng squinted and despised, saying, "It's also said to be of dragon origin, so timid. I have a way to get the evil spirit back. What can I do?" As soon as Long Wei's eyes brightened, the evil spirits had not appeared for thousands of years. Now they meet each other, and they are so full of blood, how can they leave easily? Qin Sheng didn't respond, but went to the clay figurine and ignited the 3-color incense again. Hiss. 3-color smoke rises again. Qin Sheng, you are crazy. Long Wei was screaming and jumping with rage. It was just because of the 3-color incense that led to a large group of evil spirits. Now Qin Sheng is lighting the 3-color incense again under the eyes of many evil spirits? Isn't it death? Qin Sheng didn't pay attention to Long Wei, who jumped. He read some old words and said some old words. With inexplicable fluctuations on his body, he exuded an ancient atmosphere. Humming. The clay figurine even glowed, with a rune appearing. True God, please sacrifice the spirit and expel the evil spirit. Finally, Qin Sheng said his wish. In this world, if there are evil spirits, there will be heroes. Evil spirits are all evils, which are accumulated by resentment and feed on the blood of human beings or monsters. And the spirit is integrity, by the martyrs, long-standing. With Qin Sheng's voice just falling, the clay figurine really moved and spit out a word. This word is very prolific, I don't know which language. Even if Qin Sheng searched the inheritance and memory of the emperor, he didn't understand it. Is it the language of the gods? Qin Sheng was curious. Boom. With a word popping out of the clay figurine, the 3 colors of incense are absorbed, the ancient temple vibrates, the yellow sand is all over the sky, and there is also something to climb out under the yellow sand. Something to climb out of. Long Wei is afraid to shrink to Qin Sheng's armpit. It should be the spirit. Qin Sheng is not calm. He is afraid that the clay figurine is not reliable. After all, the imperial dynasty has been destroyed. He thought that the clay figurine had no effect for a long time. He didn't expect it to have any effect, but Qin Sheng was still very guilty before the spirit came out. However, there is no way. There is a large group of evil spirits guarding the ancient temple. Are Qin Sheng and Long Wei waiting to die? It's better to give it a go. After 10 rest, something finally crawled out. Qin Sheng could see the real face clearly. The red-silver human warrior, riding a horse, is also shining with crystal silver. His flesh and blood have withered for a long time, leaving only one skeleton. Although there are only bones left, the whole body exudes a very warm and harmonious atmosphere, without a trace of gloom and cold. This is the spirit? Qin Sheng looked intently, his face excited. The breath of the spirit is very horrible. It can compete with the leader of the evil spirit. You prisoners of war, dare to come out and make waves. Yingling opens her mouth and spits out words, which Qin Sheng can understand. It turns out that the evil spirits on the battlefield in Huangsha were the prisoners of war who left the imperial dynasty. No wonder they will become evil spirits after death. It is estimated that these prisoners before death were all evil. Death. The leader of Yingling held up the long gun, which also became bone, with dense runes, galloping the horse and rushing to the evil spirit. After the leader of the spirit, a steady stream of spirit crawled out to kill the evil spirit. This is a war between the spirits and the evil spirits. It can destroy the sky and destroy the earth. The earth is moving and the mountains are shaking. The yellow sand is rolling, as if the whole yellow sand battlefield has been destroyed. The ancient temple sends out a warm halo, protecting the whole temple, without any invasion of fighting waves. This war is too terrible, beyond the Shenfu realm, even beyond the Dongtian realm, to reach the level of Yantian realm, which is just a battle between destroying the sky and destroying the earth. Even if only a trace of power is revealed, Qin Sheng or Long Wei will burp farts. When the sun rose to the east the next day, the last evil spirit was wiped out, and the hero called for gold. 10,000 years ago, the heroes of Dian dynasty defeated these evil spirits. 10,000 years later, the heroes of Dali dynasty won the First World War again. Make sure that all the evil spirits are dead. Qin Sheng and Long Wei just left the ancient temple with hands and feet. Of the 3 sacrifices harvested in the ancient temple, only 1 seed of rune was left. Of course, Qin Sheng also harvested 5 dragon pawns. Qin Sheng and Long Wei go all the way. The whole yellow sand battlefield is too big. All the way to noon, a large palace appeared in the sky. The palace is as lofty as gold. The palace is too big, it is boundless. Seen from a distance, it is like a saint beast that surpasses the 9th level, dormant in the yellow sand sky. Monsters can be divided into level 1 to level 9. Monsters above level 5 are called big monsters, and monsters above level 7 are called unborn big monsters. Monsters above level 9 have become saints. They are collectively called holy monsters. As for the next great realm of the sacred beast, that is the divine beast. The holy beast is very terrible. Most of them have the blood of the beast. According to the inheritance and memory of the emperor, in 9 days and 10 places, god-level monsters are very rare, and holy beasts are very common. There is a kind of divine beast called Bone Kuan, whose body is very huge, as long as 3,000 li, even if it is a small country, that is, 3,000 li long. The area of a sacred beast can rival that of a subsidiary country. You can imagine how huge it is. The palace in front of Qin Sheng is like a gold casting palace, which is as huge as a sacred beast and can't see the end at a glance. Qin Sheng, you will be blessed if you don't die. Long Wei exulted and said with a smile, that large golden palace is probably the palace far away from the emperor. I didn't expect to find the palace so soon. Long Wei is very happy. Finding the palace of Dali dynasty means finding a huge treasure house. How splendid the great departure of the emperor was 10,000 years ago. Even because of the War of Annihilation, it disappeared and was buried in the magic dragon wasteland for 10,000 years. However, there are also 3 nails in the rotten boat. It is estimated that there are many treasures left in the imperial palace. Boom! The purple lightning is flying. Qin Sheng, with Long Wei, is approaching the palace at a high speed. As the saying goes, it's true that Wang Shan ran to death. Qin Sheng had been flying for 3 hours, and the sun was about to set, so he arrived at the imperial palace, which was far away from the emperor. 10,000 years later, Qin Sheng was surprised that the palace was still spotless. The palace is golden, even if the night comes down gradually, it is still very bright. Qin Sheng stopped 100 miles away from the palace because there was a huge moat outside. Well, so many people? There are many students outside the moat. They are in groups of 3 or 5. They talk and dress differently. Because of the existence of the moat, no one is reckless. Qin Sheng, you are here at last. A familiar voice rang in Qin Sheng's ear. Why are you so slow? Yi Xian and I have been here for a long time. Qin Sheng looked back and read 2 familiar faces, Han Mengchen and Yi Xian. Han Mengchen is full of energy. He has a unique appearance and strong breath. Yi Xian, however, was restrained and nodded to Qin Sheng, saying hello. Qin Sheng broke into the ruins of Dali dynasty for 2 days. Finally, he met the people of Luyun College, and he met 2 people at once. Han Mengchen kept chatting. They also met the Sha people. However, they did not have such a large number in ancient temples. Unfortunately, Tingyan's whereabouts are still unknown. Otherwise, all the students of Luyun College who participated in the college test will be gathered. Han Mengchen looked at Qin Sheng and asked, Did you get Dragon Pool? Once Han Mengchen turned his hand, there was a dragon pool in his white jade-like hand, which was gorgeous. Qin Sheng smiled strangely. It's hard to win the dragon pool. I'm afraid you didn't get any from your expression. Han Mengchen is so awesome that she can finally beat Qin Sheng. Han Mengchen's body and soul are icy, his demeanor is peerless and his temperament is amazing. Wherever he goes, he will attract the attention of many male fighters. She is not old, even a few months younger than Qin Sheng, but her figure is not to be despised. Han Mengchen's red lips move, glittering and dazzling, slightly straightening his chest. Originally, under the package of clothes and skirts, he tightened even more tightly, revealing a curve that people would suffocate under the public's eyes. The battle for Dragon Pool is very dangerous. In addition, there are so many colleges participating in the college examination this time. It's just over 10,000. The lowest level is Ilong College. Everyone knows that this college test will be extremely cruel, so most of the colleges have formed an alliance. In this context, it is extremely difficult to get a dragon pond without extreme circumstances. Qin Sheng looks at the magnificent Han Mengchen, especially under his attractive curve, stops for a few moments, and then takes back his eyes under Han Mengchen's fierce eyes. Qin Sheng, where do you look, apprentice? Han Mengchen clenched his teeth and shouted. What do I ask you? Did you get Dragon Pool? You won't lose the only Dragon Pool in Luyun College, will you? You are the chief student. Are men of this kind? Han Mengchen gnashed her teeth. She had been away from the imperial palace for an hour or 2. From time to time, she had some hot eyes and a pretentious so-called Tianjiao came to chat with her. These people are as like as 2 peas. Qin Sheng smiled awkwardly, touched his nose, and said, I'm lucky. I've got 5 dragon ponds. As soon as the voice came out, Han Mengchen's delicate and flawless face of the city solidified, and his eyes shot unbelievable eyes. You're kidding. Han Mengchen's pretty face is full of disbelief. Don't let your tongue flash. How can you win 5 dragon pools? Qin Sheng shrugged and turned his hand. 6 dragon ponds were floating on his palm. They were gorgeous and bloody. Wow. Qin Sheng just let Han Mengchen take back 6 dragon pools after a glance. After all, wealth cannot be exposed now. At this time, there are many elite students from other colleges on the edge of the imperial palace. Once exposed, it may cause other people's greed. Individual colleges, even if the 3 holy academies sent people to fight, Qin Sheng would not have any fear at all, but the most afraid is to attack together. There are tens of thousands of colleges participating in this cruel court test. Although Qin Sheng is pretentious and destined to rise in the chaos of the demon dragon wasteland, He is not an idiot, but he will be arrogant and domineering to die. In fact, Qin Sheng's abdomen is very black, and occasionally he will also install a grandson, who is more ruthless than anyone. How can you get so many dragon pawns? After a short period of consternation, Han Mengchen took a deep breath, his high chest was like a deflated ball, and asked. Qin Sheng took a look around him and said, "It's a narrow path for my enemies. I just stepped into the battlefield in Huangsha, and I met several league colleges of Xinguang College." As soon as Han Mengchen heard this, she immediately understood that she was very clear about the dinner party of the 6th Academy a few days ago. Luyun College and the other 5 academies headed by Xinguang College were completely shameless. Han Mengchen is the most clear about Qin Sheng's terror. However, even Xia Bingning's fiancé, the legitimate son of the royal family of Dian, dares to beat him, and even loses his soul and blood. When they meet Qin Sheng in Xinguang College, how can they have a good ending? Then Moro and them? Han Mengchen asked. Qin Sheng said indifferently, "There are elders outside to protect them. They are unharmed, but they are not very lucky. I met me among the academicians. I am very vengeful and have sent them on the road." Indifference in the voice contains a sense of killing, all that is understated. Han Mengchen frowned. He didn't expect Qin Sheng to be such a man. At the same time, he was a little envious. Although Qin Sheng was too black, she had been black-handed. She was not a gentleman at all, and her eyes were bad. However, Han Mengchen can feel that Qin Sheng is definitely not a counselor. He dares to love and hate. Besides, the death of Mo Luo and Ling Kuan is not enough. Before that, I don't know how many female students have been destroyed by Moro. You did a good thing. Han Mengchen lowered his voice and said it was clear and melodious, just like the sound of nature above Jiucheng heaven. Damn it. Yi Xian also said coldly. At this time, someone was approaching. There were 7 or 8 people in the line, all of them were deacon's armor, with dense runes. At first glance, they were not cheap goods, at least 3 pattern runes. The first one is wearing a 4-grain armor. The group's eyes were cold, high above the ground, and their breath twisted into a ball. It seems that they have trained well in normal times, maybe they have practiced many arrays. The leader was a young man, about 25 years old. He was very powerful, and even a master of the highest level of the heaven. He is wearing a mirror on his chest, which looks ordinary and doesn't release much powerful yuan power fluctuation, but it is clear to all the discerning people that such a gifted young man is absolutely not ordinary. The cold-faced youth approached like the stars and the moon, glancing at Qin Sheng and others. When his eyes flashed in Han Mengchen's posture, there was no surprise. Han Mengchen's appearance, body, and temperament are rare in the world, even in the imperial dynasty of Dian. Even if he went to the 3 holy shrines, his appearance, body, and temperament would be rated as the existence of saint-daughter level. After a short period of astonishment, the cold-faced youth looked at Qin Sheng and Yi Xian again. A female student of Tongshenjing takes 2 oil bottles of Tonghenjing? Isn't this a standard junior college configuration? Eh? One of them even has a war pet. In the Dian dynasty, in addition to the protectors, the legitimate sons of some princes and marquises also tame monsters, become war pets and protect their legitimate sons. Even some of the talented people in some powerful affiliated countries, their elders will spend a lot of effort to cultivate their war pets, but they are very difficult to tame. There are 2 reasons. First, if it's a war pet below level 5, it has no cultivation value. After all, the level 5 monster is only able to reach the strength of the whole battle. You should know that in the Dian dynasty and the 36 dynasties in the wasteland, the strength is considered to be the middle and lower level of the imperial dynasty, and all the human warriors who have been through a disaster are in the streets. Therefore, there is not much training value for those below level 5. Second, those above the 5th level, especially some inborn ones, are too expensive. Tens of millions of yuan crystals are cheap, hundreds of millions of yuan crystals are expensive, even hundreds of millions of yuan crystals. 100 million yuan crystal is 10,000 yuan stone. Yuan stone is very precious. Generally, yuan stone is only used by the strong in Shinfu. All martial arts, such as Tongmingjing and Tongshenjing, basically use yuan jing. It costs over 100 million yuan jing, or even hundreds of millions of yuan jing, to cultivate a war pet for a back, which is definitely a big expense for some marquis families in Dian dynasty. Of course, it's easy for the family to cultivate a war pet for Xu Heng's legitimate son and Xia Bingning's legitimate daughter. However, Xu Hengyi's war favorite was in the nirvana of the Dian dynasty. He didn't follow him that day, which was too arrogant. In order to fight Qin Sheng's face, he even got rid of the protector. Under many factors, he was so ruthless that he lost his soul and blood. As for Xia Bingning, she suffered from a bad disease since she was a child. Even Xia family has no way to deal with it. Life has become a problem. How can we talk about cultivating war pets for her? A good war pet can not only protect the life of the prince's legitimate son, but also let the master grow up with the war pet through the back feeding of the contract. Once upon a time, in the Tianyuan continent, another small person of a subsidiary country made a contract with a sacred beast by chance. When the sacred beast grows up, it grows up to the Vientiane realm and becomes a hegemon. Since then, many big forces have been searching around for the eggs of the newborn or even not yet hatched, to cultivate war pets for their young generation. And this trend has spread to some powerful affiliated countries. Buting was high above, and looked coldly at the toad on Qin Sheng's shoulder. This man even treated a toad as a war pet. It's really a disgraceful woodlouse. Buting sneers in his heart. This group of minions, in the past, were not qualified to participate in the court test together with the talents of our country. Buting comes from Jingyue country. He is cold and arrogant. In addition, the people of Jingyue country are fierce. The strong are respected and despise the weak. Now, it's a shame to let Buting compete with these 3 dragon schools, and even some of the students who only have 1 dragon school. These minions deserve to be the cannon fodder of the little prince. Buting said coldly in his heart, however, the beautiful woman can avoid making cannon fodder for her difficulties. She can give it to the little prince. It's said that the little prince has just grown up and has been allowed by the king to try the taste of women. Buting has already thought of many things and had many plans between the electric light and flint. You are all very fresh faces, compared with the students who are not from Jingyue country. Buting's cold voice sounded in the ears of 3 toads and 1 toad of Qin Sheng. His eyes seemed to grow on his forehead and his nostrils were facing the sky. He didn't look at Qin Sheng and others directly. When Qin Sheng wrinkled, looked at Buting, and felt that it was no less than the yuan force fluctuation of Mo Luo. Who are you? Qin Sheng replied lightly, without any respect. As soon as he heard it, disdainfully said, it's not enough to know my name, but also to raise a toad as a war pet, a real woodlouse. Well, how can you speak? Who are you calling toads? Long Wei just squinted and ate a piece of animal's core when he had nothing to do. He was enjoying himself in the moonlight. But he was disturbed by Buting. He stood up and stood with his hands in his hands. He looked very angry. It's just that such a humanized action looks very funny in front of people. Can you say something? Buting is shocked to see Long Wei. Generally speaking, to be able to spit out people's words, at least as the inborn monster, that is, the toad that looks like scum in front of Buting's eyes, whose strength may be comparable to the human warrior who can pass through a disaster. Just a toad, how could it be a big inborn demon? Buting regained his composure after being shocked like lightning and flint. A fierce yuan force enveloped him, but he didn't feel the strong yuan force fluctuation of Long Wei. It's just a toad that ate the fruit of Hua Lingua by chance. Buting sneered. Qin Sheng's face was warm and angry. Long Wei's appearance was indeed the appearance of a toad, but he was also his follower no longer. His beauty value could not be pointed to by this unknown person. Your Excellency has gone too far to speak ill of my men 3 or 4 times. Qin Sheng squinted and smiled, but his voice was really cold. Buting is not good at stubble either. He is a genius from Jingyue country. After this court test, he will go to Dian Emperor and apply for the 3 holy courts. Moreover, he is absolutely sure that he can become an ordinary student in the outer court. At this time, apart from the imperial palace moat, there are many talented students from all over the world. They are watching from dozens of affiliated countries. In such a public eye, Qin Sheng dare to blame himself? Ha ha, I can do it too much. Buting said with a sneer, don't talk nonsense. We are from the state of Jingyue, and we follow the king of Jingyue, Sekongji. Now there are moats, no one can enter the palace, which is far away from the emperor. Little Wang Yi is now gathering you people from junior colleges to discuss a plan together. If you are wise, kneel down and kowtow to me. Buting's words are astonishing. In a few words, he reveals his origin and purpose. It turns out that they are the genius of Jingyue country. Those are the unlucky people from some small country who dare to provoke Jingyue country somehow or not. The people of Jingyue country are cruel and ruthless. If they get involved, it's estimated that they will not die and take off their skin. Shoo, don't speak too loudly. If you are stared at, you and I will follow the misfortune. As soon as the voice of Buting falls, it causes many people's comments. Their eyes dodge and they dare not look directly at Buting and others. Jingyue State is also one of the subsidiary states of Dian Dynasty, although it is the same as Beichen State. But there is also a difference between the strength of the affiliated countries. The territory and the moon were originally very strong. In addition, over the years, they also annexed the Great Spirit Country, by the way. Although Juling country was destroyed by black locusts before, in fact, in the final analysis, where did the black locusts come from, how did they breed so fast, and many reasons such as the fall of Jingyue country after the black locusts. Only when the Great Spirit Kingdom was completely destroyed. As long as the war between the affiliated countries is not too excessive, the Emperor of Dian will not be in charge of the living creatures who are trying to clean up the coal. At most, they will mediate. Even in order not to worry, they will directly arrange the national war. Within the specified time, they will carry out the national war. Only one of the 2 countries will survive. Obviously, after the territory of Juling State was swallowed, and the people of Shendanzong helped to exterminate the insects, after years of recuperation, the land of Juling State gained great benefits, and its national strength soared a lot. Among the dozens of affiliated countries of Dian Dynasty, the national strength of Jingyue State is absolutely the first 3. In addition, the national wind of Jingyue is fierce, the strong are respected, the jungle law is thoroughly implemented, and the weak are always reduced to cannon fodder. This makes the students from Jingyue State extremely arrogant and domineering, but because of its background, they dare not easily offend. Hearing this, Han Mengchen and Yi Xian look at Buting, who is beyond recognition. They look at Buting with some pity. Yes, pity. Who is Qin Sheng? The goods are fearless. Even Shu Hingyi, the son of one of the 10 royal families of Dian, dare to hang them. What's the name of this? Buting's guy, a guy from Jingyue country, is right. Jingyue country is very powerful in the affiliated country, and it is definitely the top 3. But for the royal family of Dian Dynasty, it's not a fart. What's more, Bu Ting's eyes are on his forehead. He looks like a runner with his nostrils facing the sky. He can't even count as a subordinate king. How could he be so arrogant in front of Qin Sheng? Is this looking for death? What about dying? Or dying? It's just that Buting enjoys the low-level discussions around him, and there are many amazing faces. He feels very good about himself. He thinks that from the state of environment and moon, it's just hanging. No one can beat him. It's easy to step on Qin Sheng, a minion who can pass through the state of soul. What are you still hesitating about? Buting waited for 10 rest time. Seeing Qin Sheng's indifference, he didn't kowtow to him at all. He was upset on the face, reminded and urged, "My patience is very bad, so I don't kowtow now." You have to think well, kowtow is just a moment of loss of face, but also to keep the head. This Buting is like a chatterbox. He reminds Qin Sheng of his kindness again and again. "If you don't kowtow, I will start. You are so weak. I can crush your humble head with my fingers." Buting's voice was very cold and contemptuous, as if he was talking about a very trivial thing. He regarded himself as a giant dragon and Qin Sheng as a little ant. Ha ha. Qin Sheng seemed to hear the funniest joke in the world. "Do you think you're good at everything? Do you think you can walk across the sky when you are about to cross the storm and thunder? You think you're a dragon that millions of people look up to, and I'm only an ant that makes all people despise?" Qin Sheng sneers and slowly approaches Buting. When Buting heard this, he was furious. He was from the land of the moon. In recent days, everyone has been fawning on him and dare not speak rudely to him. However, the dregs in front of me, who are so unintelligible again and again, are dead. It seems that it's very dangerous for you to ask for death. It's normal for you to die in a few junior colleges. The yuan power of Buting's body is about to explode. Looks like it's time to get ready. Qin Sheng said coldly, "You are so arrogant and domineering. Did your master know that? Be careful. If you kick the steel plate, your master can't protect you." Qin Sheng is not weak at all. How about coming from the state of Jingyue? It's not just a subsidiary country. Qin Sheng even dared to beat the legitimate son of the royal family, from Dian. Dry tongue, die. Buting can't bear it. It's time to start. At first, his master's son, the little prince of Jingyue state, said repeatedly that he would estrange his temper and gather all the students from the nearby junior colleges, so that he could set up a large array, cross the moat and enter the palace of Dali dynasty. However, Qin Sheng's goods are too ignorant. Again and again in public under the full view of their own bad words, if put in the past, how can Buting waste so many words, a slap to death, this cultivation only the soul of the ants. Rumble. The surging yuanli surged out of Buting. Buting deserves to be a genius from Jingyue country. In addition, he has reached the peak of Tongtian environment. He is only a little short of going through the first storm and thunder disaster. This kind of character, after the court test, will be recorded in any of the 3 holy courts of Dian. Of course, I can only be the most ordinary students in the foreign school. However, in spite of this, Buting's horrible yuan power fluctuation has surprised the students just in the distance. In their eyes, Buting is really like a proud dragon. When they look at Buting's figure, they feel that they are looking up. It's really a genius from Jingyue country. It's too strong. Once you do it, everyone will be amazed. The wind is raging, and the violent yuanli condenses into a huge finger in the sky. It is very thick, just like the mountain, and the terror breath released fluctuates, making people feel suffocated. Die. Buting's face was cold and sharp, with an indescribable sense of killing. With a big wave of his hand, the giant palm on the sky fell like a mountain. He wanted to crush Qin Sheng into meat mud. Buting intended to make such a big noise. His purpose was to frighten all the onlookers and end Qin Sheng's life in such a cruel and humiliating way. This is the end of an ant who dares to challenge the dragon's majesty. Buting's voice was measured. He looked at Qin Sheng as if he were a dead man. He was ruthless and accompanied by thunder. Don't say it's the ant-like existence of common spirit realm too. Even if it's a real kung fu master, everyone at the same time will be severely damaged by Buting. This is Buting's experience all the way. In his eyes, Qin Sheng, like an ant, will surely die. Qin Sheng raised his head, his eyes narrowed slightly, and looked at the giant finger like a mountain peak. His clean and handsome face was still calm, even without a trace of panic, even without the despair of Buting and others. Qin Sheng glanced at Han Mengchen, grinned, and said, "See? It's not that I'm in trouble, not that I want to cause trouble, but that I don't have eyes. I just want to get my face together and let me smoke. That's what some brain wrecks are like. If you don't stick your face out and let me smoke, it's uncomfortable. I wanted to keep a low profile and sneak into the imperial palace of Dali and do a lot of work. Now we can only make a show of ourselves, or we can make an example of others." Han Mengchen is speechless. When will she be so calm? However, she is very clear about Qin Sheng's strength and doesn't worry about his safety. Qin Sheng raised his hand and held out a finger. There was no yuan force fluctuation. It was just a finger. Facing the rolling down, the giant finger like the mountain was slightly. Buting in the distance turned his face to sneer. The fat may shake the tree. In Buting's view, the two are not a level of existence at all. How stupid are they? How can they meet with their fingers? However, in the next moment, the sneer on Buting's face suddenly solidified, and the finger mountain burst with a click. Buting's face suddenly became extremely embarrassed, and his eyes burst out with several lights as if they were substantive. It's unbelievable. Here, how is this possible? Buting doesn't believe it at all. He wants to mobilize you only. Nothing is impossible. Qin Sheng shook his head and said indifferently, "You are weaker than you think. Whether it's Ling Dongfeng or Ling Qin, the strength is better than the current Buting. Qin Sheng's body has become a talisman skin, reaching the heaven state. It is extremely difficult to cultivate. In the unified state, as long as it is not defeated, there is an invincible existence. Only when they met the legitimate sons of the princes in the imperial dynasty, who had many cards against heaven, could they barely fight against Qin Sheng. Obviously, Buting is just a follower of a powerful subordinate country, Wang Yi. His own strength is even weaker than that of Ling Qin." Hiss. The purple lightning flashes. The Python Dragon Purple Lightning Code has been cultivated to a small success. After Qin Sheng's spirit realm has reached the Heaven Soul realm, the practitioner's holy level martial arts are more calm. It's not far from Desheng. Purple lightning wings, as fast as lightning, as fast as a hawk in the sky, across the sky, in front of Buting's many complex faces, such as still shocked and unbelieving. Pa! Qin Sheng slammed out a fist. He didn't hit Kuanping fist. He didn't even release his fist intention. He just hit the fist with the strength of his body. It is like a dazzling silver sun rising to light up the whole dark sky, even the bloody moon above the sky is covered. Qin Sheng's fist, with his physical strength converging to the extreme, was so powerful that many students in the distance could not help but marvel. Even among a mountain in the distance, there was no lack of the prince's legitimate son of other powerful affiliated countries. Buting seems to have been thrown a barrel of cold and biting cold water. He feels a cold feeling all over his body. He finally wakes up completely. Waking up from the shock and confusion, it is worthy of being the three most powerful affiliated countries from dozens of affiliated countries of Dian dynasty, the Tianjiao of Jingyue country, and the quick responsibility. He swung his hands to resist, but found it was too late. Qin Sheng's fist was too fast. Although the fist didn't emit any yuan force fluctuation, it was as fast as purple lightning. In an instant, it was his turn to face. I can't stop it. Buting is furious, and his heart is roaring. He could even imagine that, in front of him, he regarded the toad as a war pet. His cultivation was only through the soul state. He came from an unknown small country and an ant-like little man who would fight himself with a fist. He admitted that he was careless and regretted, but even if Qin Sheng was tortured, his face was doomed to be beaten. Just when Buting was in despair, a heart-protecting mirror hanging on his chest burst out a large group of light, which was extremely dazzling. It was the light of the reproduction of runes. The mirror appeared in front of Qin Sheng's fist seal at random, buzzing. The heart-protecting mirror looks fragile, but its defense is amazing. Unlike the common defense weapons, the heart-protecting mirror can shoot out the rune border, and even protect the head. This is one of the skills of congenital talisman. Runes with more than 5 lines, collectively referred to as congenital runes, can be integrated into the flesh and blood of the warrior. The rune under the 5 stripes has a single function, like the armor on Buting's body. It can only defend its coverage area, but its head, hands, and feet can't. But the innate talisman is not the same. It can be recognized by the blood of the warrior and integrated into the flesh and blood of the master. Of course, the price is also high. Buting's heart-protecting mirror was given by the young Marquis of Jingyu Estate. The most famous one of Jingyu Estate is to make Jingyu mirror. It is clear that it's only a talisman with 5 lines below, but it has some innate talisman functions in defense. Therefore, the heart-protecting mirror is the pillar industry of Jingyu country. Every year, it earns a lot of yuan jing for Jingyu country. The goggle is in front of Buting's body, and Qin Sheng's fist is hard to move. This talisman is interesting. Qin Sheng's eyebrows were slightly curdled. He raised his other hand, and a green grass came out. His fingers were slightly in front of the goggles. Click. The extremely firm goggles are exposed numerous cracks in the full view of the public, and finally turn into numerous small pieces with a bang. Without the protection of the goggles, Qin Sheng's fists turned and he made a close contact with Buting's face with a bang. The power of terror broke out in an instant. Buting Fu was beaten heavily by a big demon. His facial features were twisted into ferocity. He fell and hit a pile of rockeries on the moat. Bang! In spite of thousands of years of weathering, the rockery has no trace, it is still extremely solid, and there are still some symbols emerging. Poof! Buting coughs up blood and spits out several teeth. He is a genius at the peak of the heaven. After this hospital test, he can go to rescue and improve a great realm. Now I was beaten in front of the public, even my teeth were broken. He rose up in a small place in Jingyu country, and has been fighting against the enemy to advance. He has never met such a mess as today. The scene was silent, and the eyes of countless onlookers were shocked. Who is that man? How could you blow the thunder? He was killed. Buting is a follower of the Little Prince of Jingyu. You know the literary style of Jingyu. It's very violent. Yes, right. It's up to the master to beat the dog. That man can't live tonight. There are many onlookers murmuring. In their opinion, although Qin Sheng's strength is not as weak as it seems, how can he survive if he offends the little prince of Jingyu? However, they are still amazed at Qin Sheng. They thought that Qin Sheng was just an ant that was trampled on at will, but now they didn't expect that there was such a terrible existence as a giant dragon. Buting looks at the mountain in the distance, where there are many proud sons of heaven from powerful affiliated countries holding small parties. He is very clear that the little prince of Jingyu country must be watching. Buting stroked his face. His physical and martial arts, double cultivation and physical cultivation have reached the state of soul communication, but there is still a long way to go before he can refine Fu. However, the strength of his body is definitely far beyond the ordinary martial arts of Tongsheng. The burning pain made Bu Jing tremble. He looked up at Qin Sheng, his eyes full of anger. He wanted to eat Qin Sheng. I admit I was just careless. The angry Buting slowly stood up and locked Qin Sheng. His voice was cold and said, "How can you jump today? In the eyes of many Tianjiao in our country, it's just a big ant." Chong. Bu Jing pulls out his knife. The light makes people feel numb. Qin Sheng grinned and said, "I gave you a blow. Is your mouth still so hard? It seems that I've just been so kind-hearted that I've only used less than 50% of my strength." Qin Sheng's words were full of contempt. He glanced at Buting and said, "Do I think you've been fooled by me? It's you who have been beaten clearly. Now I'm still saying that I'm a mole ant?" Hearing this, Buting was furious. At the same time, he turned over the waves in his heart. Judging from Qin Sheng's words, he just smashed the goggles with one blow, and even used less than 50% of his power? Buting's eyes twinkled and his heart murmured, "Is this really slag from a small country? Is it ants, or you deny it, or I put my words here, you are doomed to see the sun tomorrow." Buting started. He held the knife. The knife gave out the terror of desperation to ordinary martial artists. Qin Sheng is also offended. Are the people in Yuegwa mentally disabled? Although Qin Sheng has heard of some things about the state of environment and moon, it is too much. It is obvious that he came here to find fault and humiliated Long Wei with his mouth open. Then he looked like a man of high rank and concluded that Qin Sheng could not see the sun of tomorrow. It's too much to pretend. In the face of the horrible saber, Qin Sheng's face did not panic at all, but with some coldness. His prisoner's dragon hand stretched out, and the rune bloomed like a silver lightning. With a clang, Qin Sheng grabbed the blade with his bare hands. The fierce saber chi can easily strangle a warrior who can communicate with the soul into pieces. But in Qin Sheng's prison dragon hand, let alone cut the skin, even the white mark did not come out. Buting's face changed wildly. He was also a body cultivator. The saber in his hand was a 4-grain rune saber. Although he didn't use the saber technique, he was not so fierce. He grabbed the white blade with his bare hands, right? If you change Buting, you may be cut off by a knife. You let go. Buting frowned and said in a commanding tone. Qin Sheng's eyes were sharp, and he slapped hard with another hand. Pa! Buting tumbled, felt the sky spinning, and then hit the rockery on the bank of the moat again. Poof! Buting's face was deformed. He coughed up blood with a big mouth, and his head was split. He looked up at Qin Sheng and looked frightened. Just a little bit, as long as Qin Sheng's strength is a little bigger, his head will be knocked out, and he will die at the sight, far away from the emperor. Why so strong? Buting has no desire to continue fighting. They are not at the same level at all. Qin Sheng is definitely not an ordinary martial artist of soul state, he is an individual cultivation, whose strength is far beyond the body cultivation of soul state. Buting struggles and wants to escape. He leaves Qingshan without worrying about firewood. Today, his face is totally lost. It will definitely become a joke when he returns to the country of the moon. However, being ridiculed and losing his life, Buting didn't have any scruples at all. It's important to have a small life. The little prince is far away. As long as he escapes back, he will punish me with his temper, but he will definitely kill this son for me. Buting swallowed several pills to consolidate his head injury and fled quickly. Air. Suddenly, Buting felt that there was a figure in front of him. When he saw that Qin Sheng was standing in the way, he was almost scared. Qin Sheng is a man or a ghost. His speed is so terrible that he blinks in front of him. Boy, I'm unlucky today. I'm a failure. Buting takes a deep breath. His tone is not as arrogant as at the beginning. At the critical moment of his life, he chooses to admit his advice. Get out of the way, let me go, or... Pa. Before Buting finished, a black lightning split over. He exploded like a shell and hit the rockery on the bank of the moat again. Bang! Qin Sheng stamped his foot hard, and the whole man galloped against the ground, stepping on Buting's chest. Buzzing. Buting's 4-grain armor sends out a dazzling rune light. Qin Sheng's eyes narrow into a straight line, the horrible sword chi is released, and he steps on Buting's chest. Bang! 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 Qin Sheng stepped on dozens of feet quickly. With the sharp sword chi, he finally clicked. A 4-grain armor was discarded. Buting bled, his chest collapsed, and even several broken ribs pierced his skin. Buting was badly hurt, his head was split and his chest was almost trampled through. All this happened too fast, but in less than 10 minutes, Buting was defeated so thoroughly. In the distance, on the top of a mountain, there are some extraordinary arrogant children sitting on the stone platform. They are paying attention to Buting's performance. Several of them are the most powerful sons of heaven in the 5 affiliated countries of Qin Emperor, and they have formed a temporary alliance. In this trial, in addition to the 3 holy courts, their temporary alliance is the strongest. It's too big to be in the imperial palace. It's thousands of miles long. They don't meet the Tianzi Jiazi of the 3 palaces. Perhaps, those who come from the 3 saints were disdained to be with them. This is someone out of the world. They look down upon the talents of the small and weak affiliated countries, and the arrogant sons of heaven from the 3 palaces also look down upon them. Ha ha, is that what your followers are capable of? If you don't, the guy named Buting seems to be dying. A young man, dressed in a black robe and with a stone in his brow, could not help sneering. This group of temporary alliances, it seems, are just temporary. They are formed to cross the moat, which is not as strong as they think. Jiao Fei, just talk a lot. Sekongji is a gorgeous armor. Actually, each armor is inlaid with a heart-protecting mirror. Under the bloody moonlight, it looks very dark. Ha ha, isn't it true? Jiao Fei's tit-for-tat attitude is merciless. It is obvious that Sekongji and Jiao Fei, who are also from the 5 strongest affiliated countries of Qin dynasty, are not very harmonious, and even the relations between the 2 countries they represent are in a state of flux. Therefore, Jiao Fei took the opportunity to ridicule Sekongji for a while. Sekongji stares at Jiao Fei. He stands up and yells, "Don't go too far, boy. Let go of Buting, or you won't see the sun tomorrow." Sekongji took a step, the speed is very fast, in an instant appeared in front of Qin Sheng. Qin Sheng stepped on Buting's body and looked up at the fierce Sekongji. Sekongji was full of blood and purple qi. He was obviously a lucky man. Looking forward to the fortune of qi, Long Wei can instinctively see that he taught Qin Sheng the secret method, so he can see through the fortune of Sekongji at the first time. Purple Qi Yun, this is to seal the rhythm of the king, is King Qi Yun. This Sekongji is an atmospheric transporter. The vast purple air transporter shows that he is lucky to die all his life. It's a little difficult for Qin Sheng to kill him. Qin Sheng, with a sneer in his eyes, said, "Who has gone too far? Your dog, when he opens his mouth, scolds me and reads to me. Now it's too much to turn around and accuse me?" Sekongji's face was gloomy. He pointed and said, "I'll say it again. Let him go, or..." Click. Before Sekongji's voice fell, Qin Sheng's feet fell, too fast for anyone to stop. Qin Sheng breaks Buting's backbone, and the fierce and murderous sword spirit stirs up his vitality. On the surface, it seems complete, but in fact, it has already been full of thousands of holes in his body, and the vitality is rapidly passing. Even if you eat nirvana immediately, it is impossible to save Buting's life. I regret it. Buting's mouth was bleeding constantly. He wanted to shout out his regret. Unfortunately, he could not say a word anymore. He looked at Qin Sheng and could not imagine how strong he was when he died. Moreover, he didn't pay attention to himself at all, or even the warning of the little lord, Jia. At the time of Buting's dying, he was thinking that if he didn't just die like this, not so strong, and didn't provoke Mao Qin Sheng, he might not die, or stay in the ruins of Dali dynasty forever, never see the sun. Unfortunately, even Qin Sheng couldn't make regret medicine. Buting died, which surprised everyone. All the onlookers were thinking that as soon as Sakongji, the little prince of Jingyue country, opened his golden mouth, Qin Sheng, a minion from the small country, would definitely give face. Even if his dog was biting people, he should give face at least. No one thought that Qin Sheng could kill so decisively, which cut off Buting's vitality. There is no doubt that he slapped Jia in front of the public. As the saying goes, beating a dog also depends on its owner. In this world, it's not that you have the strength to kill a dog, but you can do it at will. It's cool to kill a dog for a moment, but waiting for a dog butcher may be doomed. You want to die. Jia is furious. Although Buting's strength is far inferior to his own, he is still his follower. As a young prince of Jingyue state, he was granted a fiefdom by the king of Jingyue state as soon as he became an adult, which shows how much his talent and potential are valued by the king of Jingyue state. So, Sakongji's mouth is Jinko. He has just opened Jinko to let Qin Sheng Feng. From his birth to now, he is just an adult. He has been following the wind and the water. He has received many opportunities. No one has ever refused his Jinko. This time, Qin Sheng broke the rule. Buting's life and death, in fact, he doesn't care very much, what he cares most is his face. Qin Sheng's eyebrows were slightly coagulated and his eyes narrowed in a straight line. He seemed to look at Jia with deep meaning and said calmly, "Who is going to die is not sure." Qin Sheng was so confident that he didn't pay any attention to Jia. Sakongji's talent is not bad. With a purple air on his head, he will definitely be a dragon and phoenix among people in the future. He will rise in the chaos of the recovery of the magic dragon wasteland. But how strong can he be as strong as Xu Heng? As long as Qin Shenglian is sure enough, not to mention Xu Hengyi, even the ancestors of Xu family dare to go black, let alone the little prince of Jingyue country. In addition, with the senior thug Long Wei, Qin Sheng has a certain degree of self-protection even if there is a real dispute with Jingyue and some senior experts come out. To take another step back, even today, Qin Sheng knows the current affairs and is a great hero. He wants to take a step back to expand the sky and get vitality? It's impossible. Qin Sheng can detect that Namba Ting, with an inexplicable sense of killing, will let them go. It will never be good. Therefore, Qin Sheng's soft subduing has no effect. It's better to fight with a slap than to beg for survival. Qin Sheng and Jia fight each other. The atmosphere at the scene seems to be freezing, and the swords are drawn. Jia wants to start. At this time, Tianjiao of the other 4 affiliated countries came. In particular, Jiao Fei, who was dressed in black robes, even looked lively, and even thought that the excitement was not big enough. He said, "Jia, your followers are cold? Well, it looks cool." Jiao Fei grinned and saw Sakongji gnashing his teeth. In addition to Jia, there are 3 men and 1 woman walking in front of him. Each of them radiates a sharp wave of yuan power, especially that Jiao Fei, whose strength should be the strongest. Jiao Fei went to Qin Sheng and said with a smile, "Brother, I haven't seen such a powerful physical training for many years." Admire, admire. Jiao Fei's tone was pretty good. At least he didn't put any tricks on Qin Sheng. By the way, my name is Jiao Fei, from the Sacred Wind Institute of Sacred Wind Country. Jiao Fei bows to Qin Sheng and introduces himself. Hearing this, Qin Sheng also grinned and said, Qin Sheng, from Beichengguo, Luyun College. Beichengguo? Jiao Fei frowned. To be honest, the strength of Beichen is absolutely the existence of the middle and lower part of the empire, which is one of the dozens and nearly 100 affiliated countries of Dian. Jiao Fei never heard of Beichen. As for the Luyun College in Beichengguo, I have never heard of it. However, Jiao Fei didn't look down on Qin Sheng, instead he paid more attention to Qin Sheng. He hooked up with Qin Sheng and said, don't get me wrong, brother. I'm not familiar with this Sikong Jia. You should have heard some stories of Shenfeng State and Jingyue State. Hearing this, Qin Sheng also nodded his head. There were many conflicts and grudges between Shenfeng State and Jingyue State, even the enemy state. The enemy of the enemy is a friend. Qin Sheng knows how Jiao Fei is so enthusiastic about himself. What do you mean, Jiao Fei? He said in a deep voice. Buting is his follower. Now he is dead. Jiao Fei is not only joking, but also flirting with Qin Sheng. It seems that he has an iron relationship. Although the relationship between Shenfeng State and Jingyue State is very poor, sometimes even bloody disputes will occur, but they belong to the temporary alliance between the strongest affiliated countries of Dian Emperor. Now Jiao Fei's attitude makes Sikong Jia very disgusted. Jiao Fei raised his eyebrows and said, it's not interesting. It's just for our temporary alliance to discuss something with brother Qin Sheng. Your Nambating is arrogant and domineering. Your style is like yours, so now you're kicking on the steel plate. Jiao Fei said sarcastically, can I say that death is not enough to cherish? You. Sikong Jia glared, and a terrible wave of yuan power broke out all over his body, just like a demon about to be born. The age of Sikong Jia is about the same as Qin Sheng, and his strength even surpasses that of Ling Kuan and others. He can rival the strong one who can pass the disaster in half a step. In addition, Qin Sheng's eyes shine, covering 2 yellow spring fires, and can see through many things. Qin Sheng found that in addition to wearing a large armor on the surface, Sikong Jia also had a sharp rune flashing inside. Even though it was not activated, Qin Sheng could still see some clues. This Sikongji's body is definitely a combination of a congenital talisman. What am I? Do you want to do it? Jiao Fei's sharp words, cold face, a wave of terror power, no less than that of Sikong Jia, also erupted from his body. The two men are like Mars hitting the earth. Their swords are in full swing and Mars is everywhere, which makes people dare not approach. Ha ha, everyone is an alliance. Don't start without a word. At this time, another young man came out to fight for the fairway. The young man was dressed in luxurious clothes, wearing a feather crown with a symbol light all over the sky. He was extraordinary in appearance and had some composure in his speech. This man has gone through the first storm and thunder, and his whole body exudes some fierce force of thunder. Qin Sheng's mind was not only surprised by some of the Tianjia subordinates, but was he so fierce? However, Qin Sheng is very clear that going through the storm does not mean the level of talent and potential. In the Dian dynasty, many of the prince's sons didn't want to go through the storm and thunder too early. Instead, they polished their bodies and laid a solid foundation. When he was crossing the storm and thunder, he was going through the multiple storm and thunder robberies with a crack. Qin Sheng once read some historical books, some monstrous genius against the sky, once laid a foundation like a rock, one breath through the 9 storms and thunder. This kind of big pen, strong and outrageous. Of course, those are just records in the wild history, the truth is not sure, but they are still too terrible. It's absolutely a dragon and phoenix among people, let alone a great fire dynasty. Even the whole 36 dynasties in the wasteland, it's rare in history that such a terrible move can be achieved. One slap can be counted. Even Xu Hongyi, who was born with a gold key and with great fortune, only survived the triple storm and thunder disaster in one breath, then accumulated for several years, and then survived the triple storm and thunder disaster. Xu Hongyi is humiliated by Qin Sheng this time. It's estimated that when he comes back to his family, he will gnaw at his old age shamelessly and go through the rest of the triple storm. The young man in luxurious clothes and armor has not a low status among these people. When he opened his golden mouth, both Jiao Fei and Sikong Jie gradually restrained their breath and dare not fight against each other again. The young man looked at Qin Sheng with a harmonious face and a smile on the corner of his mouth. Meet me. My name is Wen Dongyu. I come from the Meteorite Institute of the Meteorite Kingdom. Just after hearing Dongyu's voice, there were many amazing voices around him. It's said that countless years ago, a star fell under the nine-heavy sky. The creatures on the star have died, leaving some palace buildings and sites. The land where the star country fell has become a Jedi. There are many dangers. It has been divided up by the people of the 36 dynasties in the wasteland, and has become a powerful subsidiary country over time. It's said that even today, there are still some big secrets in the territory of Xingqiao country, but they are too dangerous for even the strong men of the 36 dynasties in the wasteland to break in. And the country of meteorites has gradually become extremely powerful. The territory of Meteorite Kingdom is very large, and because of the fall of stars, many secret places have been born in China, such as the world of ice and fire, the world of sword, etc. Of course, most of the secret places are abandoned or semi-abandoned, but for the students of the Meteorite Kingdom, it is definitely of great benefit. Wen Dongyu's Meteorite Institute is one of the most powerful among the 3 Jiulong holy halls in the territory of Dian Emperor, none of which. Qin Sheng nodded to Wen Dongyu and said hello. Hearing that Dongyu was extraordinary, he was obviously the leader of this temporary alliance. Qin Sheng, you and I are all the people of Dian dynasty, so it's unnecessary to make things so rigid. Wen Dongyu said with a smile, if you don't dislike it, Dongyu will be a rounder. This time it's over. Qin Sheng also came to form an alliance with us to discuss how to break into the imperial palace so far away from the emperor. We are all people of affiliated countries. It's better to have one more friend than one more enemy. Although hearing the smile on Dongyu's face, but looking at Sikong Jia was a little more warning. Sikongji's face was stiff and uncomfortable. He clenched his fists and tried to resist, but when he thought of Wen Dongyu's background, he counseled on the spot. Although Xingqiao Kingdom is only a subsidiary of Dian dynasty, its strength is not weak at all. Even 100 years ago, it was asserted that Xingqiao Kingdom is absolutely not simple. Within 100 years, it will be out of the control of Dian dynasty. Become the 37th dynasty of Wasteland. To open up one side of the royal dynasty, it needs terrible power. Even legend has it that it needs the support of the half-god's avatar to build a temple in the royal dynasty and accept apprentices. Some powerful emperors even worshipped the incarnation of a god. Generally speaking, in the 36 dynasties of the wasteland, the more powerful the worshipped gods are, the more powerful their imperial power will be. So, hearing the opening of Dongyu's Jinko, Sikongji could only swallow this resentment no matter how angry he was. He dared not say it. Well. Sikong Jia replied coldly. Wen Dongyu was very satisfied. He immediately turned his eyes to Qin Sheng and asked, Qin Sheng, please come to the palace with me to discuss? Wen Dongyu was very polite to Qin Sheng. Qin Sheng, if you give me a foot, I will give you a foot. The kindness of every drop of water will be reported to each other. Hearing that Dongyu is reliable in his work, he doesn't mean to look down on Qin Sheng. It's okay to negotiate, but they and my companions will also come with me. Qin Sheng points to Han Mengchen and Yi Xian. Yi Xian is ordinary, but her whole body gives off a sharp sword spirit. Especially, she is about to become a sword, and she will never be an ordinary person in the future. As for Han Mengchen, he was so beautiful that even when Dongyu, who was used to seeing gorgeous beauties in the Star Country, looked at him with astonishment, but he was very polite. His eyes didn't stay for long, and he didn't bring obscenity and greed. Well, when we talk about the important places that cats and dogs can enter at will? When Dongyu did not open his mouth, but Sikong took the lead in mocking. Sikongji looks at Han Mengchen, his eyes are full of possessiveness. As a young man, he has successfully practiced the secret method and has been allowed by the king of Jingyu State to get close to women. Sikongji's brothers, who had been driving meat since he was 13 or 14, usually showed off and shared their experiences in front of him. Now he allows breaking the precepts and solicits many excellent women. But for Han Mengchen in front of him, it is absolutely the difference between 9 heavenly Zuand and mortal woman. When Dongyu frowned, he was slightly unhappy between his eyebrows. He said, "Speak well, and be able to participate in the hospital test together, which is fate. Of course, you can go together. It's a great honor to have fairies with you." Sikong Jia was still dead, licking his cracked mouth, pointing to Han Mengchen, and said, "It's better to go with him. Anyway, the palace of the meeting is short of 2 women to accompany the wine." As soon as the voice came out, the atmosphere at the scene solidified. Both Han Mengchen and Yi Xian had sharp eyes, and looked at Sikongji with a faint flash of anger. A woman's reputation is very important. Now, this Kong Jia asks Han Mengchen and Yi Xian to accompany him? Isn't this what the brothel girls do? If they pass it on after the trial, their reputation will definitely be destroyed. Qin Sheng's eyes narrowed into a straight line, twinkling with murderous intention. Han Mengchen was still his classmate after all, and her eldest senior brother helped him a lot the other day. This unconscious Sikong Jia even let Han Mengchen accompany him to drink. This is so popular that he will definitely lose a bad reputation. Accompany you to be paralyzed. Qin Sheng opened his mouth and scolded him. He punched out. Boom. The terrible rune light exploded, the air was crushed clean, close to the vacuum infinitely, and the violent yuan force was venting. This time, Qin Sheng did not retain the force. The left hand is the dragon hand, and the right hand is the Kuanping fist. Everyone present, dazzling runes even shocked Jiao Fei and Wen Dongyu. Qin Sheng started so fast that no one expected that Sikongji would just play the female students of Luyun College. Qin Sheng did it without any doubt. He is not a minion of Jingyu country like Buting, but a talented student of Jingyu country. Dare to fight me? You want to die? At first, Sikongji was shocked, and then a flash of anger appeared on his face. He also made a fist, which is a martial art of Tianjia. The horrible yuan force fluctuates and beats, just like being ignited by a different fire. There is a hidden shadow of the big demon. It's obvious that Tianjia martial arts has been cultivated to advanced level and full circle. Its power is terrible. There are few enemies under the general level. As soon as Sikongjia made a move, he used thunderous methods. He opened his mouth and spit out a piece of bronze mirror. The mirror is very simple, with a smooth and incomparable surface. The edges and the back of the mirror are painted with the reproduction and strange patterns. Buzzing. The mirror is the most common one in Jingyu country. The mirror in Sikongji's hand is very terrible. It's called Gathering Demons Territory. It can collect demons in the wild area, and then smelt them. As long as there is light, it can release demons for use. The blood light shines in the demon-gathering environment, a cold and terrible breath suddenly seeps out, and in the mirror, a bloody spirit crawls out. The spirit is not big. It's about the size of a cat, but it's covered with talismans. It's true that the whole body is covered with talismans. Talismans suppress the spirit. You can imagine how terrible it is. The spirit turned into a shadow and went to Qin Sheng. Sekongji is not only the martial arts of Tianjia, but also the sacrifice of demons, which doesn't leave any meaning of living for him. Kuanping boxing, with a sense of terror, collided with Sekongji's boxing seal, and exploded with a shocking explosion. The violent Yuanli turned into a shock wave that can be seen by the naked eye and rolled to all sides. Hula. The vast moat was set off by huge waves, some terrorist objects at the bottom of the river were touched, and a big black hand stretched out to smooth the water. Bang! When two fists collided, Sekongji screamed and flew backward, then he hit a rockery and was buried in a heap of rocks. At the same time, the captive dragon's hand seized the cat-sized blood spirit, whose face was also covered by the talisman, unable to see clearly. Ouch! The spirit's crazy struggle can easily cut open the throat of Tianjing warrior's claw and scratch a white mark on Qin Sheng's hand. Mars is all over the place, but it can't shake Qin Sheng's point. Well, it's a spirit. Longwei stuck out his head, salivated, and said, "Give me this, it's a tonic." This spirit is very powerful, and its strength is comparable to that of the human warrior who has only just met Qin Sheng's physical cultivation and become a prisoner dragon hand, which is restrained by death. Otherwise, it's not easy to clean up the spirit just by virtue of Qin Sheng's martial arts cultivation. Can I eat this? Qin Sheng frowned and saw that the demon was not like a demon, and the spirit was not like a spirit. Spirit, that is the soul, like the evil spirit, and the spirit is the incarnation of the spirit. Even the spirit is a kind of higher-level existence of spirit. Longwei squints and despises, saying, "This spirit is still low-level. It is refined by blood sacrifice. It can not only supplement blood, but also mix. However, this thing is very resolute. Only when the demons eat it is a big tonic. You human beings can't be mended, but if you eat it, it will damage your stomach." Hearing this, Qin Sheng did not hesitate to throw the spirits, covered with talismans, to Longwei. Longwei is very happy. His body rises in response to the storm, and his mouth shoots out a long and thin golden tongue, which is like a god's rope binding the sky. It wraps up the spirit. No matter how the spirit struggles, it is pulled into Longwei's mouth. Gulu. Longwei burps, and the spirit is swallowed up. At this time, Sekongji crawled out of the rubble. His fist was broken, showing white bones and coughing blood. Click. As soon as the spirit died, the ancient bronze mirror in Sekongji's hand actually cracked several cracks. This gathering spirit environment is his innate talisman, which was refined and accompanied at birth. The spirits cultivated since childhood have been beheaded, so to speak. This is his war pet. The death of Zhang Chong made Sekongji furious. He rose to the sky again and wanted to continue. Enough. Hearing Dongyu's violent drink, he burst into a horrible atmosphere. Standing in front of Qin Sheng and Sekongji, he said in a deep voice, "Do you want to make the old monster of the moat appear before you stop?" Sekongji's face was ugly. He clenched his fists. There was a fierce anger between his eyebrows. He looked at Wen Dongyu and said, "This son is so vicious that a toad will devour my spirit. Don't you know what the spirit means to Sekongji?" Sekongji's intention to kill emerged. The spirit is the artifact spirit of the innate talisman. If it is cultivated for another 100 or 200 years, it may become a real spirit. At that time, its power will definitely soar countless times. However, now the spirit is swallowed by Longwei's burping. In recent years, so many monsters that Sekongji sacrificed in blood are dried up and become Longwei's wedding clothes. "Smell brother, let him come here," this sun mouth ate excrement, open mouth let my classmate accompany wine. Qin Sheng and Qin Jia fight against each other, and they don't give way to each other. Try it, I will not only discard your spirit, but also you. Dare you? Qin Jia was so angry that he jumped to his feet. He regretted that he didn't sacrifice his soul and let it fight. Ouch! Just at this time, the moat rolled up, there was a great sense of terror, and a huge black hairy hand protruded from the bottom of the moat. The river monster is coming again, run away. In the distance, people shouted that the nearby onlookers were swept by the huge black hair hands and turned into blood fog. Some powerful students didn't die immediately, but they were bound by the black hair big hands and pulled down the moat. Let's go. When Dongyu's face changed, and a terrible yuan force came out of him and took the people away. Soon everyone came to a mountain not far away. The mountain peak has been built into a magnificent palace, which has also been brilliant, but it has been abandoned for thousands of years, and it has been in a state of decline for a long time. When Dongyu asked everyone to sit on the stone platform. Sit as you please. When Dongyu tells the three of Qin Sheng. When Dongyu, is that all I have to do? Qin Jia wanted to split his canthus, and his words were killing. Hearing this, Dongyu suddenly looked unhappy and gave a cold hum, which made everyone in the room feel frightened. Hearing that Dongyu had been smiling all the time, he was seldom angry. Now he was angry at Qin, which showed how angry he was. You know, you almost woke up the river monster under the moat just after you started. When Dongyu said in a deep voice, if you want to commit suicide or give up the hospital test, please leave. I want to die, I want to do nothing, don't harm people. When Dongyu was very angry. When hearing Dongyu's anger, Qin Zhentun dared not fart again. Especially when he mentioned the river monster of the moat, his face showed some fear. Who doesn't want to enter the imperial palace? It's the emperor's palace. There are many treasures. If you find the treasury, you will definitely make a fortune, which will change everyone's life. There was a dead silence in the temple. Qin Sheng said in his heart, this is far away from the imperial palace of the emperor. It's really not so easy to rush. There are river monsters. From the big black hand that just came out, let alone the students who connected the spirit environment, even the students who connected the heaven environment were hard to contend with and were pulled down the river bottom. Qin Sheng, there is such a fairy. I apologize to you, instead of Qin Jia. When Dongyu's face was smiling again, with some apologies. In addition to competing for Dragon Pool, the most important thing in our court trial is to win the chance. When Dongyu said with a smile, surely no one doesn't want to enter the palace. No one made a sound. They were all waiting to hear Dongyu. Brother Dongyu, I don't know what the river monster you just said is? Qin Sheng couldn't help asking. Obviously, this group of talents, who are blocked outside the moat, must have something to do with the river monsters in Dongyu's mouth. When Dongyu looks at Qin Sheng with a smile. It seems that he is not hostile to Qin Jia just now. When Dongyu is from Xingqiao country. His national strength is so strong that he can even compete with some weak emperors. He doesn't care whether Qin Ji's face is attacked or not. He would only respect the strong. Qin Sheng was angry for his beauty, and he was also a strong physical practitioner. Physical cultivation has been in decline for many years, but it is only because of the loss of the legend, the decline of the magic dragon wasteland and many other reasons. In fact, in the same realm, physical cultivation can often suppress the warrior. It's just that physical cultivation is too difficult to practice. 90% of people will be stuck in the first level of tongmaging, and 90% of the remaining 10 will be stuck in the same level of strength and tonghunjing. It's absolutely rare that Qin Sheng can refine fufu. Even in Wen Dongyu's opinion, Qin Sheng, who is not good-looking, will surpass Qin Jia in talent and strength. Therefore, Wen Dongyu is very polite to Qin Sheng. If Qin Sheng performs better, he will try his best to win Qin Sheng. I'm only a day ahead of you. Wen Dongyu said with a smile, I used to cross the moat, but was blocked by the river monster, and almost was pulled down the river bottom. As far as I know, no one has seen the whole picture of the river crossing monster for the time being. I only know that once there is a warrior crossing the river, there will be a big black hand out, and the warrior passing through the soul will die if he touches it. If you can't escape, you will be pulled into the bottom of the river, and you will surely die. When Qin Sheng heard this, he felt that the river monster was also powerful. Haven't you ever thought about finding a safe route? Qin Sheng asked. The whole palace is 3,000 li away from the emperor. No powerful river monster can cover 3,000 li of moat, can it? Wen Dongyu shook his head and said, since this day, there have been students crossing the river. No matter how far they go, how remote they are, there will be big black hands. We are also looking for a safe distance, but it's too dangerous. There are too many people who have died, and no one wants to. Qin Sheng understood it all. No wonder that Buting, the follower of Jia, ordered them to go there. He must be looking for the students of junior colleges as cannon fodder and finding a safe route so that they can cross the moat, right? It's not impossible to cross the moat safely. Suddenly, Qin Sheng said. People can't help but be surprised. Qin Sheng's physical training ability is very strong, but he even crossed the Haikao and said that there was a way to cross the river? How is this possible? The river monsters in the moat are very strong. Even the strong people in the half-step through the life environment are hard to escape. If they are not lucky, they will even die in the moat. In his sneer, Sakongji did not hide his cold sarcasm. That's ridiculous. Even we can't help it. We can only let those cheap cannon ashes explore the way. Jia sneered. Qin Sheng sneered and said, the guy who looks at the sky from the well does not know that there are people outside and there are days outside? You can represent everyone? Qin Sheng is not polite. You. In full view of the public, Jia was questioned by Qin Sheng like this, and he was very upset. He was full of horrible yuan force fluctuations. He had just taken the pill of Dabu, and the damage of the congenital talisman was almost as good as the injury, and the breath was like a rainbow. Wen Dongyu raised his hand and took a look at Jia. Jieduan was astringent. Qin Sheng, do you really have a way? Wen Dongyu couldn't help asking. The river monster is really too powerful. There is not much to do, except to use the most primitive throwing stones to ask the way, including Wen Dongyu. The so-called asking for the way is actually to let the students of the surrounding junior colleges cross the moat to find a safe route. This method is very cruel, especially for those low-level students. It's a death sentence. Qin Sheng, with a sneer on his face, pointed to Sakongji and said, there are natural ways. Isn't he from Jingyue country? Take out the mirror. I have a secret method. Cooperate with the mirror and find a safe crossing route. There are various kinds of mirrors in the state of Jingyue. The mirror is a kind of standard rune, not much advanced rune, but it is monopolized by the state of Jingyue because of the reproduction of manufacturing technology. Hearing this, Scott Jenton's face was ugly. It's not very expensive for Jia to look at the mirror, but to let him lead the way, even the river demon on the moat has no absolute assurance that he can escape from the sky. When Dongyu asked with a smile, I don't know how much assurance there is? Before Qin Sheng spoke, Longwei jumped out, clapped his chest and said, isn't it just a river demon? I can take you across. Longwei is very confident. For a moment, Tianjiao, the other four affiliated powers, looked at Sakongji, especially Wen Dongyu. He had great ambition. Opposite the moat, he was far away from the imperial palace. It has been sealed for thousands of years, and the treasures since the great departure from the emperor's reign had been sealed inside. If you can find the national treasury, don't say to empty the national treasury of Dali dynasty. If you can move 2 or 3%, it will be enough to make Xingqiguo the 37th dynasty in the wasteland. Do you really believe them? The handsome face of Jia finally showed some confusion and refused directly. He just wanted to kill me. Qin Sheng sneered and said, you look up to yourself too much. I'm crossing the moat for you. You guys, after the moat, you can reach the imperial palace, which is far away from the emperor, but some people don't cooperate. Scott, why are you so selfish? When you just grabbed the cannon fodder, you were a man of natural appearance and righteousness. Jiao Fei suddenly said, with a kind of cruel smile. Sekongji, if you cooperate, I can share more of you. Wen Dongyu said with a smile, but the smile contained a tone of command. Sekongji's face was hard to see. He shook his head abruptly, still refusing, and said, do you want me to make cannon fodder? Dream. Who do you think Sekongji is? I'm not one of those lowly minions. If you want me to make cannon fodder, there's no way. Sekongji's breath is powerful, and the yuan power of his whole body bursts out. Countless mirrors on his armor emit crystal light, and he also wears a heart-protecting mirror on his chest. The goggles are accumulating energy. If anyone dare to imprison him, they will emit a horrible light and frighten people. It seems that some people are unwilling to cooperate. Qin Sheng sneers and approaches Sekongji step by step. You want to do it? Sekongji frowned. He could not see Qin Sheng clearly. He had just suffered a small loss. Now Tianjiao, the other 4 most powerful affiliated countries, seems not to be on his side. There's some truth. It doesn't make sense to talk. Qin Sheng said with a smile, since the mouth skin doesn't make sense, then use the fist to make sense. A roar is like a flash of lightning from the sky. Qin Sheng moved, and he stepped out step by step, producing countless figures, appearing in front of Sekongji like ghosts, which shocked Sekongji with its fast speed. Get out of the way. Sekongji explodes and drinks a sound, which contains the horrible yuan force. Countless mirrors in his body burst out dazzling rune light. Sekongji did not dare to look down on Qin Sheng. He did not regard him as an ordinary warrior in the spirit state at all. Sekongji directly sacrificed the soul of war. Buzzing. A mirror emerges on the top of Sekongji's spiritual cover. His soul of war is actually a mirror. The mirror is covered by gray twilight and cannot see the original shape. As like as 2 peas in the mirror, the 2 mirror eyes appeared. Qin Sheng is confused. His eyes are covered with fire. Even ghosts and gods can catch him, but he can't tell which Sekongji is the real body. It's a little interesting. Qin Sheng's mouth as like as 2 peas, with 2 sneers, and the same as Sekongji, he fled in the opposite direction. All this happened between the lightning and flint, and the speed of Sekongji was extremely fast. Qin Sheng didn't hesitate to give a fist to one of them. Kuanping boxing. Qin Sheng said in a low voice, with dazzling fist marks, flying sand and walking stones. There was a shadow of Dapeng's wings sliding faintly. Qin Sheng's fist, with all his strength, had some will of Dapeng. Dapeng is also a kind of beast. Its will is so strong that even the gods will collapse. You can imagine how terrible it is. Qin Sheng's Kuanping boxing contains some will of Dapeng. It's just imitated. It has no practical charm and is extremely stiff. However, it's hopeless for Sekongji, who is below Tongming. Bang! Sekongji is smashed by a fist, just like a mirror is smashed by a fist, breaking into countless pieces. This is actually a mirror body, not the essence of Sekongji. Qin Sheng has some accidents. His eyes are covered with fire. He can see through a lot of things. Even the array can see through. He made a wrong judgment and was muddled through by Qin. It should be combined with the secret method, otherwise it will not be so perfect. Qin Sheng said in his heart, after crossing the river, catch it and beat it to find out the secret method. Poof. Qin coughs up blood in his mouth when he runs far away. The mirror image is broken, and he will be injured. However, compared with being reduced to cannon fodder, this injury is nothing at all. Lowly minion, wait for me. When I return to the land of the moon, I will let my father lead a great army to sweep over your Bachin kingdom. Qin gnawed his teeth, and his eyes were full of murderous ideas. This time, he failed in the court trial and ended up. The congenital talisman was severely damaged, the spirit was devoured, and the soul of war was sacrificed, which was easily destroyed. May I say that he lost all this time? He is doomed to lose his chance to leave the treasures in the imperial palace. Because if he doesn't run away at this time, he will be captured by Qin Sheng and thrown into the moat, as he did to the students of low-level colleges not long ago. If he is thrown into the moat, what will happen? Qin knows best. Although he was extremely unwilling, before he set out, Jingyue Kingdom had high expectations for it. After all, he went to break into it, but he was buried for thousands of years, once brilliant to the extreme Dali imperial ruins. As long as you get a chance as big as a foot hair, it is absolutely a hot and incomparable treasure for the affiliated country like Jingyue State. It's a pity that this time, the whole country of Jingyue was doomed to be disappointed. Qin looked back at Qin Sheng and others. Especially that Qin Sheng, who was clearly just cultivating the soul state, dressed up as a pig and ate a tiger, and refined the evil spirit of Fufu. Qin's eyes were cold and fierce. He had to remember Qin Sheng's face, wait to leave the ruins of Dali dynasty, return to the territory of Yu State, and send troops to Bachin State. Today's disgrace will be returned thousands of times, even thousands of times. In the end, Qin wants to go away. He no longer hesitates and stays. But when he looked back, he found that in front of his mountain, there was a toad standing in the air, which had been covered with green and purple rings. Long Wei cocked his legs and squinted at Qin, saying, I didn't expect that there are people who know the secret of mirror image separation in this place where the bird doesn't shit. But you're too scum. Long Wei looks at the shocked Qin with a sneer on his face. Then, with a step of foot, the foot rises in the storm and turns into a crippled foot, kicking Qin back to the ruined palace. Boom. Qin bumped into the hall, crushed the rubble, broke dozens of bones, and coughed up blood with a big mouth. He looked up at Long Wei, frightened and angry. Is this a toad? The foot, like Tai Magio, didn't cover any runes, so he kicked his foot seriously, covering countless mirrors with broken armor and falling glass pieces to the ground. Only one foot, his most proud armor was discarded. It's feasible to know how horrible Long Wei's seemingly random foot is. Long Wei clapped his hands, grinned at Qin Sheng, and said, this product is a little weak, but he knows the mirror image secret method. Maybe he can ask for some clues by tapping it. Mirror image secret method, even in 9 days and 10 places, is very rare. It's said to be a sword secret method, which rarely appears in 9 days and 10 places. I didn't expect that it would reappear in this crappy Tianyuan continent. The mirror image secret method of Qin is still very young. His mirror image is broken by Qin Sheng in an instant. If he is stronger and delays for 10 rest, he can escape. Hearing this, Qin Sheng nodded and said, I will do it later. Now the most important thing is to cross the river. As soon as Qin Sheng's hand came out, it was like twisting a chicken, twisting Qin's blood color was pale, his hair was messy, the crown on his head had already been knocked off, his hair was covered, his whole body was bleeding. Yuanli was confused, he didn't resist, so Qin Sheng twisted him to approach the moat. In the broken palace, there was a dead silence. Both Jiao Fei and Wen Dongyu looked at Qin Sheng and Long Wei in amazement. It's terrible to be a man and a beast. Even if they did, it would be extremely difficult for them to clean up Sikong Jia. In all likelihood, Sikong Jia would leave calmly. Sikongji may not be able to beat them, but the ability to escape is the most powerful of Tianjiao, the most powerful affiliated country of Dian Emperor. You can even say it without hesitation that if Sikongji wants to leave, they really can't stay. However, Qin Sheng and Long Wei cooperated with each other one by one. They were so relaxed and calm that they even took a breath to clean up Sikong Jia. Thinking of this, whether it's Jiao Fei or Wen Dongyu, there's a kind of happiness in their hearts. Fortunately, they didn't treat Qin Sheng like Sikong Jia, but treat him with courtesy. Otherwise, they are the ones who are being twisted as cannon fodder. When Qingwang defeated the enemy, Sikong Jia did not struggle. He stared at Qin Sheng and said, "Let me go, I can set up a soul contract to redeem myself." Qin Sheng shook his head, refused directly, and said, "From the moment your followers started, the eternal hatred has been ended. You just said that the soldiers sent to the northern Qin kingdom. Do you think I will believe your soul oath?" Hearing this, Sikong Jia's face was as dead as a dust. "Lead the way across the river, break into the imperial palace, which is far away from the emperor. You may have a chance to survive." Qin Sheng said with a careless smile, then threw Sikongji to the moat. Qin Sheng's power is terrible. Sikong Jia is like a shell. He crosses the moat, but the moat is too big. It's 100 miles wide. It's just like a vast ocean. In the air, Sikong Jia crazily took the tonic medicine, and the severely damaged body could heal at the speed that the naked eye could see. Ouch! Under the moat, there seems to be a huge thing lying dormant. Sikong Jia takes out his mirror and shoots a beam of light through the river. Phew! A big black hand came out from the bottom of the river, as fast as lightning. Under the warning of the mirror, Scott made a prediction in advance and avoided the big black hand. "It works," Qin Sheng said with a smile. "Let's keep up." Qin Sheng followed the river crossing and the escape route of Sikongji. With the cannon fodder of Sikongji, they crossed the river easily. In fact, the river monster of the moat is a huge rune puppet, which is far superior to ordinary bronze, silver, or even gold puppets. This rune puppet is too big to hide under the moat. The big black hands like seaweed are only a part of it. It should be a war machine, a rune puppet that transcends the Vientiane realm. Long Wei fixed his eyes, especially the vertical eyes in the center of his eyebrows, which were about to crack. He saw through many hidden things. When Qin Sheng heard this, his face was slightly coagulated and he had transcended the Vientiane realm. What a terrible existence it was. It was also after the War of Annihilation in those years, and after thousands of years of vicissitudes, it was in a state of disrepair that his power suddenly fell below the life boundary. Otherwise, even if they had the cannon fodder belt of Sikong Jia, as long as they had a trace of power, they would become meat mud. The existence of Vientiane realm level, looking at the whole wasteland of 36 dynasties, is also a rare supreme master. Don't say it's a ray of after effect. Even if it's a look, Qin Sheng Xingjie Yuan Mai may collapse. Sikongji was in a precarious state. Although he had made a prediction according to the magic mirror in advance, the whole moat was as wide as 100 li. And the more he got to the back, the more dangerous he was. He had blood in his mouth. He had just been caught by a big black hand and struggled desperately to escape from the sky. Unfortunately, his viscera were almost pinched. At the critical time, in order to survive, Sikongji carried out a blood sacrifice, and broke out the power of surpassing Tongjiaiji, and then escaped from Xingtian dangerously. Poof! Sikong Jia's face is bloodless. After the blood sacrifice, his strength has skyrocketed in a short time. But when the blood sacrifice power disappears, he will fall into a long period of weakness. If Qin Sheng and others catch up with him, he will surely die. Sakongji bit his teeth, and finally succeeded in crossing the river. It's very close to the imperial palace. The city wall is made of unknown stones. Though thousands of years have passed, it's still brilliant. The city wall is very high, even if it's more than 1,000 feet, towering to the sky. Standing at the foot of the city wall, the human warrior will feel a humble feeling like a mole ant. Well, the power of the blood sacrifice is over, and I'm going into a period of decline. Sakongji's face was even whiter. He felt his limbs were weak and crumbling. Fortunately, the gate of the imperial palace did not close, but revealed a huge hole. With the last drop of strength, Sakongji took the lead in entering the palace and disappeared into the sight of Qin Sheng and others. Before long, Qin Sheng, Han Mengchen, Jiao Fei, Wen Dongyu, and others slowly landed and crossed the river successfully. Qin Sheng looks at the direction of Sakongji's disappearance, and can't help frowning. He didn't expect that Sakongji's life is so hard. It's worthy of Ziyun's fortune. Life shouldn't be cut off. Ha ha, thanks to brother Qin Sheng for his plan to cross the river successfully this time. Wen Dongyu said with a smile on his face. Jiao Fei also said a few words about Su Han. Let him be careful about Sakongji. That man will report that if he is really allowed to leave the site alive, it will be a big trouble for both Beichen State and Qin Sheng. Qin Sheng nodded and said, let's say goodbye. I'll see you later. Wen Yan, Jiao Fei, and Wen Dongyu also nodded and left separately. In addition to competing for Long Qi, they took part in the hospital test, and more importantly, they searched for opportunities. Everyone has their own chance. They are just temporary alliances. They form alliances to cross the river. If they succeed in crossing the river, the alliance will be dissolved. This is the imperial palace far away from the emperor. There are so many treasures that people can kill people and cross goods. Everyone is a genius against the sky, so there is no need to form a feud. So, it's better to separate. Before long, Jiao Fei and others disappeared into the huge palace. Only Qin Sheng, Han Mengchen, and Yi Xian are left here. The moat rises up in the thick fog, and there is a sound of fighting. It seems that other students are gradually crossing the river and approaching the palace. Let's go. Qin Sheng seems to be the backbone of the two women. Neither Han Mengchen nor Yi Xian is dissatisfied. Especially Han Mengchen, although he had some disputes with Qin Sheng before and had some resentment in his heart, Qin Sheng was just angry and became a beauty. Han Mengchen peeps at Qin Sheng and finds that Qin Sheng, who has never left his hand in Maijuqing, is not so annoying. The whole palace is black, occasionally depicting some unique reliefs, but the overall feeling is very depressed. The imperial palace of Dali dynasty is so big that its stone can isolate the exploration of soul power. Qin Sheng takes Han Mengchen and Yi Xian, turns left and right, and finally 1 hour later, they are lost. The imperial palace of the size of the Beichen kingdom can be isolated from the soul force exploration. If you don't get lost, there will be ghosts. On the broad passage, some sounds came from afar, rumbling closer and closer. What voice? Qin Sheng is very sharp. His body is the most powerful. Although he has not smelted the soul of war, he is still the fastest to find some clues. The night was already deep, and the vast palace was covered with thick fog layer by layer. Long Wei, wake up. Qin Sheng wakes up Long Wei. There is a third vertical eye in Long Wei's eyebrow. Although it's just a fake eye, it's not a real eye, but it can still see through many things. Long Wei is drowsy after eating the spirit. Soon after sleeping, he is awakened by Qin Sheng. His face is not happy. Even though he was upset, he was bullied by dogs and became a follower of Qin Sheng. If he was more reluctant, He could only open the third vertical eye to see what was coming in the distance. Buzzing. Although Long Wei's vertical eye is only a fake eye, it is very powerful and frightening. It shoots out the light of nothingness into the distance. That is. Long Wei was drowsy and had no spirit. It was because of the attack after dinner. The spirit was too nourishing. Long Wei saw that there were thick fog covering the passage far away. These thick fog were stained with stone dust, so it can also isolate the soul force. Ordinary martial artists can't really see this far. However, Long Wei's eyes opened and he saw that it was a patrol. It was very powerful, but there was no flesh and blood left, only skeletons. Find the intruder who broke into the palace. The leader of the army, who was wearing huge armor and had 2 blue soul fires in his empty eyes, said the ancient words with a voice that was extremely cold. Even though they were far away, Qin Sheng, Long Wei, Han Mengchen and Yi Xian felt extremely cold. What is that? Qin Sheng asked in a deep voice. Long Wei came to his senses, completely, and hit a spirit-stirring man. He said, "It's not very good. It's the Royal Palace Patrol. It looks like the Imperial Guard? Royal Guards? The Royal Guards 10,000 years ago can still patrol? Evil spirit or spirit?" Qin Sheng was worried. He had been dead for thousands of years. How could there be any royal guards in the palace? If the spirits are good, they may be reasonable. If the spirits are bad, they will play big. They will never die. Long Wei shook his head and said, "I can't see clearly. It's not a spirit, not a evil spirit. And skeletons, which should be corpses. Invader, die." There are not many guards in front of the imperial court, but each of them has released a horrible atmosphere, especially the leader-like figures. Even though they have been dead for many years, judging from the breath, they still have the cultivation of Shenfu. Boom. Qin Sheng's face changed with fright when the front guard of the Imperial Guard moved. He said, "Run, the corpse in the Shenfu area, no one can carry it." Qin Sheng and others ran away quickly. The corpse spirit had no intelligence, and could only perform the repeated tasks before death. They would only regard Qin Sheng as an intruder, without any reason. The corpse spirit is very powerful. It has the will before it is born, and its strength will not be weakened much. It even has experienced 10,000 years of corpse chi cultivation, which is more powerful than before. In the thick fog, the blue and cold soul fire is beating. The corpse spirit led by the Imperial Guard is extremely powerful. He is covered with battle armor and armor. The armor has been broken and broken. There is no sign flash. He rides the horse skeleton, which is also transformed into corpse spirit. The corpse spirit spurred the horse to gallop, the distance of tens of miles, unexpectedly crossed in 2 or 3 breathing time, blowing the disgusting wind. Purple electricity. Qin Sheng burst out with a drink, and Yuanli all over his body rushed out in a frenzy, forming a huge wing, rolled up 2 women, and fled here in a frenzy. The corpse spirit in Shenfu and the horse on which he rides can also be compared with the human warrior in Maita Mingjing. How can he fight? The corpse spirit screamed and mumbled the ancient language. He had no eyes. He was beating the soul fire in his eyes and locked Qin Sheng. He had a spear in his hand. The battle spear is covered with rust, and the runes on its surface are all peeled off, unable to infuse any yuan force. However, the battle spear is made of unknown noble metal. Even without runes, it can penetrate a mountain. Phew. The leader of Shirling threw out his spear, which turned into a black lightning and stabbed Qin Sheng. It was a spear delivered by Shirling from Shenfu. It was so powerful that Qin Sheng was frightened and dared not take the move at all. Qin Sheng manipulates the purple electric wings to avoid crazily, But the spear seems to contain the supreme will to lock Qin Sheng and make his whole person seem to be trapped in the mire and difficult to avoid. Xingjie Yuan Mai. Qin Sheng's ferocious roar, the Xingjie Yuan Mai, which had been dormant in the back, was activated. Unfortunately, in the face of the oppression of the spirit of the corpse in Shenfu, it was like a broken tungsten light bulb. With a hiss, it went out. Qin Sheng could only barely turn sideways, but as Xingjie Yuan Mai was oppressed, he could only watch the spear thrust into his shoulder. Bang! When the power of terror broke out, Qin Sheng's shoulder was pierced directly. He felt that he was hit by a meteorite. He flew away and ran into a mysterious temple. The temple was full of dust, 3 feet thick. Qin Sheng broke several stone pillars that were to be surrounded by 2 or 3 people. The rubble collapsed and buried him alive. Han Mengchen and Yi Xian were not hit by the spear in the front, but they were also infected with a ray of strength and suffered a lot, especially Yi Xian, who was seriously injured and his bones were broken. A group of royal guards surrounded the palace 10,000 years ago, but they dare not enter. Qin Sheng will kick away at any time. His face is pale, most of his bones are broken, he is paralyzed on the ground, and his mouth is full of blood. Long Wei, close the door. Long Wei is boosted by Qin, and he is also injured. Just now, if it's not for Long Wei to unload half of his strength, Qin Sheng estimates that it's not as simple as running through his shoulder, but the whole body is shot. The strongman of Shenfu has gone through 9 times of storm and thunder. He has been tempered to the extreme both physically and spiritually. He is so powerful that he can become a strongman of Shenfu and hang a large number of generalists. Shua. Long Wei shakes his head. Although he is not injured, he is also stunned. Boom. The gate of the temple is closed. Bang. The gate was completely closed, and the whole great hall fell into a black silence, with a gasp of breath. Qin Sheng was barely half lying down. He was seriously injured. Even the Yuan vein of the saint stage was broken into 2 parts. There was a group of runes and white lights interwoven to repair his wound. Fuck you, don't die. Long Wei's voice trembled with fear. Long Wei and Qin Sheng have made a follower contract. In the past 100 years, Qin Sheng must live a good life. It's better to eat spicy food. It's only a few days. It's so badly hurt. You don't want to die. You should give me a lift before you die. Long Wei muttered. Go away. Qin Sheng gave Long Wei a feeble kick, turned his hand, and took out a jade bottle from the ring. It was golden and full of blood. Qin Sheng poured a few drops of real dragon blood on the wound. The light of the talisman was dazzling, and then he poured several large mouths of real dragon blood into his mouth. This is? Long Wei squinted, then screamed, Is this my dragon blood? Black family, use real dragon blood to heal? Long Wei swears. Real dragon blood is very precious. Although he only has the descendants of ancestral dragon blood is also very rich. Every drop is valuable. If real dragon blood is used to make pills, the efficacy will be extremely high and play the maximum value. Now Qin Sheng even used it as a drink to disinfect and stop bleeding. If those alchemists saw it, they would be absolutely angry and scold Qin Sheng for his rage. Qin Shengbai glanced at Long Wei, spread out his fingers, and said, I'm here to save your life, and then put some dragon blood, or I'll die, and you'll be buried with me. Do you want me to bleed? No way, no way. After the last bleeding, although I made up the back, I felt that my body was not as good as before. Long Wei refused, directly. Qin Sheng twisted the spear. It was very simple and carved with exquisite patterns. Unfortunately, it was covered with rust and the runes were peeling off. Pooh. Qin Sheng clenched his teeth, then pulled it out with force and spewed out blood arrows. The runes were frantically interwoven, but there was a lot of corpse chi, and the wound was black and could not be healed. It's not very good. The spear is poisoned. Qin Sheng couldn't help lying on the rubble, looking at Long Wei in a quiet way, saying, "It's said that real dragon blood can be invincible. It's a necessary good thing for family travel and killing people and goods. It's a pity that I've run out of them. I can only wait for death." Qin Sheng felt dizzy and his vision became more and more blurred. Long Wei steps back and forth, and finally sees Qin Sheng fall asleep, bite his teeth, bleed and save people. Qin Sheng has been sleeping all day and all night. When he wakes up again, everyone else is around him. "Qin Sheng, you finally wake up." Han Mengchen surprised, I said, "You won't die so easily." Yi Xian also nodded to Qin Sheng. She was so silent. Yesterday she also got the body of real dragon blood, and the broken bones were repaired. Well, good people don't live long, this time it's a big loss. Long Wei gives Qin Sheng a squint. His breath is much weaker. He has gone from Tongsan to Tongyi, and almost fell to Tongtian. Qin Sheng stretched out and said, "Isn't it just a little dragon blood? As for such bitterness?" As soon as Long Wei heard this, he got angry, and the two fought each other. After fighting for a while, Qin Sheng announced that he would stop fighting and said, "Stop fighting. If you bring those corpses in again, you will bleed again." "Don't worry, those corpses have left," Long Wei said. Qin Sheng, frowning, said, "All gone? Can't it be that this is a dangerous place, even the corpse can't get close?" Qin Sheng has some doubts. "What is this place?" Han Mengchen said, "I don't know. You didn't wake up. We dare not walk around. The temple is very large. Apart from several stone pillars broken by Qin Sheng, it is still intact. Let's go and have a look." Qin Sheng raised the spear on the ground. "So heavy." Qin Sheng stared at it, and felt that the spear was very heavy. Even though Qin Sheng had refined the Fu skin, the body had experienced the wind and thunder robbery and the refining of real dragon blood, and he could barely afford to wield it. "Why, is this spear still a congenital talisman?" Qin Sheng had some accidents. "How precious is the congenital talisman?" "Only those with more than 5 lines can be called the congenital talisman. However, it's normal to think that the leader of the corpse who hurt him yesterday is a strong one in the divine state, and that a strong one in the divine state has a congenital talisman. It's a pity that the artifact spirit has been destroyed. Otherwise, the corpse spirit can call it back directly. The rune is flaking, and the spirit of the weapon is destroyed. At best, this spear can only be regarded as a half-step congenital rune." Qin Sheng smelt the spear with blood essence, put a gene of blood fast enough, and then cooperated with the yellow spring fire to smelt the semi-waste congenital talisman successfully. Qin Sheng waved several gunflowers. Although he didn't have any light of runes, he was still very sharp. After thousands of years of corpse cultivation, it seemed that a brand new artifact had been cultivated again. It's just that there's still a chance before the spirit can be condensed. Qin Sheng is not a soul master, he is not proficient in forging talismans. He only knows a general idea through the inheritance and memory of the emperor. After melting the spear, Qin Sheng was no longer afraid of the corpse gas on the spear. The spear could be shrunk and shrunk. Qin Sheng shrunk the spear to the size of an embroidery needle and put it into the ear canal. It was very fun. "Let's go." Qin Sheng is full of spirits, although he still feels a little weak. Yi Xian kept up with her for the first time. After her training and the moistening of real dragon blood, she broke through to the sky. Han Mengchen also keeps up with him. Only Long Wei is very reluctant to look at Qin Sheng. He always feels that Qin Sheng has no fear, because of his mobile blood bank. "Wait a minute. Qin Sheng turns his hand and takes out a jade bottle from the ring. Open the jade bottle, it's golden, and it's full of blood. Isn't this the real dragon blood of Long Wei, or what? Qin Sheng, you still have real dragon blood? Long Wei jumped up, and a pair of squint eyes almost stared out. You were dying yesterday, didn't you say you had exhausted the real dragon blood? What happened to the whole bottle of real dragon blood in your hand? Qin Sheng was stared at, and said, this is for emergency use. Don't look at me that way, I just remember now. There is still a bottle of real dragon blood left. I didn't mean to let you bleed. Qin Sheng, I can't beat you. Long Wei was so angry that he jumped up in the storm. He quacked and tried to swallow Qin Sheng and die together. Wait a minute, don't be impulsive. Qin Sheng shouted, this is the palace alchemy room of Dali Emperor. You fight with me and damage this place. Isn't it a big loss? When Long Wei heard this, his whole body was stiff and slowly shrunk. He stared at Qin Sheng with a pair of squint eyes. Really? Long Wei is a little suspicious. Although the temple here is very huge, it is covered with dust. It's ordinary and doesn't seem to be worth noting. Qin Sheng even said that this was the palace alchemy room of Dali Emperor. The alchemy room is a forbidden area. No wonder those corpses dare not approach it. Qin Sheng was very confident and said, what do I lie to you? I'm not only sure that this is the palace alchemy room of Dali Emperor, but also that there is definitely a tonic here. I know you're suffering. Yesterday, you bled and saved people, and your accomplishments fell down. Qin Sheng patted Long Wei heavily on the shoulder. The two of them hooked up. They became familiar again. As long as you find the tonic, I will let you drink soup first. Long Wei is skeptical. Although some people don't believe it, it's been abandoned for thousands of years. Even if it's really a palace alchemy room far away from the emperor, it's all volatile and clean. Come on, everyone has a drop of real dragon blood. Qin Sheng ordered a drop of real dragon blood on everyone's eyebrows. If you wipe the real dragon blood, you will be able to walk in peace of mind. It's not as embarrassed as yesterday, almost burping farts. After wiping the real dragon blood and cooperating with Qin Sheng's secret method of concealment, the figure of the three people is virtual and hidden in the dark palace, which is hard to find. Qin Sheng takes Long Wei, Han Mengchen and Yi Xian to sneak slowly. As he went deeper into the palace, he found more traces of it, and Qin Sheng found many skeletons. Buzzing. There have been fights and fights here. There are human beings and monsters in the bones. Although thousands of years have passed, a few of the bones still flash with rune light. Before they get close, Qin Sheng and others feel a sense of terror. The dead are all human masters and inborn demons in the Shenfu realm. Qin Sheng's face was slightly coagulated and he walked slowly, afraid of touching some mechanisms. Follow me carefully. Don't touch those bones. Qin Sheng looked back and said earnestly, some skeletons are very poisonous. Although I have a way to detoxify them, I think I will suffer a lot. The temple was so big that Qin Sheng led the people for 3 hours and finally came to the end. What is that? Han Mengchen lowered his voice and asked. There are corpses all over the place. All flesh and blood are rotted. There is a huge Donlu on the top of the mountain. The Donlu is very huge. There is a small hill so big. It looks like a tripod. Its image is similar to that of the 9-dragon fire tripod of Qin Sheng. The whole body is bloody, depicting a large number of reliefs, like murals, showing an ancient story. A large number of corpses are all the bones of congenitally big demons. It's too big for the Imperial Palace alchemy room. Take so many congenitally big demons to alchemy. Hello Qin Sheng, it's all corpses here. It's a musty smell. There's no tonic. Longwei Squint despises him, and he feels cheated by Qin Sheng again. Qin Sheng shook his head and said, "My guess is not wrong." Qin Sheng, holding a spear, threw it hard and flew a large number of skeletons. Although these skeletons were all inborn monsters, they had been dead for thousands of years and had been corrupted for a long time. A big pit was cleared out. Qin Sheng's eyes beat, pointing to a vacant area, and said, "Here should be a big tonic buried." Longwei squints at him and says, "Who are you fooling around with? There's a tonic here? I don't believe it." Smell speech. Han Mengchen's pretty face all shows a kind of unimaginable expression. This is the grave of a group of inborn monsters. How could it be buried into a tonic? At this time, poof, a blood-colored ginseng came out, and the whole temple was full of blood in a moment. Ginseng is the size of an adult man's arm. His whole body is bloody and crystal clear. His head is green and covered with crystal runes layer by layer. That is. Longwei suddenly lost his mind. He stared at the bloody ginseng that came out of the ground. His squint almost surprised him, and his voice was full of energy. He said, "Congenitally sanction?" Congenitally, it is a collection of congenitally goblin blood, irrigated, germinated for thousands of years, matured for 3,000 years, and the current congenitally sanguine is at least 9,000 years. Qin Sheng's face was awe-inspiring. According to the inheritance and memory of the emperor, he studied the terrain here and added some conjectures to calculate that there would be tonic medicine here. There are so many inborn monsters dead here. They are just a mountain of rotten flesh and blood. 9 out of 10, they can grow some tonic drugs. But what we didn't expect was that the congenitally sanguine ginseng had not been excavated yet, and it jumped out of our own. Ha ha, yes, I'm afraid this one is more than 9,000 years old. Longwei said with a loud smile, opening his mouth and dropping saliva on the ground, "As long as I eat this congenital ginseng, I think I can recover to the Shenfu realm, and even be lucky to reach 100 feet further, to reach the Dongfu realm." Longwei is very happy. He quacks and shouts, opens his mouth like a tongue tied with fairy rope, shoots at the congenitally sanction, and eats first for respect. Congenitally sanction was very confused, as if he looked at Longwei like an idiot. He stretched out his legs, ran off, rolled into the soil, and disappeared without a trace. Longwei pounced on an empty space, and his tongue rolled up a pile of dirty skeletons, shouting, "Unlucky." What, a plant of ginseng also grows feet, and then runs away? Longwei vomits bitter water. It's a 9,000-year-old congenial ginseng. A human warrior can break through a great realm without any barrier of cultivation as long as he takes a bite. It's only the innate sanguinary ginseng that can't be found. It's not mature until 3,000 years ago. It's hard to find even in the depths of the magic dragon wasteland. We need to know that even the human warrior who has gone through the 9 disasters will not live longer than 500 years. That is to say, even the human warrior who has gone through the 9 disasters will die 6 times before he can catch up with a congenital ginseng. It can be imagined how precious the congenital ginseng is. Poof. Congenitally, the sanguinary ginseng came out from another place, pointed to Longwei, and said, "You toad, who broke into the territory of the Buddha, even wanted to eat the Buddha? Believe it or not, I won't let you see the sun tomorrow?" Congenitally, sanction is able to spit out people's words. Although the accent is very heavy, I don't know which mountain dialect, Qin Sheng and Longwei can still understand 70 to 80%. Qin Sheng frowned. He didn't expect that this congenial ginseng, which has been more than 9,000 years, had its own intelligence. Is it refined? Longwei was also very surprised. Ha ha ha, are you afraid? Congenitally sanguine laughs, say quickly, where are you from, why disturb the deep sleep of this Buddha? Congenitally, it's still very mature and funny. Qin Sheng suddenly realized that this scene was similar to the situation that Longwei jumped out of the seal, just like yesterday. Oh, you little blood ginseng, dare to pretend to be forced? Long Wei sneers, coldly, isn't ginseng for people to eat? Look. Long Wei can't stand it any longer. He smells a special fragrance from Sangshan. As long as he takes a breath, he feels his pores erupt. He wants to expel toxin. He is relaxed. It's said that in 9 days and 10 places, there are some god descendants who will take mature congenital ginseng to brew wine, practice in the morning, have lunch and go to bed at night. If you don't take any pills, you will be able to cultivate yourself. Because a mature congenitally Sangshan is originally equivalent to an expensive high-level pill, which is used for brewing wine. It is equal to taking the pill to harden the body every day. Moreover, it has no side effects and will not leave drug resistance in the body. Qin Sheng, let's do it. I'll split you in half. Long Wei cried out that he was determined to get it. After being bled twice by Qin Sheng, he felt as if his body had been hollowed out. If he didn't mend it properly, his body would burn the root of the disease. His dragon power is the descendant of Zulong, and the blood of Zulong is flowing in his body. He will return to 9 days and 10 places in the future, shocking the men in the world. It's a man. How can his body be hollowed out? Make an international joke. If it's passed on, how can he get mixed up with Long Wei? Qin Sheng squinted and said, didn't you just swear that there was no tonic here? Ha ha, my good brother, you are really different. You are not a human being. Even I don't see through things. You can see through. You deserve to be one of the people I follow. Long Wei. Long Wei salivated all over the ground, and even praised Qin Sheng. Long Wei is a cheeky thief. He bragged that he didn't even want his face. 4 or 6 points, 6 for me, 4 for you. Qin Sheng squinted and said. All right. Long Wei agreed. This is a congenial sanguine that has been producing wisdom for more than 9,000 years. Even if he eats 40% of it, it will be enough for him to support. Congenitally, Sangshan looks at Qin Sheng and Long Wei. This man, a toad, even talks about dividing his body like his heir? Uncle can't bear it, aunt can't. Oh no, it should be tolerable. Congenitally Sangshan has been here for thousands of years. Although its wisdom has long been open, it has also read many 4 books and 5 classics in the Sutra Pavilion of Dali Dynasty. However, in the end, he is only a ginseng, but only a congenital ginseng irrigated by the blood of many inborn goblins. Learning ability is limited, learning is not very good, and there is no guidance. Look. The sea is boundless. Congenitally, he was annoyed. His little hands fluttered high, and the green of his head floated. A shadow of the sea appeared. Roaring. The powerful and bloody sea is coming, which should annihilate Qin Sheng, Long Wei, and others. This move, the wave that sends out, unexpectedly surpassed the human warrior that passes a disaster. Qin Sheng's purple lightning flashed. Han Mengchen and Yi Xian curled up their wings as thin as cicadas' wings, held their fists high, and gave out dazzling rune light. He exerted Kuanping fist and hit dozens of fists in a row. Bang bang bang. The empty shadow of Dapeng roared past, barely resisting a huge sea of blood. Even so, Qin Sheng's body still feels oppressed and can't breathe. The repaired organs almost cracked again. Qin Sheng's body has refined Fu. In fact, it is powerful enough to sweep across the sky. However, the powerful person who wants to pass through a disaster has some difficulty on the basis of not using the array. Qin Sheng's base cards are numerous, including Xingjie Yuanmai, Jianchao, Shenmalienti, Dare, and Huangquanhua. It's all about hanging the bottom card of Tianjing, and even the experts, below the 3 robbers. It's just to set up a 5-level array, which needs constant time to be arranged in advance. Qin Sheng felt that the blood was rolling. He felt that all the viscera were going to split. His throat felt sweet and there was a faint trace of blood to flow out. He looked up at the inborn ginseng, which had already produced intelligence, and said with astonishment, "Over 9,000 years, nearly 10,000 years inborn ginseng is so terrible." Qin Sheng quickly swallowed a drop of golden dragon blood with dazzling runes, so as not to let the injury continue to worsen. With the surge of Xingjie Yuan Mai and sword grass, he finally reluctantly accepted the so-called boundless sea. However, Han Mengchen and Yi Xian are not so good. Although they are protected by real dragon blood, they are still severely damaged. Especially Yi Xian, who comes from an ordinary family, has no family background and has no high-level defensive talisman protection at all. Fortunately, Han Mengchen had the rune given by Qiu Qingyi to stop most of the oppression in time. Otherwise, Yi Xian would die if it was only a threat. "Little thousand-year-old ginseng, dare to make trouble in front of me, Long Wei?" Long Wei's taunt was loud. He rose to the size of a hill in the face of the storm. His mouth was swollen and his runes were dazzling, which lit up the whole temple, just like in the daytime. Long 9 days. Long Wei roars, the horrible sound waves roll up the whole hall, and the ultrasound visible to the naked eye is like the wind and rain, and the congenial skeleton of the demon is split into powder. Congenitally, the red ginseng turned his mouth and said, "What dragon chants for 9 days, I think it's toad skill." This innate sanction is not only smart and open, but also knows how to treat people and mend swords. Long Wei is so angry that he smokes on his forehead. Look at my trapped dragon rising to the sky. A toad, trying to call himself a dragon? This congenitally sanction even gave himself a name, called Balian, the same name as Chuyin, the first ancestor of Dali Emperor. Long Wei and Balian fight, both sides you come and I go, very sharp, are through the level of a battle. Although Long Wei was forced to bleed, as if his body had been hollowed out, he was still extremely powerful, which was not comparable to the ordinary human warrior who could pass through a disaster. Therefore, Long Wei has always been in the ascendant. However, Balian is very familiar with the terrain here, and in the earth, like a fish in the sea, he is very calm. When he dives into the ground, he avoids the attack of Long Wei. "Can you only escape?" Long Wei's taunt in a loud voice, "It's a man who comes with me to have a duel, hum." Qin Sheng finally breathed a sigh of relief. He quickly arranged the array, threw out the rune bone, and many yuan jing, flying in all directions. This 100 li'in is also a Langtaoking. Although she has read many scriptures, she has been used by Long Wei and has not fled here. After a few tens of breath, the whole hall makes a strange sound. There is a bright rune, and then it dims. This is the symbol of the formation of the big array. Within 3 miles of the circle, the naked eye can see a junction formed in the temple. This is a 5-level defense array, called the Xianhua Rock World. It has amazing defense and can withstand the strong attack of human warriors who have gone through the triple storm and thunder. Bang! Something hit the Xianhua Rock World, humming and glowing, revealing a lot of light. At the top of the boundary, there is a faint fire being ignited. "Ah, it's killing me!" From the bottom of the earth came the scream of Balian. His tail seemed to be ignited by a different fire, and there was a pungent burning smell. Balian escapes crazily, rolls all over the ground, and tries to put out the fire in his ass. "Whoa, whoa, it's on fire, fuck." Balian cried loudly, "You insidious human beings know how to catch turtles in a jar." "I'm so angry." Balian was so angry that he vomited blood essence and finally put out the fire. However, his butt was burned bare and red. This is the first time in 10,000 years. Since he woke up and got hurt for the first time, he still underestimated the strength of human beings and even knew how to arrange. "Stay in the Green Mountain without worrying about firewood. I leave first. Don't let me meet you next time, or I won't kill you." Balian's goods are like a bird of Long Wei. They will stick gold on their faces. Mingming has been promoted to the next 5 ranks by Qin dynasty, and the Xianhua rock world has become a turtle in the jar, and even uttered a lot of words. It's too shameful. Long Wei, I have set up the realm of Xianhua rock. He can't escape within a single breath of incense. Qin Sheng said indifferently, kill it quickly, we are all hungry. When Long Wei heard this, he suddenly had a pair of squint eyes shining, and his saliva flowed all over the ground, saying, good. It's said that congenitally sanction is used to cook white tiger meat. It's delicious for 9 days. Didn't we eat some tiger meat left over last time? Although the difference between white tiger meat and white tiger meat is 108,000 li, it is barely enough. Long Wei said and rushed to Balian. Balian's face turned white with fright. He struggled desperately and made waves of attacks. The sea is boundless. Trapped dragon rises to the sky. Fusher Wanli. Balian roars wildly, but no matter how powerful the move is, it's just a spirit blood ginseng irrigated by innumerable inborn big goblin blood. It's not even a monster, and its strength is limited. This is a green dragon on the left and a white tiger on the right. Long Wei beat Balian in pain and made a round of combo boxing. Balian was hit with a swollen nose and a blue face and fled. Bang! Boom! Balian's survival instinct is very strong, and he is crazy to fight, which are all stolen from the Sutra Pavilion of Dali Dynasty. Dali Star Meteor Fist. Balian vomited out a mouthful of blood essence. In an instant, his breath soared to the same level as the 3 robbers. His fist seal glowed and covered a layer of extremely hot lihua. Dali meteor boxing is like the lihua produced by the fall of stars. It's gorgeous and hot. Even meteorites outside the sky can burn to ashes. It's said that Dali star meteor boxing is the Zhenhua boxing of Dali Emperor. It's an ancient boxing practice. Once you understand it, it's very terrible. 10,000 years ago, the physical cultivation did not decline, but was very brilliant. At that time, the physical cultivation was the main part, while the martial cultivation and the sword cultivation were just budding. In order to cultivate a big Lixing meteor fist, the first thing is to ignite and burn your fist. Lihua is different. To lead the fist to be hardened? General body repair can't stand it at all. It's directly burned to ashes. So, this Dali star meteor fist is very powerful, which can make one person to build across a big realm, or even 2 big realms to fight, but at the same time, it is also very dangerous. If there is a little carelessness, there will be no whole body. In addition, this is the boxing technique of Zhenhua, which is far away from the imperial dynasty. Ordinary people have no chance to practice it at all. Buzzing. The whole Xianhua rock world is shaking violently. The place hit by Dali meteorite fist is even more a violent wave that can be seen by the naked eye. Finally, with a click, there are cracks like spider webs in the dark fire rock world. However, fortunately, in the end, the Xianhua rock world finally resisted. Qin Sheng's eyes narrowed into a straight line, and he said, "What kind of boxing is this? It seems to be very powerful. Even my realm of fire and rock can be shaken. Little ginseng, where else can you escape?" Long Wei said fiercely. He quickly approached Balian and showed a fierce face. "Do you want to steam? Fried? Or boiled?" There is contempt and threat in Long Wei's words. Balian's condition is very miserable. The top of his head is full of green. He has been burned by the fire of the yellow spring for a long time. His blood color is faint and white. In fact, he hasn't completely controlled the Dali star meteor fist, because it's the fist technique of the saint level. After all, Balian is only a congenital ginseng. After thousands of years of blood irrigation by the congenital goblin, he has developed wisdom, learned language and practice. He was able to enter and leave the imperial palace at will, but without the guidance of his tutor, he was also touching stones and crossing the river, hitting walls everywhere, and almost fell into a devil and was burned to cinders. Even though he had practiced for more than 1,000 years, he barely got started. I can imagine how poor his talent is. If he is not born with blood essence all over his body, it is not worth mentioning at all. Bang! Longwei finally caught Balian. He was burned for 2 or 3 years by the fire, and a strong smell of blood wafted faintly, which was the fragrance of blood essence. Wow, you smell good. Longwei's saliva flowed all over the place. He wanted to eat the 9,000-year-old ginseng with a crack. Balian's face turned white with fright and shouted, "Great Xia, spare your life." Longwei ignores, breaks one of the burnt green leaves from Balian's head, and puts it into his mouth. He immediately feels full of power, and his squint is crystal clear. Back to Tongsunji? Longwei's squint is so bright that he feels incredible. He just ate a small green leaf, which can improve his life. In addition, Longwei feels strong and powerful, especially in the waist and bars, and has energy and power. Ouch, it's killing me. Bailin shouted and begged for help. Great Xia, if you have something to say, don't pluck my hair. At this time, there is no prestige in Balian, that is, a soft bone. Don't kill him first. Just when Longwei wanted to pluck the hair of Balian, he was stopped by Qin Sheng. Qin Sheng stared at Balian and smiled. Longwei, don't worry, wait for me to ask some questions. Hearing this, Balian was like a drowning human. He grabbed the last straw to save Qin Sheng's thigh and cried. Forgive me, Great Xia. Bailin's tears glowed. He thought Qin Sheng should not kill himself. He flattered him shamelessly, great human power, I'm Bailin. Qin Sheng was immediately happy. He felt that this refined ginseng, who has been around for thousands of years, is really interesting. He not only pretends to be a force, but also knows how to pretend to be a grandson. You must answer truthfully. Qin Sheng looked serious. Otherwise, I'll steam you first, then fry you, and finally boil you. Hearing this, Bailin suddenly shuddered, just like a chicken cutting rice, saying, the great two human strongmen, I can make a soul oath, and I will never say anything. Qin Sheng nodded and asked, what kind of boxing did you just use? It seems to be very powerful. Dolly Star Meteor Fist, Holy Step Fist Technique. Balian was honest, but he didn't hide it. As soon as the voice came out, Qin Sheng, Han Mengchen and Yi Xian were shocked. Zhenhua boxing of Dolly Dynasty? Qin Sheng was surprised that he didn't lack the skills of physical cultivation. There were a lot of them in the memory of the emperor, but they were all high-level goods, and they were only incomplete or isolated. It was very troublesome to cultivate. What Qin Sheng lacks now is the physical and martial arts skills suitable for the low-end cultivators. Where did you get it? Qin Sheng asked with a frown. This is the Zhenhua fist technique of the Great Departure from the Imperial Dynasty. Even the royal family, who is expensive in the previous dynasty, may not be able to practice it easily. It needs to be tested layer by layer to have the chance to practice it. Now, in the end, the dregs that can't even be regarded as monsters can practice the Zhenhua boxing of the previous dynasty? Bailin said, I found it in the Sutra Pavilion. Qin Sheng's heartbeat sped up inexplicably. He asked, the Sutra Pavilion of the Imperial Dynasty? Yes. What's the matter? Am I in trouble? Bailin asked uneasily. Can you sneak into the Sutra Pavilion? Qin Sheng asked directly. Bailin nodded and answered carefully, yes, it's easy to sneak in. Good. Qin Sheng laughed contentedly, clapped Bailin on the shoulder, and immediately turned his eyes to Longwei's side. Well, Longwei, I want to discuss something with you. Qin Sheng said with a smile. Longwei squinted and said, How can I feel that you laugh so cheap? Do you really want to give me an idea? Don't think about it. I won't give you dragon blood again. Long Wei first cut off Qin Sheng's idea. Qin Sheng shook his head and said, I don't want your dragon blood, but this 100 Li'in can't kill, for the time being. I want that big star meteor fist. I want him to take me to the Sutra Pavilion. Dali Xingqia boxing is too attractive to Qin Sheng. In boxing, he has Kunping boxing, which is thousands or even thousands of times stronger than Dali Xingqia boxing. But according to Qin Sheng's memory, there is not even one move. Unless Qin Shengzhen can find the true essence of Kunping boxing, he can't practice Kunping boxing in his life. No, just a fist, let go of this terror? Long Wei shakes his head. How can the fat in his mouth make him give up? That's not the general boxing. It's the top-grade boxing of saint level, even surpassing saint level. Qin Sheng explained. Long Wei shook his head and refused, saying, I want to eat boiled ginseng. I'm empty enough. Don't you let me make up for it? Long Wei is angry. Don't eat me, great Xia. I'm over 9,000 years old. The meat is not delicious. 100 Li'in very counseled, Wei, you want to eat those 3 or 4,000 years, just mature, congenital ginseng. Hearing this, both Qin Sheng and Long Wei are in front of us. Do you have any other years in-born ginseng? Qin Sheng asked, twisting Balian. Bai Lin nodded and dared not hide. Although his companion was important, his life was even more important. Moreover, in Balian's view, he has already produced wisdom, and the rest of the congenital sanguinary don't have to be intelligent at all. Strictly speaking, they are not compatriots. Lead the way. Qin Sheng said indifferently. Qin Sheng removed the Shenhua rock world, holding a drop of soul blood of Balian in his hand. 100 Li'in dare not have objection, and Enfen leads the way. Soon, everyone turned left and right, and came to the bottom of the earth. This is an underground palace, which was obviously dug by Balian himself. Here, in dozens of congenital sanction, crystal clear, blood filled the sky. However, most of the congenital ginseng is only about 1 or 2,000 years old, and it is still a long time before it matures. There are only 7 or 8 fully mature congenital ginseng plants, all of which are over 3,000 years old. Rich. Long Wei shouts, pulls out a congenitally blood ginseng, the rune is densely covered, the blood gas coagulates, the fragrance diffuses, as long as takes a sip, immediately feels refreshed, the whole body is comfortable. Qin Sheng was also shocked by the fact that there were 7 or 8 completely mature inborn ginseng plants. Sanction can be used as medicine. If it is made into pill, it will play a greater role. There are 7 mature congenital ginseng in total. Qin Sheng takes 4 and gives 3 to Long Wei. Click. Long Wei can't wait to eat a congenital ginseng in front of the public. Boom. The entrance of congenital sanction is transformed into the purest blood gas, which is a tonic without any side effects. Even ordinary mortals will not die if they eat them. This is the precious place of congenitally sanction. Qin Sheng collected the remaining 20 or 30 immature congenital blood ginseng and soil into the ring, which is a high-level ring. It can be obtained from the underground black market and can be collected by people. However, this kind of ring is extremely expensive. Qin Sheng's ring is not big, but it is worth tens of millions of yuan. Qin Sheng is not in a hurry to eat congenitally sanguinary ginseng. He even has not melted his soul. If he eats one congenitally sanguinary ginseng, he will be able to directly break through to Tongshenjing. If he eats another one, he will break through to Tongmingjing. If he eats the remaining 2, he will be able to achieve Shenfu. That is to say, as long as waiting for Qin Sheng to smelt the soul of war, he can ascend to the sky step by step, achieve the god's mansion, even be able to seal the king, and get the seal of Qin Emperor. This way of improving cultivation is just like flying on a rocket. However, this is only the legendary effect. The real effect, no one knows, even the Emperor of the 10,000 robbers. There is no such luxury, using the congenital blood ginseng to forcibly promote cultivation. This is just a monstrous thing. We need to know that there is also Dongfu realm above Shenfu realm and Vientiane realm above Dongfu realm, not to mention Vientiane realm has many levels. Congenitally sanctioned, a kind of tonic medicine, especially 3,000 years old, is extremely expensive. It is estimated that those people in the Tianyuan continent have never heard of it. Ouch. Long Wei looks up to the sky and roars. In a blink of an eye, he has made a breakthrough from 2 to 6. Why is the effect of congenital ginseng so low? Long Wei was wondering, didn't you let me return to Shenfu? The legendary congenitally sanctioned can directly promote a great realm without limitation. But Long Wei was only promoted from Tanjore to Tonglu, which was obviously a long way from Shenfu. Qin Sheng also frowned, holding one of the 3,000-year-old congenitally sanctioned, and found nothing wrong. The problem is with you. Qin Sheng looked at Long Wei and said, aren't you a legend that you have ancestral dragon blood? The practice of ancestral dragon descendants is much more difficult than that of normal human warriors. Is there any treasure here? Qin Sheng turns to look at Balian. Bailien's face turned white and said, there's no more here, but there are still some big liquors on it. Take us. Qin Sheng rubbed his hands and hands, there is still Dali Yuan liquid. Dali Yuan liquid is a kind of very precious spirit liquid, which can wash muscles and cut marrow, refine body and spirit, and is a precious thing used by Dali royal family for baptism. I'll take you to the soup and the meat. Qin Sheng is very excited. Balian knows that he has a chance to live. The asshole of asshole brings Qin Sheng and Long Wei to the palace alchemy room. This is the tripod of the summit mountain. Balian climbed up. The sea is boundless. Balian roared loudly, blew out a fist, and then slammed the tripod cover open. Hua! A large stream of fragrance is diffused, and the red liquors are glittering, and the surface is covered with a layer of fire. The distance from the fire is very thin, as if it is going out at any time. So much liquid. Qin Sheng was shocked. Dali Yuanya was made by the royal secret method of Dali Emperor. Although the Dali dynasty has been destroyed in the past 10,000 years, there are also folk forces imitating Dali Yuanya's practice, selling Dali Yuanya refined by high-level alchemists. However, the drug effect is 10 times greater than that of the original solution. There are thousands of Jin of Dali Yuan liquid here. You need to know that a drop of Dali Yuan liquid, even if it's just fake and shoddy, also needs 100,000 yuan crystals. There are more than 100 Jin of Dali Yuan liquid here, even if there are 100,000 drops of Dali Yuan liquid, right? Get rich overnight. Qin Sheng's heart was beating fast. Even though he had the spirit state of heaven soul state, he was still scared. I'll cook you soup and stew now. Qin Sheng grinned and took Kowloon out of the fire tripod. The Jiulong Laiwating is similar to the palace's alchemy furnace, and there is a word Laiwating, so Qin Sheng has to doubt the origin of the Jiulong Laiwating and the Dali dynasty. Hula. Qin Sheng scoops up a large ladle of Li Yuan liquid. The fragrance overflows. Even without meat, it makes people have a big appetite. Qin Sheng filled the Jiulong Lihua cauldron with 1/10 of the large Li Yuan liquid. Then, the last time in the underground black market to eat some of the remaining congenital demon flesh and blood thrown in. Jiaro, golden lion meat, Shaotian tiger meat are all thrown in, and a pot of stew is coming. Dali Yuan liquid itself ignites the thin lihua, so there is no need to live at all. The blood and meat of those inborn big demons are cooked, and then stewed for an hour or two. The meat will taste completely. Long Wei, throw in the remaining 2 inborn ginseng, and the effect will be better. Qin Sheng starts to pay attention to the two congenital sanction left in Longwei's hands. By what? Longwei screams loudly. It's 3,000 years old. Mature congenial ginseng is very expensive even in 9 days and 10 places. It's a powerful man in Shinfu. No, even the strong in the cave will be jealous. I'm a herbalist. Will I lose 1 share of the elixir when I come back? Qin Sheng said with a smile, drop it quickly, or it will delay and affect the medicinal power. Longwei is suspicious. Although he has many difficulties in his heart, he thinks it makes sense to think about it. As a follower, although Longwei is very proud and Qin Sheng's goods are very poor, in general, there is a little bottom line. 2 inborn ginseng plants were thrown into Jiulong Liwating, and immediately they were boiling. The blood was all over the sky, and the shadow of blood was rising. Bang! Qin Sheng decided to cover the tripod, and Jiulong left the fire tripod to boil. Although the 3,000-year-old congenitally sanction is not as intelligent as Balian, it can eventually produce a ray of soul power and instinctive resistance. After a full 1 or 2 hours, Kowloon recovered from the fire tripod. It's ready to eat. Qin Sheng opened the lid of the tripod, and the fragrance overflowed and spread all over the hall. Moreover, the fragrance could permeate the array and spread far and wide. This is the anti-heaven part of the magic medicine. It's said that the anti-heaven magic medicine, even the magic medicine, can be spread out even if it's hundreds of millions of miles away. It's impossible to isolate ordinary arrays or prohibitions. The golden lion is almost gone. Xiao Tianhu's bones are expected to be stewed and softened, and even the bones can be eaten. Longwei jumped up and watched Jiulong leave the fire cauldron. His eyes were falling down and his saliva was splashing down on the ground. Even Han Mengchen, who was dressed better than snow, swallowed a few mouthfuls of saliva secretly. Yi Xian was no longer numb, and her face was a little greedy. Qin raised his eyebrow and smiled. In his left hand, he fished out a golden lion. His body was filled with a strong ginseng flavor, which was hard to refuse. In his right hand, he fished out a glittering tiger bone, which was full of runes. The bone was soft. Come on, ladies first. Qin Sheng, with a smile on his face, hands the golden lion meat to Han Mengchen and the tiger bone to Yi Xian. The 2 women had some hesitation. After all, this is a treasure stewed with Dali Yuan liquid and the legendary congenitally sanction. It's worth 1,000,000 yuan crystal. To be honest, this time, no matter they crossed the moat or broke into the alchemy room of the previous dynasty, neither of them made any contribution. Qin Sheng took a look at the 2 women and knew what they were hesitating about. He said, don't be reserved. It's better for all to be alone. The 2 women opened their mouths, especially Han Mengchen, clenched Bei's teeth. They felt that Qin Sheng had really changed. How could she suddenly become so generous? In fact, it's not that Qin Sheng has changed at all, but that Qin Sheng treats the 2 women as her own people. Wow, the golden lion meat is so soft that it's almost bitten by its tongue. Tut tut, the tiger's bone is too soft. Even its teeth are softened after eating. Longwei's big mouth of meat, soup, and rune light gushed out of his mouth. Eat quickly, or you will be eaten up by the toad. Qin Sheng said with a smile. Smell speech, 2 women looked at each other, also no longer reserved, start big mouth meat, big mouth soup eat up. Boom. All people have eaten the large demon meat and bones stewed with Dali Yuan liquid and congenitally sanction. It turns into the purest Yuan force. Among these Yuan forces, it is different from the big demon meat before, that is, it permeates every inch of their flesh and every bone with the brand of rune. These are all big drugs, and their properties are very mild, they won't explode and die because they are taken. A drop of Dali Yuan liquid can make a warrior who can communicate with the soul less than 1 year. Here in Jiulong Liwating, there are more than 1 kilogram of Dali Yuan liquid, plus 2 inborn ginseng plants 3 years ago, which are really the tonic in the tonic. Don't mention eating so much. Even if you drink 1 mouthful, you can break through a large part. If you drink a few more mouthfuls, you can break through a big realm. The first breakthrough is Qin. Her potential is the lowest. She only cultivates sword qi, but she doesn't even succeed in uniting the meaning of sword. She has a lot of black impurities gushing out of her pores. After taking so many tonic drugs, she can not only break through, but also wash muscles and cut marrow to improve her potential. Buzzing. None of the 9 meridians in her body was originally the meridians of Tianjia, but now they are all widened and transformed into meridians of Tianjia, which is a leap of germplasm. 9 heaven-level Yuan Mai, this martial arts talent, even if you look at the whole Dian dynasty, is also a little genius. Qin's breakthrough hasn't stopped, and Yuan Li's fluctuation has been expanding rapidly, from the beginning of Tongshenjing to the middle, late and peak. Boom. There's a cloud of looting. Is Qin going to be robbed by wind and thunder? Suppress, suppress, and suppress again. Qin wants to suppress. She is also a person with spirit. She doesn't want to cross the first heavy storm and thunder disaster so quickly. She wants to gather strength and cross the multiple storm and thunder disasters at a time. Han Mengchen's body trembled, her face flushed, and her body secreted little black impurities. Han Mengchen's talent and potential are much higher than Qin. When he was baptized by Long Qi in Luyun College, he saw a huge gap. In addition, Han Mengchengui is the close disciple of Qiu Qingyi, the elder of Shendanzong. He has taken many expensive pills for a long time. He has refined his body with high-level pills of 6 and 7 grades, and his talent has also improved a lot. However, this time I took tonic medicine, and also got a lot of breakthroughs. Han Mengchen shouts, the 9 Yuan veins in the delicate body are all turned into 9 heaven steps Yuan veins, emitting dazzling rune light. The ice body and jade bones are more crystal. There is a gleam of rune, which is the realm of rune skin. Rumbling. The originally dissipated plunder clouds have gathered again, and they are still 3 big black clouds, dark clouds and fog, which gather in the palace far away from the emperor. Do you want to cross the triple storm? Han Mengchen was a little dizzy, but she ignited a different fire. This is a kind of Dan fire. After taking the tonic medicine, it immediately seemed to be adding oil to the fire. The different fire just went up. Click. The first wind and thunder fell down, with arms thick and thin. Han Mengchen yelled, the delicate jade hand raised, a large group of different fire condensed into a shield, blocking the wind and thunder. Next, the second, the third. Soon, the looting cloud disappeared. Han Mengchen had a few drops of sweat on his gorgeous jade face, panting for breath, but he survived the triple storm. This is the advantage of big medicine. It provides endless vitality. It can't go down at all. Han Mengchen's breath skyrocketed. After dozens of interest, it climbed to the top. Her delicate body was glittering with exquisite runes. She had not been introverted, and the fire was burning. Such a hot fire, even the powerful people who had been through 4 or 5 robberies, dare not look down. Different fire, the hottest fire between heaven and earth, even the lowest one, is precious and terrible. Quack quack. Just at this time, a series of discordant toad calls sounded. This is the voice of Longwei. Han Mengchen and Qin also followed the sound of toad's chirp and saw Longwei crawling on the ground with 4 feet, 10,000 times of her body against the storm and the size of a hill. Longwei is covered with exquisite runes, and the purple circle after circle covers the whole body. Every inch of his skin glowed so brightly that Han Mengchen and Qin could hardly open their eyes. Roar. A moment later, Longwei spits out a dragon breath, which makes Han Mengchen and Qin shiver. This is the real dragon breath? The two women are not sure. They have not seen the real dragon. However, there is fear from the bottom of one's heart, which is the inherent pressure of race. Soon, Longwei was shrinking, and his body was peeling off. His skin color was blue and purple. Finally, it becomes a golden toad with a little green. Longwei has achieved Shenfu and recovered to its strength 10,000 years ago. Qin Sheng took a lot of tonic medicine. He felt the cocoon in his arms was hot, so when he didn't do it, he kept throwing the cocoon into the cauldron, and Milu was boiling, absorbing the liquid of Dali Yuan crazily. Qin Sheng felt hot all over, and the yellow spring fire was 10 times rich. It had been thin before. When Qin Sheng was not alive or dead, he was not willing to use the yellow spring fire. Well, Qin Sheng also made a breakthrough. He opened his mouth and spewed out a breath of black gas. He coughed up blood in a large mouth, all of which was black blood. He is running the magic body training. This is an opportunity. He feels the chance to break through the 5th level of the magic body training. Click. When the sound is heard, the bones of Qin Sheng's whole body make a sound, like the sound of metal being broken or thunder. As expected, every bone of Qin Sheng has been painted with dazzling runes. This is the change brought about by the 5th level of the body refining of gods and demons, rune bone. Rune bone, even the 5-level demons cannot be agglomerated. Now Qin is still in the state of soul communication, and he has become a rune bone. If it's worn out, it will definitely frighten a large number of warriors to death. If it is said that Fufu can sweep through the warrior of soul state, then Fugu, whether it is strength, speed or defense, is 10 times or even 100 times of Fufu body cultivator. That is to say, the real combat effectiveness of Qin Sheng today will not be different from that of all the people in the territory. It can even be said without hesitation that Qin Sheng has now become a talisman, able to compete with those who can pass the 3 robbers. If there are many cards, such as Sword Grass, Xingjie Yuan Mai, Huangquan Fire, UNC Array, and so on, it is simply a warrior who can pass the 3 robbers or even the 4 robbers. Qin Sheng's breakthrough is far from over. There are 9 metaveins in his body, one of which is dormant under his spine, but the other 8 are all heavenly metaveins. After taking so many tonic drugs this time, one of the 8 Tianjie Yuanmai has changed. Qin Sheng's body is full of light, which is the light of runes. In the dark and boundless palace alchemy room, it's like a dazzling sun, making people can't open their eyes. Dazzling as the sun, blood rising as the real dragon, Qin Sheng's whole body up and down, small to fur, big to the spirit, are in the crazy transformation. Click. It seems that some shackles have been opened. One of the 8 heaven-level elements breaks through the shackles and sends out a ray of holy meaning, which makes Longwei look at it. There is an old saying that all saints are saints. Ouch. It seems that there is a dragon chant, accompanied by holy meaning. The second Xingjie Yuanmai is transformed. Qin Sheng finally opened his eyes, no longer cold, all introverted, with a smile on his mouth, just like a sage. This is 2 divine steps of Yuanmai? Longwei has a pair of squint eyes. He has some accidents. He is very clear that Qin Sheng has a saint-level Yuanmai hidden in his body. However, he didn't expect that he took a lot of tonic drugs this time, but it changed again, resulting in a second saint-level Yuanmai. In the small world of Tianyuan continent, it's a rare genius to have a saint-level Yuanmai. In the future, it's destined to rise as bright as the sun. However, it is only a rare talent in the Tianyuan continent. In 9 days and 10 places, there are 4 or 5, or even 7 or 8, the god of heaven and zone. Even so, Longwei also felt that Qin Sheng didn't have the weak chicken in his imagination. Maybe after 100 years, he could really kill back 9 days and 10 places, a big help. The holy light is introverted. Qin Sheng looks at Long Wei and Han Mengchen with a smile and nods. Han Mengchen's gorgeous jade face is full of dullness. She just seems to see two real dragons intertwined in Qin Sheng's body. She knows that it's the saint-level Yuan Mai. She thought how rebellious she was. All the 9 Yuan veins in her body had changed into heaven-level Yuan veins. But for Qin Sheng, it was just 2 dregs to be dregs. 1 holy-level Yuan Mai can sweep 9 heaven-level Yuan Mai. What's more, Qin Sheng has 2 divine Yuan veins. That's outrageous. Han Mengchen is very angry. Under her majestic chest, she is a little shriveled. On the talent of alchemy, Qin Sheng had to look up to the existence of Qiu Qingyi, the master of Han Mengchen. In terms of the potential of martial arts, Qin Sheng has 2 divine-level Yuan Mai, although it has not yet become the melting soul of war. In terms of physical cultivation, Qin Sheng has refined the rune bone, which can resist the multiple wind and thunder robbers. On the cultivation of spirit, it seems that Qin Sheng has reached the state of heaven and soul, and arranged high-level array. The disappearance of Hidden Dragon's sect a while ago has something to do with Qin Sheng's array arrangement. On the cultivation of sword way, it seems that Qin Sheng smelt a sword grass, and he can chop the martial artists in the unified realm like chopping melons and vegetables. Han Mengchen's only advantage over Qin Sheng seems to be his identity background. He has Qiu Qingyi as a big backer. However, it seems that Qin Sheng didn't know what to do with it. He got Xia Bingning, his best friend. If he married a beautiful woman and became the son-in-law of the royal family of Dian, his status would soar to the sky. In addition, Qin Sheng himself is the 9th-level guest Qing of Shendanzong. Qin Sheng also likes to play the role of a pig and eat a tiger. This kind of person is definitely not a short-lived ghost. After this court test, he will definitely rise up like a star. It will absolutely amaze everyone when he reaches the broader stage of Dian dynasty. Mimi. At this time, the ancient Donlu of Dali Imperial Palace's alchemy room was boiling, and a large amount of Dali Yuan liquid was evaporated. Bang! The tripod lid was lifted, and a large number of Dali Yuan liquid was boiling, and the vitality was dense, which caused a large number of diffuse chasm. That cocoon is golden yellow, with faint purple lines. On the surface, there are also ancient runes. Even Qin Sheng can't see them thoroughly. Which race of runes is it? Split? Qin Sheng looked over and picked up the cocoon. Is it going to break out at last? Insha corpse has been sleeping for a long time. This time, it sucked up Dali Yuan liquid, which is a tonic. There are several cracks in the cocoon, and some light comes out, but it's accompanied by fog, which makes people not clear. Even Qin Sheng can't be sure how the Insha corpse has metamorphosed. Because Qin Sheng is now completely disconnected from the Insha corpse, which makes Qin Sheng feel guilty. Has the Insha corpse been transformed into a reincarnation? Qin Sheng's heart sank slightly. The Insha corpse comes from the infamous Insha clan. In those days, the Insha clan was also a large one in 9 days and 10 places, which could sweep over many terrorist forces. Individual Insha corpses are very weak. The most powerful Insha corpses can only be compared to Meitong life environment, which is the ultimate form of their evolution. However, there are some individual Insha corpses, under the mutation of gene variation or the gem of heaven and earth, they will return to their ancestors. Insha clan once produced many monsters and monsters, even Diablo dragon. This is a real dragon, but it has degenerated. It has done evil in 9 days and 10 places, and it is rampant everywhere. Why, Qin Sheng, what is this thing? Long Wei didn't know when he appeared in front of Qin Sheng. He squinted at the golden cocoon in Qin Sheng's hand. He was shocked. This thing is so powerful that it sucks up all the Dali Yuan liquid? Dali Yuan liquor is a tonic. Every drop of it is precious. The Danlu has been accumulating for thousands of years before it can accumulate so much Daliyuan liquor. Now it is all sucked up by the golden cocoon in Qin Sheng's hand. If it's passed on, let alone long way, even those princes and marquises of Dian Emperor scold Qin Sheng for losing his family. Daliyuan liquid, every drop is very precious. Where are you going to hatch this? Long Wei cries out for her pain. Qin Sheng nodded and said, this is a separate body that I refine, but I can't see exactly what species evolved into. When Long Wei heard this, he was shocked and jumped with courage. He looked at Qin Sheng with a pair of squint eyes. He didn't expect that Qin Sheng knew how to refine and separate himself. Refining separation is extremely difficult. You need to master soul skills and be careful to do it. Once you make a mistake, it will become eternal hatred and the spirit will be annihilated. Separation, also called incarnation divinity, can only be performed by demigods or spirits. In those days, there were a lot of followers. Although they had never seen the real gods, there were many demigods. And the incarnation skill possessed by the emperor was also the reward for saving a semi-god. In Long Wei's inheritance and memory, there are also records about the incarnation of divinity, but his strength has not yet arrived, which has been sealed. The inheritance and memory of the demon family is just like this. When it is sealed, its main strength is not reached. Even the gods can't explore it. Of course, these must be very strong, with an unimaginable blood race, to have such a seal of inheritance and memory. Long Wei has the blood of Zulong in his body, and he wakes up, and naturally gets the inheritance and memory. Long Wei felt for the first time that Qin Sheng had a big head. Originally he thought that Qin Sheng was just a woodlouse and had some adventures. Now it seems that this adventure is absolutely not simple. Even the incarnation can be controlled to a minimum, which is comparable to their ancestors. For the first time, Long Wei treats Qin Sheng at the same level. May I have a look? Long Wei said curiously. Although it's impossible for Long Wei to use the separation divinity in terms of its current strength, some superficial records about the separation divinity have been mastered. It's not easy to use the skill of separation. Each separation should divide the spirit into two parts. That kind of pain is equal to tearing half of the body of a warrior alive. It's a deep pain in the soul. This alone is not something that ordinary martial artists can easily bear. When Qin Sheng directly handed the golden cocoon to Long Wei. Long Wei observed carefully and said, I can feel an ancient and cold breath. It's a monster in most cases. As soon as Qin Sheng heard this, he frowned. The so-called devil seed is from the devil clan. The reputation of the demon clan is not very good. I'll have a good look. Long Wei moves the secret method. The vertical eye in the center of the eyebrow cracks and shoots a magic light. Hiss. The rune light is absorbed by the golden cocoon, and then bursts out a more horrible rune light. Ah. Long Wei threw away the golden cocoon, covered a pair of squint eyes with his hands, and cried with 2 tears, saying, What kind of demon can not see through my vertical eyes, but also reflect my light? All this happened so fast that even Qin Sheng was shocked. Are you okay? Long Wei asked, holding the golden cocoon. Long Wei's squint was stabbed by the strong light, and he still shed tears, but fortunately, it didn't hurt the origin. I can't die. Long Wei said unkindly, I said Qin Sheng, you don't look like a good thing. If you hatch again, the ghost will know what kind of monster will hatch. I haven't broken the cocoon yet. If I break the cocoon, do you think you can still subdue me? I've heard a lot of secret legends about avatars destroying the Buddha before. Long Wei approached and said, Why don't you let me eat now? It's over. Some of the golden cocoons are hot, some of the original cracks have been gradually healed. It seems that there are still some days before they come out. Qin Sheng collected the golden cocoon again and refused. Clean up. Let's all leave. Qin Sheng looks at Han Mengchen and Yi Xian. The whole palace alchemy room is very huge. Apart from some of the remaining Yuan liquid and some of the broken runes of the inborn big demon, there is nothing to clean up. In 10,000 years, even the bones of the inborn big demon have been weathered into powder, which will be broken up at the touch of it. Only a few gene of Yuan liquid is left, all of which are collected into the ring by Qin Sheng. In addition, Qin Sheng and Long Wei really scrape everything, even some fertile soil. Take it back and bury the seed of the talisman in it to see if you can plant a magic weapon. Qin Sheng's face gleamed with anticipation. Apart from the Imperial Palace's alchemy room, a group of people were in a hurry, with a sharp breath all over their bodies. They are dressed in standard clothes and colors. Men's clothes are superior to those of women. Stroll in this dangerous palace. This time, there are treasures, given by Xu Xuecheng. It's a lot easier in the deep palace far away from the emperor. The leader of the group was a young man. The young man is very handsome, tall and straight, with jade-like face crown, long and thin hair, dark and soft, and the walking room exudes the breath of terror. His name is Yi Senior. He is the chief of the outer courtyard of Lingxiao Holy Academy. His accomplishments have reached the peak of Tongtian realm. Like Xu Hengyi and Yunlan, he has been suppressing his accomplishments in recent years, trying to survive multiple storms at one go. Yesen is from a small family of Dian Emperor. Although he has a good talent, his talent and potential are far inferior to his Shu dynasty. This Shu dynasty is just a schoolboy, but in front of Yesen, there is a certain sense of superiority between words. Since this journey, Shu dynasty has taken himself as the core. He, Yesen, is the chief student of Lingxiao Holy Academy. However, despite his dissatisfaction, Yesen did not dare to show his joy and anger. This is Xu Hengyi's companion. Xu Hengyi is too dazzling. He has gone through 6 storms. He is one of the top 10 figures in Lingxiao Holy Palace. Compared with him, Yesen is like firefly and bright moon. The gap is too big. Besides, Xu Hengyi is the legitimate son of the 10 royal families of Dian dynasty. He is destined to be a king in the future. It is said that when a man gets his way, the dog rises to the sky. Xu Heng wants to be the king after he is a child. Shu dynasty, who has been reading books with Xu Heng since he was a child, will be granted a large land in 9 out of 10. Maybe later achievements will be much higher than those of Yesen. When Yen, Xu Chao's face revealed a sense of superiority, looked at Yesen, and said calmly, "There are treasures of the young master. As long as we avoid some Jedi, there will be no life danger basically." Xu Chao is holding an ancient umbrella in his hand. This fan has been worn for many years, but it exudes the power of terror. Although it is not opened, Yesen and others pay great attention to it. Yesen knows that the ancient umbrella in Shu dynasty's hand is the treasure given by Xu Hengyi in his mouth. When they just broke into the deep palace, they were not very lucky. They met a group of corpses. If it wasn't the ancient umbrella in Shu dynasty's hand, they might die in Huangquan. Thank you. Yesen's posture is very low. Although Xu Chao's strength is weaker than him, he is willing to lick the dog for his future. If Xu Chao could make a few good words in front of Xu Hengyi, maybe he could become a follower of Xu Hengyi, so his future would change dramatically. Shu dynasty enjoyed it very much, nodded lightly, and said, "Let's find out the little beast named Qin Sheng as soon as possible." "That's your business." Yesen nodded and asked, curiously, "Where is Qin Sheng holy?" Even Xu Xiao dared to offend him. Qin Sheng, a dying man, heard that he was lucky. He came to the deep palace with a group of genius from a small country. The face of Shu dynasty is full of cold murderous intention. He brings Xu Hengyi, the treasure of the first 3 royal families of Dian dynasty. It can be said without any hesitation that he comes with Wang's life and is bound to carry Qin Sheng's head back. Wen Yan, Yisun also has a taunting meaning in his mouth. He said, a small place of Woodlouse, dare to offend Xu Xiao, is really just killed. Though Yi Sen is not from a big family, he is not a marquis or a king. However, it is also from Dian dynasty, whose identity background and status are far higher than the aborigines of Dian city, such as Qin Sheng. Even in terms of background and status, Yesen is no lower than the royal families of some affiliated countries. A group of people continued to sneak through some dark fog in the deep palace. The ancient umbrella in Xu Chao's hand, with inexplicable light, can spread a large area of black fog, and even make some areas with weak prohibitions invalid. There are many prohibitions in the imperial palace of Dali dynasty. Without the ancient umbrella in Xu dynasty's hand, Yi Sen, a group of Tianzi Jiazi from Lingxiao Holy Palace, can't walk in such a leisurely way, just like walking in and out of his own garden. All of a sudden, Xu pursed toward his nose, raised his hand, and motioned for everyone to stop. Xu dynasty, with the treasure given by Xu Hingyi and the accompanying reading boy of Xu Hingyi, all people look forward to it. Do you smell a smell? Xu Chao takes a deep breath, and immediately feels the incomparable fragrance. His pores are all puffed and Yuanli is boiling. Yi Sen, the handsome god Lang, also took a sip. His face brightened, and he said, it's very fragrant, like the smell of medicine. In the faint fragrance of medicine, it's a little bloody. Yesen added. The Xu dynasty opened the ancient umbrella, sent out the simple rune light, and illuminated the whole world. Finally, it was clear that this palace was engraved with the ancient words Palace Alchemy Room. The characters of Dali dynasty are different from those of Dian dynasty, but they can be recognized at a glance by Xu dynasty and others. This is the Palace Alchemy Room. Xu Chao was very happy and said, is there any big medicine in it that is mature and sends out fragrance through many prohibitions? It's a common thing that the big medicine is mature and can break the seal. The higher the level of the big medicine, the stronger the fragrance. I'm afraid that some big medicine is ripe. Yisen was also excited, and said, why don't we go first to collect the big demon, and then go to find Qin Sheng? Anyway, a woodlouse named Qin Sheng broke a deep palace and was a rat in a hole. Sooner or later, it was captured by us. Yes, what a woodlouse with a soul is nothing. If you do, just step on it. Other Tianzi Jiazi of Lingxiao Holy Palace also said in unison. Wen Yan, Xu dynasty thought for a moment, and finally agreed. Although he came with Wang's life, he should take Qin Sheng as the first task. However, Yi Sen and his team are not followers of Xu Hingyi. They come to take part in the hospital test. They have mature medicine, and it won't take long to collect it. Okay, let's go back quickly. With a smile on his lips, Xu stepped into the dark temple. Hum hum. Xu dynasty held up the ancient umbrella, which had a great origin. It was said that it was an elder of Xu family who dug it out in a Jedi, and it was the burial object of an immortal powerful man in the god's palace. Although it was a bit damaged, it was a high-level talisman. Xu dynasty didn't recognize the owner of the ancient umbrella, but was authorized to use it temporarily. He didn't know the level of the ancient umbrella. However, one thing is certain, that with this ancient umbrella, you can withstand the full attack time of the powerful people in Shinfu. This is also one of the bottom cards of Shuhenji. Even Shuhenji didn't give up. Before Xu Hing was slapped in the face by the public, Qin Sheng forced out a drop of soul blood, signed a humiliating soul pact, and he didn't reveal the bottom card. The first reason is that the first day of Shendanzong was present. Even if this ancient umbrella was exposed, the threat to Qin Sheng was not great. The second reason is that Xu Hingyi did not have time to use it. The ancient umbrella gives out a dazzling light, with a mysterious atmosphere, opening up a large area of dark world. Shu dynasty is the first, Yi Sen and others are surrounded like stars and the moon. As they went deep into the imperial palace alchemy room, the fragrance of the big medicine became more and more strong, closer and closer, and they became more and more excited. Well? Is there a fire in front? Shu Chao frowned, a little surprised, and said, is there someone already? Yi Sen's sword eyebrow is also slightly coagulated. Judging from the smell of medicine in the air, there is definitely one or more big drugs mature. If there is someone in front at this time, it means that the big drugs may be the first step. It doesn't matter, even if someone has taken the big medicine, with our strength, can they still enjoy it alone? Yi Sen is not a good man or a good woman. He has a cold mouth and a cold brow. Qin Sheng and Long Wei dug 3 feet of land here, searched it again, and finally even dug away the soil. Around the whole alchemy furnace, the naked ones were dug. If it wasn't too big, Qin Sheng would like to take them away. Aren't we a little bit bad, even digging away the soil? Long Wei looks at Qin Sheng with a pair of squint eyes, which is a little disgusting. Qin Sheng shook his head and said with a smile, what do you know? The soil here is faintly comparable to the 3-colored soil in the legend. Later, he will take it back and plant the seeds of talismans. Maybe he can plant a magic weapon. Tricolor soil is a kind of legendary soil, which is extremely rare. It is far higher than the 5th level medicine field and even the 9th level medicine field. It is the exclusive soil used to grow some magic medicine. This kind of tricolor soil is very rare even in 9 days and 10 places, let alone in such a remote and small place as Tianyuan continent. Qin Sheng knew that there were 3 colors of the soil planted here, but most of them were imitations. In fact, the imitated soil was far from the real soil. Long Wei curled his mouth and said, return the artifact, and you will make a lot of money if you can grow a 9-grain congenital talisman. Qin Sheng did not retort and was about to leave. At this time, Qin Sheng's face slightly changed and said, there are a group of people approaching. As soon as the voice came out, both Han Mengchen and Yi Xian's face was slightly positive. This place was far away from the deep palace of the emperor, and it was also a very important place. It's not the corpses, is it? Han Mengchen is afraid. Although Han Mengchen's talent and strength have skyrocketed because he ate a lot of meat and drank a lot of soup, his strength is no less than that of the powerful life-saving people. However, the most powerful of the corpse spirits patrolling are those who reach the Shenfu area, and can crush a large number of generalists with one finger. Qin Sheng shook his head and said, no, I can feel the breath of life. Qin Sheng's eyes are covered with a thick layer of yellow spring fire. After passing through Daoyuan liquid and congenitally sanctioned Chuili, his eyes can melt the yellow spring fire, see farther, and even see through some broken prohibitions. It's said that after being burned by different fire for a long time, you can practice a magic skill, which is called eye-catching. The Eye of Fire is a god of war's talent, the magic power of fighting to win the Buddha. Of course, it's a simplified version that is passed down from 9 days to 10 places. However, it's only a simplified version, and it's also very powerful, which makes the gods jump with fear. Legend, the eye can even see through the cause and effect of reincarnation, and so on. As for seeing through goblins, seeing through prohibitions, and so on, it's just pediatrics. Qin Sheng saw the distance, and soon took back his eyes. He pulled up a joking arc around his mouth and said, it's really a narrow path for enemies. Long Wei, we have met old acquaintances. As soon as Long Wei heard this, he immediately became interested. He was born not long ago, and he slept for 10,000 years. His acquaintances are estimated to have died. Rumbling. All the figures are approaching. The first is a young man standing high, holding an ancient umbrella, haloing and walking close. What, Qin Sheng, is you? Shu Chaodun, happiness comes too timely, he did not expect Qin Sheng to wait for him here. Shu Chao gnawed his teeth, and his eyes shot out murderous ideas, it's really beyond the reach of the earth. You've been caught by yourself this time. Behind Shu Dynasty, there are also a group of young people dressed in standard clothes. They are very young, and their whole body radiates a wave of rather strong Yuanli waves. Qin Sheng looked at Shu Dynasty and others, and said, "Who should I be?" "It's Xia Shutong." In his words, Qin Sheng was sarcastic. Yisun frowned. He glanced at Qin Sheng, and realized that Qin Sheng was a normal person. He was only a minion in the soul state from the fluctuation of Yuan force. "You are Qin Sheng?" At this time, Yisun came out and looked down at Qin Sheng. Qin Sheng frowned and looked at Yisun, but soon he had a thoughtful smile on his face. His eyes narrowed in a straight line and he asked, "From the Holy Palace of Lingxiao?" When Yisun heard the words, he flashed a proud color in his brow and said, "Yes, we are from the Holy Palace of Lingxiao." Yisun is high above, and doesn't care about Qin Sheng at all. He just takes a cold look and looks back at Qin Sheng's two girls. Yi Xian's temperament has been improved a lot, even though her face is ordinary, because she has experienced tempering, muscle washing and marrow cutting. As for Han Mengchen's temperament, from the fluctuation of Yuan power emitted from his delicate body, it is no less weak than the one who has been through a disaster. I don't know which college they are from. Yisun even asked the two women how they were, and didn't pay any attention to Qin Sheng. Yi Xian immediately blocked Qin Sheng's face with a horizontal knife and said coldly, "Get out." A roll of words, containing the terrible fluctuations of the Yuan force, blew up in the whole palace. Yisun felt that his heart was tight. He felt that the strength of this indifferent woman was not much weaker than his own. "Your Excellency." Yisun was stunned at first, and soon returned to his mind, saying, "This son offended our holy palace of Lingxiao, please get out of the way, or..." Chong. Before Yisun's words came down, Yi Xian had drawn out her sword and it was blaring all over the world. Clang and clang. When Yi Xian drew his sword, a sword light rose to the sky. With the fierce sword spirit, there was a vague ice-cold sword meaning, to gather. Yi Xian's temperament became extremely sharp, and her eyes were sharp as swords, blocking Qin Sheng's face. As you can see, the faces of the Tianzi Jiazi in Lingxiao Holy Palace are very blue, especially Yisun's face is as gloomy as water. At first, Yisun thought that these two beauties were from other holy places. Their temperament was so out of the world, and their whole body was not weaker than their own fluctuations. Yisun snorted coldly and said, "Sir, didn't you hear me clearly? We are from Lingxiao Holy Palace. Qin Sheng has offended us. Please let us go." Yisun repeats it again. One reason is that she is afraid of the strength of Han Mengchen and Yi Xian. She can see the combat power with her naked eyes. Secondly, whether it's Han Mengchen or Yi Xian, especially that Han Mengchen, her beauty and temperament are far beyond the ordinary women, even no less than those saints in the Holy Palace, even better than those in seclusion. In front of such a charming girl, Yisun naturally wants to make a good impression. "Go away." Yi Xian's face was cold. She took a lot of tonic medicine, so she had the chance to improve her accomplishments like a rocket. Moreover, her talent increased dramatically, which was all because of Qin Sheng. At the same time, Han Mengchen is also a step forward. The delicate body that outlines the exquisite curve also suddenly erupts an amazing wave of Yuan force, flying sand and stones, and rolls up a great storm. Smell speech, Yisun's face is hard to see the extreme, he in front of these two unknown girls, even desperate to block in front of Qin Sheng. You know, Yisun is from the 3 holy halls of Lingxiao in Dian Dynasty, which have 9 dragon ponds. With the 4 words of Lingxiao Xingyuan, he could walk horizontally in dozens of affiliated countries of Dian Dynasty. Among the many affiliated countries, everyone will respect the students of the Holy Academy, and worship is not enough, but it is necessary to treat them well. No matter who you are, you don't want to offend the dragon and phoenix in the future. However, Han Mengchen and Yi Xian, who are dressed in top clothes and have outstanding temperament, have not put the holy palace of Lingxiao in their eyes, and even have some disdain and ridicule in their eyes. What's the matter? Yi Sen's sword eyebrows are slightly coagulated. He has never met this situation. Is it the arrogant daughter of heaven from Dian Holy Palace and sun chasing Holy Palace? The three holy courts of Dian royal dynasty, whether they are Dian Holy Court, Lingxiao Holy Court or Dabei Holy Court, are all competitive or even hostile. Their relations are not particularly good, but they are not as bad as they are now. When they come up, they are in a tense situation. He just wanted a wooed last Qin Sheng, who came from the big city of the birds. Is this Han Mengchen and Yi Xian a pair of desperate momentum with him now? No, they are very natural, and they don't look like the proud women of the other two houses. Soon, Jason denied what he thought. Yi Sen takes a look at Xu Chao. Xu Chao understands and looks at Han Mengchen and Yi Xian. It seems that they have met somewhere. All of a sudden, Xu Chao smiled, and he finally remembered that he saw Qin Sheng with the two women at the entrance to the imperial palace. They are also from Luyun College, which has only one dragon pool. Xu said with a sneer. Xu Chao's voice was cold to the extreme. He held the ancient umbrella and looked at Han Mengchen and Yi Xian coldly. He said, a low-level college with only one mouth of dragon pool is lucky to find the palace alchemy room, which is far away from the emperor. I'm afraid I've taken a lot of tonics, haven't I? Otherwise, how can we survive the first storm and thunder disaster so quickly? With strong jealousy in his voice, Xu Chao accompanied Xu Hingyi since he was a child, and barely survived the first storm and thunder. Now, this group of students from junior colleges can even compare with him. Do it. At his command, Xu Chao hated Qin Sheng with a sense of killing. Hearing this, Yi Sen frowned. He didn't expect that these two women came from Luyun College, a junior college with only one dragon pool. You'd better get out of the way, or... Yesen is not too bad to fight against women. Chong. But in response to Yesen's sharp sword sound, Yeshuan started directly. She stepped on the lotus step with incredible speed. The whole delicate body was shining with dazzling light. Connect 9 channels. Yi Xian didn't leave her hand. She directly activated the 9 heaven-level meridians in her body. The manic yuan force gushed out of her delicate body, interwoven with the fierce sword spirit. After the refining of Dali Yuanya and congenitally sanctioned, Yi Xian has been promoted too much. Her martial arts talent is not inferior to that of Yi Sen from Lingxiao Holy Academy. Yi Sen felt the fierce sword spirit and the extremely powerful yuan force fluctuation coming from his face, and also accompanied by the force of thunder. 9 heavenly steps and yuan mai? Yi Sen was a little confused. Even he looked at all the students outside the holy hall of Lingxiao, but he only got through 8 heaven-level metaveins. This talent is very powerful. However, it's not as murderous as Yi Xian. Who in the world is from the Kowloon Sanctuary? Luyun College, the kind of dregs college with only one dragon pool, how could it cultivate such a rebellious Tianjiao? All this happened between the lightning and the firestone. Facing the fierce Yi Xian, Yi Sen clapped his hands like lightning. Rumble. Like the earth shaking and volcano erupting, the violent yuan force gushed out of Yesen's body. Although it didn't survive the storm, Yesen's yuan force was powerful, which was no less than the ordinary one who had been through the disaster. The scalding yuan power condenses into a shield, and the dazzling runes flow faintly. This is obviously a secret method, and the operation of yuan power has reached the level of perfection. Yi Xian's face was cold, and she stabbed at the shield gathered by Yi Sen Yuan's strength. Pooh! The shield trembled fiercely for a few times. The dazzling rune was wildly flowing and shining. Under the gaze of many eyes, it was stabbed and cracked. Bang! The shield turns into numerous pieces, and finally becomes the Yuan force, which dissipates in the sky. What a sword spirit! Yisun steps back 3 steps and steps into deep holes. His face finally changes. He feels that Yi Xian is more powerful than he thought. Yisun knows that if he doesn't use his unique skills, he may not be able to clean up the girl. Yi Xian saw her stabbing a sword and got something. She was very happy and wanted to try. The genius of Lingxiao Holy Palace is not so strong as you think. Yi Xian said quietly. Near the red, near the black. Yi Xian had a lot of contact with Qin Sheng, and his words and deeds were imperceptibly influenced by Qin Sheng, so arrogant. Who can't say that? Yisun is angry at last. In order to protect the holy palace of Lingxiao, it has the dignity of 9-mouthed dragon pool. The two fought fiercely together, which was a battle at the level of life boundary. Goddess Han, you plunder the array for Yi Xian. Qin Sheng squinted at Han Mengchen and said, I want to clean up these crooked melons and split dates. Smell speech, Han Mengchen nods. Hello, the lady with the umbrella. Qin Sheng gave a shout, which contained Yuanli. Qin Sheng's body can get through 2 saint-level Yuanmai. That's saint-level Yuanmai. Even if it only has 1, then the whole Dian dynasty is a rare talent. As long as it continues to grow, it will definitely rise like the sun. The 2 divine steps of Yuanmai make Qin Sheng's Yuanli as powerful as the martial artists who pass through a disaster. Therefore, when his voice is integrated into Yuanli, the real voice is like thunder, and he makes a big jump. Shu Dynasty's eyebrows were stinging. He clenched his teeth and was silent. His eyebrows were full of violence. He took up the ancient umbrella and used it as a sword to chop Qin Sheng. Shu Dynasty exerts Tianjia martial arts, a middle-level martial arts which is good at speed. The credits of Tianjiwu are the top, middle and bottom 3 grades, among which the top grade is the highest and the bottom grade is the lowest. A gust of wind rushed by, and Shu Dynasty came to Qin Sheng, holding the ancient umbrella and reciting the mantra. The level of the ancient umbrella is very high, and it has had a brilliant life, but it has experienced the baptism of the times, and it has been a bit broken. But after all, it's a congenital talisman that can resist the full attack of the powerful people in Shenfu. Even though it's famous for its defense, the talisman light condenses into a sword and emits a sharp blade. Cut off your sharp-toothed little beast. Xu Chao is very confident. It's a treasure given by his master. Although he is famous for his defense, it's easy to kill the minion in the Soul Kingdom. Xu Chao's mouth corners pulled up a joking arc, with a cold smile. He was already imagining the cruel scene of Qin Sheng's head being beheaded and his blood foaming. On the road, your Yellow Spring Road will not be lonely. All your followers will die. Xu Chao's cold low voice. Shu Dynasty didn't plan to stay alive. This time, he came with the king's order. In order to seal the face and reputation of Xu Hengyi, their party must not spread the story of killing Qin Sheng here. Otherwise, it will bring some bad reputation to Xu Hengyi. Qin Sheng's pupils suddenly contracted, and he could see the extraordinary of the ancient umbrella at a glance, but his handsome face was not much frightened, but a little more excited. Close the door, release Long Wei. Qin Sheng yells, let Long Wei out. Roar. Long Wei roars a few times. The voice is as loud as the inborn demon born from the depths of the magic dragon wasteland. It is deafening, especially for some near ones, whose eardrum seems to be cracked. The golden Long Wei is full of rune light. In the face of the storm, it becomes the size of a hill in an instant. Long Wei opened his mouth and swallowed the old umbrella. No. Shu Chao's shrill scream, that ancient umbrella is one of Shu Hengji's bottom cards, how can it be so easily swallowed by Long Wei? Bang! In response to Shu Chao, it was an iron fist. Bang! Shu flies backward and spews out a blood shower, just like the meteorite falling from the sky, dragging a long tail and falling heavily into the bones of a large number of inborn monsters with the power of terror. Ah ah ah! In the hall came the scream of the pain of Shu dynasty. The bones of these big monsters had been rotted for 10,000 years, and most of them had become very elegant. However, Shu Chao's luck is not so good, it can even be said that it is extremely unlucky. His left face was bruised, and he coughed up blood in a large mouth, with broken teeth in the blood, and his face was splashed with green, black and hot corrosive liquid. Shu Chao's face was corroded and a large piece of flesh and blood was instantly disfigured. It's a monster with terrifying power, 10,000 years ago. It's a terrifying creature from the dark secret place. Although he has been dead for 10,000 years, his flesh and blood have been rotted clean for a long time, but there are still hard bones and poisonous corpse water. My face. Qin Sheng, you woodlouse, from a small place, I'll kill you. Shu Chao covers his face, takes out the antidote pill from Neji, takes 4 pills in a row, and barely controls the injury. The congenitally large demon corpse water, which began to decay 10,000 years ago, is extremely toxic. Even Shu dynasty, who has passed the first storm and thunder disaster, can't bear it at all. Its body is crumbling, as if it will fall down at any time. Fortunately, the antidote pill of Shu dynasty was not cheap either, and it soon suppressed the corpse poison. Shu dynasty rose to the sky, with a horrible sense of killing, death staring at Qin Sheng. Shu Chao was shocked and angry. He was surprised that he had just been hit by a low-2 woodlouse. This woodlouse is really sacred, unexpectedly such a reverse, just got a calculation, has not a little weaker than himself. Last time in Luyun College, Shu Chao was beaten by a toad membrane of unknown origin. That's all right. After all, Longwei's strange monster can't be measured by common sense. But Qin Sheng is different. He is 2 lower realms than Shu dynasty. He can also hurt himself. This monster is incredible. Although Shu dynasty is only a companion reading boy from the royal family's legitimate son, its talent or potential cannot be compared with any royal family's legitimate son. Yes, he also has absolute confidence, and can suppress the royal family's legitimate son who is 2 lower than his cultivation level. Does Qin Sheng come from the secret royal family, and what comes from the lineage of other royal families? Shu Chao had such an idea in mind. As Shu Hengyi's companion reading boy, Shu dynasty has read many ancient books, and knows that in the depths of the magic dragon wasteland, even in some of the dynasties beyond the river outside the wasteland 36, there will be some demonic talents who will be put in a small place from childhood to practice, waiting for nirvana to return. Shu Chao has some doubts. Qin Sheng is too arrogant and powerful to despair. Not to mention Qin Sheng himself, the war pet around him is able to suppress the existence of Shu Hengyi's terror. Long Wei is ugly, even a little disgusting. However, Long Wei is powerful. Even Shu Hengyi can suppress it. Severe pain, this damned corpse poison not only disfigured Shu Chao, although there is no life danger, but pain is estimated to accompany for life. Shu Chao raised his arms and shouted, "Ancient umbrella!" The ancient umbrella was just swallowed by Long Wei. Shu Chao wanted to control the ancient umbrella, send out the terrible power, and hold up the dragon power. Buzz! The ancient umbrella swings wildly in Long Wei's body, showing the most horrible rune light. Even the golden skin of Long Wei is transparent, and others can see the ancient umbrella in Long Wei's belly. Long Wei is the descendant of Zulong. It has the blood of Zulong in its body. Its stomach seems small, but it can devour a lot of things. Therefore, no matter how the ancient umbrella is tossed, it grows crazily, and becomes as big as a hill, and under the description of the rune, it becomes extremely sharp, but it can't escape after all. This ancient umbrella has some origins. It's not easy. Longwei was a little surprised. He didn't think that this ancient umbrella seemed to be familiar. Longwei is a divine beast, but the war of annihilation was too terrible. He was seriously injured and slept for thousands of years, and then his accomplishments fell to the realm of life. Now Longwei's strength has been restored to Shinfu. It can use some powerful secret arts, one of which is to devour the starry sky. At the end of cultivation, even the stars can be swallowed. What's more, it's just a defective, congenital talisman. Boom, boom, boom. Longwei is reciting the ancient mantra, which is a very old saying. Few people know it now. The ancient umbrella struggled wildly, but it was finally wiped out by the ancient rune, and the light quickly faded. Finally, Poof was refined by Longwei to melt the body. Longwei's stomach is no longer inflated and returns to normal. Seeing this scene, Shu Dynasty spits blood again, because he feels that the inexplicable connection with the ancient umbrella is completely broken. No. Shu Chao was heartbroken. The ancient umbrella was a talisman lent by his master to capture Qin Sheng's treasure. Now he has been refined by this ras membrane in front of him. How can he explain to Shu Heng? Give me the old umbrella. The anxious Shu Dynasty approached Longwei and Qin Sheng. He used his best martial arts. Shu Chao was shining all over. He held the French seal in his hand and offered up the spirits of the war. He read the incantation and threw out a piece of yellow paper at the same time. Yellow paper is very old, the folds are not decent, like ghost pictograph. But as Shu's mantra was read, the yellow paper ignited. Boom! A terrible energy wave rises, with endless power of terror. All of us are frightened by the sudden changes. The battle between Yi Xian and Yi Sen has become white hot. Although Yi Xian's cultivation is higher and his body has opened up 9 heaven-level meridians, he is finally suppressed by Yi Sen. Yi Xian is injured, with blood in her mouth. She is supported by Han Mengchen. Yesen also took a deep look at Yeshuan, and then turned around to see the amazing changes of Shu Chao. Han Mengchen is also staring at the yellow paper being ignited. A powerful and incredible energy condenses rapidly in Shu's back. All of a sudden, Han Mengchen's face changed greatly. She called out to Qin Sheng. Qin Sheng is running away. What he ignited is the imperial edict of the prince. What is the royal edict? It's the imperial edict written by some powerful princes in Dian dynasty. The imperial edict contains the blood and soul power of the peerless and powerful, and even integrates the fine will. The more powerful the warrior is, the more terrifying is the power contained in the written imperial edict. The imperial edict can be divided into high and low. The worst imperial edict is also written by the strong in the divine kingdom. The higher one is the strong in the Dongtian kingdom. As for the tens of thousands of Xiangjing in the Dongtian kingdom, the imperial edict of the extremely strong is very rare. The rune paper ignited by Shu dynasty is the lowest imperial edict and one of the treasures given by Shu Hengyi. It is also the most powerful card. Shu dynasty once heard that the imperial edict of the Prince of Fuji was Shu Hengyi's grandfather, and the first Fuji after his achievement in Shenfu. Shu Hengyi's grandfather is now the patriarch of the top 10 royal families in Dian dynasty. The reality is unfathomable. The imperial edict written by him is extraordinary. Yellow paper was burned to ashes, and a great back was formed behind the Shu dynasty. The back is very terrible. It's made of blood and soul. Qin Sheng can't see his face clearly, but he can feel his power without anger. Shu dynasty has undergone tremendous changes in both temperament and momentum. He recovers from his embarrassment again, and once again stands tall and mighty. His brows are full of horror. Old patriarch, please kill the dog for me. Shu dynasty is very devout, like the back of the virtual shadow of the great bank issued a request, but his face was corroded disgusting. Qin Sheng looks up and looks at the horrible empty shadow. His heart is palpitating inexplicably. He doesn't feel easy to deal with. Long Wei, do you have confidence? Qin Sheng asked in a low voice. The imperial edict of Fuji has been able to compete with the powerful in Shenfu for a short time, which is far beyond the scope of Qin Sheng's ability. When Long Wei heard the words, he quickly showed a strong disdain on his face and said, "This can also be called an imperial edict." "It's a joke." Long Wei sneered in a cold voice. "A bold madman." Xu Chao's face was extremely ugly. He didn't expect Long Wei to be so arrogant. He didn't even have any fear of runes at the level of Shenfu. Instead, he spoke out in front of the public. Boom! The vague figure of the great bank behind Shu dynasty raised its hand, which was made up of tremendous blood and soul force, covered with dense runes, and rolled down like a lofty mountain. The palm is really too big. It's just like the coming of annihilation again. It's so powerful that it makes people despair. As soon as the imperial edict is issued, who will fight against it? There is no doubt that this group of junior college students will die. In the distance, several students of Lingxiao Holy Academy finally showed a happy smile on their faces. Since the fight, their holy palace of Lingxiao has been the loser. Now, with the help of Shu dynasty, the imperial edict of the king was ignited and the competition was announced to be killed. However, Longwei's sudden fusion has become incomparably huge, which is shoulder to shoulder with the virtual shadow of once great bank. Once again, Long Wei engulfs the starry sky. Jin Kankan's body makes people blind. The terrible power erupts and even tears the virtual shadow alive. Chong. Qin Sheng dug out an embroidery needle from his ear and blew it into a spear. Death. Qin Sheng throws out the spear. It's a half-abandoned congenital talisman. It still has a terrible power. It cuts the sky and blows Xu Chao's head. Shu dynasty didn't expect Qin Sheng to kill himself suddenly. Boom. The spear blows the air, smashes a large number of bones of the congenital demon 10,000 years ago, and blows up a huge pit, which makes people panic. Xu Chao is dead, only half of his body is left. Those who die cannot die again. Shua. For a moment, the faces of other students in Lingxiao Holy Academy solidified, and their eyes were full of shock. Just now, Qin Sheng threw out a black spear, just like the arrogant evil spirits out of the ancient magic dragon wasteland, invincible, impressing the past and the present, making everyone stunned. The spear is too powerful. It seems that it is only a little weaker than the ancient umbrella that Xu Heng gave to Shu dynasty. But it is just enough for Qin Sheng to use, which has inspired the most powerful force of the spear. In the distance, as the chief of this hospital test, Yesen's eyes dropped to the ground. He smelt the faint smell of blood, and his face was full of anger. That Shu dynasty has gone through a heavy storm and thunder. He was shot and killed like this, and he died so simply. Yesen turns his eyes to Qin Sheng, the murderer of Shu dynasty. His face is very ugly, and he knows that he is in trouble. Xu Chao was a schoolboy with Xu Heng from childhood. Although he said something bad, Xu Chao was just a servant after all. He died when he died. However, this Shu dynasty is not the same, its talent is not weak, but for those core students, even for the son and daughter, it's just a little worse. If this Shu dynasty is only the legitimate son of the ordinary Ho family, it's just the reading boy. After all, it's Xu Hengyi's reading boy. Who is Xu Hengyi? The son of the holy palace of Lingxiao, the son of Xu's family, one of the top 10 royal families of Dian and the third royal family, is destined to be the king's son of heaven. Even if you look at the whole Dian royal dynasty, it is the top young generation. Although, in the last 100 years, with the recovery of the magic dragon wasteland, the whole Dian dynasty, even the 36 dynasties of the wasteland, have seen a golden age for 10,000 years. In recent 30 years, most of the peerless geniuses have appeared, especially in the past 30 years, the arrogant ones have become worthless, and there are countless geniuses that have been born in 100 years. That is to say, with the recovery of the magic dragon wasteland, more and more talents will come out once in 100 years, even once in 1,000 years. Xu Heng is also a once-in-a-century talent. Although he has been suppressed by the talent on the pyramid in recent years, he has seized the opportunity recently and made rapid progress in strength. Such a prince's son's schoolboy died unexpectedly. It's just that it's up to the master to beat the dog. What's more, Xu Chao is still Xu Hengyi's dog. Qin Sheng, you are in trouble. Yi Sen's voice was cold. He looked at Qin Sheng like a poisonous snake and said, "You have created a catastrophe. I advise you to go back to Xu's home with me and apologize." Jason came up with a solution to the problem. Qin Sheng's face was a little strange when he heard it. He looked at Yi Sen as if he were an idiot. "Are you stupid?" Qin Sheng laughed contemptuously in public and said, "Isn't it Xu Hengyi's dog? And I'm on my hands? It's like living in a dream." Qin Sheng didn't have any scruples. He said coldly, "Even if I cut Xu dynasty in front of Xu Heng, it's just like killing a dog. Xu Heng dare not fart. You're killing the reading boy of the future prince." A kind reminder from Yesen. Yisen gnashed his teeth. He also hates Qin Sheng's woodlouse. Originally Yisen wants to wait for Xu Chao. Because Xu Chao is comfortable, he helps Xu Chao again to catch Qin to rise this woodlouse, turn around to make a difference, that can directly become the future prince's follower. That's the future prince. How high and unattainable. Even if Yi Sen has been fighting for 100, 200, or even 500 years, he will never be king in the future. With the name of the king's followers, his Yi Sen has boasting capital in his life, and he wants to take his small family's 100-foot pole further, which will be more leisurely. However, Yi Sen didn't expect Qin Sheng to be so powerful and invincible. He killed Xu dynasty, who had the ancient umbrella as a congenital talisman. Is Wudla stupid or dumb? A tiny bit of have no shame, he act recklessly and blindly. He has no idea that such a brazen Wudla should be so inactive. He will be left behind when he is dead. If Yi Sen knew that Xu Hengyi, who had been dreaming of becoming his follower a few days ago, had been beaten by Qin Sheng in Liyun College, and even a drop of soul blood had been stolen. From then on, Qin Sheng could only turn around with his tail in his hand. And the man who can do such a feat is Qin Sheng. At that time, Yi Sen would be scared to piss. Qin Sheng even Xu Heng one dare to beat, but also beat not light, in the future is doomed to die endlessly situation. Yi Sen is expected to run away immediately. How dare he compete with Qin Sheng? Qin Sheng squinted and shook his head. No, 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 he won't be king. The enmity between Qin Sheng and Xu Hengyi has been settled, and it will be immortal in the future. How can Qin Sheng let this powerful enemy and the rival grow as he wishes? In recent months, Qin Sheng has been assassinated in the cradle by some feuding families, and Qin Sheng will also kill Xu Heng, the rival in love, in the cradle. With me, he is doomed not to be king, but also to be stepped on by me to rise. Qin Sheng's eyes twinkled with firmness. Hearing this, everyone in Lingxiao Holy Palace laughed, especially Yi Sen, whose face was full of sneer. Who is Xu Hengyi? Even if several talents from the top pyramids of the Dian dynasty were able to gather together one by one, the rest of the young generation was far inferior to Xu Heng. Who is Qin Sheng? It's just a remote place where birds don't shit in dozens, or even hundreds of affiliated countries of Dian dynasty. If it wasn't for the recovery of Magic Dragon Wasteland, he would never have come here. And say I live in a dream? Yi Sen's words are full of cynicism. I think you are delusional. Shu Hingyi is also a small minion like you who can step on the upper position? At this time, Yi Sen felt a flash of terror in his eyes. He only saw a palm covered with runes, a silver palm, which was so dazzling that even Yi Sen could not open his eyes. Pa! Yi Sen was slapped to fly and hit a stone pillar of alchemy heavily. There are still some runes on the stone pillar. However, the stone pillar was broken and cannot be repaired in a short time. These pillars and houses are all covered with runes. To repair them, it will definitely take a lot of time and energy. Yi Sen was buried alive, his face was broken, he was in a mess, even his mouth was hit askew. Senj. The other students of Lingxiao Holy Academy were shocked and went to the front of the disordered stone pile one after another. In full view of the public, Yi Sen climbed out and looked up in horror at Qin Sheng, who was standing in the opposite direction. His eyes were full of consternation. This lunatic. Yi Sen's words are leaking, because he even lost his front teeth, by Qin Sheng. After a short period of anger, Jason was shocked. Qin Sheng didn't have a lot of yuan force fluctuations all over his body, and Yi Sen was absolutely sure that Qin Sheng was still staying in the lower level realm of soul communication. However, Qin Sheng's speed is too fast. He didn't use any martial arts. He appeared in front of him in a blink of an eye, just like controlling the earth to become an inch or the heaven and earth to move. When he wanted to resist, Qin Sheng's hand had a close contact with his handsome face. I am not an opponent of Woodlouse. Yi Sen suppressed his anger. Although he was angry, his reason told him that if he dared to continue to fight or provoke Qin Sheng in words, he would die miserably. Qin Sheng slowly approached, and his clean face showed a cruel color. He looked at Yi Sen, who was frightened and angry, and said, Can I step on Shu Hingyi? That's what I'll tell you later. But if you can step on your feet, there will be an answer soon. Qin Sheng pulled up a cruel arc at the corner of his mouth, looked at Yi Sen defiantly and said, I advise you to shut up and get out of here. Qin Sheng didn't leave much room for discussion. Besides, he didn't plan to enter the Holy Academy of Lingxiao in the future. Lingxiao Holy Academy, the father of Qin Sheng, was the Holy Academy that Qin Zhongtian practiced. He didn't want to follow Qin Zhongtian's steps. There are many reasons. One of them is that Qin Zhongtian was excluded from Lingxiao Holy Palace. Qin Sheng couldn't see such a holy courtyard at all. Yi Sen's chest is undulating. Although he is not a man of the moment in Lingxiao Holy Palace, he has few achievements. Otherwise, he will not be selected to participate in this court test. In the end, Yi Sen swallowed the evil spirit in his mouth and left in a gloomy way. He looked at Qin Sheng's cold eyes, and Yi Sen really wanted to be afraid that Qin Sheng would cut them off. Who would he cry with then? Qin Sheng, you just let them go? Long Wei muttered in a low voice. At this time, he had shrunk to slap the palm and stood on Qin Sheng's shoulder again. Now that he meets him, why don't he stay? Hearing this, Qin Sheng shook his head and said, After all, it's the holy place my father used to practice in that year. It's better to do less. Soon, Qin Sheng, Long Wei, and others left. It was too big to leave the imperial palace. It was covered with black fog, which greatly affected the sight. Help me. There are students participating in the college test screaming. This is a male student. I don't know which college he comes from. He is covered with blood and falls in front of Qin Sheng. This man was seriously injured. Qin Sheng fed him the healing pill, and a drop of gentle blood of the inborn goblin survived. What's the matter with you? Qin Sheng asked directly. The man did not hesitate, said, Found the treasury of the previous dynasty, someone triggered the death gate, there is great terror. Hearing this, Qin Sheng's face was shocked. The treasury of the previous dynasty? Is that the treasury of Dali dynasty? That's the national treasury. Even in the War of Annihilation 10,000 years ago, it has been a long time since the Emperor's tenacious support. It's estimated that the national treasury has been empty for a long time. But the skinny camel is bigger than the horse. What's more, Qin Sheng has just harvested so much in the palace alchemy room. Besides, there are several completely mature congenital blood ginseng that have not been taken. If Qin Sheng could enter the treasury, what kind of treasure would they be waiting for? Qin Sheng's face became more and more excited when he thought of it. The treasury has been dug out? Who are you? From which college? Qin Sheng asked a lot in one breath. The man was seriously injured. Even though there was Qin Sheng's elixir, when he was dying, he looked back for a moment. He grabbed Qin Sheng's hands, and his eyes almost came out. There was a sense of desperation on his face. He said, "I've entered the Peerless Gate. There's a big terror in it. Don't go there. Chilean will kill thousands of swords will." Pooh. The man finally died. His blood was black and he could not close his eyes. Qin Sheng plays a strange fire and burns him to ashes, which is considered to be his funeral. Where is the Peerless Gate? Are there any other Chilean alone? What is it? This Peerless Gate sounds like a dangerous place, and he is thrown into the road by a man who is only trained. Qin Sheng frowned and soon straightened out the blood of the incoming dragon. 100 li'in. Qin Sheng shouted. One side of the 100 li'in immediately flatter the small step run over, waist flatter way, adult, what order? This Balian is really a soft bone, with a smile on the corner of his mouth. His head is like that of Long Wei, with a little green on his head. How can he look funny? Have you ever broken into the imperial treasury? Qin Sheng asked, squinting. Balian shook his head and said, I've been close to him before and almost died in it. Dead at the gate? There's a big terror in it? Balian has lived here for nearly 10,000 years. He can't be familiar with the place anymore. You can say it without hesitation. Every place of the palace is far away from his feet. No, I almost died at the gate. When it comes to the treasury of the former dynasty, Balian finally gets serious. There are 9 treasury gates in total, 1 gate is chosen, and you can enter the treasury as long as you pass through the gate. I was unlucky. I chose the dead gate. There are too many corpses in it. I can't fight. Balian's face is a little unnatural. Obviously, the great terror of the people who just died is actually the corpse guarding the treasury. The corpse spirit is too strong, and the weakest is the strength of Tongmingjing. When meeting some leaders or even generals, it is the Shinfu realm directly. Come here to take part in the college test. How can anyone reach the terrorist fighting capacity of Shinfu? If you encounter the terrifying corpse in the god's mansion, there is no other way to live except to escape. The rest of the ways are just to die with a little dignity. Lead the way, I'd like to make a break. Qin Sheng thought for a moment and finally said. Balian is not very willing, but he is also very clear, far away from the imperial treasury. No one will not be upset. Under the leadership of Balian, Qin Sheng, Long Wei, Han Mengchen and others soon arrived near the treasury of Dali Emperor. The treasury is heavily guarded and has many arrays. However, the age is too long and there is a lack of maintenance for a long time. Therefore, some of the core arrays outside the imperial treasury have been seriously damaged for a long time. Even an ordinary human warrior in Tonghunjing can get close to them. The treasury of Dali dynasty is made of unknown black metal. On the surface is a palace with 9 doors, each of which is engraved with a word. They are, Life Gate, Death Gate, Xianmen, Peerless Gate, Lingmen, Xingmen, Tianmen, Longmen, Qimen. Every door is black, just like a black hole, which can devour everything. In front of the 9 gates, many students have gathered. There are no ordinary minions who can come here. They are all the chief students of all colleges and universities. Basically, there are no students lower than those in the sky. Among these people, there is a big warrior like the stars holding the moon. It is obvious that these people now take this man as their leader and listen to the orders from this man. He was a big, over 2 meters tall, and was as strong as a human-like monster. He was dressed in black armor, with exquisite runes carved on the surface. There was a faint flow of rune light. He was carrying 2 big and frightening battle axes. His head had no hair, but he was a bald man. However, this is even more fierce. Mr. Qilian, Lu Yong, who escaped from the Peerless Gate and became insane, will soon die. Someone said flatteringly. It seems that Peerless is not safe either. There's no doubt that everything will die. It's not safe for the Dead Gate and the Peerless Gate to try out. Then, adult Qilian, shall we send someone to try next? There are 9 gates in the state treasury of Dali dynasty, that is, 9 gates. As for which gate is safe, they can only use the simplest way to fight for luck. Qilian's head is shining, and his eyes are sullen. He looks at hundreds of students on the scene. The students avoid his eyes one after another for fear of being valued. Where are the 9 gates of the former treasury, so easy to break? Several people have broken through 2 of them, and they die and go mad. Few people are easy to break in. The old rule is to draw lots. If I win the lottery, I will pay a lot of money to settle down. The voice of Qi Lian is like thunder. There is no doubt about the tone in the speech. This Qilian comes from Dian Holy Palace. His ancestors once had the royal lineage of Dian Emperor, and he was also the descendant of the royal family. He was scared to death. In addition, he was the chief student of Dian Emperor. He was scared to death both in talent and potential. Therefore, no one dares to disobey, and those who disobey will end up in a miserable situation. They are directly thrown into the death gate by the overlord Qi Lian. A moment later, an unlucky egg was shot. He shivered and came to Qilian's body. He looked at Qilian in fear. Go to Ling Men. Red Lian's eyes twinkled and ordered coldly. The man's face turned white. He suddenly pointed to a bound warrior behind Qilian and said, Qilian, isn't there another prisoner behind you? Just throw him in the spirit gate. Well? Red Lian's eyes were cold and his hands flashed out. He was also a warrior in the sky, but he didn't have any reaction. Like an eagle catching a chicken, he was caught easily, and then slammed into the spirit gate. Ah! The shrill and cruel scream sounded, and the spirit door was knocked open. In the dark door, there was a faint shaking of terror. Shwa! All of us are focused on this situation inside the spiritual gate, which is the 3rd gate of Qi Lian's attempt. Go away. Let me go. Ah. Chasm, click. The sound of the bone being bitten began to ring, then the scream of the unlucky egg stopped abruptly, and soon there was a bloody smell coming from the spirit gate. Seeing this scene, everyone's face changed dramatically, which was extremely ugly. If we say that the Dead Gate and the Peerless Gate, on the surface, are the gates with little vitality. Just a lot of people with fluke psychology, death is life is death, the opposite principle of yin and yang, including that red training, all feel that everything has a thread of life, but did not expect to throw several people, are extremely dangerous. At least for the martial artists of Tongshenjing, Death Gate, Peerless Gate and Spirit Gate are all dangerous. It seems that Ling Men can't walk. Qi Lian said indifferently, as if he didn't pay attention to the lives of the chief executives here. Keep drawing, said Qilian coldly. At this time, one of the students from Dian College said, why does the chief still keep this man? He pointed to the man who was bound into a seed. The man was very embarrassed and humble, only in the late stage of the state of channeling souls. Moreover, Yuan Li was vain. It seemed that he had not laid a good foundation. This man is Qin. Since the tutor of the three holy homes opened the door to the ruins of Dali dynasty, everyone broke into the yellow sand battlefield. Qin Sheng never found Qin. Unexpectedly, he was caught by Qi Lian. Qin Sheng and Han Mengchen, who are hiding in the dark, look surprised. Qi Lian doesn't know the origin. There should be no intersection with them. How could Qin be so embarrassed? Hearing this, Qi Lian shook his head and said, "This minion is from Luyun College. He should be familiar with Qin Sheng. I heard that Qin Sheng also successfully crossed the river and entered the deep palace. It's just that this kind of rat doesn't know where to hide." Ha ha, then Qin Sheng is really as timid as a mouse. If someone didn't spend a person's affection on me, I wouldn't be willing to deal with such a mouse-level little guy. Qi Lian is very arrogant. He found a great chance in Dali dynasty. His strength is advancing rapidly. Although he hasn't been robbed yet, he can easily kill a real human warrior. It's still useful for this person to keep it. When I get the treasure of the former treasury, it's not too late to catch the mouse slowly. Red Lian said quietly. Although Xu Hingyi's human feelings are very precious, but now Qi Lian has got a great chance in the ruins of Dali dynasty. At present, he is not willing to miss this chance at all. Maybe, once he misses it, he will never have such a great fortune in his life. Qin Sheng's body has been hardened to the extreme, even his rune bones have been hardened. How powerful is his hearing? He can clearly understand what he said. Qin Sheng has some doubts. He has never been in contact with the bald guy nearby. It's really strange that he was targeted. However, being looked like a rat in the street, I was very unhappy after all. Since I'm not happy, I'll give it a beating. It's much better to breathe. Besides, there were some contradictions between Qin Sheng and Qin at the beginning, but they didn't know each other. After all, Qin Sheng was from the same college, and he couldn't survive. Qin Sheng didn't hide himself. He stepped out of the darkness and walked to a group of people like Qi Lian. Qi Lian is very sharp. Since Qin Sheng removed the hidden array and wiped out the real dragon blood, his sharp eyes, like hawk eyes, have swept across coldly, flashing the cold metal, sharp and violent. Qin Sheng is facing the sharp edge of Red Lian. There is not much panic on his clean face. His eyes are narrowed into a straight line and he shouts, "You are Red Lian?" Hearing this, there was a flash of unhappiness between Qi Lian's eyebrows. He was the son of a Marquis of Dian Emperor. He had the lineage of Dian Emperor in his ancestry, which was only a few decades later, but it could not hinder his greatness. Qi Lian has the highest talent in Qi's family. Even in the imperial capital of Dian, few people call him by his name. Hum. Red Lian makes a cold hum. His voice is accompanied by fierce yuanli, as if the terrible thunder is raging. Where are the little minions from? They just don't know what to do. How dare they call the name of Qilian little Marquis? Don't want to live, do you? Little Marquis, why don't you let me catch him and throw him into Lingmen? Some people flattered and asked for their tassels, but they didn't pay attention to Qin Sheng at all. The candidate is a student who is close to 30 years old. He is very old in this college test. He is also a late bloomer. His strength is no less than that of nailing Dongfeng. He has transcended the great realm of Tongshenjing, and can reach the situation of half a step and a disaster. He is flattering Qi Lian. As expected, Qi Lian was employed. He enjoyed the flattery very much. He looked at the man and said, "You seem to be called Yuan Sun?" When Yuan Sun heard this, he was just the strongest one from a subsidiary country. He was 180,000 miles away from Qi Lian. He had knelt and licked when crossing the river before and had a little power. He didn't expect that Qi Lian could still remember his name. He was very excited. Yuan Sun also gained a lot in this court trial. If he could accumulate for another year or two, he would be able to cross the robberies. If he climbed onto the small marquee of Chilean capital, he would surely get many benefits after he entered the outer court of the three holy courts, and soon be able to stabilize. Go ahead and throw the minion into the spirit gate. Red Lian nodded and said casually. In his opinion, Qin Sheng's goods have a weak fluctuation, which can help him to cross the river and enter the imperial palace far away from the emperor. Unfortunately, this chance is over. Yuan Sun led and approached Qin Sheng, with a cruel smile on his lips and excited eyes. Boy, I advise you not to struggle, or I will break your legs first and then throw them into the spirit gate. Yuan Sun walked with great strides. He obviously performed a certain skill. His speed was extremely fast. In a blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Qin Sheng. Roaring. Yuan Sun's surging strength surges out of his body. His foundation is very solid. Yuan Sun's strength is solid. He turns into a huge Yuanli hand and shines brilliantly. Therefore, he wants to capture Qin Sheng in a thunderous manner and throw him into the spirit gate. At this time, no matter Long Wei, Balian, Han Mengchen and Yi Xian are all unmoved. They are all watching coldly, just looking at Yuan Sun's eyes, as if they were looking at the dead. Qin Sheng's smile solidified and became indifferent. Qi Lian and his followers are really cruel enough to throw people into the 9 gates. It was a very dangerous entrance to the 9 gates of the imperial treasury. Even the 10,000-year-old goblin of Balian failed. If Qin Sheng is an ordinary warrior in the spirit realm, he will definitely die if he is caught. Qin Sheng's pupils suddenly contracted, showing fierce murderous intention. He also set out, just standing as firm as a rock. Now, when he moved, he suddenly stepped on the stone and exploded it. This is the brick and stone of Dali dynasty. Each brick is carved with exquisite runes. It's carved with jade. It's very hard. Although it's thousands of years ago, most of the runes have been damaged, it's not easy for ordinary people to step on it. Qin Sheng made a fist at will, which immediately gave out a dazzling light, which is an important sign of Fufu cultivation. Qin Sheng's fist seal collided with Yuan Sun's Yuanli giant hand, and with a puff, Yuan Sun's Yuanli giant hand was broken up and turned into a big mess. How could it be? Yuan Sun's face was appalling and unbelievable, but he could not be shocked and frightened because Qin Sheng had appeared in front of him like a ghost. Get out of my way. Yuan Sun's ability to cross the river and enter the imperial palace of Dali dynasty is not a good thing. His eyes flashed a violent look, and he opened his mouth and spit out a small sword. This is the biggest chance for Yuan Sun to dig out a graveyard in the yellow sand battlefield. Once a very high-level rune only experienced 10,000 years of weathering and fell to 6 patterns. This is a dagger. The rune is peeling off seriously. Strictly speaking, it's not a 6-pattern rune, just a 5-pattern and 6-pattern rune. But it's enough. Not to mention Qin Sheng, a martial artist who can pass through the spirit environment, even if he is the peak of the heaven environment, and an old martial artist who can pass through the heaven environment, he will be stabbed in the heart of his brow with a sword and die. All this happened so suddenly that even Qin Sheng didn't expect to fly a flying sword, and it was still a congenital talisman. However, Qin Sheng has been moistened by Dali Yuan liquid and congenitally sanctioned. Not only the body has been strengthened, but also the spirit has been moistened and washed. Although the spirit realm still stays in the big realm of heaven soul realm, the purity of soul power is far from the ordinary heaven soul realm. Qin Sheng's telepathy was very fast. He sacrificed the prisoner's dragon hand like lightning. The white and silver prisoner's dragon hand was still covered with a ray of golden light, which was a sign that the prisoner's hand was ready to advance to the golden level. Chong. The prison dragon hand grabbed the flying sword. The horrible Yuanli strangled Qin Sheng's palm. The fire was everywhere, making people look sideways. After a breath, Qin Sheng controlled the flying sword, looked at Yuan's son, who was stunned, and said with a grin, "Congenital talisman, good thing, smile." Yuan's son looks as if he has seen a ghost. It's a congenital talisman. How terrible is the power contained in it? Qin Sheng captured it with his bare hands? However, Qin Sheng did not give Yuan's son any shock. He stretched out a finger, crystal bright, in Yuan's son's shoulder slightly. Bang! Yuan's son flies upside down like a shell. His shoulders are smashed. He feels as if he was hit by a big demon. His whole body seems to be scattered. Yuan's son's face was desperate with blood flowing from his mouth. What kind of minion is this? It's like an ancient alligator. Yuan's son's regret drips out of the water. He wants to ask for help from Qi Lian, but Qin Sheng stands in the way of his retreat and reaches out a finger again. Where to run? Let's have a good chat. Qin Sheng pulled up a joking arc at the corner of his mouth, as if the cat had met a mouse running away from home, and it was gently on Yuan's son's back. Click. The sound of breaking bones, which makes people's scalp numb, rings again. Yuan's son bumps heavily on the hard and incomparable ground, just like a puddle of mud, and his mouth continuously overflows with blood. Yuan's son's face was as gray as death. He felt that today he not only lost his face, but even his life was in danger. In the distance, a group of students who were still waiting to watch the bustle were stunned and looked at this horrible and unexpected picture. Yuan's son lost? That person's body doesn't move Yuanli, how can it be so strong? He seems to be a physical practitioner? Isn't the physical training out of the blue? How could there be such a powerful physical training? The students, who are surrounded by red training like the stars and the moon, are talking in a low voice. Their eyes are blinking with wonder and confusion. They can't imagine and don't want to believe that Qin Sheng, who is clearly just a minion who can communicate with the soul, is so powerful. Yuan's son, a warrior who knows the soul, can hang and fight a higher level than him? Does that man come from the arrogant sons of other emperors and have the strength to fight across a great realm? People in the room looked at Qin Sheng's face and couldn't help but guess. However, Qi Lian was very clear about the origin of Qin Sheng. Although his face was as gloomy as water, there was a huge wave in his heart, because he was also a physical practitioner. Strictly speaking, red training is a double cultivation of physical and martial arts. It has great talent and potential in martial arts, but no one knows that he has a base card, that is, he is a strong physical training, and has developed Fu. At the moment when Qin Sheng just started, Qi Lian had already seen that Qin Sheng had also refined Fu. Physical training is extremely difficult to practice. It's not surprising that a martial artist can cultivate Fu and sweep the sky. Therefore, it is reasonable for Qin Sheng to be able to hang Yuan's son, who is one of the higher level than him. In addition, Yuan's son is unprepared, so he is weak in the enemy. Under the influence of many factors, Yuan's son just lost so miserably. Shuhenji's human relationship is really not easy to earn. Qilian's heart was a little turbulent. He began to realize that Qin Sheng was not so simple on the surface. Qin Sheng walked up to Yuan's son, who was spread on the ground like a puddle of mud. He was like a black cat hunting in the dark. He had a mouse in his mouth and screwed up Yuan's son. Qilian can't sit any longer. He snorted coldly and said in a stiff voice, "You'd better let him go." Is more powerful, but it is only a small subsidiary country of Wudlaus. How can it be compared with the prince's son? Even though this is called Qin Sheng's Wudlaus has some strength, no absolute family support, actually can produce Fu skin. However, that's all. Although physical cultivation is powerful, it's not invincible. Besides, it's just Fu. He has been trained for a long time. Qilian's ambition is very big. He wants to restore the dazzling light of physical cultivation 10,000 years ago, so he is desperate to participate in this court test and come to the ruins of Dali dynasty to find opportunities. 10,000 years ago, in the great departure from the imperial dynasty, it was the world of physical cultivation. There were many physical cultivation techniques, as well as many treasures about physical cultivation. In the yellow sand battlefield, Qi Lian has found many good things, and even found some secrets about the cultivation of the holy level or even the body cultivation above the holy level from some powerful corpses. There is a great relationship between the downfall of physical cultivation, the serious lack of dare to practice secret methods, and the strictness of cultivation resources. Even though Qi Lian, who comes from the royal family and is the first son of the marquis, has obtained far more cultivation resources than ordinary people, but even so, Qi Lian only cultivates Fu, which is a long way from the next person's great realm, Fu Gu. Hearing this, Qin Sheng's eyes narrowed into a straight line. He turned a deaf ear to the order and threat of Qi Lian's red fruit. He twisted Yuan's son and quickly approached the 9 gates that were far from the imperial treasury. Ah! Qin Sheng throws it hard. Yuan's son is like a shell. He is thrown out and bumps into the spirit gate. Soon, there was some horrible shadow shaking in Lingmen. Yuan's son's shrill scream came. After 10 rest, the scream stopped abruptly, leaving only the sound of beasts eating and making people's scalp numb. Everyone took a breath of cool air. The guy named Qin Sheng is too fierce. How can he listen to the words of little Hoye's red training? Red training is too strong, you can say it without hesitation, this red training is even the strongest in this court test. No one. Good, good. Qilian doesn't care about Yuan's son's life and death, but he feels that Qin Sheng is ignoring himself even when he is in full view of the public. In Qilian's own eyes, he is beating him in the face. Red practice came out, and even with some will of marquis. In the Dian dynasty, both the king and the marquis were granted will bonus. The king granted will bonus, and the marquis granted will bonus. This so-called will, in fact, is a kind of external performance of spirit realm, like Qilian's father, who has experienced the addition of the will of the marquis, and the spirit gives people a superior feeling. However, Qi Lian has been following his father for a long time, deeply cultivated by his father, and can be more or less contaminated with a sense of marquis will. Marquis Fang's will is very terrible. He can suppress the opponent from the spirit. If he meets some martial artists with low spirit level and little soul power, he only needs to release a look, and the other side will be scared to be weak, even crying for his father and his mother. There is no idea of any resistance at all. This is the horror of the will of the marquis. As for the will of the king, it is even more terrible. Like Shuhengyi, in fact, there is the will to be a king on the brand of the spirit. However, the last time Yuanchen and Long Wei were present, they completely suppressed it. Qi Lian walked step by step. He was wearing a black armor, which was very huge, wrapped around his whole body, and carved the rune of Black Dragon. At a glance, he knew that it was not an ordinary thing. This should be a quasi-congenital talisman that hovers between 5 and 6 patterns. It should be an imitation. Otherwise, it would have been integrated into the flesh long ago. Of course, some people just like to pretend, like to expose high-level runes, which is also a show-off of strength. Crackle. Qi Lian's fighting spirit rose rapidly, holding his fists and saying, "Fight?" Qi Lian has a high face and a cruel smile on his lips. He wants to kill Qin Sheng and get the affection of Shuhengyi. Shuhengyi's talent is a bit higher than his bare training, and he is doomed to be king in the future. It's worth a lot of money for a future king. Especially when it's critical, he can even help himself and promote his family from the 108 Marquis of Dian dynasty to the king. Came to practice with a keen heart and mind. Qin Sheng, a woodlouse from a remote place, even practiced fu skin. This changed to ordinary life, which is impossible at all. There is a big secret in this son. His Dian city is so close to the magic dragon wasteland. Red Lian's eyes changed, and many thoughts came out of his mind. Coupled with the rapid recovery of the magic dragon wasteland recently, how could he have such an achievement without great chance? As an individual practice, Qi Lian is very clear about how much opportunity it will cost to practice. It is not a small subsidiary country at all, which can be supported by unknown little people. As soon as Qin Sheng's sword eyebrows coagulated, he spread out again and said with a smile, "It's okay to fight, but let him go first." Qin Sheng points to Tingyan. Tingyan is in a very bad condition. It is estimated that he suffered a lot. Qilian sneers, shakes his head and refuses, saying, "You are not qualified to talk about terms with me. Didn't you just throw my man into the spirit gate? In that case, you can go." Qin Sheng didn't waste any more time. In a flash, he used Python Dragon's secret of purple electricity. He condensed a pair of purple electricity wings on his body, killing Xiong Qilian. "Ha ha ha, it's really a big tone, just because you want to take me on the road?" Red Lian is full of sarcasm, and his words are full of contempt. His legs shook and banged, and the hard bricks burst out, like a winged snake rising like lightning from the cave, facing Qin Sheng. Both Qin Sheng and Qi Lian were very tacit. They did not use any martial arts. They all used the strength of the body and collided violently. Buzzing. Qi Lian smashed a fist, and his fist suddenly expanded several times. He took a metal fist case, the dazzling rune light was blooming, accompanied by the awesome power. A fist fell on Qin Sheng's temple. Qi Lian's hand is fierce, and the angle is tricky. If Qin Sheng is solid in this fight, his head will be blasted like a watermelon. Qin Sheng's clean face did not have any color of panic. His face was calm and calm. He also made a fist, but the fist was ordinary, without any light of rune. In countless hot eyes, two fists collide. Bang! Everyone's heart thumped and almost jumped out. The next scene, but let everyone face appalling, eyes are about to fall on the ground. The red practice fist print has a dazzling rune light. It's obvious that its rune skin has been cultivated to a great success. It only needs to cooperate with some body cultivation and secret practice, and then swallow some tonic medicine, so it can be refined into rune bone. Once the rune bone is completed, its combat power can be doubled several times. It can be countered through 3 robberies. Even if it meets some opponents, it can be hanged and beaten. Red Lian flies backward and steps heavily on the ground, stepping on deep footprints. Apart from the imperial treasury, it was so quiet that no one dared to speak or even breathe. Is it true that adult Qilian has fallen down? Here it's unbelievable. In the future, Qilian will be a marquis. I even heard that chaos is coming. Chaos is a hero. It's not impossible to be a king in the future with Qilian's talent and potential. No one can accept this scene. Qilian took them across the moat and even fought with Yixiebo's corpse. Even though some people were killed and injured, Qilian was ruthless and let them enter the 9 gates by drawing lots. However, they are willing to do all this. They are seeking for wealth and wealth. How can it be possible without a little risk? Besides, if they don't follow Qilian, they can't even cross the moat. Qi Lian has long established invincible ideas among all the onlookers. In their mind, maybe only the legitimate sons of the princes and generals, who are also from the imperial capital, can be compared with Qi Lian. However, now Qin Sheng not only hit Red Lian's face, but also hit everyone's face. In addition to Long Wei, Han Mengchen and others, no one was optimistic about Qin Sheng. Qilian looks up and sees Qin Sheng, who is able to fly in the sky with flying skills, with a flash of consternation on his face. He rubs his fists, which are numb with pain. Qin Sheng's body is so powerful? Qi Lian's heart had been stormy for a long time, but soon his eyes became hotter and more greedy. For a moment, red training and rising up an idea, is killing people and surpassing goods. Qin Sheng stands high and seems to look at Qi Lian intensely, especially his greedy eyes. Qin Sheng refined the inheritance and memory of the 10,000 robbers, how rich his experience is, especially his life experience. He can see through the idea of Red Lian at a glance. I heard that you are a young marquis? Qin Sheng asked with a smile. We shouldn't have any grudges. Why should we aim at me? Just now, Qin Sheng heard it clearly. Qi Lian wanted to take Tingyan as a hostage, waiting for Qin Sheng to break into the treasury of the previous dynasty. Qin Sheng has some doubts. It's the first time that he has seen this training. Qi Lian sneered and said, "You are a good dancer. You offend Xu Hengyi. When I twist your head back to the capital, I owe you a favor." Qi Lian has no taboo. He seems to have a plan in mind. Despite the collision between the body and the body, he obviously fell down and didn't let it converge. He is still a high-profile pretender. As soon as Qin Sheng heard this, he immediately moved. Qi Lian came from the emperor's capital and marquis in Dian dynasty, while Xu Hengyi came from the king. Xu Hengyi is the one who was beaten by you, forced out the soul blood, and swore to the soul, your rival in love? Long Wei didn't know when he was holding the table and chair. There were melon seeds, wine, and even inborn big demon barbecue and Balian's bravado on the table, watching the bustle. Boom. Qi Lian's face changed a lot. He looked at Long Wei. His skin was golden. His eyebrows were splitting. He said in surprise, 3 eyes of ice toad? The ice toad with 3 eyes that can spit people's words is very precious, and the skin of the ice toad with 3 eyes has all changed into gold, which is obviously a young adult. It seems that Qi Lian didn't hear Long Wei's words clearly, but was blinded by the greed in front of him. You are the 3-eyed ice toad, your family are all 3-eyed ice toads. Long Wei stood up and said angrily. Others don't know, but his dragon power is flowing with the blood of Zulong. Although it is very thin, it is also a real dragon. However, I don't know what happened in the war of extermination, but it degenerated into a toad. Long Wei is furious. He wants to have a red mouth. Qin Sheng shakes his head. He doesn't want to waste any more time. This man is obviously Xu Hengyi. Since the other side is going to carry his head back, he has nothing to be polite about. Boom. Qin Sheng moves. He runs the Python Dragon's secret code to the extreme. It's also a martial art of inferior level. Although it's mainly about flying, it's very powerful. It's just a breath time. Between the lightning and the firestone, Qin Sheng comes to Qi Lian's body and punches him on his temple. This time, Qin Sheng used the power of the rune bone, and the ordinary fist suddenly burst out the dazzling light like the rising sun, which is several times more dazzling than the fist light just practiced. Seeing this iron fist, Qi Lian was shocked and rushed out his double fists. Chihu Bashianquan. With a loud roar of bareness, all his muscles expanded several times, and the whole man was even bigger and more exaggerated, nearly 3 meters high. The blood vessels were like the roots of hundreds of years old trees, full of power, and his fists erupted with rune light. The glittering light is interwoven into 2 red tigers. Chihu Badian boxing is a middle-class boxing in the holy stage. It is the first generation of Chihu family elders. Chihu went deep into the Jedi. According to the relics of thousands of years ago, or even hundreds of thousands of years ago, he combined various pieces of boxing to make a brand new boxing. This boxing is very noted, sold to hundreds of millions of yuan in the black market, but also imitation. As the legitimate son of the Red family, Qi Lian will inherit the head of the Red family. He has practiced this boxing since he was a child. He has been immersed in it for nearly 10 years, and has already started it. Roar! Roar! Two red tigers, formed by the combination of Fu Guang and blood qi, swooped at Qin Sheng with astonishing eyes. Qin Sheng sneers. There is no disturbance on his clean face. He is still calm and calm. His fist seems to be slow and soft. In fact, it arrives in a flash. Only when the party is practicing can he feel the horror of Qin Sheng's fist. The fist smashed the red tiger, pulled the wither to destroy the rotten. One fist hit on the chest of Red Lian. Rumble. The red and Lian black armor erupts with dazzling light. It's a rune that hovers between 5 and 6 patterns. It's not only expensive, but also has amazing defense. Click. The black armor even shows some cracks, and the rune flakes off, while Qi Lian is blown away by a fist. Before he lands, he coughs up blood. Bang! In the end, Qi Lian collided with an old wall, which was made of unknown stones. Although the runes covered on it had already peeled off, they were still very hard and unbroken. Whoa! After 3 liters of hematemesis, his viscera were shattered. He looked up at Qin Sheng, and finally his face was a little scared. Rune! You have cultivated runes. Red Lian roars loudly. The voice is trembling, frightened and scared. If Fu Fu is the first glimpse of body repair, then Fu Gu is the symbol of body repair. It is no doubt that the physical cultivation that can be made into rune bone is not a genius of heaven, or the background is unfathomable and cannot be measured. Qi Lian can't believe it. A minion from a dependent country has become a rune bone. There was a stillness in the whole world. Everyone stared at Qin Sheng on the sky. He was full of light and brilliant Fu light. He was just like the god of Tianzong, coming out of the magic dragon wasteland. It was breathless. This is a kind of blood pressure, which can only be formed after the rune bone is built. In fact, the decline of physical cultivation is not that the body refiner is too weak, just right on the contrary, but because the body refiner is too rebellious. This is just the rune bone, and the blood is as powerful as a demon. If Qin Sheng produces the rune blood, it's really the blood, suppress the heroes. The 3 realms of Fu, bone, blood and body repair respectively correspond to the state of Tong Tian, Tong Ming and Shen Fu. At present, Qin Sheng has refined the rune bone, but he has not covered the rune bone all over, not to mention the innate rune bone, which is completely reborn. Otherwise, Qin Sheng can blow Qi Lian into a big blood fog with just a free blow, and the body and spirit will be destroyed. Qin Sheng is approaching. He shakes his head and says, "Nothing is impossible. There are people outside. There are days outside. You are too far away from Shuheng." Qin Sheng's words didn't leave any affection for Qi Lian. Shuhengyi was the son of the royal family and the son of Lingxiao Holy Palace. He was even 1 or 2 years younger than Qi Lian. They were not at the same level. Red Lian didn't deny it, but his face was so gloomy that he stood up and stared at Qin Sheng. Qin Sheng narrowed his eyes into a straight line, pointed to the spirit gate in the distance, and smiled. "Are you going in by yourself or am I throwing you in?" Qin Sheng's voice is not very loud, but it can reach everyone's ears. The onlookers couldn't believe their ears. "Isn't that a joke? Put adult Qi Lian in the spirit gate?" Qi Lian is a young marquis. He will inherit the successor of the marquis in the future. His status are far higher than all the people present. Now Qin Sheng is so arrogant and domineering. He asked Qi Lian to break through the Lingmen gate. There are 2 people in front of him who have already entered the Lingmen gate. Everyone on the scene is very clear about the end. The end of the scene is extremely miserable. Obviously, Lingmen is not a living gate. There is a big terror hidden in it. Some unknown terrorist creatures will eat blood and meat. What's the difference between letting Qi Lian break through the spirit gate and letting him die? Qi Lian gasped for breath and drank some unknown liquid on his head. It should be the medicine of tonic. The 5 viscera and 6 viscera that were originally cracked by the power of Qin Sheng's terror talisman bone were all repaired at the speed that can be seen by the naked eye. Qi Lian's spirit of essence and energy has recovered to its peak within the time of breath counting. Arrogant, do you think you can do whatever you want when you have become a rune? Red Lian's face was so embarrassed that he finally tried to find out what kind of feeble shame he felt. Once he was just like Qin Sheng. He was so domineering and arrogant that he let a group of people under him draw lots to break through the 9 gates. Now it's my turn, I can't bear the humiliation. Qin Sheng narrowed his eyes and laughed heartily, saying, I'm sorry, you can do whatever you want after you've finished the rune. Qin Sheng was very strong, there was no cover-up in his words, and he didn't need to have any scruples at the ruins of Dali dynasty. Who is Qin Sheng? It has refined the inheritance and memory of the emperor. Maybe some powerful and terrible caves, and even the old monsters in the Vientiane environment can make Qin Sheng unable to bear it, but this training is only the descendants of these old monsters. He has been bullied to the head, and Qi Lian has been thinking about Qin Sheng's head. In order to get Xu Hengyi's affection, Qi Lian even wanted to cut off his head in exchange for benefits. Even if Qin Sheng acknowledged and counseled him at this time, Qi Lian could not pity himself, and then let go of his life. With this, Qin Sheng is better to start first. As for whether leaving the ruins of the great departure from the imperial dynasty will cause the host crazy revenge behind Qi Lian, it can only be calculated later. Qin Sheng's strength has soared. After this trial, he can be selected by the 3 holy academies. If he succeeds in becoming a core student, he can be directly protected by the Holy Academy. As long as he does not graduate, he will not have any life danger. Qi Lian's face is full of violence. He has never suffered such humiliation. Even in the imperial capital of Dian, where there are many stars in the sky, there is no such arrogance as Qin Sheng. Boom. After taking the tonic medicine, Qi Lian recovered from his internal organs. He didn't choose to fight Qin Sheng with his body. Now Qin Sheng has refined rune bone. His body is much stronger than his own. He is not his opponent at all. Originally, in the great realm of Tongtian environment, the body and martial arts were cultivated in the form of Fu. In Tongtian environment, they are basically invincible. Unfortunately, now Qin Sheng, who is more rebellious, has cultivated Fu bone. They are not at the same level at all. Therefore, Qi Lian is going to use martial arts. He took 2 battle axes out of his back. The tomahawk is incomparably huge and black, covering the reproduction of runes. The blade of the tomahawk is bright and cold. Qin Sheng shakes his head and whispers, slowly approaching Qi Lian, saying, "Don't struggle with useless work anymore." Red Lian's face was red and stern, and said, "It's not certain who will die." The galloping Yuanli burst out from the body and poured into a pair of battle axes, continuously. Boom! The tomahawk was immediately ignited and burst into flames. This is actually a pair of 5-pattern battle axes, each of which is also a 5-pattern talisman when it comes out alone. This Qi Lian is indeed the legitimate son of the Marquis from the Dian dynasty. It's really rich. The combined terrorist power of 2 5-pattern talismans is far more than the power of 5-pattern talismans. It's infinitely close, even faintly more than 6-pattern talismans. When the battle axe was in hand, Qi Lian's morale suddenly increased a lot. He looked at 2 battle axes as if enjoying a work of art and said, "Listen, these 2 axes are called Dragon 9 Yen axes. Don't be a muddle-headed ghost on the way to Huangquan." As soon as the sound of Qi Lian came out, there were many amazing sounds. It's the Dragon 9 Yen X. Isn't that the royal custom court weapon? It's said that every piece of it is a congenital talisman. It's very powerful. It can let the martial artists fight across the great realm with the help of a specially made axe. Filong Jiuyan axe is the royal weapon of Dian Emperor. Only powerful generalists can use it in a small amount. Now Qilian has 2 pieces of axe, which is too shocking to move. Qin Sheng narrowed his eyes into a straight line and said, "Isn't it a talisman?" "I have it, too." Qin Sheng dug out an embroidered needle from his ear, poured it into Yuanli, roared against the storm and turned it into a black spear. It seems that the spear, with its terrifying power, is not an ordinary thing. Red Lian made a mockery in a cold voice. He didn't speak much more. He carried a pair of axes, just like the pioneering Pangu True God. With the help of the Imperial Guard's axe technique, he split like Qin Sheng. At the same time, Qilian sacrificed the soul of war. It was a dragon. The dragon has 3 or 6 or 9 grades. The lowest level of the earth dragon is a blood demon, but it's also a 5-level monster. However, the spirit of Qi Lian is a higher-level flying dragon than the earth dragon. Flying Dragon soared into the sky, glanced at Qin Sheng with cold eyes, and then cooperated with Flying Dragon Jiuyan axe. The power was rising a little more, completely surpassing the strongest attack of the strongman of Tony Robber, reaching Tondra Robber. The tomahawk flies across the sky and shines. It turns into 2 huge flying dragons. It destroys the sky and destroys the earth. It makes some onlookers around escape in succession for fear of being hurt by a ray of power. Interesting. Qin Sheng's lips curled, and Qi Lian's soul of battle is the most precious flying dragon. With the customized rune of the Imperial Court of Dian, the Flying Dragon Jiuyan axe, the combat power can be improved to the extreme. However, in Qin Sheng's view, it's just interesting. The power of the combination of Soul of War, axe technique and the 3. If you change the power of other soul state warriors, even if they are touched with a trace, they will be destroyed by the spirit and form. However, for me, the bareness training at this time is like a man with 2 toy axes, cutting at himself. Not only is there no threat, but it's kind of funny. Shua. Qin Sheng faced the 2 terrible dragon Jiuyan axes without any fear. Connect 2 channels. Qin Sheng whispered. Boom. Boom. How do you think about the 2 horrible sounds like volcanic eruption in the ears of all the onlookers? It's like a prehistoric giant beast is going to revive. A terrible power suddenly explodes, and time and space seem to freeze, without feeling the flow of time. Red Lian's eyes are round. He is swept by 2 lights. He can't move. He desperately struggled to kill Qin Sheng, but now his situation, let alone kill Qin Sheng, even with 1 finger. Qin Sheng approaches Qilian, slowly stretches out the prison dragon's hand, pinches Qilian's throat, and says coldly, "I've already said, don't waste time, you're weak." Air. Red Lian blushed and looked at Qin Sheng, who was bathed by the holy light. A fear spread from his spine to his limbs. When Qin Sheng gets close to him, Qilian finally knows what's going on. Qin Sheng even has 2 saint-level Yuan Mai. Xingjie Yuan Mai, which is the legendary Yuan Mai, surpasses Tianjie Yuan Mai. Every Xingjie Yuan Mai is rare and precious. According to the legend, the saint-level Yuan Mai can break the 10,000 dermas and imprison the 10,000 dermas at the same time. Therefore, Qin Sheng activated the divine level Yuan Mai, and activated 2 at once. No matter how Qi Lian goes against the sky, he can't resist the confinement of the divine level Yuan Mai, especially Qin Sheng activated 2 divine level Yuan Mai at once. Even the most powerful attack can't be used, it will be defeated. It can be said that he lost to the ground. Qin Sheng twisted Qilian to make him gasp for breath. His eyes were cold, and he slowly approached the 9 gates of Dali Imperial Treasury. No, no. Qi Lian struggles desperately. His face is high. His arrogant and domineering face finally changes color, showing his panic for the first time in his life. Qi Lian finally panicked, and his fear was thrown into the spirit gate. Not long ago, under the order of Qi Lian, some students had already broken through the spirit gate, which was also impassable, hiding great terror. If they were thrown into the spirit gate, they would die young in minutes, and next year's today is his death day. How can you let me go? Red Lian's tone softened, and he passed it on to Qin Sheng. I'm willing to compensate you, Yuan Jing. Qin Sheng didn't stop, shook his head and said, Yuan Jing, I have more than you. There are more than 100 million Yuan Jing in Qin Sheng's acceptance ring, and he controls the whole underground black market. His ability to make money is absolutely beyond the ordinary legitimate son of the marquis. Even Xu Hengyi, who is destined to be king, is far inferior to Qin Sheng. The recovery of Magic Dragon Wasteland has accumulated thousands of years of underground wealth, bringing too much business to the underground black market. In a short period of time, the underground black market will become a hot cake and will rise rapidly. Woodlouse, don't pretend. I am the son of the Ho clan. You dare throw me into the gate of spirit, take me back strong, and punish you 9 people. Seeing that there was no hope for mercy, Qi Lian threatened Qin Sheng again. It's just that Qin Sheng is not afraid of Xu Heng. How can he care about little red practice? Don't waste your saliva to intimidate me. I have offended a royal family and don't care about another marquis. Qin Sheng sneers and looks up at Ling Men. Ling Men is not big. It's just cold and dark. There are some faint shadows shaking in it. It makes people's scalp numb. It's just a long way from here. Now it's close. I hear someone eating bones. Is there a ghoul or a corpse spirit eating Yuan Sun who was just thrown into the spirit gate by Qin Sheng? Qin Sheng didn't know. Go on your way with peace of mind. Qin Sheng murmurs, then throws the red training with white face into the Ling Men. No. Red Lian is wailing and is full of rune light. He wants to struggle, but he is imprisoned by the 2 holy steps of Qin Sheng. Any struggle is futile. Bang! Finally, Qi Lian was thrown into Ling Men by Qin Sheng in front of the public. The dark and cold moment swallowed up Red Lian. Well? All of a sudden, Qin Sheng's face changed. His Xingjie Yuan Mai power still stayed in Ling Men. He wanted to explore it, but he was caught by some cold hands and tried to pull Qin Sheng inside. Boom! Qin Sheng suddenly explodes and retreats. The power of terror suddenly breaks out. He takes back the power of the Yuan vein of the saint level and returns it to Longwei's side. What's the matter? Like Longwei's eyebrows, Jing Kankan's body was immediately creepy, obviously he felt something different. Hearing this, Qin Sheng nodded and said, it's a little weird in Ling Men. A pair of cold hands are pulling my Yuan Mai, trying to pull me in. As soon as everyone heard this, especially Han Mengchen, his face suddenly faded. Can you also be drawn in through the power of Yuan Mai? Han Mengchen asked, with a pale face. Smell the words, Qin Sheng nods. This Ling Men is really weird and evil. It almost pulled Qin Sheng in just through Yuanli. If Qin Sheng didn't get through the Xingjie Yuan Mai, he might have been directly pulled in and drowned by the Great Terror. Ah! Go away. Inside the spirit gate, there is a dazzling light rising, accompanied by the roar of Red Lian. It seems that Qi Lian has experienced something horrible and strange, struggling desperately and fighting fiercely in it. After 10 rest, Ling Men completely recovered its peace. Is it over? Qin Sheng's eyes slightly coagulated and covered with 2 layers of yellow spring fire. He saw that the vague shadow of Qi Lian disappeared in the dark spiritual gate. Isn't Qi Lian dead? Qin Sheng has some accidents. There should be some tests in the 9 gates of the treasury of the previous dynasty. Qin Sheng asked Balian about some corpses, but each gate may be different. Obviously, Qi Lian's strength is far greater than that of Yuan's son, so there is no fear to devour his flesh and blood. In a short time, several students with outstanding strength came, shivering and afraid to look directly at Qin Sheng. These students are all affiliated countries under the Dian Emperor. Their own strength is not so strong, even weaker than those in the Star country. Big my lord, don't you know that we have to draw lots to break through the 9 gates? Asked the leader, a young man from all over the world, in fear. Draw lots to break through 9 doors, which is the rule set in red practice. Now, Qi has been promoted by Qin Sheng Ring Jinling door, that is to say, this has the final say of Qin Sheng. Tianyuan continent is always respected by the strong. As long as its strength is strong enough, it will be respected. Smell speech, Qin Sheng shakes his head, Wei, you want to rush, do not want to rush to leave. Qin Sheng is not only embarrassed by these people, but also has a bottom line. He is unwilling to do such a thing. Secondly, even Bai Liying can't break into these 9 gates. How can he break through with these minions? It's just a dream talk. The young man in the sky was shocked. Just now Qin Sheng was much more arrogant and domineering than Qi Lian. Unexpectedly, he didn't force them to enter the 9 gates by drawing lots. Tingyan also came along. He was seriously injured. Qin Sheng threw him 3 drops of Yuan liquid. Yuan liquid is the medicine of tonic. It can not only refine the body and spirit, but also nourish the body. Its power is comparable to nirvana. Of course, the power of a single drop of Yuan liquid is far less than that of a pill of nirvana. 10 drops can be compared with the intact nirvana. Qin Shao. Tingyan's essence and spirit recovered to the peak. His pores were puffed. There were a lot of black impurities to be discharged. His face was red and his neck was thick. In the end, Tingyan spurts out a big mouthful of yuanli, which is as hot as a flame and roars to the sky. He broke through and became a real all-sky warrior. Tingyan looks excited and kneels on the ground. Thank you very much for Qin Shao's help, but also for sending me a big fortune. Tongshenjing, he didn't expect that he had reached Tongshenjing just in his early 20s. If everything was in order, he would reach Tongshenjing. Even if the resources of Tengshabang were accumulated, it would be at least 40 or 50 years old, or even 70 or 80 years old. Qin Sheng hurriedly picked up Tingyan and said, This is also your own struggle. In the end, I've got you involved. The reason why Tingyan was captured by Red Practice this time and suffered so much is that Red Practice wanted to use Tingyan to get Qin out. Qin Sheng compensates 3 drops of Yuan liquid for Tingyan, which is also very kind. With the promotion of Tingyan to Tongshenjing, all the people in Luyun College, except Qin Sheng, have been promoted to Tongshenjing. This kind of strength, even if we look at the whole Beichen country, is also a leading existence. Qin Sheng looked at Long Wei and others and asked, Are you interested in breaking through these 9 gates? Smell speech, Han Mengchen and Yi Xian also shake their heads. The strength of the 2 women is very good, and their fighting capacity can reach the goal of a disaster, but they dare not try after all. 3 of the 9 gates have been identified as harboring great terror. Even if we choose the remaining 6 gates, the risk is still too great. And they also know that, like Balian, the 10,000-year-old ginseng seaman can't break in, so we can imagine how difficult it is to break through these 9 doors. Long Wei jumped out, his whole body was golden, even his eyebrows seemed to cross a layer of gold, and said, I'll try. It's far from the imperial treasury. Who can't be greedy? Although Long Wei's strength has been restored to the realm of Shenfu, he left a lot of saliva for the treasury of the previous dynasty. In the palace alchemy room, we have gained so much. If we can break into the treasury, It is estimated that there are a lot of treasures waiting for Long Wei. Long Wei Quack's excited shout. He took the hand and stood up, pretended to be a peerless expert, pointed to the mountains and rivers, said, I am a dragon descendant, should choose to enter the dragon's gate. As soon as the voice fell, Long Wei turned into a flash of light and broke into Long Men, one of the 9 gates, in a thunderous manner. There is no difference between Long Men and the other 8 gates, but the 2 dragons are depicted on both sides of the gate. Bang! However, when Long Wei just stepped into the 3 steps of Long Men, he was blown out by an invisible force. Long Wei was all around, foaming at the mouth, and his 3 eyes were covered. He was very surprised. He dried the foam at the corners of his mouth and said, What's the matter? I'm not my race. I can't break through 9 gates. If I break through hard, I'll cut off. A great and terrifying voice came from the treasury of the previous dynasty, with a terrifying power in it. Even Qin Sheng felt a sense of fear from his heart. You should know that even those old-fashioned powerful people like Qiu Qingyi, who are infinitely close to the cave, have no such obvious sense of powerlessness in front of them. It can be imagined how terrible the magnificent voice in the treasury is. As soon as Long Wei heard this, he immediately jumped up in anger and called out, What is not my race? I am a dragon descendant. Isn't it logical to rush into Long Men? Long Wei doesn't believe in evil. He bursts out with dazzling golden light, covering the supreme reproduction rune. He doesn't take it lightly anymore and turns into a shadow. He wants to break into the dragon's gate. Bang! This time, Long Wei was shot out again, without hesitation. In the Long Men, he reached out a huge hand of terror. With the power of destroying the sky and destroying the earth, he slapped Long Wei to the sky. Whoa, 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 whoa. Long Wei is a powerful person in Shenfu, and the blood of Zulong really flows in his body. He has the strength to fight across a large realm, but he was severely hurt by the giant hand that came out of Long Men. Long Wei cried out in pain. The golden skin was dimmed, and the 3rd eye stopped. There was no power to open it. Long Wei, if you don't want to die, don't try again. Qin Sheng hurriedly stops Long Wei's impulse. Looking at Qin Sheng, Long Wei cried out angrily, even the 10,000-year-old ginseng essence can break through 9 gates. Why am I not my race? It's not fair. Are you jealous of yourself? Long Wei is full of grief and indignation. The 9 gates are the treasury of the previous dynasty. He is a strong man in Shenfu. It's not too hard for him to break through the 9 gates. The fat in his mouth has been lost. How can Long Wei not feel hurt? Qin Sheng said lightly, Balian was born and grew up here, with the mark here. As for us, the Emperor of Dian was separated from the collapse of the former dynasty. Qin Sheng said, so strictly speaking, we are still descendants of the previous dynasty. Long Wei is not willing to, but he is afraid of the magnificent voice that transcends the realm of God's mansion. He just had to break through hard twice, and then he suffered heavy damage. If he broke through hard for the 3rd time, the ghost knows what terrible things will be caused. The water is too deep. From the ancient temple in the battlefield of Huangsha to the 9 gates here, there are all traces of great terror. I'll make a break. Qin Sheng pondered for a moment, thought about many possibilities, and finally decided to break into 9 gates. Qin Sheng chose Lingmen. When he stepped into Lingmen, he was submerged by endless darkness. It was dark, lonely, and cold, which was Qin Sheng's first reaction when he broke into Lingmen. It is. Qin Sheng said in his heart, the great terror hidden in the imperial court regards our students who took part in the examination as descendants of the previous dynasty. If descendants want to break through 9 gates, how can they stop them? Wow. All of a sudden, a cold wind blew through the back of his neck, and Qin Sheng was horrified on the spot. Connect 9 channels. Without any hesitation, Qin Sheng directly got through the 9 channels of Yuan Mai, and 2 of them were directly sacrificed without any cover. Rumbling. The surging Yuan force erupted from Qin Sheng's body, especially the 2 Xingjie Yuan veins, like 2 real dragons, emit the breath of Xingjie. It's said that if you want to become a saint, you need to transform all 9 Yuan veins in your body into a saint-level Yuan vein. However, one saint-level Yuan vein is extremely difficult. It's just a rare existence. All 9 Yuan veins are saint-level Yuan veins. What a demon genius! It can not only imprison everything, but also keep all kinds of strange and evil spirits away. Qin Sheng put a layer of yellow spring fire on his eyes. His eyes were like a magic lamp, and he could see through the dark spiritual gate. The inner world of Ling Men is not like the outer one. It's just a small door, but it's very big. In Ling Men, there are many skeletons, some of which are very old and some of which are fresh. For example, just Yuan Sun is here. Yuan Sun died miserably, and half of his head was gnawed. He died miserably. Qin Sheng glanced around and saw that there was no body of Qi Lian. It seemed that he had passed the customs. According to Balian's information, if you want to enter the treasury of the former dynasty, you must pass 9 gates and 3 gates. 9 doors is to choose 1 door from the outside 9 to the door, and each door has a 3-pass assessment waiting for the intruder. Quack quack. In the dead spirit gate, suddenly a crow jumped out. The crow's black, dark, and rotten, with a sickening smell of rotten corpses. A pair of eyes have rotted, lighting 2 groups of quiet and frightening fire. This is not the low-temperature phosphorus fire in the mass grave, but the corpse fire. The high temperature is frightening. Once it is stained, let alone the body, even the spirit will be burned to ashes, and the body and spirit will be destroyed. The crow stared at Qin Sheng coldly, quack and quack. Huh? A warrior in the soul state? The cultivation of martial arts is a little weaker. Do you practice both physical and martial arts? It's good to practice your body. You've got the rune bone. The crow was able to see through Qin Sheng's cultivation realm at a glance, which surprised Qin Sheng. Wake up, chew him into a heap of corpses. All of a sudden, Crow screamed loudly. The shrill cry made people feel scalp numb. The terrible sound wave seemed to contain some kind of incantation. The corpses that had died for countless years actually slowly got up, including the just dead Yuan Sun. There are many corpses in Ling Men. Although most of them have been weathered, some of them still emit fierce and terrifying atmosphere. The corpse is different from the corpse. The strength of the corpse is so powerful that it is frightening. Some corpses have experienced thousands of years or even tens of thousands of years of cultivation, which will produce new wisdom, erase the memory of previous lives, and return from nirvana. Of course, this kind of powerful strength is far superior to that of Shenfu, Dongtian, and Yantian. According to the inheritance and memory of the 10,000 robbers, those corpses who can truly reborn in nirvana and return from the strong are at least half gods, or even gods. In the ruins of Dali dynasty, the most powerful corpse spirit, that is, Shenfu realm, is impossible to produce wisdom at all. Roar. Yuan Sun, who lost half his head, got up and jumped at Qin Sheng. Although he died, he was unleashed by the unknown crow. The terrible force of war broke out, was even more powerful than before. Qin Sheng's face was slightly coagulated, but he didn't expect Yuan Sun to be an opponent after he died. His spear sword in his hand, unleashing a chilling and frightening power of terror. Then he clapped hard, poof, Yuan Sun turned into a blood fog, and he could not die again. Roar. But there are still many skeletons in the whole Ling Men. These skeletons have soldiers of that year, and their strength is far greater than that of Yuan Sun. Bang! 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 Qin Sheng, with his spear, swept the whole army and smashed all the skeletons. His spear is a kind of innate talisman. Although some of it is broken, plus the blessing of 2 holy ranks, the power of terror is absolutely beyond the sky. Guagua guagua. The crow reappeared. He looked at all the cracked corpses. He had some accidents on his face. He couldn't help but look at Qin Sheng and recite the mantra. The cracked corpses, including the dead Yuan Sun, came alive again. They picked up their broken bones one by one and piled them up. Qin Sheng's tailbone is cold in this scene. What kind of incantation is this? Is it the technique of defending the corpse? Young man, you're lucky. It's up to you to pass. The crow croaks, its voice is sharp and broken, which is hard to hear. Finish saying, bang, turn into a black fog, disappear in the empty passage. Qin Sheng is carrying a spear and looking at a group of corpses repairing themselves. Some of them are creepy. However, without the order of the crow, Qin Sheng passed smoothly. In the passage of Ling Men, Qin Sheng walked for a long time and finally came to an altar. Different from the first pass, the altar here is very clean, without any smell of blood. This altar is very simple, with several broken talismans pasted on it. It doesn't emit any yuan force and blood gas fluctuation. It's estimated that there is not much power left. Quack. The ugly crow appeared out of the sky again. He raised his head proudly and said, "Boy, choose a card and be careful. If it's bad enough, you'll stay here with me forever." Gaga. The ugly crow gave out a shrill laugh, the teeth were rotten, and the laughter was leaking, which sounded terrible. Hearing this, Qin Sheng cast his eyes on the altar and placed 3 cards. As like as 2 peas, the card is made of metal, and it has vomited a secret silver. It has isolated the exploration of soul force. The 3 cards are alike in size, rune and material. Qin Sheng releases the fire of the yellow spring, and his eyes emit the light of the blue illusory fire. His vision has been improved countless times, but he still can't see what's different with this card. Qin Sheng frowned. How to choose? Look at the meaning of the crow. If you choose the wrong one, you may be in a situation of no return. Guagua, what's this fire? The crow was very frightened. He looked at the fire in Qin Sheng's eyes from afar, and even avoided it. Are you afraid? Qin Sheng asked. The crow screamed, "Stay away from me." Qin Sheng's face was very happy. He turned the python dragon coat of purple electricity into a shadow. In an instant, he came to the crow. The crow wanted to escape as if it were a ghost. You're the ghost, what's the escape? Qin Sheng smiled quietly and said, "Come back, let's have a good talk." I don't want, get out of the way, the crow wants to turn into a black fog and escape. However, Qin Sheng's speed is faster, and he does not hesitate to connect the 9 veins, 2 of which are as dazzling as 2 separate dragons, making the crow's heart tremble. Qin Sheng's hands poked out, covered with a thick layer of yellow spring fire, and caught the crow. Sniff. The temperature of the fire is not very high, but it can burn all things, especially the monstrosity of the spirit, such as ghosts and gods, and the existence of natural enemies. Quack, let me go. A large part of the crow's feathers have been burned. It has been dead for thousands of years. It has grown into a corpse. Its feathers have not been corrupted. It can be seen how powerful its feathers are. Only when encountering the yellow spring fire, it almost becomes a naked skeleton crow in an instant. Bang! Qin Sheng threw the crow on the ground and said indifferently, "I'll ask you, what do these 3 cards mean?" The crow suppresses the fire, but it finds that the fire cannot be suppressed at all, only to slow down its damage. Take back the fire first, or... Hum. Qin Sheng snorted coldly and said, "You are not qualified to talk with me about the terms." Voice just fell, Qin Sheng, and out of a wisp of fire. The crow was burned by the yellow spring fire and rolled all over the ground, begging for mercy. "Young man, please forgive me. I'm just a corpse spirit. I've been practicing for thousands of years before I have some strength now." The crow cried out, "I must have said it all." The crow even has some intelligence, but it is estimated that it has something to do with the work of the previous life and accumulates cost energy all the year round. Say it. Qin Sheng is very indifferent. He knows that the crow body spirit is only the instinct of survival. All words are the instinct of previous life. The crow did not dare to hide something, saying, "These three are called image runes. If one of them is selected to activate, it will produce a corresponding image of strength." Image card? Qin Sheng searched for the inheritance and memory of the emperor and finally found it. The so-called image, in fact, can be understood as the avatar. This is different from the avatar of gods and demigods. The image avatar is weaker and can only be attached to the rune card. If the rune runs out of energy, the mirror component will also collapse. The above three mirror runes are soul state, heaven state, and life state. The crow shuddered and said, "The card in the middle is through the soul state. You can easily cross the border if you choose it." This crow corpse spirit is quite straightforward. He even took the initiative to point out the weakest image card for Qin Sheng. Is it? Qin Sheng seems to have a deep look at the crow corpse, and then chooses the third mirror card on the right. The crow corpse spirit one face is startled. Why don't you listen to me?" "No, you see I'm lying?" Qin Sheng's face was cold, and said, "You talk too much. You don't look like a corpse. Tell you, your name is the Yellow Spring. On the road." At Qin Sheng's command, the yellow spring was boiling and the crow was drowned. "Quack quack, no. I'm the gatekeeper of Ling Men, you can't erase me." Crows screamed and were burned to ashes by the fire. "Nothing is impossible." Qin Sheng's face was cold. He activated the mirror rune card in his hand. As like as two peas. S mirror card has been shining out of several rays. When the light is dispersed, a young boy who is exactly like Qin Sheng appears in the air. Before the altar as like as two peas, there was a Qin Sheng just like Qin Sheng, who couldn't separate the Qin and the Sheng from the truth. As like as two peas, as like as two peas, as like as two peas, the same breath is just like the one of Qin Sheng. It's just a channeling level. Cut you off. Mirror Qin Sheng's cold voice, he took the spear and stabbed Qin Sheng fiercely. Rumble. This image fuka is so magical that even two holy level metaveins in Qin Sheng can be copied. Two holy level metaveins like a dragon break out in a terrible light. With the holy will, Qin Sheng is locked. Qin Sheng's face changed a little. He felt the blockade of the divine orders Yuan Mai for the first time. This kind of power was a little like the use of domain. It was like falling into the mire, making it difficult for him to move. Not to mention moving, even the transfer of Yuanli is very difficult. Connect 9 channels. Qin Sheng's lips pressed, and he did not hesitate to activate the 9 channels in his body. The surging Yuan force surged out like a volcanic eruption. He broke the confinement of the saint-level element pulse of Qin Sheng, holding a spear, and blossomed the edge of terror. The spear seemed to pierce the sky, and Qin Sheng, the mirror image, also came up, without any fear. Sonorous. The fire lights up the whole passage of the spirit gate. The surging shock waves roll the mat in all directions. The wind blows, and the altar is shining and crumbling. Qin Sheng's fighting spear was so fierce that his face changed a little. It was just a mirror image of his soul state and his own state? Thinking of this, Qin Sheng's mind overflowed with fear. If he had just believed the crow, he would have chosen the mirror rune card that was supposed to be the life pass. Qin Sheng's martial arts cultivation is only to connect the soul, but the body, different fire, and the sword can all cross a big realm. Qin Sheng, a man of life, can at least compete with the ordinary warriors in Shenfu. Now with Qin Sheng's strength, even if it is combined with the strength of the array, the most can only fight against or hang the warrior who can get through the 3 robbers. There is still a long distance to get through the 9 robbers, let alone the Shenfu state. Qin Sheng does not have that kind of strength at all, only will be crushed. Fortunately, I didn't believe that crow. Qin Sheng smelted the fire, was able to see through the hypocrisy, knew through that crow's lie, only then did not fall into the eternal situation. Bang! Finally, after a fierce battle, the image becomes fragmented due to the exhaustion of energy. Qin Sheng of Shenfu, how dazzling it is. In this court test, Qin Sheng offended many princes' legitimate sons, especially Shu Henji, and Qilian was also thrown into Ling Men. Although it seems that in 9 out of 10, Qilian passed the Ling Men passage, walked for about an hour, and finally came to the end. This is the end of Ling Men, the 3rd pass? Qin Sheng's eyes were cold and covered with the fire. He also had a drop of real dragon blood and a drop of Dalian liquid in his mouth. Even Balian almost died here. Before he could pass the customs, he had to be on guard. He had a tonic in his mouth in advance to prevent the sudden explosion of something terrible. Darkness, stillness, gloom and terror are the eternal themes here. There is a transmission array built here. Before the transmission array, there is a huge mirror, which is very strange. The mirror is very big, about 5 or 6 meters high, but Qin Sheng can't see any shadow when he approaches. Beside the mirror, there is an old tree. The old tree is not high, just 3 or 4 meters high. However, it can be seen that it is very old. In the trunk of the old tree, there are many mummies hanging with blood. These mummies have been hanging in old trees for years. Suddenly, Qin Sheng's pupils suddenly contracted, because he saw a familiar figure in the old tree. That is red training? Qin Sheng's face was slightly coagulated. That Qilian was hanged on the old tree. Qilian had already died of rage. He was cold. His face was pale. His eyes almost fell out. It seemed that he had experienced something terrible. Qin Sheng takes a deep breath. The strength of Qi Lian is not weak. He has both physical and martial arts. Although he hasn't finished the battle, he has a lot of cards on him. His combat effectiveness will be even better than that of the one who can pass the battle. Thirsty death, even though it was hanged in the 3rd pass of Ling Men. It's very clean here. There's no fighting trace. Can't Qi Lian want to kill himself? Wow. Just at this time, a dark wind blew by. Qin Sheng's shoulder seemed to be touched. Who? Qin Sheng suddenly turns around and drinks. There is no one behind anything, let alone a human figure, not even a ghost. Qin Sheng's face was as gloomy as water. He felt that his shoulder was cold and bone-piercing, as if it had been frostbitten. Qin Sheng's armor is a 5-pattern talisman, and it's frozen? Pretend. Qin Sheng snorted coldly. The yellow spring fire in his body flowed to the frostbitten shoulder, and then made a hissing sound. Some ghosts were ignited. A black fingerprint? Qin Sheng's face changed a lot. He was just photographed, but he was left with a black fingerprint. Looking at the color, it doesn't look like a good thing at all. Qin Sheng hurriedly threw away the 5-pattern war armor worth tens of millions of yuan. It's an ominous thing. If you keep wearing it, ghosts will know what terrible misfortune it will bring to Qin Sheng. Cluck. Just at this time, the huge mirror was shaking, and a burst of clear laughter came out. The sound was not good, it was cold and gloomy, and it sounded like countless sharp teeth were rubbing. There is a gorgeous woman in the mirror. Her beautiful appearance is amazing. Even if you look at the whole Dian dynasty, it's estimated that in addition to Xiaobingming and Han Mengchen, it's the gorgeous beauty in the mirror. Although the face of a gorgeous woman is beautiful, there is a layer of dead air between her eyebrows. Officer, are you here? Peering at Qin Sheng, the peerless woman had some grudge in her eyes. The officials are really bad. I have been waiting here for thousands of years. The gorgeous woman is very beautiful. She has a lot of forehead, and her voice is attacking with spirit. Qin Sheng looks at the gorgeous beauty in the mirror. He just got a pat on the shoulder. If he wasn't afraid of the fire in his body, he would have been hooked. Let me guess, are you a spirit of evil or a spirit of complaint? Qin Sheng is smiling. He knows what the assessment of the third level is. Do you want to kill your spirit, and I will pass? Qin Sheng said without hesitation that he did not have much panic at this time. Some accidents happened to the gorgeous woman. She took a deep look at Qin Sheng, and her face showed a strange color. The peerless woman shoots out her tongue, but the tongue has an adult man's arm so long, with barbs and many pieces of spirits hanging on it. Through those fragments, Qin Sheng may see the shadow of Qi Lian. Click click click. The peerless female ghost strangled her. Her bear training was crushed completely, her spirits were destroyed, and she had no chance to reincarnate. The human spirit is delicious. The peerless girl showed her true face. It's a pink skull, wearing a bloody robe, all over the body are rotten, there are some disgusting reptiles in and out of the facial features, disgusting. It's a soul wrathful spirit that feeds on human spirits. Chong. Qin Sheng instantly connected 9 channels. Powerful yuan force poured into the war spear from his body. The war spear also had a sacred meaning, cut through the sky, dragged out a death path, and stabbed the huge mirror. By the way, the mirror burst into countless pieces. Cluck, the pink skeleton was laughing in the shade, and countless pieces of it appeared the figure of the gorgeous female ghost, as if incarnated into a billion. Don't struggle for nothing. In the past 10,000 years, no one has ever crossed my border. Despair, the more desperate the soul, the more delicious it tastes. The peerless female ghost is very confident. She climbs out of countless broken mirrors. Her nails are long and sharp, and they hook Qin Sheng's head from all directions. Qin Sheng frowned, unmoved, as if he had given up his struggle. There is no doubt about the peerless female ghost. She directly pokes her teeth and claws at Qin Sheng's head. She likes to pull out the spirit directly and taste it slowly. Then the body is directly hung on the old tree nearby and appreciated as a trophy. You'd better not touch me. Qin Sheng sneered indifferently, but how could the peerless female ghost be intimidated? Countless hands reached out. Out. Qin Sheng sprang out a word from his mouth, and his whole body was ablaze with fire. Some of the peerless female ghosts were contaminated, and he immediately screamed, as if he saw what was the most terrible thing. Something that even ghosts are afraid of? Apart from the fire, what will it be? Young man, let me go, I beg you, let me go. Peerless female ghosts are wailing and rolling all over the ground. Qin Sheng did not move. He pulled up a joking arc from the corner of his mouth and said, I've reminded you that it's better not to touch me. You're going to kill yourself. You can't blame me. As Qin Sheng approached, the peerless female ghost shouted, God, this is the legendary fire of the Yellow Spring. How can you have a fire in your body? Isn't that the only fire on the road of the Yellow Spring? Despairing, she was burned to be unlike a human. Her facial expressions changed. She became an old woman, a child, a monster, and finally she became a red man. The ghost girl knew that she was going to die. She fought hard to hold Qin Sheng on her back. Go. Qin Sheng's fingers also ignited the fire of the spring. The 3 fingers together turned into a fire sword. One sword cut through the fire, and the spirit of resentment split into two parts. Finally, the sound of a bang turned into pieces of soul power all over the sky. Huangquan fire wraps all the fragments of soul power together, calcines those negative memory fragments, and turns them into the most pure soul power. Qin Sheng opened his mouth and sucked away the thousands of years of cultivation. What a pure soul power! Qin Sheng couldn't help sighing. The gorgeous female ghost is an evil spirit. It depends on the spirit of the devouring warrior for food. Therefore, the whole body is cast with soul power. If it's other martial artists, it's impossible to refine the soul power of evil spirits, because there are too many negative emotions in the soul power. If swallowed up, it will be possessed by the fire. Fortunately, Qin Sheng has the yellow spring fire, which can wipe out all the negative emotions and memories and refine them into the most pure soul power. Me. Qin Sheng felt unprecedented satisfaction, his spirit of the sea, the accumulation of liquefied soul power more and more. Not long ago, Qin Sheng from the early days of Tianhunjing, skyrocketed to the late days of Tianhunjing, only a trace away from the life-soul state. The realm of spirit is divided into the realm of earth, the realm of heaven, and the realm of life. Among them, the life-soul environment is divided into 1 star to 9 stars. Life and soul state can only be activated after going through the 6 storm and thunder robberies. Most of the people who go through life and thunder robberies, especially those who only go through the 6 storm and thunder robberies, only reach the heaven and soul state. Now Qin Sheng is only a martial artist who can communicate with the spirit state. His spirit state has reached the later stage of the heaven soul state. Only a trace of it can activate the life soul and reach the life soul star. It can be imagined how much the spirit state of Qin Sheng is ahead of the martial arts realm. After a while, waiting for Qin Sheng to open his eyes again, he suddenly burst into dazzling light. One-eye bead, like a pair of black gems, is as deep as a star in the sky. If you sacrifice this mirror rune card when it's critical, it's a nightmare for the enemy. Now the 3rd level, refining such pure soul power, the promotion of spirit realm is much more difficult than martial arts realm. Then the next step is to walk out of the spiritual gate. Qin Sheng mumbles to himself for a moment. Hua. Qin Sheng stepped out of the transmission array, felt a turn of sky and earth, and then came to a huge starry sky. Here is a vast void. Above the sky, there are countless stars. Qin Sheng is a huge floating stone floating in the air. Ancient, vicissitudes, magnificent, this is the biggest feeling for Qin Sheng. On the huge floating stone, there is a huge altar and a clay figurine. The clay figurine is very familiar. It was the clay figurine in the yellow sand battlefield at the beginning. The incarnation of the gods? Qin Sheng looked at the clay figurines on the altar with inexplicable respect. Is this the treasury of Dali dynasty? In all directions of the stone platform, 9 gates are connected, which is obviously the 9 gates seen outside. The treasury of Dali dynasty is already in a small plane. The heaven and earth are too big to melt the whole starry sky. There are several floating stars in the distant starry sky. The more Qin Sheng saw it, the more he felt that Dali was too powerful. It's hard to understand that such a powerful imperial dynasty was annihilated in the War of Annihilation. We can imagine how terrible the War of Annihilation 10,000 years ago was. Click. At this time opposite the Ling men, it is the Xian men. There was footsteps coming from the Xian men gate. Qin Sheng's face was slightly coagulated, and he said in surprise, someone has successfully broken into the 9 gates. It's also the dark Xian men inside, out of the old and the young. The old man was dressed in black robes. Although his breath was introverted, it still made people feel cold and piercing. There was a black air on his face, which made people can't see the real appearance clearly, but he could see the horrible light as sharp as a big demon. Qin Sheng's face changed dramatically. The fire in his body was beating wildly. He almost wanted to get out of the body. What a powerful old man, who was holy. Qin Sheng had many thoughts in his mind. This is the site of Dali dynasty. Although most of them are students of Dian dynasty, it's not that no other genius of the dynasty will enter here, by chance. There is even a possibility that tomb robbers. Although it was buried because of the War of Annihilation 10,000 years ago, it has always been favored by some tomb raiders. In the passage of Juman, even in the battlefield of Huangsha, Qin Sheng has found many tomb robbers. Chattering, it's really a narrow path for enemies. I didn't expect that a minion like you could break into 9 gates. A hoarse and gloomy voice came from behind the old man in black robe. He was very young, carrying a bone sword, his face was disfigured, and he looked very ferocious. When he approached Qin Sheng, his eyes were cold and he felt very uncomfortable with Qin Sheng. Qin Sheng met his eyes. This sun gave him a very familiar feeling, but it has been disfigured, for a time it cannot recognize. You are? Qin Sheng's face was slightly coagulated and he couldn't help asking. The young man's eyes were full of fierce light, and he had an endless sense of killing Qin Sheng, just like the arrival of the tsunami, enveloping Qin Sheng. There are thousands of lives in the Zhao family. I will take them back 100 times today. The harsh and unpleasant voice of the cold youth is accompanied by the cold and biting, killing intention. Zhao family? Qin Sheng had some accidents and asked, is the Zhao family in Dianqing? You are Zhao Qingsong. Qin Sheng finally remembered that Zhao family had been copied by him. Zhao Qingsong became a fish out of the net because he went to the depths of the Devil Dragon wasteland to practice. Zhao Qingsong trembled all over, sending out a frightening death, said, finally remember? Well, I don't know who will kill you even if I die. Zhao Qingsong was very confident. He turned to Tu Lao and said, Tu Lao, today I will prove to you that it is the right choice for you to choose me as a disciple of Yin Sha sect that day. Tu Lao was covered by a black cage. He couldn't see clearly. He nodded and took a seat. Hearing this, Qin Sheng's face changed dramatically. The old butcher who couldn't see his appearance clearly, or even his accomplishments, was from Yin Sha sect. Yin Sha clan has been destroyed for a long time. Now it is revived with the recovery of the magic dragon wasteland. Tu Lao comes from the Yin Sha clan. Maybe the Yin Sha corpse that was dormant in the Yuanmai of Tianjia was written by this man. Qin Sheng's eyes changed. Everything can be explained clearly. In recent years, Qin Sheng has not shown much, especially in martial arts talent. It is clear that there is a heaven-level metavein in the body, but it is dormant in a Yin evil corpse. That Yin Sha corpse almost destroyed Qin Sheng's life. If it wasn't for Qin Sheng's chance to refine the inheritance and memory of the 10,000 robbers in the Malong mining area, it's impossible to find a sinister corpse in his body. Qin Sheng's eyes were cold. He stared at the old butcher, with a fierce sense of killing. Tu Lao and Qin Sheng looked at each other with a smile and said, young man, I will not interfere with your predestined resentment. Whoever wins will become a real disciple of Yin Sha sect and my own disciple. Young man, how splendid was Yin Sha clan in those days. Although it has been lonely for thousands of years, it will be brilliant again in the future. Tu Lao doesn't care about Qin Sheng's hatred of himself at all. He has many means to be obedient to Qin Sheng's governance. In front of the insects, even the old monsters in the cave had to give in. Hearing this, Zhao Qingsong's face was a little ugly. It was obvious that Tu Lao didn't care about his feelings at all, even for Qin Sheng. Qin Sheng's talent is so attractive that he has shown his talent for being able to match some of the Ho clan's children in the Great Yan dynasty. It's not Zhao Qingsong's big Yan city's Wudlaos. Therefore, with the rise of Qin Sheng, his favor for Qin Sheng is more and more strong. Chong. All of a sudden, Zhao Qingsong pulled out his sword. What he used now is a bone sword. His surging yuan power poured down, and the Fu light broke out, illuminating the whole sky. He hated Qin Sheng deeply. Along the way, what can't he compare with Qin Sheng? In particular, half a year ago, the outer courtyard was divided into different classes for trial. According to the normal script, the random graves in the Malong mining area are the bone burial ground of Qin Sheng. However, everything was beyond Zhao Qingsong's control. He did not expect that Qin Sheng would die so hard. Instead of dying in the disordered tombs in the Malong mining area, he got lucky because of misfortune, refined the inheritance and memory of the emperor, and changed his life against the sky. Since then, it has risen like a star. Once it goes out of control, it can rival the legitimate son of the marquis. Seeing Qin Sheng's growing speed more and more terrible, Zhao Qingsong chose to become a worm man, accept the torture of insect bite, and improve his huge ability in a short time, but his old age is doomed to be extremely miserable. The sword light soared to the sky, and with the terror of killing, it was beheaded to Qin Sheng. Qin Sheng's eyes suddenly contracted, and he felt the tremendous sword energy. Especially behind Zhao Qingsong, there was a ghostly corpse like a mountain. The bone sword came in front of him in an instant. "Go ahead, this is your burial ground." Zhao Qingsong has a ferocious face, and his eyebrows are full of murderous intentions. "Connect 9 channels." Qin Sheng said indifferently, then the whole body erupted like a volcanic eruption, just like in the darkness of the night. There was a rising sun slowly, a sharp wave of yuan force, accompanied by a holy will, covering the whole stone platform in an instant. Tu Lao's strength is very strong, deep and far beyond the realm of life. Anyway, in terms of Qin Sheng's current strength, it's not clear at all. That is to say, in 9 out of 10, Tu Lao, who is covered with black qi, is a strong man in Shenfu realm, even an old monster who touches Dongtian realm. He was wanted by the Emperor Dian at that time and suffered heavy losses. It seems that he got no less benefits from the ruins of the imperial dynasty, and his strength soared so much. "Xingjie Yuan Mai?" Tu Lao's eyes twinkled with greedy color, and he also got through the 2 saint-level Yuan Mai? In Tu Lao's hot eyes, Qin Sheng flashed out his hand. His prisoner's dragon hand was holding the bone sword directly with the power of thunder. "Grab my bone sword with bare hands, and die." Zhao Qingsong's ferocious face showed a touch of irony. His bone sword was made of the backbone of a big demon, and it has made a rune bone, which is extremely sharp and can match a 5-pattern rune. Ding! In Zhao Qingsong's ironic eyes, Qin Sheng's prison dragon grasped the bone sword with one hand, and a dazzling rune light broke out. Zhao Qingsong seemed to fall into the mire, his face changed greatly, and said, "How could it be? Qin Sheng's hand is as hard as his bone sword." Zhao Qingsong had known Qin Sheng was a double cultivation of body and martial arts, but he was so terrible. It seems that Qin Sheng has made a rune bone. Impossible. Zhao Qingsong's face was full of disbelief. He wanted to draw out the bone sword, but he found that Qin Sheng's hand was like an iron tongs, holding the bone sword. Qin Sheng, with a cold face, said, "Nothing is impossible. Let's finish today." Pa. Qin Sheng's backhand to Zhao Qingsong is a slap. Zhao Qingsong flies backward, his ferocious face is broken, and his blood flows out like spring water. Bang! Zhao Qingsong smashed into the stone mountain, coughing up blood with a big mouth. He held the bone sword in his hand, looked up at Qin Sheng, who was indifferent and forced by him, and his eyes were frightened at last. "How did you get so strong?" Zhao Qingsong asked all the doubts in fear. Although Qin was promoted to be Qin Zhongtian's son, born in a noble family, the talent shown from childhood was extremely mediocre. Compared with Zhao Qingsong, it was just like the firefly and the moon. There was an insurmountable huge gap. However, half a year ago, in the outer court trial, everything changed. Qin Sheng became stronger, just like sitting on a rocket, which made people despair. Zhao Qingsong has sold his life to Tu Lao, even became a worm man, accepted the worm bite, and experienced a lot of lifelong trials before he has today's achievements. Even, he has passed the first storm and thunder disaster. How old is Zhao Qingsong? Just over 20 years old. We have passed the first storm and thunder disaster. This talent and potential, let alone in Dian City, is rare even if we look at the whole Beichen country. Zhao Qingsong was in despair. He didn't expect Qin Sheng to become so strong. He not only got through the saint-level Yuan Mai, but also cultivated the legendary rune bone along the way of physical cultivation. This was the general existence he looked up to. Zhao Qingsong does not give in, he does not want to lose to Qin Sheng, which he regarded as a minion at the beginning. Hearing this, Qin Sheng shook his head and said, "It's not that I'm too strong, it's that you're too weak. Watch the sky from the well." Qin Sheng believed that without Tu Lao and Zhao Qingsong's strength, it would be impossible to pass the 9 gates. Even Qilian is dead, let alone Zhao Qingsong. Poof. Zhao Qingsong was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood. He bowed his head and recited the mantra. The sky changed for a while. Behind it, he was sacrificed to a wormhole. There were countless unreal ghost corpses crawling out of the wormhole and frantically rushed to Qin Sheng. Qin Sheng felt that he was being stared at by something terrible, so he went away. But it's too late. The endless stream of ghosts drowned Qin Sheng. Zhao Qingsong slowly stood up and watched the endless stream of phantom ghosts rise Qin to the submergence. He used a magic attack technique, which was vicious and horrible. He killed 1,000 enemies and injured 800 himself. For every time he does it, Zhao Qingsong will sacrifice 10 years of life. Zhao Qingsong has become a worming man. Even when he has reached the goal of life, his life will not exceed 100 years. This is the characteristic of the worming man. In a short time, his strength will skyrocket, but at the cost of his life. And this evil spirit devouring skill is even more terrifying. It can devour the spirit, domineering and vicious. Although he sacrificed 10 years of life, Zhao Qingsong was still very excited, because Qin Sheng was the nail in the eye, and the thorn in the flesh was finally going to die. This is the second time for Zhao Qingsong to use this Sha soul devouring skill. In the depths of the magic dragon wasteland, he used to use it. At that time, he devoured a warrior who had gone through the triple storm and thunder. All the martial artists who connected the 3 robbers were devoured by the spirits. What's more, this was only Qin Sheng who connected the spirits. Qin Sheng was very rebellious. He not only got through the Yuan vein of the saint level, but also refined the rune bone. However, it was all the talent of the body, and it was very difficult to cultivate the spirit realm. At the beginning, even the 3 powerful people who had reached the heaven soul realm were all devoured by the endless ghosts and corpses. Today's Qin Sheng will surely die. Countless illusory Sha corpses rushed into the sea of spirits of Qin Sheng. These Sha corpses, with their teeth and claws open, were accompanied by terror and fierce death. Qin Sheng's sea of gods and souls is very vast, because only a trace can light the star of life and soul over the sea of gods and souls. Every warrior can light up 9 life soul stars. The strength of life soul stars determines the talent and potential of spiritual cultivation in the future. From all directions, a stream of illusory ghosts enter the sea of spirits and devour a lot of soul power. The soul power above the sea of spirits decreases at a speed that can be seen by the naked eye. Qin Sheng was not flustered. He sneered at the corners of his mouth. Sha's soul-eating skill is really vicious. Looking at the scale of Sha corpse, it's estimated that as long as the warrior who doesn't light the life soul star will be consumed alive. Qin Sheng said indifferently, such a vicious soul skill may be frightening to other martial artists, but for me, it's definitely moss fighting fire. Yellow spring fire. Qin Sheng thought a move in the soul of the sea under the moment of fire rain. A great deal of fire rain falls down, and all the Insha corpses that are touched by the yellow spring fire are burned to ashes and turned into the most pure soul power. Squeak. Countless illusory Insha corpses want to escape. When the yellow spring fire comes out, all kinds of ghosts and magic tricks are in vain. If the Xingjie Yuanmai can make the Qin dynasty rise without invasion, then Huangquanhua is the yellow robe, the inherent protection armor, which will die if it touches. Before long, all the Yin and Sha corpses on the sea of Qin Sheng spirit died, and they were all burned by the fire of the yellow spring to become the most pure soul power. Originally, the sea soul power of Qin Sheng was even more powerful than before. Over Qin Sheng's sea of spirits, one of the stars of life and soul is glittering and shining, which is only a glimmer of light. Unfortunately, there is still a glimmer of opportunity in the end. The star of life and soul, even the most powerful person in Shenfu, has to pay a great price to light it. Now Qin Sheng has not even smelted the soul of war. It is too early to light the star of soul. It seems to be a long time. In fact, everything happened between the lightning and flint. Qin Sheng, in turn, devoured all the dead bodies of Yin Sha by using the fire. Poof. Zhao Qingsong, who had a proud and ferocious face, was backfired by the Yin sting and soul devouring skill. He vomited blood and rolled his head all over the ground. The soul power was exhausted in a flash. Ah! Zhao Qingsong sent out a shrill howl, which was 10 times, or even 100 times, of the body's pain. Just for a moment, Zhao Qingsong's hair turned gray and his skin relaxed, as if he had been old for decades. How could it be? Zhao Qingsong's face was full of disbelief. He shook his head crazily and said, "How can you fight against the Yin evil soul devouring skill? The strong connected with the 3 robbers should also drink and hate. You must have an unimaginable big secret." Zhao Qingsong knew that he had lost. Qin Shenglian had rune bone, and he could suppress him by lifting his hand. On the spirit, he had sacrificed 10 years of Shuyuan, and exerted the Yin evil soul devouring skill, but it was still in vain. That is to say, whether it's body or spirit, Qin Sheng's strength is far beyond Zhao Qingsong's. Because of the backfire of the Yin Sha soul devouring skill, Zhao Qingsong was extremely weak. He looked at Tu Lao and begged, "Tu Lao, help me." It's a pity that Tu Lao is like an old monk who has settled down and is unmoved. I'm sure there is an unimaginable chance for this son. As long as you kill this son, the harvest will definitely be far beyond imagination. Zhao Qingsong was really full of bad thoughts. He was in great trouble when he was dying. In Zhao Qingsong's opinion, even if Qin Sheng was rebellious, he would not be able to fight against Tu Lao. Hearing this, Tu Lao was moved. He watched Qin Sheng's eyes glow. Qin Sheng is so old that he has become a rune bone, and he can resist the Yin Sha soul-devouring skill that all the powerful people who are connected with the 3 robbers hate. Tu Lao comes from Yin Sha clan. He is the most clear about the power of Yin Sha soul devouring skill. Although Zhao Qingsong's spirit state is not strong, as long as the other party doesn't light up the soul star once he starts, the spirit will definitely go out. There is no doubt about that. At last, Tu Lao shook his head indifferently and said, I will not interfere in the war between you two. You can go on your way at ease." Tu Lao's words are just like the sentence of the god of death. Zhao Qingsong's face turns gray as soon as he hears them. Qin Sheng strolls to Zhao Qingsong. Zhao Qingsong recited words which were very ancient. At last, he vomited 78 or 89 blood essence and sacrificed all his Shuyuan. Rumble. Above the sky, there is a terrible light, and a huge thing climbs out of the cave, showing a head. Qin Sheng looked up at the sky, and suddenly he was shocked. What came out was a corpse dragon. The corpse dragon is huge and frightening, just sticking out a head, dried up flesh and blood, overflowing frightening dead air, and empty holes like two black holes can devour everything. This corpse dragon, from the point of view of breath, is definitely beyond the realm of life. Roar. The corpse dragon roars and breaks out the breath that can be seen by the naked eye. Although it is dead, the breath is not weaker than before. This is a real dragon. Although it has been lost and turned into a corpse dragon, it was sacrificed by Zhao Qingsong using an unknown secret method. Zhao Qingsong's incantation grew longer and longer. His body trembled and blood seeped out of countless pores. Obviously, Zhao Qingsong's current strength is not realistic to summon the corpse dragon completely. As soon as the corpse dragon appeared, even Tu Lao was shocked. He suddenly stood up, looked at Zhao Qingsong deeply, and asked, "When do you find the secret skill to summon the corpse dragon? To me, I will keep you alive." Butcher's eyes flashed greedy eyes, which can summon the secret skill of corpse dragon. It's such a rare summoning skill. Even though it costs a lot, it's a rare anti-sky method in life and death. Zhao Qingsong's mouth was bleeding and sneering. He read the old mantra crazily and even sacrificed his soul power. He had been following Tu Lao for a long time and knew the means of Tu Lao very well. Zhao Qingsong knew that he would die today. Neither Tu Lao nor Qin Sheng could let him go. In this case, it's better to shoot and disperse the corpse dragon directly, sacrifice yourself, summon the corpse dragon, and pull them on the back, so that he won't be lonely on the way to the spring. Qin Sheng's eyes were full of fierce eyes. He stepped out step by step, as fast as lightning. His left hand flashed Kuanping fist. Where he passed, there was a virtual shadow of the ancient beast Da Peng, and his right hand flashed a spear. Bang! The spear, like a black lightning, pierced Zhao Qingsong's chest in an instant. It's a congenital talisman. Although it's damaged, it's also a congenital talisman after all. Its power is far beyond the ordinary 5-pattern talisman. Zhao Qingsong's chest was pierced, and he was hanged in two by the terror of death. However, Zhao Qingsong, as a wormlin, has a strong vitality. Even though he was pierced by a spear, he still hasn't died. He still has words in his mouth. Boom. An illusory giant ROC rushes past, and the dazzling fist like the sun falls on Zhao Qingsong's head. Poof, Zhao Qingsong's head was shot. Whoa. Qin Sheng didn't stop. He opened his mouth and spat out a fire. Hiss. The horrible fire of the yellow spring burned Zhao Qingsong's body and soul to ashes. Zhao Qingsong, die. The first enemy who woke up from Qin Sheng was finally dead, both the body and the spirit were destroyed. Insha soul devouring skill, corpse dragon summoning skill? Qin Sheng used the fire to refine Zhao Qingsong's spirit fragments. He got these two evil methods. Can the fire be used like this? Qin Sheng was shocked. He didn't expect that the yellow spring fire had such an anti-sky function, refining each other's soul fragments and getting each other's secrets. It's too rebellious. If in 9 days and 10 places, he only needs to kill the inheriting disciples of the major religions, can he get the other side's method of success? Dead? Tu Lao's face was a little ugly. With Zhao Qingsong's death, the secret skill of summoning the soul and corpse dragon was lost. Qin Sheng. Tu Lao withdrew the black fog, showed his true face, and said with a smile, "You and Zhao Qingsong have decided the outcome. If you don't kneel 3 times and worship 9 times, I can accept you as my own disciple." If Tu Lao heard this, Zhao Qingsong would be angry to death. Zhao Qingsong is only a registered disciple, which is temporary and may be abandoned at any time. The voice of Tu Lao is full of demagogues. He is very confident. The Insha clan once existed as a giant in the Tianyuan continent, and only recovered in the last 100 years. Moreover, it is said that their old patriarch did not die completely in the War of Annihilation 10,000 years ago, but remained dormant, waiting for the return of rebirth. Tu Lao tells Qin Sheng some secrets about the Insha clan, which Zhao Qinsong has never heard of. Smell words, Qin Sheng grins, very simply said, no interest. When Tu Lao's face stiffened, he didn't expect to be rejected. A terrible wave of Yuan power broke out in a moment. His eyes were cold, like a raging inborn demon. His breath sounded like a bell, deafening. There is no doubt that the terror and pressure of the powerful people in Shenfu are all over Qin Sheng. Poof. Qin Sheng's body was stiff, his bones crackled, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Is this the dread of the powerful? Just to release Yuan Li's pressure, Qin Sheng almost kneels down and spits blood. There are 3 different realms, 9 kinds of storm and thunder. The strength gap is too big. Tu Lao was very high. The quality of Yin voice test asked, give you another chance to think clearly and come back again. If you dare to refuse my invitation from Yin Sha clan, there will be no good end. There is a sense of killing in the voice of Butcher. Qin Sheng lowers his head and holds a mirror card in his hand, which is the mirror card of Tongmingjing. This is Qin Sheng's biggest life-saving card. No matter it's the body refining of gods and demons, the sword and grass, even the Xingjie Yuan Mai, and the most rebellious fire of the Yellow Spring, it's impossible to resist the Tu Lao in the present situation of the God's Mansion. It's too much to fight across the 3 realms. Even if you are a genius who is rebellious against the sky, you should also drink hatred. Tu Lao's mouth is full of cold. He is very determined. Qin Sheng will obey him. If he doesn't follow him, he will directly discard his accomplishments and ask about his great chance. If he dare not, he will directly perform the top-secret soul skill, draw out Qin Sheng's spirit, make a soul lamp, and light it for 79 days. No one can withstand this cruel punishment. At this time, the sky was shaking and the stars were moving. These are not real stars, but the huge array was simulated, but they are also scary. Jingling bell. The spirit of heaven and the spirit of earth, tilde. The voice of the old people rings, and the stars move around. There is a great terror spreading from the stars. Both Tu Lao and Qin Sheng were in a cold sweat. They looked up at the sky. There are body chasers chanting ancient incantations in front of him, and a group of corpses behind are beating gongs and drums. They are all wearing festive clothes, but the pale face makes Qin Sheng scared. Although separated by hundreds of millions of miles, Qin Sheng still felt the terrible evil spirit. 16 powerful corpses carried a sedan chair, in which a bride was covered with a red head. This is 2 months ago. I met the body chaser in the Magic Dragon Wasteland. Qin Sheng was very impressed. At the beginning, he was almost found by Han Mengchen. The process was very dangerous. Unexpectedly, 2 months later, I came across it again in the ruins of Dali Dynasty. This huge stone platform has no place to hide, and Qin Sheng feels that it has been found. It's not so bad, is it? Qin Sheng murmured, when I met the corpse god, I got married? Corpse god, that is, the corpse spirit awakens the memory of the previous life, nirvana rebirth and remarriage, that is a god. Even the Emperor of Kaleidoscope has never met a real deity, but only has seen half of the deities. A group of corpses are playing gongs and drums, but the music is a little dark. They can't hear any festive taste at all. Tu Lao is also blindfolded. Those corpses are full of horror. The strength of any corpse is no less than that of him. Moreover, the leader of the body chaser is even more terrifying. Tu Lao can't see his accomplishments at all. Tu Lao is a real powerful man in Shenfu. He can't even see through his accomplishments. He is also an old monster in Dongtian. He may even be the most powerful man in Vientiane for thousands of years. In the Dayan dynasty, the most powerful people in the Vientiane realm were rare. They came out in one hand. As expected, the body chaser was close. His face was old, and he tried to squeeze out a kind smile. He didn't look at Tu Lao, but he looked at Qin Sheng. Son-in-law, my name is Chu Ling. The body chaser even introduced himself, I'm the tomb keeper here. You can call me Ling Lao. The tomb keeper of Dali dynasty? That is to say, Dali really has descendants? Qin Sheng heard this, and he was shocked. He turned around and looked at the back. He asked in doubt, are you calling me? Chu Ling squinted and nodded, it's natural. The ruins of Dali imperial dynasty are opened. You are the only one who has broken through the 9 gates alone. Among these people, the dragon and phoenix are absolutely qualified to be our son-in-law. The language of Chu Ling is very harmonious, and there is no sound measurement that was seen far away in the magic dragon wasteland. In fact, 2 people broke through 9 gates when the site of the imperial dynasty was opened. Apart from Qin Sheng, Zhao Qingsong was also one of them, but Zhao Qingsong had been killed by Qin Sheng. Besides, as the tomb keeper here, Chu Ling had already taken everything back to the bottom of his eyes. Zhao Qingsong's strength is good, but he also takes himself as an insect and improves his strength with the help of external forces. Whether it's talent or potential, it's 18,000 miles away from Qin Sheng. Qin Sheng is more qualified to be the son-in-law. Qin Sheng listened to his shame. He just came to participate in the hospital test. How could he become the son-in-law? Moreover, this son-in-law is not the son-in-law of the current dynasty, Dayan Emperor, but the son-in-law of the previous dynasty. This is not a conspiracy, is it? Qin Sheng whispered, let's not talk about the bride's appearance, body, and temperament. If you're not careful, you're wanted. That's it. At that time, I don't need to go to Dayan Emperor to get my father out. The 2 father and son met directly in prison. Thinking of this, Qin Sheng shook his head and refused. No way. I can't marry your princess. Qin Sheng said hesitantly. What? With a frown on Chu Mausoleum's brow, the wind and clouds suddenly changed, and the endless stars on the sky shook. There was a terrible scene. Just a change of eyes will change the color of heaven and earth, which is definitely the strength of those who are far beyond the power of Shenfu's environment, and the strength of the bottom guarantee is also the strength of the old monster in Dongshenjing. Don't you think we're too far away from the emperor to be worthy of you? Chu Ling shouted. The voice sounded like an ancient bell. It was deafening. Qin Sheng's ears were blindfolded and he was shocked. Qin Sheng looked up at the tomb keeper named Chu Ling. His face was startled. He felt blood clotting all over his body. Even though the 2 sacred steps of Yuan veins were frozen, he could not move. Senior, it's not that I despise the princess of the royal dynasty, but that I have already had it. Qin Sheng's face was not red, and he said without blinking. If I marry the princess of your dynasty again, does that make her suffer? Qin Sheng doesn't blush at all when he lies. Xiao Bingning is not his wife at all. He is Xu Hengyi's fiancé. However, Xiao Bingning is poisoned, which triggers the prohibition in Jiao's body. He spends the night with Qin Sheng after a mistake. Qin Sheng's eyes turn, his eyes twinkle, marry the princess of the previous dynasty? Don't be kidding. That's the princess of the previous dynasty. This is Chu Ling. Do ghosts know if they are plotting to revolt and fight against inflammation? If this is the case, Qin Sheng will become a wanted man in the Dayan dynasty in minutes. Qin Sheng has just risen, so he must not take such a risk. Hearing this, the tomb keeper Chu Ling's face was not very good looking, and he said in a deep voice, since you have a wife, what 9 doors do you want to enter? Qin Sheng was puzzled as soon as he heard it. He muttered, you didn't say that married people can't enter 9 gates. When Chu Ling heard this, he immediately got angry. The kind smile on his face converged, showing a cold feeling. Senior, Mr. Tu is not very old. He has entered 9 schools. Maybe he is unmarried. Qin Sheng suddenly pointed to Tu Lao, who coveted the fate of his Qin Sha clan. Tu Lao's face was startled. He was indeed unmarried for life. With his strength, he would not marry a wife, nor take a fancy to the daughter of any family. Chu Ling glanced at Tu Lao, and his turbid eyes suddenly became cold. He laughed and said, "How can a Qin Sha clan deserve to be a princess of our dynasty?" Tu Lao hides in the corner, shivering and being called "you iniquity," but he dare not contradict, so he can only smile politely and embarrassedly. 10,000 years ago, in the War of Annihilation, Qin Sha clan also fell into trouble. It's a world feud to leave the emperor with me. As soon as the voice of Chu Mausoleum turned, there was endless cold in the voice. Tu Lao Dun forced him to join the Qin Sha clan for decades. 10,000 years ago, he didn't know anything about it at all. It's annoying to see you Qin Sha field mice. Chu Mausoleum put out a hand. The old hand rose in the face of the storm. There were many runes. Accompanied by the terrible thunder and other destructive breath, it expanded like a mountain in an instant. Tu Lao is scared. He doesn't understand why Chu Ling suddenly killed himself. Poo 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 poo. Tu Lao's crazy resistance, his hands against the huge hand rolled down, spit blood, they are not a level of existence at all. The tomb keeper Chu Ling is just a slap in the hand, just like swatting flies. The butcher of Shenfu was severely damaged. Are there any misunderstandings, elder? Spare my life. Tu Lao's bones burst, his body began to break, and a large number of black fog gushed out, accompanied by many poisonous insects, scorpions, snakes, and centipedes. The people of Qin Sha clan are basically all kinds of poisons. Chu Ling turns a deaf ear, his eyebrows are full of murderous intentions, and his hands are pressed down hard. Pooh. Tu Lao instantly turns into a black blood mist. 5 poisons, such as poisonous insects, poisonous scorpions, poisonous snakes, poisonous centipedes, are killed one after another. The fierce Yuanli strangles them and turns them into powder. Tu Lao belched his fart and left no last words. Several decades ago, he became a disciple of Qin Sha sect by chance. He went crazy in practice, and his realm soared like a rocket. If he was not wanted by the strong in Dian dynasty, he would have been dormant, and his accomplishments would have been more terrible. Qin Sheng's heart was frightened and his eyes were about to fall out. This is what kind of cultivation is the tomb keeper, who can annihilate the old Tu in the Shenfu area by flicking his fingers. Chu Ling never put Tu Lao in his eyes, just like catching flies. He soon took back his sight, put his eyes on Qin Sheng again, and tried to squeeze out a kind smile. He killed a real powerful man in Shenfu and turned to Qin Sheng with a kind smile. However, for Qin Sheng, he could not feel any warmth at all, but felt extremely cold. What did we just say? Chu Ling, the tomb keeper, grinned as if just crushing and killing the old man was just a trivial matter. Qin Sheng's expression was stiff, and he was roaring in his heart. He said to himself, "Where did you just talk about? Didn't you count in your heart?" Just now, with Qin Sheng's good intentions, Tu Lao is also a man who has broken through the 9 gates. However, Qin Sheng's good intentions indirectly killed Tu Lao. Of course, Qin Sheng didn't have any pity for Tu Lao's death. Tu Lao spread evil spirits everywhere, and indirectly let Qin Yuan's kind of people play tricks on him. Otherwise, his cultivation had already soared to the sky. How could he still stay in the same vein when he was nearly an adult? Old age, memory is not very good. Chu Ling said to himself, now the reptile of the Qin Sha clan is dead. You are the only one left. Son-in-law, you won't break old slaves again? Chu Ling peeped at Qin Sheng and said, I can see that you are not a thing in the pool. Sooner or later, you will become a dragon. For men, 3 wives and 4 concubines are normal. Chu Ling slowly approached Qin Sheng and patted him on the shoulder. Qin Shengru is shocked and dare not move. 9 times out of 10, the old monster in the cave of Chu Mausoleum has lived for thousands of years. Just patted Qin Sheng on the shoulder, almost scared Qin Sheng to pee, and killed Tu Lao between his pinkies. Qin Sheng's strength is 180,000 miles away from Tu Lao. Obviously, Chu Ling didn't want to hurt Qin Sheng at all. Ha ha. Qin Sheng didn't know what to say. He laughed. Chu Ling seemed to look at Qin Sheng with deep eyes, and said with a smile, "If you don't bite, I'll take it as your consent." Qin Sheng is white. Does he dare to say no now? If he dared to refuse again, he would be a tomb keeper with such a strange temperament as Chu Ling, and a body chaser. Once you get angry, you can kill him thousands of times in minutes. Old Chu, don't you have to talk to the princess first? Qin Sheng still didn't give up. Married to the beauty, of course, and the others, that is the princess of the previous dynasty. You are beautiful, but also a hot potato. It is a time bomb. Cannot touch, cannot touch. Chu Ling narrowed his eyes and smiled. He said seriously, the marriage from the imperial court has always been regulated, and the timing has been the princess has the final say. Those who are able to break through the 9 gates, the man becomes the son-in-law, and the woman becomes the concubine. Come and help the son-in-law wash and change clothes. Chu Ling was obviously bored. He rang the bell and 2 cold corpses approached Qin Sheng. The 2 corpse spirits sent out cold and piercing breath, which made Qin Sheng's face scared and shivering. This is the maid who died 10,000 years ago. She was made into corpse spirits by the tomb of Chu. These corpse spirits only have some instinct, but they are very agile. Soon Qin Sheng was put on the new clothes of the bridegroom's official. Qin Sheng showed a smile that was worse than crying. Although he had a fire in his body, he could burn all 8 wastes, but he did not dare to go wild at this time. It was not good for Qin Sheng to tear his face with Chu Ling at this time. Chu Mausoleum appears in front of Qin Sheng like a ghost, with a satisfied smile. It seems that he is very satisfied with the former emperor's son-in-law. He says, "Son-in-law, time is a little fast. Please mount." Smell words. Qin Sheng is a little confused. Mount? What kind of mounts are there? The stone platform is empty. Apart from some broken stones, there is also a heap of corpses. Nothing else? Most of these corpses were dead palace maids and eunuchs of the previous dynasty. This Chu Mausoleum is not for me to let these old mothers? Qin Sheng's heart is full of 10,000 heads of grass, mud and horses. Old Chu, you're joking. Where is the mount here? Qin Sheng finally suppressed his panic and couldn't help saying. Chu Ling clapped his forehead and said to himself, "I'm sorry, my son-in-law. He's old and doesn't have a good memory. Please wait a moment." Chu Ling gave an order, then took out some bottles and jars from the ring, and finally found a piece of yellow paper. This piece of yellow paper is ragged. It seems that it has been bitten through several holes by moths. It's obviously a long time ago. There are some incantations written on it like dragon flying and phoenix dancing and ghost drawing. At last, Chu Ling breathed a sigh of relief. The son-in-law is a dragon and phoenix among people. In the future, he should ride a dragon if he wants to win the title of Tianyuan land. When Qin Sheng heard this, he was shocked. How could he ride a dragon? My darling, isn't this great departure from the emperor so powerful? Even after being buried for thousands of years, can the dragon be summoned out? Qin Sheng didn't believe it, but what he was looking at was an old monster who seemed to be in the cave. What could not happen? *% Yuan Chen. Chu Ling read the old mantra loudly. The yellow paper bang was ignited, and other corpses cooperated very well. They even beat gongs and drums, and walked on sad music. Nima, it's also a big marriage. Can't you play this kind of music? It doesn't sound like going to the high hall, but to the funeral. The mantra of Chu Mausoleum was long and smelly. Nearly half an hour later, there was a throb in the sky. Rumble. Under the stone platform, there are endless abysses, as if there are terrorist things to climb out. Ouch. A dragon chant came from the abyss, shaking the heaven and the earth, even the endless stars in the sky were shifting. Is there really a dragon? Qin Sheng looks forward, his eyes are a little unbelievable. Since the War of Annihilation 10,000 years ago, the pure-blood dragon family has long been dead. There are all subspecies, even species C, in the depths of the magic dragon wasteland. The blood of the dragon family is thin. Just for the next moment, Qin Sheng was stunned. A huge head like a mountain climbed out of the abyss. Two groups of soul fire were lit in the empty eyes. There was no flesh and blood all over the body, and there was a faint cold and piercing dead air infiltrating out. One-day corpse dragon? Qin Sheng shouted, "Old Chu, you let me ride corpse dragon?" "What's the problem?" Chu Ling asked. "What's wrong with the corpse dragon?" "I'll tell you, this corpse dragon has a great future. It was fought in the War of Annihilation 10,000 years ago." Chu Ling's mouth foamed and boasted, "Do you know the origin of the magic dragon wasteland?" Qin Sheng frowned when he heard about it. Of course, he heard about the history of the magic dragon wasteland. But because of the age, many things were lost, which was very vague. "Old Chu, please." Qin Sheng put his posture very low. He was very clear that the tomb keeper like Chu Lao liked to brag about that when he was old. Chu Ling stroked the white beard and said seriously, "The reason why the Magic Dragon Wasteland is called the Magic Dragon Wasteland is that a real dragon is buried in the wasteland." Pure dragon. It's not the subspecies of velociraptor and earthworm. When Qin Sheng heard this, his face suddenly turned cold. Pure dragon is rare even in 9 days and 10 places. Qin Sheng didn't expect that there was a pure dragon buried in such a small plain in the Tianyuan continent. It's just that it's a magic dragon. It's demonized. After that, the emperors will kill it and die in the wasteland with blood. Chu Lao said about the history of 10,000 years ago, and this corpse dragon is the descendant of that demon dragon at that time, with pure blood. Demonized? The so-called demonization is actually the meaning of depravity, which is invaded by evil laws or spirits. The emperor did not go through the War of Annihilation 10,000 years ago. He was not very familiar with this period of history. I only know that in the wild frontier, there is the rise of the alien race, and the war with the human race. The Great Wasteland is too big and continuous. It's not the same as the Magic Dragon Wasteland. Don't worry, this corpse dragon hasn't been invaded by evil spirits. Chu Ling clapped his chest and assured him, this dragon died of poisoning. Qin Sheng was shocked and asked, "Poisoned? How poisonous is it to be able to poison a pure dragon?" Chu Ling also seemed to see Qin Sheng's doubts. He patted his shoulder and said, "Son-in-law, you don't have to worry. 10,000 years have passed. All the poisonous things have disappeared. Don't worry about riding a dragon. It's a pure dragon. Let alone the 36 dynasties in the wasteland. Even if you look at the whole Tianyuan continent, there are few people like your son-in-law today?" Old Chu laughed. Qin Sheng was very upset to hear the laughter. "Son-in-law, hurry up, don't delay the auspicious time of worship." At the urging of Chu Lao, he reluctantly climbed on the head of the corpse dragon. The corpse dragon was so cold and piercing that Qin Sheng felt that his blood was about to be solidified. Sniff. A large number of dead qi should invade Qin Sheng's body. These black dead qi are accompanied by a strong poison. For a moment, Qin Sheng felt dizzy and weak. Nima, it's really poisonous. This is Qin Sheng's last sound, then he crooked his neck and fell powerless. Do not know how long time has passed, Qin Sheng slowly opened his eyes. I'm not dead? This is the first feeling of Qin Sheng's recovery of consciousness. Didn't he get poisoned by a pure dragon family 10,000 years ago? That kind of poison is really too toxic. The hair is too fast. Qin Sheng couldn't even activate the fire. He turned his eyes and passed out. Thirsty. Qin Sheng felt his lips were dry and his mouth was dry. Give me water. Me. A warm current passed down Qin Sheng's red lips, moistening his weak body. Qin Sheng had eaten congenitally sanctioned and Dali-Yuan liquid. His body was as strong as a demon. At this moment, he was so fragile. He felt weak, as if his body had been hollowed out. Warm current with Qin Sheng's dry lips spread to the four limbs. It's not water, it's Dali-Yuan liquid? Qin Sheng finally recovered some strength. He suddenly opened his eyes. The first person to appear in front of her was a beautiful woman. Qin Sheng was amazed by her beautiful face and her heart beat faster. She was wearing a red joyful underwear and was extremely hot. Is this the princess of the former dynasty? No, I'm not poisoned. Can you worship the high hall, or the cave, or the room? Qin Sheng looks puzzled. You wake up. The princess of Qin dynasty not only has a beautiful face, but also has a beautiful voice. She looks at Qin Sheng, and her face is somewhat complicated and shy. My name is Chu Qiao. Chu Qiao is very shy. She looks at the man in front of her. The man who has already met her is Qin Sheng. He will be his husband in the future. Last night, under the chairmanship of the tomb keeper, they worshipped the high hall for the two and became a couple. They even had the reality of husband and wife. Qin Sheng looked at Chu Qiao, who was very shy. He was a little embarrassed. Unexpectedly, he was poisoned and unconscious. He was also arranged to worship the hall and enter the cave. Qin Sheng doubted that Chu Ling, the tomb keeper, was immortal and full of bad thoughts. The corpse dragon summoned was also premeditated. However, it's too late to say that all these things are done. The raw rice has been cooked. My name is Qin Sheng. Qin Sheng also introduced himself. He had no impression of what happened last night. Then they fell into silence. Finally, Qin Sheng, as a man, first asked, Your erysipelas are cured? When Qin Sheng mentioned the past, Chijitan's unique face showed a blush and nodded. Chu Qiao did not grow up in the ruins of Dali dynasty, but was one of dozens of affiliated countries from Dian dynasty, which had been destroyed. Chu Qiao also became a princess in distress. Later, Chu Ling, who was chased out of her body, found that her body even flowed with the blood of the descendants of the previous dynasty, and she became a princess of the previous dynasty. It's a lot of coincidence that Qin Sheng and Chu Qiao can be together. Chu Qiao put on his new clothes in a rustle, arranged his breakfast, looked back and said, Chu Lao is waiting outside. You can come out later. Old Chu seems to have something for you. Chu Qiao said and left. She was a princess. She married Qin Sheng in such a dazed way. She was very confused. All right. Qin Sheng nodded, and then began to tidy up his things. His Neji is still there. It hasn't been moved by the Chu mausoleum. The image Huka is good. Qin Sheng changed his clothes and drank a small bowl of Liyuan liquid. After training for a whole hour, he vomited 3 big gulps of black blood, and then recovered. His spirit recovered to the peak. Qin Sheng looked around and saw that it was a dragon bed. Squeak. Qin Sheng hesitated and opened the door. Chu had been waiting outside for a long time, knocking on his legs, smiling at Qin Sheng and saying, "Wake up. Did you sleep well last night? A midnight snack is worth a fortune. I hope you don't waste it." Chu Ling, an old man, smiled at Qin Sheng like a thief. Qin Sheng's face coagulated, and there was a sneer between his eyebrows. "How did I come here last night? Didn't you count in your heart? Qin Sheng last night, because of the root of poisoning, leading to coma, how can you enjoy the so-called spring curfew worth 1,000? Haha. I didn't expect that there was a trace of poison left in the corpse dragon, but fortunately, I have used secret methods to clean up all the virulent poisons." Chu Ling's tall hand explained, "And I think even if I don't do it again, I guess the fire in your body will throw a little poison to clean up quickly." When Qin Sheng heard this, he was very angry. But it can poison a pure dragon's poison. How could it become a little poison lost in the old immortal's mouth? This old man. Qin Sheng scolded in his heart for a long time, but he was afraid of old Chu's terror and dared not speak out. Chu Ling looked at Qin Sheng with a smile. The more he looked, the more satisfied he was. With a strange passion, it is impossible to achieve too low in the future. It is destined to rise in the 36 dynasties of this wasteland. Shock everyone. Chu Ling's smile is cheap. He points to a pile of things beside him and says, "Last night, because of some small episodes, we delayed for a while. Here is our wedding dowry, you can take it." Qin Sheng's eyes brightened as soon as he heard it. Now he has cooked the rice. Qin Sheng's body has been branded as the son-in-law of the previous dynasty, that is to say, he is completely tied to the same boat. Now that it's like this, Qin Sheng feels that he might as well take advantage of it. However, when Qin Sheng shunned Chu Ling's fingers saw the so-called dowry, his face suddenly turned blue. If he didn't think of the horrible scene that Tu Lao was finally slapped to death by Chu Ling, Qin Sheng wanted to turn his face. At the foot of Chu Mausoleum, there are a lot of broken iron. The broken iron sword, the armor with a big hole, some bottles, jars, old yellow paper and some black iron cards. Is this Chu Chao's dowry? Qin Sheng's face was red, and his eyes were full of anger. He forced his anger and asked, coldly. This is especially like a dowry. It said that the rotten copper and iron have been given face. In Qin Sheng's eyes, it's a pile of rubbish. Chu Chao clenches Bei's teeth. Her face is red and she dare not look at Qin Sheng. She also thought that Chu Ling was a little too much. This is her marriage, but the dowry is just a pile of broken iron. Qin Sheng is not satisfied, even she feels ashamed. Chu Ling stopped smiling and looked at Qin Sheng with a smile on his face. He asked, "How is it? Dislike?" Qin Sheng was adamant and didn't say a word. Isn't it obvious? This kind of dowry, let alone a huge thing like a great departure from the emperor 10,000 years ago, even a small family in Dian City can't take it. This is a bully. Chu Ling stood up. He picked up a broken iron sword, which seemed to be just dug out. It was rusty and smelled of soil. This is the sword used by the first emperor. I forgot its name, but it's so fragmentary, but it's fought in the War of Annihilation, 10,000 years ago. Chu Ling handed the iron sword to Qin Sheng. It was a magic sword in those days. If it wasn't for you, I would like to use it myself. Qin Sheng took over the iron sword. The rust of the iron sword was thick. He could not see the original appearance at all. This sword is not as bad as it looks on the surface. You should keep it well. When it's critical, it can let you cut the dragon. The dragon flying and phoenix dancing in the tomb of Chu is very mysterious. Qin Sheng turned his eyes. He didn't believe Chu Ling at all. What can this dagger do? It's useless to cut firewood, isn't it? Qin Sheng is disgusted, but he also keeps it well in the end. The tomb keeper's temper is very bad. Turning over his face is faster than turning over a book. The ghost knows that if Qin Sheng refuses, it will bring you consequences. Last night, Qin Sheng was almost poisoned and killed by the old immortal. Seeing Qin Sheng's iron sword, Chu Lingkai nodded his head with satisfaction and explained to Qin Sheng a armor with a big hole. This armor is also rusty and a little better than iron sword. There is a sign of bathing fire and leaving the dragon in the middle. It can hardly be seen that it is the imperial weapon of Dali dynasty. This is the armor that the crown prince passed through before being destroyed. Hurry to recognize the Lord by dripping blood. According to the records of the treasury, it was once a holy rune, but it was severely damaged and fell into the nature. When Qin Sheng heard this, he suddenly showed an unbelievable look and said, "This was once a sacred rune?" The talisman can be divided into 1 pattern to 9 patterns, of which 5 or more patterns are congenital ones, and those above 9 patterns are called saint-level ones. Qin Sheng looks suspicious, but he also puts on his armor, cuts through his hands, and recognizes the Lord with blood. Buzz. Rusty, there is a big hole in the chest of the armor. Unexpectedly broke out a dazzling rune light. The whole palace is like lighting a huge white fire. Me. The armor was integrated into Qin Sheng's flesh and blood, which resonated with the 2 holy level primordial veins in his body. Was this armor really a talisman of the Holy Order? Qin Sheng didn't believe it. How precious is the holy level talisman? The talisman above the 9 patterns is called the holy level talisman. In Dian City, let alone the 9 pattern talisman, even the 6 pattern talisman is precious. Qin Sheng obviously felt that there was a thin rune film on the door of the big hole in his chest, which should be repaired slowly. Seeing this scene, Qin Sheng finally believed that Chu Ling was immortal. He had repaired it for thousands of years before he could repair it. It can be seen that this armor was not an ordinary thing at that time. Here are some yellow papers. I found them after a long time in the treasury of the previous dynasty. Chu Ling was holding the yellow paper, but his old face was a little reluctant. Qin Sheng is stunned. Isn't it just some yellow paper? These yellow papers are the products of the court of the previous dynasty, which have been lost. With the incantation on the jade slips, they can summon great terror. Chu Ling said, "Don't use it indiscriminately. I'm afraid that in case someone recognizes it, you will get into trouble." Can summon great terror? Qin Sheng's eyes brightened. Can corpse dragon summon? Hearing this, Chu Ling nodded. The corpse dragon is only the lowest level. There is a piece of blue paper in it, which can summon the great terror of the cave. Chu Ling explained. Qin Sheng sorted out the runes and found 4 or 5 yellow and 1 blue. This dowry is also kind. It can be used for life and death. Qin Sheng was satisfied with his income, then turned to the 3 remaining black tokens and asked, "What are these?" Chu Ling picked up 3 black tokens, his old face turned positive, and said, "This is the token for chasing the corpse." Body chasing token? Qin Sheng was shocked and asked, "I am the 80th generation successor of an organization established by some old ministers of the previous dynasty." Chu Ling was very proud, and his eyebrows were a little proud. As long as you activate this body-chasing token, then in the 36 dynasties of the wasteland, the body-chasing people within 10,000 miles will receive your assembly order and come to help you finish one thing. Don't use them when you are free. When the body chaser comes out, ghosts and gods should avoid them. Don't use them when you are small. Chu Ling warned Qin Sheng that he was afraid of Qin Sheng's misuse, which caused chaos in the organization of the body chaser. Qin Sheng looked at Chu Ling seriously and asked, "Anything is okay?" Chu Ling clapped his chest and said, "That's natural. Then get my father out of the capital prison." Qin Sheng held up one of the body chaser tokens and said his request. Poof. Chu Ling almost fell to the ground, his face embarrassed. Qin Sheng frowned and said, "My father is just a man of martial arts. Being imprisoned for 100 years is not a big deal. This." The old face of Chu Ling is burning, and it's hard to hide. Qin Sheng raised his eyebrows and asked with dissatisfaction, "Old Chu, didn't you say that your organization can meet my wishes at will? You can't do such a small thing?" Qin Sheng was dissatisfied. He felt that Chu Mausoleum was full of guns. He didn't know what was true. Chu Ling was embarrassed and blushed. He wanted to explain, but Qin Sheng choked him and couldn't say a word. At this time, Chu Qiao comes over and nibbles at his teeth. He looks at Qin Sheng Meng and swallows his saliva. His mouth is dry. Chu Qiao becomes his woman, and the more she looks, the more she looks. Maybe beauty is in the eyes of her lover. Her temperament can even compare with that of Xiao Bingning, or the two women have different temperament. Their looks and bodies are second to none. Qin Sheng, don't be too old for Chu. Chu Qiao's voice is very pleasant to hear. It's like the 9 days descending from the vault of heaven. The imperial capital of the great Yuan dynasty has all kinds of big lines and all kinds of eyeliners. It's impossible to rush to the corpse people. Chu Ling laughed a few times and said, "Yes, the rise of Yuan dynasty is too fast. I can get close to it alone, but I can't bring the corpse spirit. The body chaser, without the body spirit, the combat effectiveness will be reduced dramatically. It will take a long time to save your father. When you arrive at the Yuan dynasty, try to spend some yuanjing first. If you have money, you can do things well. See if you can get it done. If you can't even figure out the crystal, you can contact me then." Chu Ling patted his chest and said, "Don't worry, I also have some details and a little contacts in Yuan dynasty." Has the final say. Chu Ling takes Chu Qiao and leaves. "We are going. I will take Chu Qiao to the ancestral place of the royal family for baptism," Chu Ling finally said. Qin Sheng frowned and asked, "Are you going to leave? What kind of son-in-law is this? Just worship the hall, just leave the cave. The room will be separated?" Qin Sheng has just accepted the fact that Chu Qiao is such a charming wife, but he has to be separated again. Chu Ling nodded and said, "Don't get married. You have plenty of time in the future. This baptism is very important to Chu Qiao and can't be delayed anymore." Qin Sheng hears the words, but he doesn't hold them back. He says goodbye to them. "Boy, don't blame me for not warning you. After this court test, you should go to Yuan Emperor to choose one of the holy courts. Don't mess about then. If I find out." Chu Ling left these cruel words, sounded the bell, and left with Chu Qiao and a group of corpses. The corpse chases the person to leave. Chu Qiao also only left the palace of the empty gear. At this time, Qin Sheng found that this is the deepest part of the imperial palace. The place where the emperor discussed affairs was once brilliant, only 10,000 years later, leaving endless depression. When? Above the sky, the ancient bell rang, and the long and loud bell rang all over the ruins of Dali dynasty. Where the bell goes, there are bursts of throb. The white light rises up, enveloping the outsiders with signs of life, and sending them directly. Qin Sheng was also covered by a white light and was warm. It seems that the great departure from the imperial dynasty is not as simple as you think. The great array here is still running, and there is even a little power of law. Qin Sheng saw the white light rising from the sky. He felt a sense of inexplicability in his heart. The power of law, that is the mystery of the road, let alone the grotesque in the cave. Even in the Vientiane realm, even above the Vientiane realm, it is something that can be touched by the demigods and gods who span 10 or 8 realms. Qin Sheng finally understood why Dali dynasty, such a splendid imperial site, was discovered 10,000 years ago. Those who were the most powerful in the 36 dynasties of the wasteland did not harvest the remaining treasures of the previous dynasty by themselves. Instead, let a group of students who have just embarked on the path of cultivation come to participate in the test. It's not that the great bodhisattvas at the leader level of the powerful give the benefit to the younger generation. The fundamental reason is that the water is too deep from the imperial ruins, and there is still the power of the law of the road. This power can only be mastered by half-gods or even gods. Through the channels, through the soul, through the sky and through the life, and then the god's mansion, the cave and the Vientiane. On top of the Vientiane, there are 7 or 8 big realms, which can touch the terrorist power of the law of the road. It can be imagined how tyrannical and rebellious the imperial dynasty was 10,000 years ago. Qin Sheng got a lot from this hospital trial. He got a lot of Dali-yuan liquid, for congenial blood ginseng, and a pile of so-called dowry from the body chaser, which was enough for Qin Sheng to spend a long time. Even Qin Sheng married a former princess, by the way. Who especially gets a wife by the way when he takes part in the hospital test. Of course, his wife's identity is too scary, so Qin Sheng decided to keep a low profile after going out. The emperor's son-in-law of the former dynasty, once the identity is recognized, it is estimated that Qin Sheng will take off a layer of skin even if he does not die. Outside the site, countless college leaders who took part in the examination were waiting. When? In the sight of the bell, countless people immediately issued a hot look, looking at that huge transmission door. Looking at the direction of Luyun College, Su Tian's long and narrow face showed a strong sneer of irony. In recent days, he has been familiar with the leaders of the 3 holy academies, especially Lingxiao Holy Academy. Su Tian, as the dean of Xinguang College, is a cheeky man. In addition, several talents in the distance, Mo Luo and Ling Kuan, are also rare and good young people. I think they will shine in this college test. In particular, Jin Qingxi, the tutor of Lingxiao Holy Academy, has drawn a very attractive figure with a purple robe. She is very optimistic about the 2 talents of Xinguang Academy. Ha ha, the bell rings for the test in Lord Jin's courtyard. Su Tian said with a flattering face and couldn't help but look at Jin Qingxi more. It's said that Jin Qingxi is 40 or 50 years old, but as a powerful warrior who can pass 9 robberies, his face is well maintained. He looks at most 28 or 79 years old, not even 30 years old. Su Tian's temperament and body make him drool. Damn it, if a woman of this stature and temperament can stay with me overnight, I will live for 10 years. Su Tian covets Jin Qingxi very much in his heart. If he didn't care about his strength and background, he would have used many means to hold her down. Jin Qingxi's red lips are puckered, and her whole body is full of maturity. The breath of a woman makes some distant eavesdroppers around take a few breaths of cool air. Her face is red, and she dare not look at it more. If she looks at it again, she will be dissatisfied with this powerful woman. Jin Qingxi has gone through 9 storms and thunder, and has extraordinary strength. If he is not a little older, he will get the key training of Lingxiao Holy Academy, and become a real queen in his 100 years. In the 36 dynasties of the wasteland, all the martial artists in the Shenfu kingdom were able to become king. However, there are also high and low points in the king. There is a huge gap between the king of the affiliated country and the king of the royal dynasty. But in any case, it's a king after all. Those who are present can be king. There is no one. Well. Looking at the door, Jin Qingxi's mature face showed some expectation. This was her first time to lead a team for training. The place was still the ruins of the imperial dynasty, which was so deep that it was terrible. In fact, the site of the great departure from the imperial dynasty has long been discovered by some leaders of the great Yuan dynasty, and has been explored alone. Unfortunately, it is found that there is still the residual power of the law of the road in the site. The power of that level is not something that can be referred to by the state of Shenfu or Dongtian at all. Qin Sheng has heard some secret news that the leaders died miserably, and even the old monsters in Vientiane. The old ones are out of shape. They have to shut down for a long time, reduce the volatilization of blood gas, and prolong their life. Those who are strong in the sky have a lifespan of about 200 years. Those who have survived the 9 heavy storms and thunderstorms have an estimated lifespan of 4,500 years. Some of them are extremely strong and close to 500 years. And the strong in Shenfu will live 100 years longer. Those who are strong in the cave will live 100 years longer. In the end, I came to the Vientiane realm, which is the strongest realm among the 36 dynasties in the wasteland. The lifespan will probably be around 1,000 years. Those with weaker strength may not have 1,000-year life. Those with high talent may have more than 1,000-year life if there is no old injury or dark injury. However, as long as it's 1,000 years, we have to close our doors and seek breakthroughs, or we may run out of blood and die. As soon as the news of the discovery of the ruins of Dali dynasty came out, the old monsters of Vientiane were out of the gate. Unfortunately, there was no harvest. There was an old ancestor of Vientiane who died in the gate. Therefore, the high-level people can no longer point to the ruins of Randali Emperor, but let the younger generation to struggle. Dali dynasty was destroyed in a hurry. It is estimated that there are many treasures. If the younger generation can get 1 or 2 kinds of true biographies, it will definitely be of great benefit to their family. This is the cause and effect of this year's trial change. The geniuses and talents of the 3 holy places are peerless. I think they all have great achievements. Su Tian flatters again, causing the contempt of some college leaders of the same rank in the distance. Su Tian is not ashamed but proud to turn a blind eye. How about being able to talk and laugh with the leaders of the 3 courtyards, even if they flatter? This is also a manifestation of strength. His Holy Light College, fortunately, has 2 talents, who are destined to enter the 3 holy schools for practice. Their Holy Light College is estimated to increase by 2 or even 3 dragon pawns. Su Tian's incomparable desire and expectation made him the highest institution in Beichin. Boom. In the distance, a golden chariot came at full speed, which attracted the attention of many college leaders. This golden chariot is very large in origin, with the ancient runes on its surface. It is obviously the out-of-print chariot excavated from a certain site. Unfortunately, this golden chariot is lack of a big inborn demon to pull the chariot, otherwise it will be more powerful and respected. Qin Sheng, wearing a tight purple dress, saw the familiar golden chariot, which was just like a peach's ripe face. Hengi. Qin Sheng murmurs and looks forward to something. Wow. The newcomer is indeed Xu Hengi. He is shining all over. The moment he stepped out of the golden chariot, he became the attention of the whole audience. Some people are too dazzling. In addition, with the rapid and incomparable yuan force fluctuation, the college leaders around him are frightened. Xu Heng glanced around with a smile on his handsome face, which melted the hearts of some female tutors. Tutor Jean. Xu Heng stepped out one by one, just like shrinking the ground into inches, and appeared in front of the 3 sages. Qin Sheng also smiled, nodded, and said, Hengi, have you survived the last 3 storms? Smell speech, Xu Heng a little head, did not deny. These days, in the depths of the magic dragon wasteland, I got some chance by chance to survive the last triple storm and thunder. As soon as Xu Henji's voice fell, it was like a huge stone. It fell on a calm lake like a mirror and set off a huge wave. As expected, he is the son of the top 10 royal families in Dian dynasty. His talent is really frightening. It seems that I have just passed the age of 20, and I have already passed the 9 storms and thunder. I am ready to gather in the god's mansion and become a young king. Human beings are more popular than human beings. Our mentors, who have 2 or 3 robberies, really live on dogs. There was a murmur all around. Watching Xu Hengyi, his eyes were full of admiration and admiration, more of shock and admiration. Xu Hengyi took a deep breath. He was in the abyss and kept his low profile. Finally, he was the last 3 victims of the storm and thunder. In order to narrow the gap with the pyramid-like talents in the imperial capital of Dian. Strictly speaking, this time, he's a little bit helped. If he goes back to his family and refuses to accept the remedy, he's probably not as strong as before. I don't know what's going on. How are you doing, boys and girls? Xu Hengyi asked with concern. Back to your excellency. Su Tian, the son of a dog, replied. During the hospital test, there were several violent explosions, which made the delivery portal a little unstable. It is estimated that there will be casualties in this hospital trial, and it will be more serious than in previous years. Xianglian College, a college with only 1 dragon pool, may be wiped out. Su Tian's voice is very harsh and offensive. He is aiming at Luyun College. As soon as Cloudland heard this, her pretty face was covered with ice cream. She also retorted, but she had no foundation. Inside the ruins of Dali Dynasty, there have been several huge explosions, some of which have shocked everyone. Yunlan is very worried about the safety of Qin Sheng and Han Mingchen. Is it too early to say that the whole army has been destroyed? Yu Wenhui glanced at Su Tianyi and showed some indifference. He didn't aim at Su Tian, but the horror of Yu Wenhui made his pores stand up. Take care of your own affairs, and then bewitch people and cause confusion. Don't blame me for being rude. Yu Wenhui's tone was slightly accentuated. Su Tian seemed to be struck by lightning on the spot, and his whole body was frozen by his horrible breath. Xu Hengyi's eyebrow is slightly coagulated. He looks at Yu Wenhui, who refutes, raises his hand gently, and Yu Wenhui's horrible Yuanli pressure disappears immediately. Well? Yu Wenhui's eyes narrowed into a straight line and his pupils contracted suddenly. This delicate atmosphere made him feel the strength of Xu Hengyi. Well, don't argue. The ancient bell has already sounded. Jin Qingxi's sexy red lips puckered and said with a light smile, how about the result? It will be revealed soon. Wen Yan, no matter Yu Wenhui or Xu Hengyi, didn't continue to argue. As for Su Tianzi, who only had 2 robberies, he was hiding in the corner and didn't dare to talk more. Buzzing. The huge and incomparable delivery portal has a white light, and the first delivered student appears. He was covered in white light, seriously injured and dying frequently. Next, second, third. The students are sent back. The great distance from the ruins of the imperial dynasty is too vast. The principle of the avenue is to send it back first according to the distance from the portal. How come there are so few people? Jin Qingxi's willow eyebrow slightly solidified. She felt faintly that the casualty rate of this hospital test was the highest in nearly 1,000 years. Yu Wenhui's face was not very good either, until he saw that the students of the day-by-day Holy Courtyard were sent back. There are 5 people in total. 2 of them have been hurt a little. Everything else is okay. Looking at this scene, Yu Wenhui is greatly relieved. Yunlan is also nervous. There are too many people dead. Although there are 2 elite students in her Luyun College, Qin Sheng and Han Mingchen, whose strength is no less than that of the martial artists in Tongshanjing, they are still worse than the 3 holy academies. The people of Dian Holy Courtyard and Lingxiao Holy Courtyard have been sent back, but there is 1 person missing in Dian Holy Courtyard and Lingxiao Holy Courtyard. Seeing this, Xu Hengyi's heart suddenly thumped, because his companion did not return. The portal is shaking and the light is getting dim, as if it is going to disappear at any time, proving that fewer and fewer students can be brought back. At the moment when the transmission door disappeared, a dazzling meteor-like light fell in front of countless people. The man was bathed in the dazzling white light, which made people unable to see the real appearance. Bang, the transmission door completely disappeared, that is to say, this person is the last one to be brought back, and others will always stay in the ruins of Dali dynasty, and this dynasty, which has been buried for thousands of years, will sleep forever.